It is merely a coincidence, setting aside these troubling matters. Shaya inquired about the well-being of others, and then the group soared towards home. Chapter 562, The Might of Beerus. Initially, number 18 and Zanjiao resided on Lanky's floating island, but upon Shaya's return, they chose not to go back. Instead, they contacted Lanchi via communicator, and soon everyone gathered at Shaya's residence. Before long, friends and relatives arrived in droves, surrounding Shaya's villa. After a sumptuous banquet concluded, number 18 and Zanjia took their leave, followed by the others gradually dispersing, leaving only Shaya's family along with Edri, Bardak, and a few others in the room. I never imagined there were so many formidable masters in the Dragon Realm. I truly wish to visit, if given the chance. Bardak exclaimed, though he understood that the Dragon Realm was far beyond his reach. Having attained the Super Saiyan level long ago, he had not ceased his training over the years, yet it seemed his potential was exhausted, rendering him unable to make further breakthroughs beyond the Super Saiyan stage. Observing the new generation, Shaya, Qing, and Silica, as they continuously grew stronger, Bardak could only lament the changing times. Who would have thought that the Saiyan race, once filled with arrogant individuals during the days of Planet Vegeta, could flourish to such brilliance now? Edri, filled with admiration, remarked, little Shaya has managed to ascend to the Super Saiyan God level through sheer strength, a stark contrast to us who advance through fusion. That is the essence of a true deity, is it not? In their eyes, the Super Saiyan God was indeed a divine being regardless of whether one held a divine title. They were revered as gods in the hearts of Saiyans. The mere sight of a Saiyan achieving divinity filled Edri with uncontainable excitement. Reflecting on the time they migrated to Red Mountain Star, never foreseeing such accomplishments. It's merely a stroke of good fortune. Had I not awakened my time-space abilities in my youth, I would not have garnered the favor of Whis and the King of Time. Without their guidance, none of this would have transpired, Shaya humbly replied, cautious not to appear overly proud. Indeed, without those abilities, the Saiyans would have perished decades ago. Edri reminisced about the urgency of their hasty evacuation from Planet Vegeta. The memories as vivid as yesterday. They all felt a profound sense of wonder at how every small detail intertwined. As days turned into weeks, life on Red Mountain Star remained serene other than the occasional visits from number 18 and Zanjia. Only Lanchi would sporadically come to tidy up the household. 2 months following Shaya's return, number 18 finally triumphed over Zanjia, claiming the title of the strongest android on Red Mountain Star. Enraged, Zanjia stormed into Dakla's laboratory, vowing not to emerge until she grew stronger. In the realm of destruction, on the creation god planet, Shaya had been on the 633rd level for some time, maintaining the Super Saiyan God state. He had surged from the 353rd to the 633rd level with remarkable momentum thanks to the unique properties of the creation god planet. Shaya's Super Saiyan God state had gradually become more subdued, allowing him to sustain it for extended periods without exhausting his energy. Time flowed like water, and before he knew it, 6 months had swiftly passed in the desolate expanse of the 650th level. The cracked earth presented a dull yellow hue, and the dry wind stirred the sun-baked stones, producing a creaking sound as wisps of smoke rose from the fissures. Under the scorching sun, Shaya, with his crimson hair and scarlet eyes, tirelessly moved his limbs, the force of his actions reverberating through the area, wiping the sweat from his brow. He exhaled deeply and unscrewed his water bottle, gulping down its contents. The limit of the first layer of divine realm might be here. To ascend further requires the strength of the second layer. I shall proceed slowly, with no need for haste. Swallowing a mouthful of water, Shaya squinted thoughtfully. Each layer of the creation god planet possessed its distinct significance. Striving for quick success was not always beneficial. He recalled Whis mentioning that Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, had spent over 10,000 years honing his skills on the creation god planet to achieve breakthrough. Compared to Beerus' training duration, Shaya felt insignificant. From Super Saiyan God to beyond Super Saiyan God, this represents a whole new realm with my current foundation. Even with the assistance of the creation god planet, I am still lacking, he mused. Guided by the 4-star dragon god, Shaya had clarified his future path. Yet as he prepared to embark on this journey, he realized that it was far from as simple as he had envisioned. Every step along the path of divinity demanded steadfast resolve and a solid foundation after resting for a while. Shaya cast a lingering gaze at the scene before him before turning to depart. Across a vast and boundless plain, white and translucent clouds floated in the sky, shifting and changing shapes. A streak of light zipped through the heavens, accelerating swiftly. A fleeting azure shadow Shaya descended from the 653rd level. Upon reaching the 343rd level, he encountered Shieling and Mers, who were lying on the grass, lost in thought. Their graceful figures sprawled in a star-like formation. Upon seeing Shaya, they promptly sprang to their feet. "Continue your training. I need to speak with Whis regarding some matters," he instructed. "Understood." They nodded in agreement, resuming their activities on that level. The pressure on each layer of the creation god planet varied. Levels beyond 300 were considerably advanced, with Super Saiyan 3 being at this level when Shaya comprehended the mysterious state at the 353rd level. Shieling and Mers had now reached the 343rd level, not far from attaining the mysterious state themselves. With a flicker of light, he swiftly exited the creation god planet below. The diamond-shaped divine planet floated serenely in the center of the realm of destruction, the towering divine tree reaching for the heavens, supporting the ancient temples and the slumbering palace of the god of destruction above. Beside the lakeside tree stump was held a lunchbox, plucking a piece of fatty meat, licking it with satisfaction before savoring it, the delightful flavors igniting his taste buds, eliciting a joyful hum. Suddenly, a faint crimson lightning flashed by. Whis raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile gracing his lips, before continuing to enjoy his meal. Only after finishing did he stand, looking at Shaya with satisfaction. "Not bad. Your Super Saiyan God state has become remarkably subdued with another breakthrough. You could reach the second layer of the divine realm." Shaya smiled in response. "Alas, I do not know how long it will take to take that step. Compared to the previous path of refining divinity, the subsequent journey towards godhood appears even more arduous. Training is indeed a process of progressing from the easy to the difficult. The further one goes, the more profound the understanding required." Lord Beerus spent a full 10,000 years honing himself to pass the test of the god of destruction, Whis replied, his expression turning serious. "Whis, could you inform me of the gap between my current self and Lord Beerus? How much of his power do I possess?" This question was one Shaya would not have dared to ask previously, as the disparity felt insurmountable. However, since entering the divine realm, he had entertained thoughts of measuring himself against Lord Beerus. Whis narrowed his grayish-blue eyes, gazing intently at Shaya before extending 4 fingers. "If it were you 6 months ago, you would only possess less than 40% of Lord Beerus' strength now. You likely hold around 60% should you manage to break through to the second layer of the divine realm. With your foundation, you might be able to rival 70 to 90% of Lord Beerus' power. Of course, this is all under the condition that Lord Beerus does not utilize his god of destruction energy. Once he unleashes that energy, you wouldn't stand a chance." The power of Beerus, the god of destruction, was formidable. His innate strength alone surpassed most at the second layer of the divine realm. Once he activated his destructive powers, even those at the second layer would find themselves swiftly dispatched. Shaya was momentarily taken aback, sighing, "The gap is still so vast." The most potent move of the god of destruction is destruction, akin to a judgmental annihilation ability. Half a year ago, in the first layer of the divine realm, he had only equated to less than 40% of Beerus' power without using the god of destruction energy. Even now, maintaining his composure, he barely reached 60%. Thus, it was clear that the original character, Goku, who had just transcended to the Super Saiyan God, was likely even weaker, perhaps only 2 or 3/10. Beerus' claims of possessing 60 or 70% were likely mere platitudes to console Goku. Chapter 563, Whis Guidance. In contrast to Shaya's adeptness in the Super Saiyan God state, Goku's initial Super Saiyan God, which relied on the fusion of 6 Saiyans' powers, seemed distinctly inferior. Not to mention the endurance. Simply mastering the power of the Super Saiyan God, Goku lagged considerably. After all, the strength he had achieved through sheer effort was far more fluid and harmonious than that which was acquired through shortcuts. If Shaya had only possessed 40% of Beerus' power upon first entering the Super Sound God realm over 6 months ago, Goku at that time likely held a mere 2 or 3/10 of Beerus' strength upon realizing the vast chasm that lay between himself and the God of Destruction. Shaya let out a faint sigh, his heart growing heavy, yet devoid of any notions of despair. The God of Destruction must have devoted an immense amount of time to attain such formidable strength. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it is a result of time accumulating, whereas I am merely at the inception of my journey. Raising his gaze, a fervent fire ignited within his eyes, as Shaya became convinced that should he transcend to the second tier of the divine realm, he could swiftly catch up to the God of Destruction, Beerus, and surpass him was not beyond the realm of possibility. At that moment, when Beerus awakens to see me, he should be thoroughly astonished. Shaya mused, a graceful arc forming along the contours of his face. Whis observed Shaya with a serene smile, his calm visage unruffled witnessing Shaya's self-assured smile. He couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement. With a hint of wistfulness, he remarked, "If only Lord Beerus could muster even half of your diligence. Instead of merely indulging in slumber throughout the day, his power could be significantly amplified, allowing him to ascend the ranks among the gods of destruction, rather than languishing at the bottom as he does now." Regrettably, such reflections were mere musings, for as a servant to the God of Destruction, he could not contravene Beerus, while he was only permitted to intervene when the actions of the God of Destruction transgressed established rules at all other times. He was bound to adhere to his master's desires after all. The God of Destruction is a true deity that governs annihilation within the cosmos, and his temperament, in a certain sense, embodies the intrinsic laws of this universe. The seventh universe's God of Destruction, Beerus, with his languid and gluttonous demeanor, brought Whis a sense of exasperation. Shaya was acutely aware of the reasons behind Whis' sentiments. Being tasked with such a God of Destruction was indeed a challenge, but fortunately, Whis' amiable nature allowed him to endure Beerus' capricious character. Recalling the revelation made by the Dragon God concerning the emergence of a fourth universe, Shaya proceeded to share the details. Currently, a fourth universe has manifested within the sea of time and space, orchestrated by a mastermind who has traversed the past using the time machine from the 12th universe, according to the Dragon God. The newly appeared universe is notably unstable, with indications that some aspects may be on the verge of collapse. Whis' expression turned grave as he seized upon the conversation, stating, "Should the entire universe collapse, it would not be a trivial matter. Countless lives would be extinguished, while as deities we ought not to engage excessively. It is indeed a lamentable situation from a human perspective." Pausing momentarily, Whis continued, "Time and space are the most enigmatic and forbidden forces in existence aside from the realms of the dragon and time. All life exists within the continuum of time and space. Once the timeline is altered, it is perilously easy to create fragmented worlds or those on the brink of collapse. Such worlds are exceedingly fragile and susceptible to destruction, which is why the gods have prohibited time machines and temporal travel. However, occurrences of worlds on the scale of the entire universe are exceedingly rare." As he spoke, his slate-gray eyes turned towards Shaya, who had already been linked to the previous two universes. Shaya offered an awkward smile before diverting the topic. "Whis, can you fathom who might have stolen the time machine? It is worth noting that the time machine was under the stringent guardianship of the Kaioshin of the 12th universe. I cannot say. There are few who are aware that the 12th universe possesses a time machine. Had you not mentioned it, I would remain oblivious to the emergence of a new parallel timeline." Whis shook his head, for as the angel of the 7th universe, he seldom paid heed to the affairs of other universes, typically only concerning himself with those that held significance. "The Supreme Kai of Time is the only one who comprehends the vastness of parallel timelines. However, the sheer abundance of universes is not necessarily a boon." "How so?" Shaya inquired with intrigue. Whis, adopting a serious demeanor, responded, "Perhaps it is an instinctual awareness. I believe that the totality of universes within the sea of time cannot infinitely expand. There must exist a finite number, indicating that the capacity of the sea of time is limited. As the number of universes continues to proliferate, it will inevitably lead to congestion in the fabric of time and space. At that point, Lord Zeno will surely annihilate entire universes to maintain the stability of the sea of time, and the disappearance of each universe represents a subtle weakening of the Xeno system. At this juncture, Whis furrowed his brow in distress, well aware of Lord Xeno's nature. The great Xeno possesses a remarkably pure mindset, often resembling a naive child, with actions dictated solely by whim, devoid of any foresight. Were it not for the counsel of the Grand Priest, these myriad universes might have been extinguished long ago. From the original 18 universes, only 12 remain. The reduction of universes signifies a diminishment of foundational strength. With the absence of formidable beings, any unforeseen events could catch them unprepared. Perhaps these thoughts are too far-reaching. Whis collected his thoughts and addressed Shaya. You are the sole individual among us capable of traversing time and space. Thus, the matter concerning the fourth universe requires your investigation. Leave it to me, Shaya declared, resolutely thumping his chest. He welcomed the opportunity to contribute, particularly at this stage where he sought challenges to further his cultivation journey. Following this, Shaya began to seek Whis' guidance on cultivation matters. As the mentor of the god of destruction, Beerus, Whis is firmly situated at the fourth tier of divine realms, on par with the four-star dragon god of the dragon realm. Though his power may not rival that of the four-star dragon god, his teaching experience is undoubtedly esteemed. In the vast expanse of the prairie, the emerald lake shimmered under the sunlight, a faint crimson light gliding across its surface, creating delicate sprays of white water that danced like ribbons. The winds howled, and waves surged. Shaya's agile form darted around Whis, appearing and disappearing with remarkable speed, executing a flurry of attacks while retreating, leaving behind a cascade of illusory afterimages that filled the field of vision. However, Shaya's deceptive maneuvers bore no effect on Whis, who regarded him with calm, slate-gray eyes. With a serene smile, he extended his staff in Shaya's direction. Crack! The staff struck Shaya's chest, sending him hurtling through the air before swiftly redirecting him into the lake. Splash! Water erupted several meters high, rippling outward in concentric circles. Emerging from the depths, Shaya floated upon the surface, drenched, his crimson hair dripping with water. Your level is sufficient, yet perhaps due to habits formed in prior battles, you have yet to adapt to combat in the divine realm. You must forget your physical form, diminish your awareness of energy, and concealing your strength is not advisable, as it can provide opportunities for formidable foes. If your power is adequate, you must incapacitate your opponent at the earliest moment. This method of striking is misguided and lacks structure. The divine realm differs from previous levels. You must learn to perceive with your mind. Battles in the divine realm are silent and swift, leaving no excess time to contemplate the enemy's position. Do not overthink. Allow your body to instinctively respond, Whis stated casually. Yet his words illuminated Shaya's understanding, clarifying many previously perplexing concepts. Truly, Whis is worthy of nurturing a being as powerful as Beerus. Under Whis' guidance, Shaya's mastery over his own strength continued to ascend. Chapter 564, Famished and ravenous in the vast expanse of the sixth universe. A glimmering halo of white light sparkles like a resplendent pearl adorning the cloak of night. In another tranquil corner of the deep universe, in the northern region of the Milky Way, lies a planet known as Kinka. The gravity on Kinka is twice that of Earth, inhabited by a humanoid intelligent species called the Dolong. The combat prowess of the Dolong is rather feeble, classifying them as a lower-tier race according to universal standards. 5 years prior, the Dolong lived under the chaotic and brutal dominion of alien oppressors, until the great Lord Frost appeared, rescuing them from the clutches of wicked tyrants. Therefore, all beings residing on Kinka genuinely express their gratitude for Lord Frost's benevolence, despite the substantial sum they are required to pay him annually. This, they believe, is merely the rightful compensation for his protection of their planet, as they cannot allow their hero to labor without due reward. However, they have been deceived and must enlighten their kin that Frost is, in fact, allied with the former villains, in a dilapidated alley on another planet. A severely injured Dolong lies helplessly on the cold ground, clutching his arm as blood pools around him, causing him to faint. Upon regaining consciousness, he finds himself in a damp cave. You are awake? A youthful voice inquires, sounding rather immature. The Dolong struggles to rise but winces at the pain from his injuries, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. Who are you? Where is this place? He asks in bewilderment. Do not move. You are gravely injured, the figure replies, producing a shriveled bean from a pouch and offering it. Consume this, and your wounds will heal swiftly. Anxiously, the Dolong eats the bean. A wave of warmth flooding through him as his injuries begin to mend, accompanied by faint crackling sounds that nearly cause him to lose his composure. What is this? My wounds are healed. He marvels, incredulously inspecting his now flawless skin. This is a mystical bean, quite precious. It can heal any affliction. The youth casually remarks while preparing cooking utensils, revealing a complete set of culinary equipment and an impressive array of ingredients from a capsule. I am Xiaqing. What is your name? Aboki, the Dolong exclaims, his eyes widening as he suddenly recalls the peril facing his kind. I must return to Kinka at once. That vile Frost has deceived us. The name Frost seems quite renowned, Xiaqing muses, setting up an oven and slicing a large piece of meat with a wave of energy. Frost is a hypocrite. He has betrayed us all. Aboki bellows, his expression contorted with rage. Can you share more about Frost? Xiaqing inquires with interest. Aboki nods and recounts the tale. Long ago, Kinka was a peaceful and beautiful planet until one day, a malevolent group discovered it and enslaved its intelligent inhabitants. This torment lasted several years until a figure named Frost emerged, wielding absolute power to drive away the villains. To maintain peace, the Dolong paid Frost a hefty sum each year, hoping he would continue to protect them. Yet, Frost has deceived us. He is, in truth, the mastermind. And the others are merely his minions. Aboki's face contorts with accusation as he speaks of Frost, the hypocrite. The Frozen Clan. I believe I have heard of them. Xiaoqing ponders while consuming his food. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignites in his mind. Could they not be the nemesis of the Saiyans? Casting aside his meal, Xiaoqing wipes his greasy lips and asks, "So, how formidable is this Frost?" Aboki, momentarily taken aback, replies despondently, "Frost is as powerful as a monster." Xiaoqing bursts into laughter, exclaiming, "Perfect. Let us seek out Frost together. I shall show him the might of the Saiyans." Since attaining Super Saiyan 2, Xiaoqing had seldom encountered an equal opponent. "Ah, you are a Saiyan from Salada Planet?" Aboki exclaims with excitement. "Wonderful. The Saiyans of Salada have always been peacekeepers. With your assistance, Frost cannot evade justice." I know nothing of Salada Planet. You say there are Saiyans there? Shall we not go and investigate before confronting Frost?" Aboki, momentarily disheartened, sighs. "It is futile. Salada is too far from here. Even with my spaceship, it would take over a year to arrive. The news may have already leaked. And who knows how a furious Frost would retaliate against our kin on Kinka." Xiaoqing reassures him, "Fear not. I possess a superior spaceship that traverses the galaxy in just 7 days. As long as Salada is within the galaxy, we shall arrive swiftly." "Really?" Aboki pauses, processing the information, then responds, "Let us hasten to Salada." Meanwhile, Xiaoqing's sister, Myphia, idly sprawls on the grass of the destruction god realm, rolling about in boredom. "I am so hungry. There is nothing delicious to eat here." Myphia pouts, tossing a handful of grass skyward in frustration. Her agitation transforms her hair into a shimmering golden hue, and a faint golden aura flickers around her as she transforms into a Super Saiyan. Before long, amidst the golden radiance, a grass-green hue emerges. The destroyer god, Shampa, gazes silently, cradling a basketball-sized boiled egg protectively in his hands. He licks the shell, declaring it a rare delicacy, although it pales in comparison to what your father once provided me. "Even if you beg, I shall not part with it." Myphia, stunned by Zampa's protectiveness over the egg, retorts angrily, "Who wants your ostrich egg? It tastes horrible." "Nonsense. It is the most exquisite food." Shampa counters, pondering that this little one must never have tasted it, thus lacking appreciation. He gazes at Myphia with newfound sympathy, realizing she has likely never been informed of the egg's delectable nature. The egg of the barong bird is a rare delicacy exclusive to the 6th universe. Unable to resist the thought of its creamy texture and the delightful flavor of its yolk, Zampa's mouth waters. "Sister Bados, do you have any delicious food?" Myphia inquires, rubbing her belly, the power of the Super Saiyan crackling in the air. Bados, seated calmly on a tree stump, gently sways her divine staff and replies, "Myphia, I truly have no delectable food left. Perhaps you should endure a little longer. Zampa, you ought to safeguard your barong egg, lest this little one breaks it." Zampa realizes the wisdom in her words. It would be disastrous if Myphia were to cause a ruckus over her lack of tasty treats. Observing Xiangpa meticulously stow away the colossal egg, Bados wiped the sweat from her brow and remarked to Myphia, "How about I escort you to the lower realms? Your brother is there, and there will be an abundance of delectable treats." "No, the distances between the celestial bodies in that universe are far too vast. And I do not relish being under someone else's control." "Then what if I take you to the 10th universe? Little Cox is just as spirited as you. Perhaps you two could forge a delightful friendship," Bados suggested with a smile. "Are there truly delicious foods there? Surely they must surpass what Lord Xiangpa offers. It is certain that no other destroyer in the multiverse lives as frugally as Xiangpa does." Bados's proposal piqued Myphia's interest, and a contemplative expression grazed her cherubic face. At that moment, a brilliant flash illuminated the surroundings, and Shaya's figure materialized in the realm of the destroyer of the 6th universe. Upon seeing her father, Myphia immediately cheered with joy and soared towards him, clinging to Shaya like a little koala. Chapter 565, Challenging the God of Destruction. Shaya had entered the 6th universe multiple times, becoming as familiar with this realm of destruction as he was with the 7th universe. After exchanging greetings with Beerus and Kampa, Shaya gently set down the little girl who had been clinging to him. "Daddy, do you have any delicious food? I feel so pitiful. I've never been full." Myphia looked up with pleading eyes, her small gaze sparkling with innocence. Shaya chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. Just as he was about to retrieve some prepared food from the dimensional space, he noticed that the God of Destruction, Kampa, had unexpectedly appeared before him. Pausing his motion, Shaya turned to Kampa with a resigned expression. "You must have brought some delightful treats, right? I'm still thinking about that last egg pancake." "And do you have any tofu left?" Kampa inquired eagerly, resembling a gluttonous child devoid of the dignity befitting a God of Destruction. Bardos sighed with exasperation, covering her forehead. Shaya laughed heartily, retrieving the simple fare from the dimensional space. Of course, I have prepared what Lord Kampa desires. Here, enjoy these. He presented a plate of steaming food to Kampa, who gazed at it with wide eyes, momentarily forgetting about his precious Baron H eggs. With saliva pooling, Kampa gingerly touched the food, then dipped a piece into his mouth. The exquisite flavors danced upon his tongue, awakening his taste buds. Overcome with emotion, he closed his eyes. Tears brimming as he exclaimed, "It's marvelous. After so many years, I felt this delight once more. I must note it down. Who knows when I'll taste something so exquisite again." He produced a small piece of paper, jotting down the names and times of the delectable dishes he had savored. That rascal Beerus is probably still asleep, and I doubt he has had as many delights as I have. As Kampa became lost in his own fantasies, Mafia disdainfully pushed aside the egg pancakes. What she craved were steaks and barbecued meats. She had no interest in such bland fare. Looking up at her father with a pleading expression, she seemed to silently beg for something delicious. Shaya shook his head slightly and replied, "This is the realm of the god of destruction, my dear. Once we return home, I promise to prepare something tasty for you. I want to go back now," she declared, clearly disinterested in lingering in the barren realm of the sixth universe. The god of destruction here was foolish, forever consumed by his desire to eat. Surpassing even the Saiyans in gluttony, yet his food was so poor that it could be fed to pigs. Mafia regretted not bringing along a few universal capsules. As all the food was with her brother, Xiaoqing, "Let us discuss returning later," Shaya replied, turning his attention to the silver-haired Bardos. "Actually, my visit to the sixth universe is not solely to see Xiaoqing and Mafia. I have another matter at hand. I wish to challenge Lord Kampa to a duel." Both Whis and Bardos were far beyond his level, and during their training, Shaya could hardly last a single round against them. A mere strike from them could render him unconscious. While they excelled in teaching, their constant guidance had left Shaya feeling somewhat impotent in his efforts, creating a sense of frustration when sparring with those far superior to him. He yearned for a battle that was evenly matched. Currently, there were few beings in the universe capable of such a contest, and thus his gaze turned to the god of destruction. With Beerus from the seventh universe currently asleep, the only option left was to seek out his acquaintance, Kampa from the sixth universe. Upon hearing Shaya's intentions, Bardos regarded him with calm eyes and nodded slightly before turning to Kampa. "Lord Kampa, Shaya wishes to battle you. What is your response?" Kampa, savoring the last of his egg pancake with a hint of reluctance, replied, "If he wishes to fight, I suppose it can be arranged, but I cannot act without reason." "There must be a price. 3 egg pancakes," he declared, holding up 5 fingers before retracting 2 after a moment as thought. Shaya laughed heartily, promptly accessing the dimensional space to fulfill the request. "Lord Kampa, consider this your reward." Kampa nodded in satisfaction, carefully storing the 3 egg pancakes. "Now, I accept your challenge and will battle you. However, to prevent overpowering you, I shall refrain from utilizing the power of a god of destruction. Even so, you may not last long. Even without using divine energy, the god of destruction possessed considerable might. You need not hold back, for I have confidence in my own strength." Shaya replied, fully aware that with his power only at 60% of Beerus', defeating Kampa, another god of destruction, was nearly impossible. What he sought was a spirited combat to test and elevate his abilities. Indeed, the brothers Beerus and Kampa were exceptional beings, having garnered the attention of Whis and Bardos, and both had risen to become the gods of destruction ruling their respective universes, thus bringing glory to their lineage. "Oh, you are quite confident." Kampa scoffed at Shaya's words. His light golden eyes suddenly glimmered with a chilling intensity, reminiscent of a frigid wind sweeping across distant glaciers, causing the temperature to plummet. No matter how foolish or accommodating Kampa appeared, he was still a god of destruction, the embodiment of universal order. Once he took the matter seriously, the entire realm of destruction began to swirl with intense storms. The majesty of a supreme deity could not be trivialized. At that moment, Bardos, who had been observing quietly, raised her staff slightly, causing a bright green light to emanate from the black crystal orb, enveloping Mafia in a protective aura. With her keen perception, Bardos quickly discerned the unusual energy emanating from Shaya. "Lord Kampa, you ought to take this seriously. Shaya's level is not ordinary. Have you forgotten he's also a candidate for the Time Order?" Kampa paused, his golden eyes narrowing slightly before he chuckled. "Indeed. The Time Order candidate is no less than a god of destruction. I had almost forgotten. Show me what you can do." "As you wish," Shaya softly declared, fully immersing himself in the state of Super Saiyan God. Instantly, his appearance transformed, with red hair and crimson eyes, exuding an enigmatic aura that subtly countered Kampa's overwhelming power, producing a sizzling sound in the air. The once tranquil realm of destruction was now tumultuous. The sky split asunder. Mafia gazed on in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "So Shaya has reached the divine level." Bardos smiled slightly. Her teal-gray eyes focused ahead as the sharp winds tousled her silver hair and green robe. She deftly pointed her staff to the ground, causing rippling waves to expand, forming a hemispherical space with restricted boundaries. "Lord Kampa and Shaya, you shall duel within this area. Exiting means forfeiting." Her clear and melodious voice resonated in their ears, prompting both Shaya and Kampa to step into the designated arena. Once inside, the skies of the realm of destruction returned to their serene state. Chapter 566. The Battle with Kampa. Shaya, what is the state of yours? It appears quite formidable. Upon witnessing Shaya transform into the state of a Super Saiyan god, Kampa ceased to harbor any dismissive thoughts. After all, a being of divine caliber could not be underestimated. This is the Super Saiyan god, Shaya declared with pride. His crimson eyes fixed intently on Kampa. Kampa nodded seriously, twisting his body to warm up. Since I became a god of destruction, aside from my battle with that fellow Beerus, I haven't had the chance to engage with anyone else for quite some time. You should be cautious. Suddenly, Kampa's demeanor shifted, and an air of seriousness enveloped him. In an instant, he darted forward, his figure vanishing completely from Shaya's sight. What incredible speed! Shaya gasped, his pupils constricting as he scanned his surroundings, adopting a defensive stance. Bang! Kampa's fist materialized out of nowhere, the tip glowing with a faint red light enveloped in energy. Shaya shifted his position, ducking to evade, yet Kampa's assault was meticulously orchestrated with no openings to exploit. Taking the brunt of the strike, Shaya felt the ground tremble beneath him, cracks appearing as he braced himself against Kampa's overwhelming power. What tremendous force! Pain radiated from his wrist as he swiftly teleported, transitioning between realities to counter Kampa's onslaught. However, his efforts proved futile. The techniques of Planet Metamor were ineffective against the god of destruction Kampa, leaving him aghast. At the level of divine beings, ordinary tactics required significant adaptation. Shaya leaped backward nearly 100 meters, landing and immediately rebounding, leaving behind a trail of shattered remnants and spreading fissures. In response to Shaya's attack, Kampa chuckled, his golden eyes fixated in one direction before unexpectedly launching a punch in another. Boom! Shaya was sent hurtling away, enveloped in a cloud of dust that obscured his vision. This is not how divine battles unfold. Allow me to teach you properly today. A fierce glint flickered in Kampa's eyes as his form subtly sank, vanishing in an instant. Shaya's heart raced as he began to search for Kampa's presence within the hemispherical arena, yet it seemed as though Kampa had completely disappeared. In that moment, every nerve in Shaya was on high alert, his limbs spread wide, fingers claw-like. Kamehameha! Shaya shouted towards a specific direction, propelling himself forward like a bullet, soaring hundreds of meters in a straight line. Upon colliding with the protective barrier above, invisible ripples reverberated throughout the hemisphere. Kampa's figure reappeared. Seizing the moment, Shaya unleashed a flurry of rapid-fire attacks, swift and powerful as a cheetah on the hunt. In the blink of an eye, the battle between masters unfolded. Even a slight edge could unleash a barrage of strikes. Amidst the flashes of energy, Shaya pinpointed Kampa's location, launching dozens of attacks, his hands blurring into mere phantoms, stirring up gusts of wind. Sister Bados, how is the battle between Dad and Kampa progressing? Little Myphia tiptoed to observe, her black hair clinging to her face, her expression fraught with tension. Bados gazed into the distance, her delicate features graced with a faint smile. The battle has only just commenced. While Shaya may seem to have the upper hand, Lord Kampa has yet to take things seriously. This is a conflict that was destined to conclude in a particular manner from the very beginning. Kampa's power is on par with Beerus. Shaya's defeat is merely a matter of time. Oh! Myphia furrowed her brow, turning her head away in displeasure, then focused intently once more. Within the hemispherical space, the battlefield evolved rapidly. Just as Bados had predicted, Shaya, who had briefly held an advantage, quickly fell into a disadvantage as Kampa began to fight earnestly. At that moment, Shaya's strength was only equivalent to 60% of Kampa's. This disparity extended beyond mere energy. It encompassed speed, judgment, and defensive capabilities. In a contest between experts, even the smallest flaw could entirely alter the course of the battle. Shaya's attacks were relentless, each strike aimed to incapacitate, yet Kampa deftly countered everyone with precision. Shaya, you truly astonish me. To think you can contend with me to this extent. You must realize, there is no one in the entire universe capable of enduring 60% of my power, Kampa remarked, crossing his arms, his long ears twitching slightly. 60% of his power, and he hadn't even utilized the energy of a god of destruction. Shaya maintained a solemn expression, letting out a soft sigh. It was no wonder he had been chosen and trained by Bados to become a god of destruction. Kampa's innate strength was formidable. Perhaps before inheriting the title of god of destruction, Kampa was not the strongest, but after years of training and accumulation, he had become invincible in the universe, even without tapping into the powers of destruction. Shaya's complexion paled slightly as his energy reserves dwindled rapidly. Suddenly, a strange smile crept across his face as he extended his arm, palm directed at Kampa. In the next moment, a transparent water sphere materialized, enveloping Kampa within. Several silver-gray starlights swirled around the water sphere like satellites. Upon seeing this, Kampa's eyes widened in shock. He was all too familiar with this technique. The god of destruction's ultimate move, annihilation, was precisely this method. Has Shaya mastered the god of destruction's ultimate technique? Recalling the terrifying implications of annihilation, Kampa's expression morphed into one of ferocity. Annihilation was a technique of total obliteration, capable of erasing any entity in the universe. An essential skill for a god of destruction fulfilling their duty. Because he was so familiar with it, Kampa's demeanor shifted to one of tension. Wait a moment. He suddenly realized, without the energy of a god of destruction, it cannot be executed. Is he merely bluffing? Yet it doesn't seem so. Then he recalled Shaya's identity as the time god, a being of the same caliber as a god of destruction. Possessing techniques akin to those of a god of destruction was not beyond possibility. At that moment, Shampa became serious. Is this annihilation? It doesn't seem quite right. Batos was also observing, her soft lavender lips parting slightly. Shaya intently regarded the god of destruction Shampa, his voice icy as he proclaimed, "Oblivion." Instantly, a force of collapsing space-time erupted, causing Shampa, trapped within the water sphere, to change color. Indeed, it resembled annihilation, albeit several tiers weaker. Shampa struggled fiercely, his feet pressing against the ever-shrinking surface of the water sphere, the collapsing force compressing inward. With a furious roar, the god of destruction Shampa unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy from his palms. Boom! The collapse of space-time ceased abruptly. The transparent water sphere ruptured from within, chaotic energies spilling forth and swiftly withering the surrounding flora into a powdery black residue. Gasping for breath, beads of cold sweat formed on Shampa's brow. "Shaya, you rascal, do you wish to kill me?" Shampa bellowed in exasperation. Shaya's previous technique had taken him completely by surprise. Had it not been for his own immense strength, he could have faced dire consequences. Shaya's complexion also paled. "How could my meager power possibly trouble Lord Shampa? Even if I falter, you still possess the energy of a god of destruction. Look, you just shattered my attack with your own strength. Humph, do I even need to say it? I, Shampa, could never be defeated by you. As I said, I want to resort to the energy of a god of destruction unless absolutely necessary. However, I must admit, your last technique was quite impressive. I was genuinely startled." With a compliment, Shampa quickly cast aside his anger, bursting into a hearty laugh. Chapter 567. Return to Hashan Star. Xayah wiped the sweat from his brow and observed the triumphant Shampa, choosing not to say more. He seated himself on the ground to recuperate for a moment, having already reverted from the state of Super Saiyan God. Shampa, meanwhile, merrily trotted outside. After a while, Mefia, upon seeing Xayah standing up, dashed over. "Daddy, you were amazing. You almost defeated the god of destruction." Her voice rang with joy, filled with pride at her father's prowess. Xayah gently shook his head and replied, "My strength is still far from that of the god of destruction. If Shampa had taken me seriously from the start, I wouldn't have even had the chance to launch an attack." "Is that so?" Mefia stuck out her tongue, unable to comprehend such high-level matters. Seeing her adorable expression, Xayah couldn't help but smile, reminiscent of the days when Shieling and Mels were children. At that moment, Beerus approached, his green skirt fluttering in the wind. In a cool tone, he said to Xayah, "You need not underestimate yourself. Your current power is not vastly inferior to Lord Shampa's. If I am not mistaken, you are on the brink of a breakthrough. Once you reach the second tier of the God Realm, you will be on par with Lord Shampa." Beerus was indeed correct. Xayah had already reached the pinnacle of the first tier of the God Realm. If he could fully master the power of Super Saiyan God and transform it into his inherent strength while enhancing it further, he could attain the second tier of the God Realm, rivaling 9/10 of the power possessed by Shampa and Beerus. However, this leap was not trivial. The second tier of the God Realm is a watershed moment. Achieving a breakthrough is not an easy task, Xayah remarked. "I can certainly assure others, but I cannot claim the same for you. Just consider how many years it took you to reach your current level. You might soon experience another rapid breakthrough." Beerus quipped, his slate-gray eyes blinking lightly. Xayah was taken aback and then chuckled. "If I could, I would certainly wish to break through sooner. But that is not something I can control." Xayah lingered in the 6th universe's God of Destruction realm for a while longer before preparing to return to the 7th universe. Using Beerus's staff, he observed the situation of Shaya, discovering that he was piloting a spaceship towards the northern part of the northern galaxy, accompanied by an intelligent humanoid race. This race, known as the Dolan, resided on the planet Chinka. It seems Shaya is heading towards the planet Salad. Beerus manipulated the crystal ball atop his staff, switching the view to the reddish-brown planet Salad. Xayah was momentarily stunned. Shaya had ventured to Salad. The planet Salad was the stronghold of the Saiyans in the 6th universe. When Xayah last visited to obtain the Super Dragon Balls, he had encountered the Saiyans of Salad, a race with formidable foundational combat abilities. However, according to the ancient Namekian, Bozolin, the Saiyans of Salad had lost the heritage of transforming into Super Saiyans. It was beneficial for Shaya to visit Salad, allowing him to witness the Saiyans of the 6th universe. Who knows what sparks might ignite? Xayah pondered, thus not hastening to bring him back. Allowing Shaya to hone his skills in the 6th universe and observe the Saiyan lifestyle would aid in his growth. The Saiyans of Salad were somewhat akin to those of Hashan Star, yet Salad's foundational aspects were more comprehensive. After bidding farewell to Beerus and Shampa, and in the midst of Kampa's expectant gaze, Xayah produced some home-cooked dishes. He and Mefia then executed instant transmission, departing from the God of Destruction realm. Upon entering the lower cosmic space, Xayah once again wielded the power of time and space, enveloping himself and his daughter in a radiant, shimmering light. With a swift motion, they pierced through the cosmic membrane of the 6th universe, returning to the 7th universe. 7th universe, Hashan Star. As the sun rose, a gentle breeze wafted through the air. It was springtime, a season of revival, as the sun peeked over the mountain, tinging the clouds a brilliant red, suffused with the essence of vibrant life. Xayah walked down the street with Mephia, occasionally receiving reverent glances from passing Saiyans. Upon reaching Ader's home, Mephia joyfully exclaimed and rushed inside. Since Shieling and Mel's were still cultivating on Creation Star, and Silica had taken a team out for training, Xayah did not return to his own home, but directly accompanied Mephia to Ader's residence. Ader and Rebecca welcomed their granddaughter with exceptional warmth, continuously bringing out delicious food from the kitchen to entertain them. Watching Mephia devour her meal, pounding her chest when she choked, and then gulping down water vigorously, Rebecca remarked with concern, "Has this child not had good food for a long time?" Mephia eagerly nodded, continuing to demolish the food before her. "Yes, I'm so pitiful. I haven't eaten enough for months. Boo-hoo. Mind your manners at the table." Xayah shot a glance at Mephia and turned to Rebecca, saying, "This child has been spoiled. Even the god of destruction Shampa eats what he can, yet she refuses to eat and finds herself hungry, just like a cat or dog. They savor rice with pickles if you don't provide them with fish soup, but once they've tasted delicious fish soup and meat, they demand it every meal." Hearing Xayah mention the god of destruction Shampa, Ader and Rebecca straightened up, realizing that such a formidable being, capable of annihilating planets with a mere blink, surely had a refined palate. It was clear that Mephia was indeed too picky and needed guidance. No way. The god of destruction Shampa eats steamed buns and pickles every day and enjoys it, only having one boiled egg a year. I cannot live like that. Mephia hurriedly defended herself, fearing her grandparents would misunderstand. Really? Surely, a god of destruction wouldn't lead such a frugal life? Ader gasped, his expression one of disbelief. Looking to Xayah for confirmation, he saw Xayah nodding. Shampa is an anomaly among the gods of destruction. His lifestyle is indeed a bit austere. Ader was taken aback, stunned that a god of destruction could be so frugal. Could he be a wise and great deity? Shampa is just a pretender to divinity. Xayah mused internally. It was not his choice to live in such simplicity. It was all orchestrated by Beerus. Poor little Mephia. I have some delicacies here. Eat as much as you can, Rebecca said with compassion, sending more delicious food her way. With utmost seriousness, she turned to Xayah and said, "Xayah, you must not let the child go hungry. She is in a growth phase." Xayah rolled his eyes but found it hard to argue, giving Mephia a stern glance. Yet, he was met with her beaming smile, rendering him momentarily speechless. The child had grown up and was starting to act just like Shieling and Mel's did in their youth. After leaving Mephia in Ader's care, Xayah departed to the floating island above Hoshan Star. Chapter 568, Another World on the Island. Streams babble softly, and lush forests thrive. The limited land is utilized judiciously. Among the green pines at the foothills, several simple bamboo houses stand on the stone-paved ground. In the center of the island, a spring continuously gushes forth, channeling water through a network of ditches to nourish the verdant seedlings of the mystical beings. A group of 7 or 8 young female Saiyans, clad in specially designed attire, moves gracefully among the nursery, meticulously tending to each plant. The plump pods shimmer with a greenish hue, glistening with a pearly sheen, indicating a fruitful harvest of mystical beings in recent years. "Shaya, what brings you here?" Lanchi, wearing a sun hat, greets him with a radiant smile upon noticing his presence. "I came to check on you all and to collect some mystical beans." Shaya replies, smiling as he approaches her. The consumption of mystical beans on Hoshan Star has been quite rapid in recent years, and his stock is dwindling, necessitating this visit. "Oh, then follow me," Lanchi beckons, leading Shaya to a storeroom heavily guarded by female Saiyan warriors patrolling the vicinity. Upon seeing Shaya and Lanchi approach, the warriors regard them with admiration before quietly stepping aside. The harvest of mystical beans has been quite impressive these past few years, and the cultivation area has expanded as well. "We can yield several thousand beans annually," Lanchi explains with a smile. Shaya looks surprised, realizing this yield far exceeds the meager 100 beans harvested annually from Cat Sage's domain. Accepting a bag of mystical beans from Lanchi and placing it into his dimensional space, he surveys the surroundings but cannot find Android 18. "Where's Lazili? Doesn't she reside on this island?" he inquires, recalling the day he learned from Lanchi that 18 was the little girl he saved many years ago. This revelation illuminated the connection they shared long before he had realized it, making her earlier question about a necklace more poignant. "Hiki. She's been diligently training and is likely somewhere on Hoshan Star at the moment," Lanchi replies with a cheerful smile, her eyes gleaming with warmth. "She is working too hard." Shaya frowns, concerned that someone like 18 shouldn't feel pressured to become stronger. Who knows? Perhaps she simply wishes to catch up with the growing strength of Hoshan Star. Lanchi says calmly, her gaze drifting to the distant mountains. Shaya nods silently, unsure of what to say. After strolling around the floating island and advising Lanchi to take care of herself, he teleports away, heading towards a vast plain in the western region of Hoshan Star based on Lanchi's directions. There, he spots 18. She is adorned in striking attire, diligently practicing her movements. A light sheen of perspiration gracing her exquisitely beautiful face, golden hair cascading onto her shoulders, some strands sticking to her cheeks. Shaya observes her outfit. She wears a white cotton shirt beneath a black open jacket, complemented by black trousers and a golden chain draped from her belt. It resembles the style she wore on Earth, though it appears to be tailored by the Fidians. Upon noticing Shaya, 18's eyes brighten momentarily before she approaches him with a cool expression. Here, wipe your sweat, Shaya says with a smile, offering her a damp towel. 18 nods serenely, accepting the towel while glancing at Shaya's casual attire, surprised. When did you return? What brings you here? I just returned from training in the realm of the destroyers and brought Mephia back from Universe 6, Shaya replies softly, studying 18's delicate features. Would you like to visit Earth? I'm sure 17 misses you. No need. I find this place quite satisfactory, she retorts, tossing the towel back at him and leaning against a bare rock, resting her chin in one hand as she gazes into the distance. By the way, Lazili, I plan to explore a certain place. If I uncover something there, I might find a way for you to grow stronger, he declares. What place? 18 asks curiously. Shaya shakes his head, uncertain. I can't say for sure yet, but I believe I'll have an answer within a few months. I'll be waiting. Don't disappoint me, she says with a sudden, enchanting smile, her voice as cool as ever. Certainly. Would you like me to train with you for a while? Training together can be more effective than alone, Shaya suggests, noticing her sincere desire to grow stronger. Sure. 18 responds enthusiastically, her smile radiant like blossoms in spring, exuding a fragrant and serene aura. The warm sunlight bathes the area in a gentle glow. By the blue stones, Shaya and 18 stand gracefully together. Shaya's body gently lifts off the ground, his toes hovering 30 centimeters above, eyes narrowed in serene focus, his expression tranquil and undisturbed. 18 adjusts her attire, pulling her black jacket over her shoulders. Then with a swift motion, she launches herself like an arrow, executing rapid and powerful strikes. After concluding their sparring session, Shaya bids her farewell with a smile. 18 watches quietly as he vanishes, straightening her disheveled clothing, a smile blossoming on her fair, delicate face, leaving Hongshan Star. Shaya leaps through the cosmos multiple times. Upon arriving in a relatively void and expansive area, he surveys the surrounding infinite darkness, punctuated only by distant glimmers of white light. Nodding to himself, he begins to harness the temporal and spatial energies within him. Suddenly, a dazzling array of colors illuminates the dark expanse of space, coalescing into a swirling vortex. Shaya steps forward, entering the peculiar temporal passage instantly. The activation of the time-space tunnel is immensely taxing, even with Shaya's current strength. He cannot maintain its existence for long. As he traverses the vibrant tunnel, he soon finds himself in a realm of nothingness, where 4 enormous azure spaces come into view. Each azure space represents an entire universe, with 12 transparent universes nestled together in a stable equilibrium. This void is known as the Sea of Time and Space, the intersection of time and space. Spotting one of the trembling blue spaces, Shaya recognizes it as the latest universe described by the 4-star dragon god. Compared to other universes, this one's exterior appears somewhat distorted, indicating an anomaly in the internal flow of time. That azure space is the 4th universe in the timeline. And it does indeed seem peculiar. As Shaya scrutinizes it, a sudden wave of acute pain pierces his mind, signaling that he cannot linger in the Sea of Time and Space any longer. Since this realm exists at the convergence of time and space, most life forms cannot remain here for extended periods. Shaya has only stayed for a brief moment, yet he already feels the pressure weighing heavily on his spirit. He pierces directly into the universe, akin to breaking through the surface of water, creating delicate ripples as he enters this new realm. Soon, 12 translucent orbs of water materialized before him. First, he needed to ascertain the era in which this world resided. Shaya contemplated and headed directly towards the direction of the 7th universe. The birth of this entire cosmos stemmed from an enigmatic individual who had pilfered the time machine from the god of destruction of the 12th universe, subsequently traversing through time and space to create this reality. Thus, it resembled a world inspired by Trunks, mirroring the overall temporal fabric of the original narrative. To determine the age of this realm, Shaya realized he must venture to the 7th universe, which he was well acquainted with. Equipped with the ability to traverse time and space, Shaya possessed a distinct advantage in speed. Before long, he had entered the 7th universe and soared near the Earth of this world. As he descended towards the planet, Shaya suddenly sensed 3 somewhat formidable energy signatures. One exhibited a battle power just above 1,000, while the other 2 were slightly weaker. 2 of them were on the brink of death. Hovering in midair, Shaya was able to discern with remarkable clarity the events unfolding thousands of kilometers away. Chapter 569. So this is the era. It turns out that this is the time of Raditz invasion of Earth, and the battle has already come to an end. Both Sun Wukong and Raditz are on the brink of death. Sensing the 2 familiar auras weakening in the distance, moving toward oblivion, Shaya quickly comprehends the era he inhabits, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, he manifests several thousand miles away. Before him lies a vast, flat pasture, an endless expanse of verdant grass. The emerald blades sway gently in the wind, creating ripples akin to waves upon a serene sea. Not far off, a circular pit, approximately 20 to 30 meters in diameter, reveals a white spherical spacecraft that has exploded, half of its hull buried in the earth. A few dozen meters away, 2 dark-haired youths lie mortally wounded. Cough, What a disgrace. I never imagined Kakarot would sacrifice his life to protect this primitive, lowly planet. Raditz, have fallen to such wretches. Raditz, sprawled on the ground, spits blood, his eyes filled with bitterness. The physiological capabilities of Saiyans are similar to those of Earthlings, lacking the remarkable resurrection abilities of other extraterrestrial beings. A pierced chest typically signifies death. Foolish beings. Sun Wukong will not perish. There exists a Dragon Ball on this planet that can grant any wish. We can resurrect Sun Wukong at any time, Piccolo declares triumphantly. Standing beside Raditz. Is that so? Raditz muses, my communicator not only detects combat power but also serves as a communication device. I have sent word to my comrades. They shall arrive shortly, each one surpasses me in strength. You have but a year left. Raditz's consciousness begins to wane, his voice trailing off. What? You sent a message? His words strike Piccolo like a bolt of lightning, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty, filled with raw malice as he gazes at Raditz. Cough. Struggle on. Spend your remaining life in this year of despair. Sensing the panic in Piccolo's eyes, Raditz manages a satisfied smile before losing consciousness. Is he dead? What a waste of breath. Observing Raditz's demise, Piccolo begrudgingly lowers his raised arm, letting out a cold snort as he walks towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. You are on the verge of death. This entire world now belongs to me, the Demon King. That person mentioned a stronger adversary would arrive on Earth in a year. Sun Wukong, eyes half closed, speaks with great effort. The sensation of death is truly unpleasant. No one can make me relinquish this world, not even those Saiyans, Piccolo stubbornly asserts. Yet at that moment, Sun Wukong's awareness fades into obscurity. Is Kakarot dead? A chilling voice resonates through the air. Piccolo abruptly looks up to find a strikingly handsome young man hovering in the sky. Another unfamiliar power. The appearance of this formidable figure causes Piccolo's countenance to darken. How could he have failed to notice this newcomer? Apart from Sun Wukong, how could such a powerful being exist on Earth? His clenched fists tremble slightly as he cannot discern the strength of this newcomer. This realization terrifies Piccolo, who prides himself as the ruler of the world. Only recently had he believed he was merely a step away from ultimate power, capable of ruling the world once he defeated Sun Wukong, yet now, another alien claiming to be Sun Wukong's brother has emerged. Who are you? Piccolo demands, his face pale with shock. There is no need for alarm. I am merely a passerby and shall not affect this world. Shaya replies with a calm demeanor, casting a smile at Piccolo as he descends beside Sun Wukong and Piccolo. Furrowing his brow slightly, Shaya's gaze falls upon the lifeless form of Sun Wukong. Although this world-as Sun Wukong is not the one he knows. Witnessing another die before him stirs emotions within him. The narrative of this world continues to unfold, prompting Shaya to refrain from intervening further. If the plot unfolds as expected, Sun Wukong will be taken to the afterlife by the Kaioshin for trials, eventually meeting the North Kai, from whom he will learn the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. Rising to prominence. Indeed, not long after, Sun Wukong's body begins to emit a radiant glow before vanishing from Shaya and Piccolo's sight. Was that the work of that Kaioshin? Piccolo ponders silently. Now that Kakarot has journeyed to the afterlife, I too must take my leave. Speaking softly, Shaya turns and takes a few steps before glancing back at Piccolo. Kakarot will be training in the afterlife, thus, do not revive him for the coming year. Additionally, Kakarot's son possesses considerable talent. You might consider training him, as he could prove invaluable in the battles to come. Who are you, and how do you know so much? Piccolo begins to inquire, but is abruptly struck by the realization that the dark-haired youth has vanished without a trace. Piccolo's pupils constrict, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Such power, if directed at me, would ensure my demise. How has this world turned? In that moment, Piccolo feels insignificantly small. A flicker of fear coursing through his mind, a sensation he cannot allow. Contemplating, this mysterious individual referred to Sun Wukong as Kakarot. Could he also be a Saiyan? But why did he not strike me? Confusion envelopes Piccolo, prompting a sigh as he approaches Sun Gohan. This child exhibited extraordinary strength in an instant. With proper training, he might indeed yield unexpected results. After deliberating, Piccolo resolves to take Sun Gohan under his wing for training. At that moment, a spacecraft roars into the scene, landing beside Piccolo, from which Master Roshi, Krillin, and Bulma disembark. The ensuing events unfold much as scripted, yet they hold no relevance for Shaya. In a distant corner of the cosmos, a slender figure appears without warning. The young man hovers in the starry void for a moment, contemplating, a smile gracing his lips. Now that he has confirmed the era, he must investigate the enigmatic individual who traversed into this world. That person arrived via the time machine of Universe 12 and is likely still within that universe, though he knows next to nothing about it. Shaya exhales softly. Lacking a star map makes navigation nearly impossible. That troublesome Kane always leaves such matters to me. Surely, she must have other powerful allies. Nevertheless, musing further is futile. After a moment of thought, Shaya resolves to seek assistance from Whis. With determination, he activates instant transmission, setting his course for the realm of the Destroyer Gods. Chapter 570. Aunt Martini. In the vast expanse of the God of Destruction realm, the sky was a boundless azure, suffused with a sacred and ethereal atmosphere. Distinct from the tranquility of the Kaioshin realm, yet laced with an undercurrent of dominance. For eons, only Whis and Beerus resided in this realm, with Whis maintaining order during Beerus's slumber. After meticulously arranging the orbital trajectories of the planets, Whis leaned on his staff for a brief respite when a dazzling multicolored light flickered before him, revealing an unfamiliar figure. Whis regarded the newcomer with serene composure, his gray-blue eyes tranquil and distant. "Ah, who might you be? Entering the God of Destruction realm is no trivial feat. It seems an extraordinary individual has arrived." Despite his words, Whis's demeanor remained unperturbed. Even if the universe were to crumble, his expression would remain unchanged. "Greetings, Whis. This is our first encounter in this realm," Shaya said, appearing less than 3 meters from Whis, extending a warm welcome. Whis narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating. "From your words, it seems we have met before, but not in this world. You hail from another parallel dimension?" The existence of parallel dimensions was well known among Whis and his peers. The number of time rings held by the Kaioshin indicated the quantity of these dimensions. As an angel tasked with overseeing the God of Destruction realm, Whis had his own channels of information. However, as a minister within the universal hierarchy, he lacked the ability to traverse parallel dimensions. Shaya smiled, relieved that he need not elaborate further. "Whis, I have come seeking your assistance." He proceeded to explain the reasons for his visit, even revealing the purple time ring in his possession. After listening to Shaya's account, Whis fell into deep contemplation. The fourth universal timeline. "And it seems the world we inhabit possesses some peculiarities with a risk of collapse?" Whis's expression turned serious as he focused intently on Shaya, his delicate brows furrowing slightly. "Indeed, that is correct." "Understood." Whis nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "The differing flow rates along the timeline are not insurmountable issues, provided the universal system is sufficiently robust. However, it would be prudent to report this to the Grand Minister." "Well then, Shaya, I shall escort you to the 12th universe. Additionally, I will instruct the angels there to assist you in locating the enigmatic individual who traversed into this timeline." Whis spoke in a calm tone. In truth, as long as the universal system remained stable, the internal disturbances posed merely minor inconveniences, unable to stir significant turmoil under the authority of the Grand Zeno and the Grand Minister. The individual responsible for the universal fluctuations could not disrupt the entire world, provided the Grand Minister or Zeno were informed of the matter. Thus, Whis led Shaya to the 12th universe. This marked Shaya's first venture beyond the 6th and 7th universes, and the sights he beheld filled him with curiosity. Compared to the 6th and 7th universes, the 12th universe boasted a notably superior overall strength, with its gods of destruction. Kaioshins, immortal beings all exhibiting remarkable prowess. Among the gods of destruction, Beerus's power was not particularly outstanding. In the God of Destruction realm of the 12th universe, Whis and Shaya materialized in the core of the universe. "Whis, what brings you to the 12th universe? And who is this human beside you?" A rotund woman clad in gray-black robes spoke up. She was the angel minister of this universe. Whis smiled and nodded at her. "Martini. This is the prospective god of time, Lord Shaya." He addressed Shaya. "She is Martini, the angel of the 12th universe, a seasoned angel." "Oh dear. Do not refer to me as seasoned." Martini protested, visibly displeased. Shaya, observing Martini's middle-aged appearance and her ample waist, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead as he quickly turned his gaze away. Among the 4 female angels, the angels of the 6th universe, Bados, and the 11th universe, Margarita, were the most aesthetically pleasing, while the angel of the 10th universe, Kusu, was the most petite and adorable. Each possessed their unique beauty. Yet Martini, with her matronly appearance, undeniably lowered the overall allure of female angels. Returning to the matter at hand, Whis's expression turned serious as he continued. "The purpose of my visit to your universe is primarily to pursue a mysterious time traveler. Someone is traversing time and has arrived in my 12th universe. With the prospective god of time personally involved, I shall certainly assist," Martini replied. "However, at this moment, Lord Jin is preoccupied with other matters. So once you locate the individual, you will need to handle the situation yourselves." The Lord Jin referred to by Martini was the god of destruction of the 12th universe, Jin, a formidable sea creature among the gods of destruction, renowned for his strength. "Very well, as long as we can locate him, I shall proceed to meet him," Shaya affirmed. Under normal circumstances, such matters would not fall to him, but as he prepared to enter this world, the Kaioshin of Time had contacted him, requesting that he address the individual disturbing the temporal order. After contemplating the Kaioshin of Time, Kane's request, Shaya ultimately agreed, believing that the individual in question would serve as an excellent training opportunity, given Kane's assertion of their considerable power. Angel Martini smiled at Whis, casting a sidelong glance at Shaya before raising her staff to scan the entire universe. Under the angel's formidable power, the secrets of the universe lay bare, revealing themselves entirely. After some time, a cerulean planet emerged within the crystal sphere. "You will find your target there," Martini indicated, "but exercise caution. This individual appears formidable. I will transmit the coordinates to you. Proceed with care." "Is he truly that powerful?" "At present, it is difficult to ascertain, but he seems to be quite troublesome." For an esteemed angel to label someone as troublesome, they must possess significant strength. Upon hearing this, Shaya felt a surge of excitement rather than trepidation. Saiyans have always relished battle and would not shy away from a formidable opponent unless their strength transcended dimensions. However, it was evident that this time traveler did not possess such capabilities to deter Shaya. Do remain vigilant. Was advised. Understood, Shaya replied, acknowledging the gravity of their warnings. He was not one to disregard prudence. After receiving the coordinates transmitted by Martini, he prepared to journey to the cerulean planet. I must now visit Lord Zeno's palace to report this matter to the Grand Minister, so the individual below will be in your hands. After departing the god of destruction realm of the 12th universe, Whis parted ways with Shaya. Given the implications for the stability of the entire universe, Whis needed to personally inform the Grand Minister. Go ahead. I, too, shall seek to meet this mysterious traveler, Shaya responded with a smile, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chapter 571. Ballastar Weiss nodded, smiling as he briefed Shaya before promptly departing for the palace where the Omni King resided. As Weiss vanished from sight, Shaya pondered thoughtfully, his mind racing, and then prepared to set off for Ballastar in the Great Might Galaxy. With a flicker of intent, he activated his instantaneous movement, swiftly disappearing into the cosmic expanse. Meanwhile, countless star systems away from his original position, a tranquil aquamarine planet drifted silently against the backdrop of the dark starry sky, slowly rotating around a central blazing sun. This was Ballastar, an ordinary life-bearing planet, of which there were countless in the universe. The central sun, akin to a colossal magnet, radiated constant light and heat, its formidable gravitational field firmly anchoring 6 solid planets and numerous floating asteroids in a synchronized orbit. The Great Might Galaxy resembled a spiral structure akin to the Milky Way, yet it was only 1/3 its size. Ballastar, situated within a stellar system in the southern region of the Great Might Galaxy, lay comfortably within the habitable zone. Such stellar systems were abundant within the galaxy, numbering in the hundreds of billions. The suitable temperature and illumination fostered the emergence of civilization. Like Earth, Ballastar had developed a civilization akin to humanity. At this moment, a streak of light, akin to lightning, appeared in the orbit of Ballastar. Shaya gazed intently at the planet emanating a cerulean glow amidst the dim cosmos. The hazy aura seemingly enveloping the planet in an invisible shield, while the atmosphere reflected rays from beyond its surface. Nodding slightly, he made his way toward the land. Ballastar was over twice the size of Earth, with over 90% of its surface cloaked in water, leaving less than 10% as land, a true aquatic planet. Upon reaching the planet's surface, Shaya expanded his consciousness, conducting a broad scan of the entire sphere. The gravity here is 3 times that of Earth. The number of strong beings on Ballastar was limited, with the highest energy reading around 3,000 battle power, revealing no signs of any enigmatic entities. Shaya mused softly, estimating that Ballastar's overall strength was moderate, likely falling within the middle tier of the universe. However, it might require slight adjustment due to the generally higher power level of the 12th universe. After a thorough investigation, he found no trace of suspicious individuals. Martini had mentioned that the traveler was indeed on this planet, and the angel's detection was undoubtedly reliable, yet he had not yet located the individual. Could it be that this person also possessed the skill to conceal their presence? Shaya contemplated for a moment, and then, with a few flickers of his form, he directed his flight toward a more populous area. Before long, he found himself amidst a moderately sized city. The inhabitants of Ballastar bore a striking resemblance to Earthlings, with nearly identical hair and skin colors, allowing Shaya to blend seamlessly into the crowd without drawing attention. As he strolled through the streets of Ballastar, numerous flying vehicles zipped overhead. The technological civilization of Ballastar surpassed that of Earth, having evolved past ground-based transportation. Additionally, the individuals of Ballastar possessed commendable physical abilities, making personal flight a feasible option, resulting in narrow streets designed solely for pedestrian travel, a unique urban layout born from distinct cultural evolution. This approach is futile. If the individual remains hidden, I will have no means of locating them. Shaya halted in a park, squinting toward the gently rising hills in the distance, deep in thought. The dilemma was that he knew the mysterious traveler was certainly on this planet, yet he lacked any specifics, who they were, what they looked like, or even their gender remained a mystery. In such circumstances, finding them was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The tasks assigned by Cain were far from straightforward, Shaya mused. However, since this person had gone to such lengths to steal a time machine from the Supreme Kai and traverse into this world that could not remain concealed indefinitely, they would eventually make a move that would reveal their true nature. The question was, when would that be? Had he known, he would have had the angel directly unearth the individual. Shaya furrowed his brows. He could not linger idly here. With a surge of determination, Shaya once again extended his mental energy, meticulously scanning the surroundings, albeit at a slow pace, as it was currently his only viable option. Just as Shaya was diligently scanning Ballastar, in the realm of the Supreme Kai of this universe, a ghoul, had created a batch of new planets and was now reclining comfortably on the soft grass, blissfully closing his eyes. Nearby, a graceful young girl was diligently practicing her martial arts. Suddenly, a burst of colorful light flickered across the grass as Angel Martini appeared beside Supreme Kaiga. Staff in hand, the young girl, noticing Martini, immediately ceased her training and rushed over to awaken Ago, respectfully bowing to Martini as she inquired, Madam Martini, what brings you to the realm of the Supreme Kai? Tiara, I am here for a matter concerning you Supreme Kais, Martini replied with a smile. The silver-haired girl was Ago's disciple, a candidate for becoming a Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai Ago, a short figure with yellow skin and a head resembling an onion, rubbed his eyes and asked, what is it, Madam Martini? Is it possible that Lord Beerus has given you any instructions? Ago inquired. Martini chuckled. I have come to the realm of the Supreme Kai to inquire about the time machine. The time machine? I have it securely stored in the sealing chamber designated for Supreme Kai artifacts, Ago responded. It has been quite some time since I last checked on the status of the time-space rings. Martini, smiling, remarked. It seems the Supreme Kai has not attended to it in years. Ago was taken aback, uncertain why Martini mentioned the time-space rings. Each Supreme Kai possessed a time-space ring representing their own universe, typically housed in a long corridor-like sealing chamber, and he indeed had not checked on it for many years. Realizing Martini's sudden visit and her inquiry about the time machine, Ago's expression shifted, and he cautiously asked, is there a problem with the time machine? The time machine had been invented by a group of scientists many years ago, and due to the near catastrophe it nearly caused upon completion, it had always been entrusted to the Supreme Kai for safekeeping. Indeed, there is a problem. Martini proceeded to explain the situation in detail. Upon hearing this, Ago's face darkened, and he hurried to the Supreme Kai's palace, opening the sealing chamber that resembled a long corridor. From a drawer, he retrieved an exquisite wooden box. Upon opening it, he found one white ring and 3 green ones. The white ring represented the 12th universe of this time-space, while the 3 green ones represented parallel time-spaces of the 12th universe. Ago stared in disbelief at the time-space rings within the box, exclaiming, when did 3 parallel time-spaces appear? In Ago's memory, there had always been only one universe. Now, suddenly, there were 3 additional ones. In truth, according to chronological order, the earliest world should have been Trunks' world, followed by Shaya's world, and then the world of the Golden Flame Warriors, with Ago's time-space being the last to emerge. Chapter 572. The emergence of Philo. The reason for this situation lies in the fact that, across other dimensions, someone has stolen the time machine from you, resulting in the creation of our current world through time travel, explained Angel Martini of the 12th universe. The Kaishin, Aguk, was taken aback inside, realizing that our timeline was a later development. This implies that there are several parallel timelines in a future stage beyond the universe. Aguk, what exactly are these rings in your possession? Inquired the lively voice of Tia, the apprentice Kaishin. Observing the confusion on his disciple's face, Aguk, who was grooming her to be the next Kaishin, took the time to elucidate the significance of the time rings. It was the first time Tia had come across such clandestine matters. Her silver-gray hair swaying as astonishment illuminated her delicate features. Subsequently, Angel Martini recounted the whereabouts of the time traveler. After contemplating the basic situation, Kaishin Aguk retrieved a crystal ball to locate the position of Bahrain Star. So, the time traveler is concealed on Bahrain Star? He mused. Indeed. As an adept in spatial matters, I can confirm that the traveler resides on Bahrain Star. However, their precise location remains elusive, indicating their remarkable skill in concealment. Martini chuckled, her experience surpassing even that of Whis. Kaishin Aguk nodded, reflecting. To have stolen the time machine from another version of myself suggests that my counterpart in that world is likely in dire straits. I should have recognized the peril posed by the time machine and destroyed it sooner. Martini's observation about the few individuals aware of the time machine's existence left Aguk pondering. How could that person have known? The secrecy surrounding the time machine and the time rings, even from his disciple Tia, posed a troubling enigma. With a heavy sigh, Aguk chose to abandon his thoughts, grimacing. If this matter reaches the ears of the god of destruction, it would undoubtedly incite his wrath. The fate of the Kaishin is intertwined with that of the god of destruction. If one perishes, the other follows suit, a consequence of their divine connection. Given that another timeline's time machine has been stolen, it is likely that the Kaishin and god of destruction have met similar ends. Aguk feared that should the god of destruction, Jin, learn of this, he might retaliate by annihilating both the perpetrator and Bahrain Star. The thought of innocent lives being caught in the crossfire weighed heavily on his heart. Rest assured, Lord Jin remains oblivious to these events. Currently, a prospective god of time from another realm is addressing this issue. We merely need to observe. Sensing Aguk's concern, Martini shook her head reassuringly. That is a relief. Aguk replied, his gaze fixed on the crystal ball displaying the azure planet, lost in thought. Meanwhile, his apprentice Tia listened in confusion. The mere thought of the fearsome god of destruction made her cutely stick out her tongue and silently retreat to continue honing her martial arts. Time flowed swiftly, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. On Bahrain Star, deep within a dense forest, a thunderous roar erupted as a mass of dark clouds gathered, scattering birds and beasts alike. The forest was laid to waste amidst the cacophony of explosions. In the center of a desolate expanse, a deep pit gaped ominously. Surrounded by a landscape marred by twisting fissures, Shaya hovered above the devastated forest, dispelling some nefarious martial artists. sneering as he watched them flee in terror. Having lingered on Bahrain Star for a year, he had conducted a thorough search but had yet to uncover the whereabouts of the time traveler. At times, he doubted whether the individual still resided on the planet, yet an instinctual feeling assured him that they were indeed present. If that person was hiding, their cunning was unparalleled. With a tranquil expression, Shaya turned and returned to the city he had called home for a year. Upon entering his room, he turned on the faucet. Steam rising as hot water cascaded down, forming droplets like tears on the glass. After a refreshing shower and drying his hair, he sank into the sofa. The television broadcasted recent events on Bahrain Star. Suddenly, a report about missing persons captured Shaya's attention. In the city of Saiyans, located in the northern continent, a metropolis of 100,000 had vanished overnight, leaving anyone who entered its vicinity quickly out of contact. This was a grave incident for the sparsely populated inhabitants of Bahrain Star. Time machine, disappearance of a population. Shaya murmured, his deep-set eyes suddenly gleaming with clarity. He felt he had discovered a clue regarding the time traveler. After a year of hiding, the truth was finally surfacing. Could this individual, like Cell, have been injured during their traversal, requiring the absorption of life essence to recuperate? Shaya was uncertain. But the mass disappearance of an entire city in a single night was likely connected to the time traveler. Regardless, he felt compelled to investigate. Likewise, many others were drawn to Saiyans due to the incident, with the elite warriors of Bahrain Star converging upon the city. Within a day, Saiyans had become a gathering place for numerous skilled martial artists. Come one, come all. I require more sustenance. In the depths of darkness, thousands of meters beneath the ground, a serpentine cave, reminiscent of an ant nest, housed a being enveloped in a viscous pink liquid. Its cold, lizard-like eyes opened, revealing a chilling gaze. The creature trembled, its muscles convulsing violently as it shed its old skin, revealing even paler, more robust musculature. Very soon, I shall evolve into the pinnacle of existence. Great Tower. I shall fulfill your wishes. It chortled. Ah, someone approaches, it is him. The reptilian eyes shifted, and a wave of brutal anger surged within, only to be swiftly suppressed. No, Tao has instructed me that now is not the time to confront him. The being cautioned itself, wrapped in pink goo. Now is indeed the moment to strike. A cold voice echoed, and a crimson figure materialized. Lord Mira, the creature called out. Although unaware of the identity of the Shaya, it had been informed by another self that he was the god of time, and thus, he must be eliminated swiftly to prevent becoming a threat to Lord Demigra. Phil, I entrust him to you. Yes, my lord. I shall ensure he is thoroughly consumed. Chapter 573. The eerie ruins of Saiyans City. The location of Saiyans City, once a thriving medium-sized urban center, has now vanished. Replaced by a desolate expanse of ruins spanning 200,000 meters in diameter, composed of rubble and fallen stone columns. Between the remnants, pink tendrils weave through the debris, reminiscent of living, creeping organisms. The entirety of Saiyans City has seemingly disappeared. Who could have wrought such devastation? The warriors of the Bauru Star, who arrived first over Saiyans City, were stunned by the sight before them, their expressions turning to fury as some among them, hot-tempered, began to curse. If I discover who is responsible, they shall not escape my wrath. This contingent comprised approximately 30 individuals, all possessing formidable combat prowess. Regarded as the finest martial artists among the Bauru Star. Following the calamity at Saiyans City, they had hastened from across the globe to converge here. As they approached the ruins, they commenced a meticulous examination of their surroundings. Everyone, be cautious, warned a middle-aged man, seemingly their leader, his grave demeanor commanding authority. Others have entered this place before, only to lose contact swiftly. We must remain vigilant. Saiyans City surely harbors unknown monstrosities. His gaze fell upon the writhing pink tendrils, causing a chill to course through him. Beware of those undulating forms. The others, noticing the tendrils crawling through the ruins, turned pale, gasping in horror. The sight revealed that Saiyans City's wreckage was infested with such entities. Mr. Kien, what precisely are those things? They inquired, their voices trembling with fear as they huddled together. Their expressions darkened as they regarded the ruins, suspicion mingling with trepidation. The abrupt disappearance of Saiyans City was likely linked to these pink tendrils. Kien, the most skilled among them with a combat power of 2,600, was seasoned yet had never encountered such bizarre phenomena. His expression darkened, eyes glinting with an icy resolve as a formidable aura radiated from him, rippling through the air. Upon hearing their inquiries, he shook his head. I am uncertain. Yet these pink tendrils are likely connected to the city's disappearance. It appears our adversary is exceedingly formidable, unlike any normal life form. The group nodded in agreement. The evidence before them undeniable, these pink tendrils were known native creatures of Bauru Star. One among them, temper flaring, exclaimed, let us simply destroy them. Do not act rashly. His companion interjected, restraining him. Yalpi, impulsiveness will not resolve our predicament. Consider this. Saiyans City vanished overnight, with over 100,000 lives lost. To confront them individually would be futile, for the entire city has disappeared together, indicating a profound threat. Yalpi, agitated, tugged at his scalp in frustration. What then? We cannot simply remain idle. Let us proceed cautiously to the heart of Saiyans City and investigate what we might uncover, Kien proposed. Gathering the group as they cautiously advanced deeper into the ruins. After several minutes of flight, they encountered an enormous elliptical depression. A dim, flickering light enveloped the area. Reminiscent of a primeval beast lying in wait, its gaping maw poised for prey. The chasm appeared bottomless, emanating a stifling, oppressive aura, with the tendrils extending ominously from its depths. This must be the core region, Tien cautioned sharply. Suddenly, he shouted a warning, hastily pushing a nearby companion aside. It was too late. A tendril lunged upward, its tip unfurling like a blooming flower, revealing layers of serrated lips that snapped shut, engulfing a Balro warrior beside Tien. The sound of grinding, sharp teeth echoed chillingly, sending shivers down their spines. The loss of their comrade struck them profoundly, yet the fear of the unknown tendrils loomed larger. What in the world are these creatures? Panic gripped the group, icy dread surging from their feet. They were the elite warriors of Balro's star, yet in mere moments. One had been devoured by this monstrosity. Flee. We must leave Izan City at once. Tien, pale and drenched in sweat, urged urgently, realizing the dire situation. This creature, responsible for countless deaths, was clearly not a Balro's star. They needed to retreat and employ advanced technological weaponry. Individual strength was inadequate against such a foe. None of you shall escape. A cold, cruel voice resonated from the depths, prompting the tendrils to thrash violently as they surged towards Tien and his fellow warriors. With no means to defend themselves, the sharp tendrils pierced the Balro warrior's flesh, blood spraying forth like crimson blossoms, igniting a grotesque feast as the pink tendrils voraciously consumed their bodies. These creatures are far too swift. Tien cursed, launching waves of azure energy. But his attacks dissipated against the tendrils as though striking a wall. Useless. A Balro warrior exclaimed in despair as he was impaled. The numbers dwindled rapidly, and Tien's frustration mounted. If even the finest warriors of Balro's star were powerless against these entities, what hope remained? All of you shall become my nourishment. You should feel honored, even in your weakness, the voice echoed mockingly, as the mass of flesh-colored tendrils surged forth from the central chasm of Izan City, extending outward. Curse it! Tien's eyes blazed with rage, his body marred with wounds. Yet he rallied the remaining warriors for one final assault. The air erupted with explosive energy, but the tendrils surged through the energy barrier, untouched. Suddenly, a grotesque, monstrous visage filled his vision. Tien's pupils constricted in fear as the nightmarish form loomed closer. Is this my end? He pondered, staring into the abyss. A thought flashed through his mind, and Tien sorrowfully closed his eyes. Once these masters perished, there would be no one left on Balro star capable of thwarting these monstrous beings. However, after a considerable time, the anticipated pain did not manifest. Tien opened his eyes, only to be astonished by the sight of a dark figure standing before him, while the formidable tentacles that had rendered them helpless now hovered in midair, thrashing in vain. Vanish. The figure's lips barely moved as his finger gently gestured downward. Suddenly, the very air of Izan City became stifled. An overwhelming and vigorous aura descended from above, followed by torrents of energy cascading like raindrops from the heavens, striking the ground with a swift whoosh. Those bizarre tentacles, akin to monsters, struggled desperately as if confronted by a nemesis. Moments later, they were all reduced to ashes. Chapter 574, The Synthetic Monster. Could this be the descent of a deity? Tien was utterly petrified by the spectacle before him, staring in disbelief as the monsters that had wreaked havoc upon them were vanquished. He pinched his arm to assure himself of the reality of the situation. The surviving Balruans gathered, each bearing the scars of battle, relying on one another for support. Tien shook his head, his gaze flickering towards Shaya, who appeared as a god among mortals. Thank you for saving us, one of them exclaimed. Step back, everyone. The true puppet master will soon reveal themselves, Shaya replied, his eyes fixed on the gaping chasm in the distance, not bothering to glance back. Indeed, there was a hidden mastermind. The remaining Balruans' eyes blazed with fury, and Tien implored, please, allow us to stay. We wish to witness who has shattered the long-standing peace of Balro. Do as you wish, Shaya shrugged, casting a brief glance at Tien and his companions. The forthcoming battle will be fierce. If you perish, do not blame me. Shaya hesitated, then shook his head. Once conflict erupted, the entire planet of Balro could face annihilation. As power escalated to a certain threshold, continents and planets became exceedingly fragile. Even the slightest backlash from a powerful opponent could obliterate multiple worlds. Undoubtedly, Shaya belonged to that echelon of strength. Thus he could not guarantee the survival of Balro in the impending clash. Watching the flickering chasm, a chilling dread emanated from its depths. Suddenly, a shrill, urgent scream pierced the air. The sky darkened, and a blinding white light surged from the pit, as if a colossal iron pod had descended, crashing against their chests and rendering their faces pale. Shaya furrowed his brows, expelling the weight pressing upon him with a cold snort. A violent burst of energy erupted from thousands of meters below the surface, accompanied by a deep rumble as a column of luminous energy ascended, shattering the earth like a geyser. Shaya's expression shifted slightly. A radiant, iridescent glow ignited in his palm, intertwining with the energy surging from below, spiraling into a vortex of scorching power. This pure energy, when touched, could instantly reduce any material to ash under its immense heat and pressure. Boom. The ground began to sink, fiery orbs rising as if the world were being reborn, blinding light obscuring their vision amidst the explosion. As the smoke cleared, All were horrified to witness the ruins of Saiyan's city had sunk by several dozen meters, revealing a bottomless pit with a diameter of a kilometer. Molten lava coursing through it, exuding a noxious stench. The surviving Bao ruins were rendered speechless by the sight before them. They opened their mouths, yet words eluded them. They had believed their power formidable. Indeed, a battle power of 2,000 to 3,000 was not to be scoffed at. In the 7th universe, it might have sufficed to reign as a minor emperor. Yet before Shaya, such prowess was trivial. Their usual skirmishes resulted in the destruction of small islands or leveling mountains. Never had they witnessed such a grand scale of confrontation. Had it not been for Shaya's restraint and consideration of their presence, the shockwave alone could have torn them apart. Observing Shaya's nonchalant demeanor, it was evident that he had expended but a fraction of his might. Terrifying. This was the unspoken sentiment of all. Beads of sweat dripped from their foreheads, their gazes towards Shaya filled with reverence, their eyes igniting with fervor. We should retreat further. We wouldn't want to hinder the elder. Qian's voice trembled, prompting the group to withdraw several thousand meters. Seeing Qian and the Bao ruins wisely vacate the battlefield, Shaya nodded slightly. Then fixed his gaze solemnly on the entrance to the abyss. Come forth, I have discerned your presence. Cackling, the god of time remarked, originally. I had no desire to engage you, for my existence was not meant to contend with yours. Yet, for reasons unknown, an overwhelming fury surges within me upon seeing you. No matter, Lord Mira has commanded me to eliminate you, so you shall dutifully present your life. A pallid figure emerged from the flowing lava, its body ghostly white. Limbs stained crimson, adorned with soft purple armor atop its head, reptilian eyes fixated on Shaya, its voice raspy. The time manipulator of the demon realm, Mira? Shaya's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowing. From the lips of this ashen entity, he recognized a familiar name. Mira, like Tawa, was a master of time from the demon realm. Regarded as a significant threat by the supreme Kai of time, Shaya squinted, his profound black eyes scrutinizing the entity before him. In its form, he discerned traces reminiscent of Cell, and not just Cell, but also Frieza and the malevolent energy of Bu. Essentially, he could see echoes of all his past adversaries within this creature, a synthetic life form. The term suddenly resonated within Shaya's mind. His expression darkened. This pale being was a fusion of the essence of Silver Frieza, Broly, Cell, and Bu. However, Silver Frieza and Bu were entities from his own timeline. So why did this creature, allegedly from Trunks' world, bear their flesh? Could it be the machinations of Mira and Tawa? Shaya pondered. Although Tawa and Mira possessed the ability to traverse timelines, they could not linger freely across the entirety of the universe like Shaya. However, they could communicate with their counterparts in other worlds and transport materials across dimensions. Unbeknownst to Shaya, it was precisely because Tawa from his world had been unable to synthesize Frieza and Broly's essences that she had sent materials to Trunks' world, enlisting her counterpart's assistance. The result of this collaboration was the pale life form before him. Fire was a genetic amalgamation of Silver Frieza, Broly, Cell, and Bu. Its power surpassing even that of its creators, Mira and Tawa. Shaya remained vigilant, an unquenchable battle fervor rising within him. His eyes gleaming with a crystalline light as he activated his long-dormant Mystic Eye technique. Strangely, at that moment, the Mystic Eye revealed that Fire's battle power was merely 30 million, a figure that starkly contradicted reality. The Mystic Eye, too, had its limitations. As a technique from the planet Annihilate, it could effortlessly skin the mundane life forms throughout the universe. But it would only fail under two circumstances. Either the opponent's power vastly exceeded that of the user, or they had transcended the realm of mortals into the divine. Neither scenario was favorable for Shaya. Of course, he dismissed the notion that the entity's power exceeded his by countless magnitudes. He was currently wielding 60% of Beerus' strength, a level that placed him near the pinnacle of the universe. Aside from beings like angels, Shaya found it challenging to encounter an adversary. Thus, he concluded that this being likely also resided within the divine realm. Certainly, it is merely a matter of having reached a certain level of strength, yet lacking the corresponding realm of divinity. It is akin to the Super Saiyan 4 in the GT universe, possessing immense power without the elevation to a divine state. Shaya let out a sigh, recognizing that this opponent was formidable, and what lay ahead would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. The artificial life forms also possess the capacity to attain divine strength, which, I fear, might be comparable to Baby from the GT world. Chapter 575. Their strength is approximately 200,000, right? After assessing the intensity of the opposing force, Shaya felt a sense of clarity and quickly adopted a serious demeanor. His approach towards synthetic life forms was one of caution, yet he harbored no excessive worry. Firstly, he possessed a profound confidence in his own formidable power. Secondly, the individual entities constituting the opponent's life units had previously been vanquished by him. Even if their combined strength had been enhanced, it did not reach a level that instilled fear in him. Regardless of your identity, defeating me is not an easy feat. Shaya advanced slowly, and without warning, he vanished from sight. A moment later, he reappeared with a rush, standing directly before the synthetic life form, Phila. With a sudden motion, one of Shaya's feet lifted, slicing through the void, the toe creating a shrill, grating sound as it scraped against the air, reminiscent of the whistle of a kettle boiling over. Philu's cold, vertical pupils blinked slightly, emitting a low, guttural sound as his arms tensed and crossed to block Shaya's attack. The impact reverberated with a tremendous force, causing Philu's face to contort slightly as his body involuntarily flew back several hundred meters. With a crunch, Philu's claws dug into the ground, striving to counteract the force of his retreat. The immense power churned the earth, etching 4 elongated trenches hundreds of meters long before he finally came to a halt. Such ferocious strength, just what I need to stretch my muscles, Philu remarked, rising and cracking his neck, the sound echoing like snapping bones. Shaya, regarding Philu's arrogant demeanor with disdain, surveyed his surroundings with a calm expression. The area for dozens of kilometers was barren, providing an ideal battlefield. You mentioned Mira ordered you to eliminate me. Does that imply he is nearby? Shaya inquired. Philu's pallid form resembled a corpse freshly extracted from formaldehyde, his eyes gleaming with a cruel light. Do you think I would divulge that information? It matters not if you refuse to tell me. Shaya replied with a light chuckle, locking eyes with Philu. A chilling atmosphere rapidly enveloped them. The air within a 100-mile radius seeming to plummet in temperature, collapsing into swirling vortices. Moments later, the frosty ambience reached its zenith, a harsh wind stirring up dry, scattered sands. Suddenly, a few strands of bloodthirsty intent flickered, and both figures vanished from sight. Crack, crack, crack. Brilliant flashes of light erupted in midair. Yet the figures remained obscured. Each flash was accompanied by a violent upheaval of air, a tremendous energy radiating outward from their point of conflict. Thousands of meters away, Qian and his companions retreated to a safe distance, their faces drained of color as they gazed at the remnants of Aizen's city. Beads of crystalline sweat trickling down their cheeks. What a terrifying aura. Even from this distance, the aftermath of the battle affects us, one remarked. If we ventured any closer, we would be torn apart. I have never felt so insignificant, another lamented. Qian, visibly shaken, bore a bitter expression, his mind reeling. It was no wonder he was so unsettled. The spectacle of Shaya's battle was nothing short of earth-shattering. Even from several dozen kilometers away, they felt an overwhelming sense of impending suffocation. This was far beyond what they had anticipated. Suddenly, a sleek blade formed from condensed energy appeared above them, slicing through the air like gossamer wings, shooting from west to east in a graceful arc before crashing into a distant mountain peak. With a thunderous boom, the colossal blade penetrated the earth, leaving behind a gaping fissure. Qian's scalp prickled at the sight. Everyone, continue to retreat. This area is no longer safe. At that moment, the fortunate warriors of the Baoru race, having narrowly escaped disaster, broke into a cold sweat. Realizing the gravity of their situation, they hastily withdrew several thousand meters. Still feeling insecure, retreating until they finally halted at a distance of hundreds of thousands of meters. The roaring sound resonated in their ears. The dazzling light remained vividly visible even from such a distance, resembling brilliant fireballs. The horizon blurred under the intensity of the battle. We lack even the qualification to observe this level of conflict. Alpi of the Baoru race expressed, his voice trembling with anxiety. Qian, how formidable do you believe those two are? Is their strength 100,000, or perhaps 200,000? He cautiously speculated. For the Baoru, whose combat power barely exceeded 3,000. Anything above 10,000 seemed almost mythical. Legend spoke of catastrophic destruction when combat power surpassed 10,000, capable of inflicting severe damage even to colossal planets. Their power might have already reached 200,000. The warriors of the Baoru speculated within their minds. Qian paused, shaking his head. A strength exceeding 200,000 was beyond his realm of conjecture. It signified apocalyptic devastation. With hopeful eyes cast toward the horizon, he silently wished for the battle to conclude swiftly. Alas, such a formidable entity had emerged on Baoru. Whether they could survive this crisis hinged upon that human's prowess. Meanwhile, in the midst of the battlefield, Shaya's spirit soared as he relentlessly unleashed attacks, moving like a phantom. Bang! The collision of fists and feet caused the air to explode. Philu licked his lips, a cruel smile spreading across his cold visage. His eyes darted around, keenly observing his surroundings, before his body vanished in a flash, charging directly at Shaya without any pretense of concealment. Heh! Shaya scoffed, narrowing his eyes suddenly. Clenching his fingers into a fist, he slightly retreated and then lunged forward. His fist imbued with immense power aimed squarely at Philu's chest. Just as Philu's attack reached its peak, Shaya's fist was unleashed, a surge of energy erupting from its tip, creating a concave indentation upon impact. The force traversed through, unleashing a visible series of shock waves stretching 100 meters behind Philu, resembling a string of candied hawthorns. In an instant, he shot forth like a cannonball, quickly becoming a mere dot against the sky. With a gasp, Philu's reptilian eyes widened as he extended his arms, unleashing a terrifying energy from his palms to counteract the shockwave of Shaya's punch. Ha! Truly worthy of the attention of Lord Mira, your strength commands my respect. Fiddle laughed heartily as his concave chest began to writhe, the pallor of his skin gradually restoring itself, the newly formed muscle covered by a protective layer, rendering it even more formidable. Such remarkable regenerative abilities. Shaya marveled inwardly, his gaze toward Philu now tinged with intrigue. Exhaling a breath of resignation, He scrutinized Philu intently. This must be a trait of Cell, immense explosive power coupled with extraordinary recovery. Chapter 576. This is divinity. Do you know? I have dwelled in this world for 10 years, continuously honing my physical prowess in the shadows of this planet. You are the first human to ignite my desire for battle. To express my admiration, I shall unveil the full extent of my power. Do try not to faint in fear. Philu spoke as if engaging in casual conversation, his demeanor as gentle as a spring breeze. 10 years? Shaya pondered, perplexed. This creature, born of the universe, had appeared long before the 10 years that scarcely elapsed in this realm. He recalled that the flow of time in this world differed from others, and a sense of understanding washed over him. This world officially diverged from the Trunks world less than a year ago. The internal discrepancy of 10 years stemmed from its unstable temporal flow. As Shaya contemplated, Philu commenced his transformation. Clenching his fists, he shouted, unleashing a torrent of energy akin to a tempest from within, his crimson limbs quivering as his muscles swelled, multiplying his strength several-fold from the outset. Does he intend to unleash his full might at last? Shaya regarded Philu with a serene gaze, his expression turning earnest. From the very beginning, they had been testing each other, never revealing their true power. Now, Philu's eruption provided Shaya an opportunity to observe. In a dimension above the planet Baruyu, a figure cloaked in crimson floated. Mira furrowed his brows as he observed below, astonished that Philu had chosen to undergo his ultimate transformation. Could the time god truly be so formidable? This version of Mira had never encountered Shaya, knowing little of him, however, judging by the power displayed in previous battles. Mira speculated that Shaya could rival his own strength. In truth, as the masters of time and space, Mira and Tao's inherent powers were not particularly strong. Their true might lay in their arcane magical abilities and control over external life forms. In terms of combat strength, Tao might not surpass a Super Saiyan 2. While Mira could at most match Shaya's mysterious state, this was also the reason why their counterparts from another world refrained from direct confrontation with Shaya, opting instead to seek allies. Witnessing Philu unleash his full power, Mira observed quietly, a mocking smile curling at his lips, regardless of the strength you possess. Before the ultimate Philu, you shall inevitably taste defeat. Philu's decade-long incubation phase had been dedicated to amassing energy for this very moment. Come, let me witness your true strength. A frenzied thought flickered in Mira's eyes. Philu's transformation was swift, taking little more than a second to achieve a complete release of his physical structure. His appearance morphed. Reminiscent of Frieza and Cell's transformations with each energy release, Philu completed his ultimate transformation. His pallid form was adorned with a lustrous, glass-like protective coating. His reptilian eyes now more human-like, and his purple crest protruded backward, resembling two horns, his overall form more harmonious, shedding the earlier top-heavy appearance. Cackling with delight, he proclaimed, how does it feel to be engulfed in despair? Relishing his newfound power, the turbulent energy within him surged like an inexhaustible ocean, enticing even its wielder into indulgence. Despair? Shaya, suspended slightly above the ground, shook his head with indifference. His expression remained cold, his deep black eyes fixed on Philu as if watching a jester perform. He murmured, such overwhelming force, even if it reaches the levels of Baby or Super Saiyan 4, lacks the refinement of mastery and is therefore inconsequential. If previously Shaya had found Philu's ultimate power somewhat elusive, he now comprehended it fully. In terms of raw strength, Philu had surpassed Baby in the recently transformed Super Saiyan 4 Goku, equating to the first tier of the divine realm. Yet, without mastery over this power, the extent of destruction he could wreak remained uncertain, marking a stark contrast to Goku's complete command of his abilities in the GT world. For Shaya, who stood at the pinnacle of the first tier of the divine realm in both power and mastery, Philu's ultimate strength appeared somewhat lacking. Sensing the disdain in Shaya's eyes, Philu's fury ignited. He swung a hardened claw, its tip gleaming with brilliant light, conjuring a terrifying whirlwind that cleaved a gaping hole in Baruyu's atmosphere. Ultraviolet rays and starlight flooded through the aperture, illuminating the azure planet as if it had opened an eye. Philu's scarlet eyes glinted with unrestrained malice as he raised a finger, unleashing a beam imbued with horrific energy. Shaya observed calmly, deflecting the beam with a flick of his hand, redirecting it to crash miles away. The earth trembled violently, thunderous roars echoing as a massive fireball ascended, striking a mountain range that had stood for millennia, cleaving a profound chasm. Philu, taken aback, bit his lip before relaxing, chuckling. That was barely a fraction of my power. It's only natural you could withstand it. Let me tell you, my strength has more than tripled since then. You stand no chance against me. Prepare to rest eternally as a wisp of a soul. What a foolish creature. Do you truly believe such power is sufficient to belittle me? Shaya's expression bore a hint of exasperation, akin to one observing a self-important fool. Is it not so? With a soft sigh, Shaya advanced through the ethereal air, as if traversing an invisible staircase. With each step, his aura transformed dramatically, and by the time he stood before Philu, his presence had ascended to a new zenith. Pitiful artificial life, he murmured, his gaze cold as he regarded Philu. Allow me to show you what true divinity entails. As he spoke, a faint blue mist ignited around him, radiating an expansive, profound, and boundless sacred resonance. The primordial aura surged, overwhelming the mind and instilling an involuntary sense of reverence. With crimson hair and scarlet eyes, he emanated a divine nobility. Phila's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "How could this be? Your power." Though unable to perceive the specifics of Shaya's aura, the tremors from his very soul and the overwhelming sacred resonance unmistakably indicated that the being before him was likely a high-ranking deity. With bloodshot eyes, Phila screamed in madness, "Even if you are a true deity, I will eventually slay you. Great Lord Mira, I shall ensure his demise." Meanwhile, the Mira summoned by Phila gazed at Shaya with bloodshot eyes. "The divine realm. Cursed be it, this time God has reached the pinnacle of the divine realm. He must not be allowed to grow stronger." Mira understood all too well the terror associated with the time god in the divine realm. While the destroyer was merely a god within a single world, the time god, possessing the ability to traverse worlds, posed an existential threat, if mismanaged. Entire realities could be obliterated by him. Pausing, he commanded with a frigid demeanor, "Philu, at all costs, ensure the annihilation of this time god." "Yes." Upon receiving the command, Phil's expression twisted into a sinister smile as he stood rigidly before Shaya. At that moment, the sky transformed entirely. The cerulean expanse was shrouded by ominous clouds, and a somber atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, suffused with an oppressive sense of foreboding. Chapter 577. Observing the Way of Heaven. Executing the actions of heaven, the howling wind swept through the desolate landscape, a stark contrast against the dim, yellowish backdrop. Whirlwinds of dust and debris danced through the air, carrying remnants of broken branches and leaves from the ruins. Shaya faced off against Philu, two invisible forces colliding in a fierce battle of wills. Suddenly, the gentle breeze transformed into a tempest, and a heavy pressure descended from above, evoking a spine-chilling sense of dread as if the world were coming to an end. In that moment, both combatants launched their attacks, and countless silhouettes filled the air, moving with such speed that their actions were indiscernible to the naked eye. A faint red streak cut through the heavens, only to abruptly reverse course, unleashing a series of dazzling fireballs that erupted along its luminous path. The surface of the water-blue Balru star began to tremble violently. Thick clouds of dust, akin to dark curtains, were cast into the sky, intertwining with ominous storm clouds that obscured the sun, casting a shadow as if ink had been spilled across the expanse. "Your strength is commendable, but it is insufficient to contend with me," Shaya remarked with a slight smirk, his movements becoming even more rapid. Philu, undeterred, remained as stoic as water, his glass-like body shimmering with a radiant luster as he launched a relentless series of strikes. Boom, boom, boom. The two figures darted through the sky like furious dragons entwined in a fierce melee, exchanging devastating blows, sometimes colliding with lethal force, other times disengaging swiftly only to entangle once more. Clang. Philu withdrew rapidly, his blood-red eyes bloodshot with rage as he gritted his teeth, pursuing Shaya with fervor. Yet, a faint smile remained etched on Shaya's face. After all, his superior skill allowed him to maintain the upper hand even against Philu's ultimate power when he activated the Super Saiyan God state. This is troubling. It seems Philu in his ultimate form is no match for that individual. Mira in the higher realms furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed intently on the battle unfolding below. Meanwhile, chaos erupted on Balru Star. Violent tremors triggered a massive tsunami, with ferocious winds and towering waves inundating the coastal lowlands, swallowing vast expanses of land. Those Balruans with a modicum of skill swiftly took to the skies, carrying their young and elderly kin to safety. Flee. The tsunami is coming. Gigantic waves, towering dozens of meters high, crashed forth like a colossal wall, submerging everything in their path. What on earth has transpired? My goodness. A terrifying energy is emanating from the direction of Izan City. Is it not enough for that monster to have ravaged Izan City? Does it now seek to annihilate the entire planet? I wonder if Balru Star can withstand this calamity. Even those Balruans with considerable abilities sense the battle taking place far away at Izan City. The overwhelming aura, despite the thousands of kilometers separating them, shook them to their core. In the vicinity closest to the battlefield, Qian and his companions wore ashen faces, their expressions filled with terror. Just moments ago, the dread energy of that monstrous being surged again, while the aura of the human they had deemed a savior vanished without a trace. Has that gentleman already perished? A Balruan warrior lamented. No, not yet. Although we cannot sense his aura, focus closely. The battle continues, Qian spoke incredulously. Indeed, the fight persists. Others confirmed, their hearts filled with hope. In the Kaishan realm, the ripples of battle from the mortal plane had reached this highest dimension of the universe. Master, do you believe that human can defeat the evil interloper? Tia, the apprentice Kaishan with silver-gray hair, clenched her fists as she inquired of Kaishan Egu. Aside from the mighty Lord Beerus, she had never witnessed anyone possess such formidable strength, and her eyes sparkled with wonder as she gazed down at the unfolding drama below. Kaishan Egu replied to his disciple, that human is the time god of preparation, endowed with extraordinary power. Though the interloper is indeed remarkably strong, I believe it will ultimately be the time god who prevails. Is that so? Tia asked uncertainly. In truth, even Kaishan Egu could not discern the outcome of such a confrontation. He could only rely on his instincts to form a judgment. Boom, boom. A foul stench of metallic heat permeated the darkened atmosphere, mingling with various gases erupting from the depths of the earth, rendering the sky utterly inhospitable. With a fierce attack, Shaya spat forth a blood-red sword, propelling Phila's body like a cannonball, skimming the ground and stirring a cloud of heavy soil. Crash! Where the shockwave passed, all matter was obliterated, mountains and lakes laid to waste, and seawater surged in from breaches in the shore. How can this be? I have grown several times stronger. I should be invincible. How are you still more powerful than I? Phil gasped, his hands propped in the air. Disbelief etched across his face, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Indeed, it should not be this way. He panted, his features twisted with a brutal ferocity. His aura diminished yet still radiating a menacing glare. In stark contrast, Shaya appeared relaxed and unburdened, exhibiting little sign of fatigue. Approaching Philo within mere meters, he remarked, "You possess a multitude of exceptional genes within you, each capable of bestowing near limitless strength. Your decade-long concealment was wise. But your current impatience is preventing you from fully mastering this power." Philo's body housed the genes of Silver Frieza, Broly, Cell, and the Dark Demon Realm, among others, each granting him innate strength. However, the very potency of these genes made it challenging for him to harness his own might. Consider the Ice Clan, the legendary Super Saiyan, the Super Androids, and the denizens of the Dark Realm. Each one is uniquely gifted, and Philo fortuitously inherited these perfect genes, placing him at a high starting point but complicating his growth. Those endowed with exceptional talent often face the envy of the cosmos, such as the nature of the universe. You are already remarkably gifted. If you do not endure some trials, how can other beings thrive? No, you speak nonsense. Boom. A surge of energy erupted. As the incredulous Philo lost his composure, unleashing the energy of a Super Saiyan at the 4th level, causing the very planet to tremble, on the precipice of disintegration. At that moment, Shaya's expression shifted slightly, and he stepped forward, his figure vanishing in an instant, a powerful fist appearing directly before Philo. Simultaneously, another phantasm split from Shaya, darting away to a distance of 1,000 miles. Dragon Fist. Explode. The chilling command resonated like a decree. The entities and their ethereal shadows erupted simultaneously, unleashing a magnificent surge of energy that illuminated the cosmos with a golden radiance. In an instant, a resplendent golden dragon materialized, its colossal form stretching nearly 1,000 miles, roaring fiercely as it traversed the void. Each scale shimmered with a brilliance akin to precious metal, appearing almost tangible. In that fleeting moment, a serene yet tumultuous force swept through, confronting the horrified visage of Phil with an intensity reminiscent of a tiger's roar, a dragon's song, the shattering of mountains, and the reversal of rivers. Where the divine golden dragon surged forth, the air became dense, temperatures plummeted, and a sacred, vast power manifested itself. To observe the way of the heavens is to wield the actions of the cosmos. Chapter 578. The conclusion. At this moment, all obstacles were rendered futile. Phil's countenance contorted, his expression ferocious. "I am the most formidable life form created by Lord Tova and Lady Mira. I have waited for so many years to arrive in this world. I cannot possibly be defeated by you." With that, Phil, filled with rage, spread his arms wide, conjuring a colossal sphere of energy in an attempt to thwart Shaya's assault. However, all resistance proved to be in vain. The Dragon Fist, a technique bestowed upon him by the dragon god of the Dragon Realm, bore immense power, far exceeding that of mortal techniques. When unleashed, the force of the punch was imbued with the might of the Dragon Realm, and the golden dragon apparition materializing in the void was a manifestation of the dragon god's will. With a resounding crash, the golden divine dragon pierced through Phil's defenses, impaling his chest. Consequentially, sanctified energy began to permeate, akin to a malignant growth, gradually eradicating Phil's form. Blood gushed from Phil's mouth as he writhed in agony, emitting heart-wrenching cries. "Dust to dust, earth to earth, as punishment for disturbing the fabric of time and space, you shall be reduced to mere powder." A glimmer flickered in Shaya's crimson eyes as he gazed down upon Phil's distorted visage. His cold, penetrating gaze pierced Phil's very soul, inciting a desperate roar from him. Stretching forth his palm towards Phil, a ball of silvery gray energy coalesced in his hand. This luminous orb resembled a delicate water sphere, yet it concealed formidable power within the surrounding, distorted starlight. The Dragon Fist alone sufficed to annihilate Phil. Coupled with the obliteration, his demise was inevitable. Cough, cough. Not completing Lady Myra's task. How regrettable. But do not revel in triumph. Your days of fortune will soon draw to a close. When Demigra is resurrected, your doomsday shall arrive. Phil's form was relentlessly dismantled, his words coming out in broken fragments. How tiresome. A glint of cold light flashed in Shaya's eyes as he hurled the obliteration towards Phil, enveloping him within. In a seemingly mundane constriction, the malevolent amalgamation that was Phil completely vanished from the cosmos. Demigra, you say? Shaya scoffed dismissively, casting a glance at the ravaged landscape around him. With a sigh, he unleashed a wave of ki, leveling the terrain before instantly teleporting to the site of his aunt's city, where he discovered the time machine through which Phil had traversed. However, the device had been reduced to a heap of scrap metal during the previous battle. Perhaps it is for the best that the time machine is destroyed. Observing the wreckage, Shaya nodded before turning and departing from Barrier Star. After Shaya's disappearance, a moment later, Myra's crimson figure emerged within the void, his blue-gray cheeks darkened. He glared with blood-red eyes, his expression grim as he seethed, that detestable god of time. Even Phil was no match for him. If Phil's prowess surpassed mine, then my efforts would be futile as well. Pausing for a moment, he contemplated. Given the current power of the god of time, he is likely nearing the true god of time, which is an unsettling omen. I must break the seal promptly, at least to awaken a fragment of Demigra. The ramifications of the god of time's true awakening would surpass even that of a singular universe's destroyer. He was a terrifying adversary that could pervade all dimensions. At that juncture, this puppet master would find himself as vulnerable as a grasshopper in autumn, awaiting retribution. Thus, the god of time must be eradicated. As for Tova, who knew what he was up to? Never mind, I shall contact my counterparts in other realms. It is imperative to awaken Demigra. Meanwhile, in the depths of the demon realm of the 7th universe, the alluring Tova reclined in an ornate chair, her silver-gray hair cascading elegantly to one side. A sultry smile gracing her jade-like visage. She observed the situation in the 12th universe while reaching out through the void to connect with her other selves. That Saiyan ultimately defeated Phil. Our years of labor have crumbled to naught. Yet, the growth of that Saiyan is truly unexpected. Alas, there are no such exceptional talents in my realm. Do not underestimate the god of time. He is not to be trifled with. The voice of another Tova echoed from the void. I have been monitoring that individual for several years. Perhaps we can commence our plans. The Tova within the palace's expression turned serious, her resolve solidified. Indeed, the Dark Angels have intervened, thus our time is limited. They can utilize Myra's abilities to create super life forms like Phil, and if this continues, our opportunities will dwindle. After all, you are aware of how Myra was brought into existence. Yes, Lord Demigra. Tova's gem-like purple eyes gazed vacantly at the sky. While Myra was indeed her most remarkable creation, as a wielder of temporal abilities, she harbored an aversion towards him. His very existence defied logic. The Dark Angels wield tremendous power, far beyond our reach. We must maintain a low profile until our plans are fulfilled. Understood. As the connection severed, the shadowy demon realm descended into utter darkness, countless errant energies drifting through the vastness, imparting an ethereal hue to the temporal corridors. 7th universe. Having resolved the destabilizing elements affecting the entire universe, Shaya instantly teleported away from the 12th universe. At that moment, scenes of Vegeta and Nappa's invasion unfolded on Earth. Transformed into a great ape, Vegeta roared furiously, while Goku lay on the ground, utterly broken and in agony. To think that during my year-long stay in the 12th universe, Vegeta has already invaded Earth. His battle power has multiplied several times in this great ape form. Shaya hovered at a distance, observing the fierce conflict without any inclination to intervene. At this moment, both Goku and Vegeta were far beneath his level, failing to ignite his desire to engage. Concealing his aura, as long as Shaya remained incognito, no one could detect his presence. Calmly, like an observer, he watched the entire battle unfold until Yajirobe stealthily severed Vegeta's tail, subsequently inciting an attack from Gohan, who had transformed into a great ape. Shaya recognized that this confrontation was nearing its conclusion. In truth, Vegeta's plight in this battle was tragic, though he initially held the upper hand. His penchant for toying with his adversaries led to a dismal outcome. Had it not been for Goku's compassion, Vegeta might have perished on Earth. Watching the spherical spacecraft hastily flee the planet, Shaya's gaze turned somewhat despondent. He murmured, "Excessive arrogance breeds folly, without sufficient strength to back it up. It ultimately devolves into despair." Vegeta's tumultuous journey has only just begun. His transformation awaits on Namek. Noticing an approaching presence, Shaya suddenly inquired into the void. "Whis, when did you arrive?" "A minute ago, perhaps. Your abilities are growing. You can perceive my approach now. You must be nearing the 2nd tier of divine realms." Whis smiled as he stepped forward, his demeanor as serene as ever. "Indeed, soon," Shaya replied with confidence. The 2nd tier of divine realms represents a monumental transformation. While the 1st tier signifies an entry into the divine domain, reaching the 2nd tier grants one the right to truly step into the realm of true divinity. As a prospective order of time wielder like Shaya, upon entering the 2nd tier of the divine realm, one becomes eligible to inherit a divine position akin to that of the destroyer god, Beerus, thereby naturally ascending to the 3rd tier of the divine realm. Such a cultivation pace is indeed enviable. Whis mused, though his expression remained largely unchanged. "How are things progressing on your end?" Shaya inquired. Whis adopted a serious demeanor. "I have already reported the situation to the Grand Priest and Lord Zeno. The two esteemed individuals will coordinate the flow of time across the entire universe, endeavoring to stabilize the unstable temporal conditions and align them with the time flow of the other 3 parallel universes. However, this will require a considerable amount of time." "Indeed." Shaya nodded. He recognized that he had no role to play in these overarching matters. Nevertheless, having fulfilled the tasks entrusted to him by the divine Kaishin, Kane, Shaya resolved not to linger in this world any longer. After all, who could ascertain how long a year in this dimension equated to in his own? Thus, bidding farewell to Whis, he harnessed the power of time and space to liberate himself from the constraints of the universe, preparing to return to his own realm. Chapter 579. Cultivation Mode. Time and space travel, fleeting yet filled with surreal landscapes, appeared before him like a painting suspended in time. Upon reopening his eyes, Shaya found himself back in the world he called home. The vast, dark cosmos above shimmered with a soft, ethereal glow. The stars twinkling like exquisite gems against the serene backdrop of the eternal void, a silent adornment for eons. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky as Shaya soared along a straight trajectory, instantly returning to Hanshan Star. As night descended upon Hanshan Star, the evening glow hung in the air, gradually deepening from a vibrant red to a muted blue-gray. Upon returning to his villa, Shaya was surprised to find the place ablaze with light, sensing several familiar auras within. Ah, Shieling and Myers have returned, and even Lanchi is here. I wonder how long I've been gone. A smile crept across Shaya's face as he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Due to the unstable flow of time in the world reminiscent of the original narrative, although Shaya had spent a year there, he was uncertain how much time had elapsed in his own world. Upon entering, he saw Shieling and Myers reclining on the sofa, clutching a plush pillow, blissfully resting against the cushions. Nearby, Lanchi donned an apron while tidying up, and Myfia was perched at the table, enjoying snacks. To Shaya's surprise, Android 18 was also in his home. Oh, you're all home, Shaya exclaimed with a smile as he settled onto the sofa, reaching for a piece of fruit from the coffee table. Dad, you're back already? Myfia chimed, her voice filled with curiosity. Sister Lazili said you would be gone for quite some time. Shaya raised an eyebrow. How long did I actually leave? 9 days, replied Lazili, her tone cool and composed. Shaya was taken aback. Only 9 days had passed in this world. He had spent a year in the other realm, yet here, a mere 9 days had elapsed. The disparity in the flow of time was astonishing. The distortion of the temporal axis had reached such an extent that it was no wonder it posed a constant risk of collapse. He understood that the nature of time was enigmatic, especially when multiple worlds coexisted. The asynchrony of time could easily disrupt the causal order, leading to ultimate disintegration. Though Shaya possessed the ability to traverse parallel dimensions, he felt a profound reverence for the concept of time. Dad, have you forgotten how long you were gone? Myfia asked. Her lips pursed in confusion. Shaya chuckled. I ventured into a unique world, one that split from the Trunks universe. It has now developed to the point of Vegeta's invasion of Earth. When I left, they were just preparing to head to Namek. Such a world exists? Android 18 remarked. Her lovely brows furrowed in surprise. The information imparted to her by Dr. Gero did not include records of Vegeta's invasion of Earth, but rather various accounts of alien invasions. Vegeta's first appearance on Earth was during Frieza's army's incursion. Shieling and Myers were more knowledgeable about the invasion, having previously discussed the histories of the Flame Warriors and Trunks worlds with Shaya. Naturally, the narratives in this world were quite different. That world has only reached Goku's 24th year? Shieling inquired, her eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, I spent a year there. Yet only 9 days have passed here. Shaya articulated the differences between the two worlds, recounting his confrontation with the fused being, Firu. Thus, you are not far from attaining the second layer of the divine realm, Myers remarked, her eyes glistening with excitement. She and Shieling had trained in the realm of the destroyers for a considerable time, yet Shaya had surpassed their progress significantly, filling her with both admiration and a sense of pride. Indeed, theoretically speaking. However, while I can maintain the Super Saiyan God form for extended periods, I still lack the complete absorption of the divine realm into my normal state. Only by fully assimilating the Super Saiyan God's essence and subsequently achieving a breakthrough can I genuinely reach the second layer of the divine realm. It appears I am still a fraction away. Shaya was aware of his circumstances. The path he traversed was one of genuine stability. Of course, he could choose to bypass the pursuit of realms and rely solely on his immense power to achieve a breakthrough. Akin to how Goku in the GT world elevated his physical strength to a level comparable to the first layer of the divine realm with Super Saiyan 4. Or absorb a portion of the divine essence and directly transform into Super Saiyan Blue. However, such approaches felt like a deviation from the intended path. Akin to savoring only a single cup from a vast river, content yet unfulfilled, a sentiment Shaya wished to avoid. The Super Saiyan God was, without doubt, the true first layer of the divine realm, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, which absorbed some divine essence while discarding the divine state, although it represented a certain breakthrough, ultimately proved to be a regression. There exists a saying, cultivating one's nature without tending to their fate leads to a soul lost in the abyss. Cultivating fate without refining nature results in a life as foolish as the earth itself. This embodies the Taoist principle of simultaneous cultivation of the inner and outer selves, the integration of nature and destiny. Admittedly, the cultivation practices in the Dragon Ball universe diverge from Taoist philosophy, yet the essence of this dual cultivation remains universal. While the power of Super Saiyan Blue is formidable, it lacks the true essence of divinity. It possesses great strength, yet is devoid of divine profundity, leading to various detrimental effects. Inability to engage in prolonged battles, the lack of a transformative ability, and the loss of natural regenerative qualities become increasingly pronounced. Most critically, Super Saiyan Blue imposes a heavy burden on the body before reaching full power, significantly impacting overall strength. This situation essentially regresses one back to the Super Saiyan stage. Desiring rapid results was not Shaya's choice. He understood the potential consequences of hasty pursuits, which inevitably led to a deficiency in the entirety of the cultivation model. Thus, He preferred to slow his pace, steadily consolidating his foundation, ensuring his realm was refined and his intent clear. After articulating his thoughts, Mythia nestled closer, her small face radiating admiration as she gazed up at him. He gently ruffled her hair, eliciting a soft coo from her. Turning his attention to his two wives, he sensed their physical transformations and remarked, "You both have made remarkable progress, haven't you?" "Of course. We have been diligently cultivating," Myers replied, lifting her chin with a smile. "We have just reached the mysterious state, akin to where you were a few years ago, now able to wield our power with ease." Shieling stated proudly. Having truly entered this state, she gained a clearer understanding of the past disparities. The mysterious state was fundamentally distinct from the Super Saiyan transformations. "By the way, now that you both have attained the mysterious state, how powerful are you when combined as Myling?" Shaya inquired with keen interest. The fusion technique of the Metamorans undoubtedly has its limits. When they reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2, their strength was comparable to that of Super Saiyan 3. The power of their fusion, Myling, was now similar to that of Shaya, who had just entered the mysterious state, indicating that the increase in strength compared to their previous fusions had significantly diminished. However, after his experiences in the GT world, Shaya found himself inspired with new ideas. Chapter 580, Shaya versus Myling. "I don't know. They've surely improved significantly. I wonder if they can reach the realm of the gods." Mers suddenly felt a surge of anticipation, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Shaya playfully flicked her forehead, chiding, "The realm of gods cannot be attained through shortcuts. Even if one were to reach it, they would merely be a false god. It is best to abandon such notions early on." "Just thinking about it," Mers chuckled, rubbing her head. "Why not give it a try? It would be enlightening for us." Suddenly, number 18 interjected, her curiosity piqued as she too wished to witness a higher level of power. After a moment's contemplation, Shaya nodded. "All right, the mysterious state can be considered a half-step towards the divine realm. Once merged with Myling, who knows what miracles might unfold." With that, they decided to leave Lanchi to oversee the villa while Shaya accompanied Shieling and the others to a nearby planet. They arrived at a scorching celestial body, a short distance from Hongshan Star. The temperature here was exceedingly high, with the relentless sun scorching the earth, dust swirling in the winds, and the landscape dotted with parched crackstones. This planet was where Shaya and the others often trained before breaking through to Super Saiyan status, its desolation a testament to their past exploits. "Let us stay here. Shieling, prepare yourselves." How nostalgic. It was here that Shaya first broke through to the mimicry of Super Saiyan, Mers reminisced, her eyes glimmering with memories of their fervent struggles. That period marked the beginning of their ascent, and now, as time passed, they stood atop the universe, while this planet remained as desolate as ever. "Turn your heads away. Don't look." The fusion technique from Metamor was remarkably effective. Yet the accompanying dance was far too eye-catching. Shieling truly wished to avoid being seen dancing that way. "All right, everyone, turn around." Shaya clapped his hands, guiding number 18 and Mythia to turn away. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared, and Myling donned in a sleek black vest emerged. Without delay, she began to elevate her energy, a thunderous roar resonating in the air, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. As her energy reached its peak, the entire barren planet quaked violently. Observing Myling's dark hair and enigmatic state, Shaya compared her power to that of Shieling and Mers from before. A brief assessment revealed that Myling's strength had doubled, nearing his own unbroken limits. The original multiplier of the Metamor fusion technique was 8 times, but as the combined powers approached their limits, the enhancements became less pronounced. It was evident that when Shieling and the others neared the divine realm, the fusion technique might lose its effectiveness. This was distinctly different from the effects in the GT world. The universe's fundamental rules were more refined than those of the GT galaxy, making shortcuts increasingly difficult. "Wow, Myling." "Mom." Mythia cheered, rushing over. Shaya caught her with a smile, twirling her in the air. With a proud finger pointed at Shaya, she declared, "Shaya, let us spar. I'm brimming with power." Myling's dark locks danced in the wind, her white pants adorned with a red ribbon, and a blue cloth draped alluringly over her chest, accentuating her feminine curves. Myling, are you asking for punishment?" Shaya teased, noticing her confidence wane slightly. She replied meekly, "This is merely a friendly spar. Please go easy on me." "All right, I promise," Shaya chuckled, bemused by Myling's persistent bravado. It seemed she never learned her lesson, showcasing the pride of Shieling and Mers. Perhaps it was time to enforce some familial discipline, he mused. Next, he instructed Mythia to stand with number 18 while he and Myling moved a short distance away. Naturally, he could not transform into Super Saiyan God while battling Myling. That would be unfair, especially with his daughter watching. Thus, both maintained their mysterious states as they faced each other. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, the scorching wind ceased, and the temperature appeared to drop slightly. "It feels different," number 18 remarked, her azure eyes wide with admiration as she observed the unfolding spectacle. Mythia furrowed her brow, her sensitivity to power heightened as a Super Saiyan. The battle commenced. Shaya and Myling swiftly entered combat, vanishing from the view of number 18 and Mythia. Not truly disappearing, but moving with such speed that their actions eluded the eye. "Impressive." Number 18 gasped, her alabaster face reflecting astonishment as she scanned the surroundings. Mythia, exhilarated, flailed her arms in excitement, her her delicate face flushed. With a sudden rush, Shaya's figure flickered like a chilling flash, appearing beside Myling. Her pupils constricted as she instinctively leaned away, preparing to counterattack. A surge of immense power erupted from her palm as they landed, cracking the ground beneath them, sending fissures radiating outward. Both understood each other's intentions. After a brief exchange, they swiftly separated. In a heartbeat, a myriad of vibrant beams erupted around them. Despite both being in the mysterious state and maintaining equal power, Shaya's skill level was far superior, akin to a university student tackling elementary problems, his perspective vastly different. Many of Myling's seemingly flawless maneuvers were riddled with vulnerabilities in Shaya's eyes. While they could spar for a time, the longer it continued, the more unfavorable the situation became for Myling. Suddenly, Shaya chuckled, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. With grace and fluidity, he moved as if painting an illustrious masterpiece, each stroke exuding the essence of a grandmaster. Myling was sent flying, but Shaya's confident smile remained as he anticipated her landing spot, swiftly positioning himself there. Drawing a sinuous arc in the air with his finger, Myling was involuntarily propelled skyward. A powerful strike followed. Bang! A concentrated force penetrated Myling's form, shaking the ground violently as if an earthquake had struck. Myling lay in the resulting crater, unable to muster any strength, staring blankly as she gasped. What kind of force was that? I can't move. This is the martial arts of the Dragon Realm. Your horizons need broadening, Shaya said, bending down to pinch her nose. I concede. Myling groaned, swatting away Shaya's hand, her expression sulking. Chapter 581. Krillin is getting married. You have consistently received guidance from Weiss and should be well acquainted with his combat style. While it is true that offense is the best defense, when one finds oneself in a disadvantageous position, relentless aggression can prove to be unwise. Thus, a judicious defense becomes paramount. Shaya spoke contemplatively, noting that while one-on-one confrontations may be manageable, the necessity for defense becomes even more critical in scenarios involving multiple adversaries. Myling's training has been comprehensive, yet when faced with opponents of varying levels, adjustments are essential. While grandiose attacks may appear dominantly exhilarating, they can render one vulnerable, akin to a hapless rabbit in the clutches of an overwhelmingly powerful adversary. Henceforth, Myling must focus on refining the details of her technique. After the battle concluded, Android 18 and Myphia approached. Android 18 expressed her admiration, stating, "Your strength is remarkable. I could hardly discern how you fought." Android 18's prowess had surpassed that of Zanjia, positioning her above the ordinary Super Saiyan level. Additionally, her boundless energy and tireless nature allowed her to contend with Super Saiyans at full power in prolonged engagements, highlighting the unparalleled potential of androids. As Shaya regarded Android 18's delicate features, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, recalling a promise he had made to her. "Lazili," he began, "I believe I have discovered a method for you to rapidly enhance your strength." "Really? What is this marvelous method?" Android 18 inquired eagerly, her interest piqued, especially after witnessing the continual growth of Shaya and Shieling. Listen closely, Shaya smiled at the impatient Android 18. "The world I am about to visit resembles a Trunks-like scenario, just as it has recently evolved into the Namek saga. Following the course of history, Androids 17 and 18 will emerge in that realm, and therein lies your opportunity for growth." "How so?" Android 18 questioned, skeptical about how her counterpart from another world could aid in her enhancement. "This brings to mind my previous visit to the Galactic World, GT, where the Earth's Android 17 fused with Hell's Android 17, thereby becoming Super 17, whose power rivaled that of Super Saiyan 4. The Super Saiyan 4 state is equivalent to the first tier of the Divine Realm." Shaya's eyes sparkled as he spoke, eliciting astonishment from those present. Previously, he had merely mentioned his training in the Dragon Realm and the attainment of Super Saiyan God status, but he had refrained from elaborating on the events that transpired in the Galactic World. Android 18 arched her elegant brow. "Are you suggesting I fuse with my counterpart from another world? But I am unaware of how the other 17 achieved fusion." "I have contemplated this. There exists a pair of earrings known as Patera, which, when worn, allow two individuals to fuse temporarily. If deities wear them, the fusion becomes permanent. You and the other world's Android 18 are essentially the same entity from different realms, albeit with slight differences in nature. If we could persuade Shinron to create a more potent version of the Patera earrings, it is highly likely that you could attain your goal of becoming stronger." The prospect of merging with another version of herself excited Android 18, her eyes gleaming and lips parting in anticipation. "Shaya, please, grant me the Patera earrings." With a flick of her golden hair, her excitement was palpable. She believed that if she could enhance her strength, the other Android 18 would undoubtedly agree, as they shared a profound understanding of one another's desires. "Upon your return, visit Lanchi and retrieve the crystal Dragon Balls. They are typically kept on the floating island. I intend to enhance their capabilities, thereby amplifying Shinron's power." Previously, Shaya had utilized the abilities bestowed by the Super Shinron to create the crystal Dragon Balls, and now, having received a blessing from the Dragon God Salama, he possessed the means to further augment their power. "Understood." Android 18 nodded with satisfaction. Myling gazed at her in astonishment, remarking, "If you truly fuse into Super 18, wouldn't you surpass us in an instant?" "I cannot say for certain, but I will undoubtedly be stronger than I am now, perhaps even able to catch up to you." Android 18 replied, playfully winking at Myling. Impressive, Myling exclaimed. Shaya, observing from the side, shook his head subtly. While an increase in strength was assured, achieving a mystical state remained a formidable challenge. The group soon departed the barren planet, teleporting directly back to Red Mountain Star. As the half-hour mark approached, Myling separated back into Shieling and Myers. At that moment, Android 18 returned from the floating island, cradling 7 crystal Dragon Balls, each the size of a fist. Placing the Dragon Balls on the table, Android 18 feigned calmness, stating, "You may begin the modifications on the Dragon Balls." Shaya scrutinized Android 18, noticing a slight tremor in her voice, revealing her underlying anxiety. Nodding, he replied, "Modifying the Dragon Balls is a taxing endeavor. Step back a bit. The last time I attempted to alter the Black Star Dragon Balls, it nearly cost me dearly." Upon hearing this, Shieling and the others retreated to the corners of the living room, their beautiful eyes fixated intently on the proceedings. Shaya glanced at them before directing his focus to the 7 small Dragon Balls on the table. He began to summon the power of the Dragon God, and a radiant golden light swiftly filled the room. The crystal Dragon Balls flickered as they absorbed external energy. Compared to the earlier modification of the Black Star Dragon Balls, Shaya's strength had now significantly increased. Moreover, as the crystal Dragon Balls were originally crafted by him, their compatibility was enhanced, leading to a smooth transformation. The power of the Dragon Balls began to escalate rapidly, visibly reflected in their size, as they swelled to the size of a soccer ball. One of the Dragon Balls rolled off the table with a thud. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Shaya accepted a towel from Shieling and remarked, "It is complete." The capabilities of the crystal Dragon Balls have reached their pinnacle. Prodding the now round crystal Dragon Ball, Shieling lifted one, gauging its weight. It is comparable in size to the Dragon Balls from Namek, though considerably heavier. The raw materials for the crystal Dragon Balls were derived from the life mother tree of the 6th Universe's Lafuri tribe, a truly miraculous substance that resonates with nature. As such, the Dragon Balls crafted from it were inherently more aligned with the natural world, resulting in milder side effects. Handing the newly created Dragon Balls to Android 18, he instructed, "Lazuli, keep these for now. In due time, we shall use them to wish for even more powerful Patera earrings." Understood, Android 18 replied softly, carefully stowing away the Dragon Balls. Given that time flows differently in the alternate world, where a year passes in that realm while only slightly over 9 days elapse here, they would need to wait at least 20 days before venturing to the other world to ensure they arrived before the awakening of the androids. By the way, during this time, let us all visit Earth. While you were away, Bulma sent a message stating that Krillin is getting married to Marin and has invited us to the ceremony. At this moment, Lanchi, dressed in casual attire and with a smile on her face, chimed in. Krillin is getting married, and his bride is Marin from Kame House. Shaya was momentarily taken aback by this news, glancing at Android 18, his expression a mix of surprise and intrigue. He brought number 18 to Red Mountain Star, initially believing that Krillin would lose a potential romance. However, to his surprise, Krillin ended up marrying the blonde Bulma. The timing of the wedding was rather fitting. Shaya remarked with a peculiar expression. "What's wrong? Why do you gaze at me so?" Number 18 raised her beautiful eyebrows. "It's nothing. Since Krillin is getting married, we might as well go and witness it, and perhaps reconnect with old friends. Razali, you could take this opportunity to see number 16 and number 17. They've established a large farm and must be living quite comfortably. I'll make time to visit," number 18 said, a hint of nostalgia glimmering in her eyes. "Who would have thought that little bald Krillin would marry? Was he a monk?" Mel's exclaimed, creating a ruckus. "That was in his youth." After leaving the Turtle Hermitesh training, he ceased to be a monk. Shaya shot Mel's a disapproving glance, noting his childish demeanor despite his age. Moreover, if it weren't for the influence of himself and others, it would have been number 18 who should have married Krillin. Shieling interjected, her voice filled with astonishment. "Bulma is the girl living with Krillin, right? No wonder he lingered at the Turtle Hermitesh house. It seems he sought to gain favor through proximity. The little monk's intentions are less than pure." Leaning closer to Lan Chi, she whispered, "Lan Chi, it appears your sister has long been on someone's mind." Lan Chi smiled. "Bulma merely resembles me. We share no blood relation." "Mom, I want to go to Earth for the wedding. It sounds delightful there." With Xiaqing and Silica absent from Red Mountain Star, it would be rather dull. Mei Fia expressed her interest in the vibrant world of Earth. "Then we shall depart for Earth tomorrow and enjoy ourselves over the next few days," Shaya declared with a booming voice. As dusk gradually settled, the gray-blue sky was enveloped by the tranquility of night. Given the spaciousness of his villa, he invited everyone to stay in his home. Chapter 582. Nukong City. The following day, as the sun rose in the east, life stirred anew. Shaya and his companions awoke early, completed their morning rituals, and after enjoying breakfast, they packed their belongings, stowing excess items into the universal capsule. They secured the villa's entrance and entrusted the surrounding Saiyans with its care. "Did you bring the keys to the Earth residence?" Shaya inquired. They owned a villa on a peninsula not far from Kame House, typically overseen by Tais or employees from the Universal Capsule Company. "All set," Lanchi replied, donning a light apron as she retrieved a set of keys from her bag. Nodding in affirmation, Shaya observed the cheerful faces around him before they instantaneously transported themselves to Earth. Upon arriving at the villa facing the sea, they found a place where spring lingered perpetually, with a climate that was both pleasant and invigorating. The area was adorned with vibrant blossoms, and the gentle sounds of flowing water created an atmosphere of serene contentment. The villa's location, overlooking the ocean, offered a breathtaking view of the shimmering waves. Upon opening the door, Shaya noted that, despite their prolonged absence, the interior remained free of dust. Aside from the occasional visits from the Universal Capsule Company's staff, several plump automated cleaning robots efficiently maintained the space, automatically organizing and seeking charging stations as needed. Fortunately, the time difference was minimal, sparing them from excessive fatigue. For Shaya, sleeplessness was inconsequential, yet the alignment of time zones alleviated many inconveniences. After resting for a while and catching up on recent events on Earth through the television, Shaya turned to Android 18, who was assisting Lan Chi with household chores. Lazuli, with only a few days until Krillin's wedding, you might consider visiting 16 and 17 to catch up and inform them about the wedding. Whether they choose to attend is entirely their decision, he mused, suspecting they would likely not come. All right, I'll return by dinner. No rush, staying a few extra days is perfectly fine. No, I only need to see them briefly. Staying overnight isn't necessary, she replied earnestly, setting aside her cleaning tools. Shaya was taken aback but smiled, bemused by how this twin sister could be so indifferent toward her brother, 17. At that moment, the television broadcasted highlights from various martial arts tournaments. By the way, the 26th World Martial Arts Tournament concluded a year ago. The next will not occur for another 2 years. I heard the champion received substantial prizes? 18 remarked thoughtfully, her interest piqued by the notion of rewards. Observing her, Shaya recalled her unusual enthusiasm for prizes from the original narrative. He retrieved several cards from his pocket and distributed them to Shilling, Meyer, 18, Lan Chi, and Fidia. This is the profit share from the Universal Capsule Company. Feel free to use it. Give it to me, Fidia exclaimed, snatching her card with a grin before scampering off, while Lan Chi accepted hers with a smile. Only 18 regarded the card with indifference, refraining from reaching for it. It's not earned by my own efforts. I'm not accustomed to spending it, she stated haughtily. This attitude amused Shaya, prompting him to push the card into her hands. Consider this a reward for your long-term guardianship of Hongshan Star. After a moment of contemplation, 18 accepted the card and tucked it away. I'm off to find 17 and the others, but I suspect they will not attend the wedding, she stated softly before ascending into the sky, swiftly vanishing like an arrow in the distance. Is Lazuli's demeanor a bit exhausting? Shaya turned to Lan Chi. What do you mean? Lan Chi, with blue hair, seemed puzzled. Just a bit Sundara. At that moment, Meyer ambled over in his slippers, offering some snacks and munching slowly. Shaya, I'm heading to visit Bulma with Meyer. Would you care to join us? Shilling asked, having finished tidying up. Let us go together then. After a brief exchange with Lan Chi, they soared toward Goku's home. Waving farewell to Shaya and the others as they departed, Lan Chi suddenly sneezed, her hair turning golden. With a fierce expression, she discarded her cleaning tools, grumbling, Ugh, more cleaning? I'm not a maid. As dark eyes glinted mischievously, she prepared to flee. Just then, Fidia approached with a playful smile, circling her. Fierce at Lan Chi, if you run away, you'll face consequences when Dad returns. Lan Chi's expression faltered, and she sagged, feeling utterly defeated. What a stroke of bad luck. At Bowsy Mountain, Shaya and Shilling were astonished to find the scenery below had transformed entirely. A vast expanse had been carved out between the towering mountains, accommodating a village-sized area filled with ancient-style buildings serving as martial arts dojos, each featuring an open arena. What else with the martial arts schools at the base of the mountain? Shilling inquired upon meeting Bulma. These were established in collaboration with Wukong, creating a martial arts hub, with instructors descending from Karen Tower. Wukong is the chief instructor there, Bulma explained. How could Kakarot accept such an arrangement? It must interfere with his training, Shaya frowned. It's not quite like that. The instructors are responsible for guidance, and Wukong only dedicates 1 day a month to mentor them, spending the rest of his time in personal training, Bulma clarified. Ah, so that's the case. The martial arts hub is quite clever, Shaya acknowledged. You're unaware that several cities around Bowsy Mountain have merged into Wukong City. The remaining ones include Krillin City and Lepin City. There are a total of 9 such cities on Earth, nearly as bustling as the 4 major metropolises, Bulma beamed, discussing the transformations Earth had undergone in recent years. Now, Goku has become quite accomplished, serving as both the chief instructor and honorary mayor of Wukong City. With the dividends from the Universal Capsule Company, their family leads a very comfortable life. Shaya was taken aback, realizing that this single-minded Goku was living quite well. However, you finally made it to Earth. Goku and I have visited Hongshan Star several times without seeing you. We thought you might miss Krillin's wedding. Chapter 583, Sunbra previously. We were engaged in our training outside, thus we did not stay on Red Mountain Star. Ling, while speaking, walked into the kitchen to assist Bulma in preparing lunch. Bulma, astonished, remarked, I have heard about all this, but it seems that despite your remarkable prowess, you continue to train relentlessly. It appears that Goku's hopes of surpassing you are rather slim. You Saiyans are indeed training fanatics. Goku and Vegeta are busy with their training every day. Xiling smiled at her, remaining silent. It is true that Saiyans are passionate about training, yet the level of dedication exhibited by Goku and Vegeta is quite rare. Under normal circumstances, Goku's diligence would indeed hold the potential for him to surpass Xiling and her companions. However, Xiling and Meru's have also been diligent. Especially after years of training under Whis, which has significantly elevated their overall capabilities beyond Goku's. Coupled with Shaya's guidance, their training has been smooth sailing. About half an hour later, Goku returned from training with Gohan, their garments tattered and clearly indicative of a recent fierce battle. Floating beside them were two toddlers, both just over a year old, engaging in playful antics. Flying at such a young age? Shaya expressed his surprise. Are these the children you and Kakarot had? Twins. No less. Xiling scrutinized the two innocent infants, a smile gracing her face as if she were reminded of the younger days of Shaoqing and Silica. The elder is named Sun Goten, while the younger is Sun Bra. Bulma lovingly cradled the children, and as they entered their mother's embrace, they immediately quieted down, their curious eyes scanning their surroundings. Sun Goten sported black hair and vibrant eyes, resembling Goku in his youth, while Sun Bra was petite, with light purple hair akin to Bulma's. Shaya gazed at Goten in astonishment, murmuring, "Goodness, the Saiyan bloodline has finally triumphed over the Bulma lineage. His hair is black, a rare occurrence indeed." "What do you mean by that, Shaya?" Bulma placed her hands on her hips, feigning annoyance. "What I say is backed by reason. Just look at Gohan, Trunks, and Sun Bra. Their hair colors reflect your family's lineage, whereas only little Goten has black hair." Bulma pondered for a moment, realizing the validity in his statement. At that moment, Goku approached, eager to spar with Shaya. However, Shaya swiftly sidestepped, saying, "Kakarot, it would be ill-advised for you to challenge me. My power has surpassed yours by a considerable margin." Goku replied earnestly, "Even so, I still wish to face you. I have just conceived a more powerful transformation. Unfortunately, with my current strength, I cannot realize it. Gohan and Vegeta lack the necessary power to provoke me into a breakthrough. So I thought that a few rounds with you might help me achieve it." Already contemplating the Super Saiyan 3 transformation? Shaya's eyes flickered, as he surmised that Goku's desired breakthrough was indeed Super Saiyan 3. From Shaya's current perspective, Super Saiyan 3 was undoubtedly a misguided path. However, for Goku, it could still bestow tremendous power upon him. Since Goku had not cultivated through the stages, he could not leap directly over the Super Saiyan 3 phase to reach the mysterious realm, as Xiling and her companions had done, limited by his vision. Goku could only tread the path of Super Saiyan 2, first achieving Super Saiyan 3, and then correcting his missteps to reach higher levels. Nevertheless, Shaya had no intention of dedicating time to Goku's training. Some experiences must be personally undertaken by Goku to leave a more profound impression. Gently declining Goku's challenge, leaving him to sigh in disappointment, Shaya approached Gohan, nodding slightly at his current state. This child, after breaking through to Super Saiyan 2 alongside Shaoqing, exhibited a noticeably deeper reservoir of strength. Indeed, you have essentially mastered the power of Super Saiyan 2. Now it is a matter of honing your physical intensity. Since the transformation to Super Saiyan 2 is more overwhelming than that of Super Saiyan 1, a more robust physique is required to bear that power. For those like Goku who had not mastered the transformation stages, achieving full power as Super Saiyan 2 was unattainable, making their path to strength more turbulent and crude, a rather perilous and challenging endeavor. This contrasted with Shaya and his companions, whose path was steadier, as the limitations of the physical body could not be infinitely enhanced. Gohan listened attentively to Shaya's guidance, well aware that the individual before him was a more formidable figure than his own father. "Shaya, you must not be partial. Impart some wisdom to me as well." Goku interjected once more. Shaya rolled his eyes, responding rather brusquely, "Your training is something you must contemplate yourself. Remember, only the path you carve for yourself is truly fitting. Others' paths will never be yours." "That sounds rather reasonable." Goku scratched his head in agreement, though he sensed something amiss in the statement. Meru stifled a giggle behind her hand, whispering, "Shaya, your words are utterly misleading. You've ensnared Kakarot." Shaya gently pinched her waist, his expression turning serious. "This is no mere deception. Kakarot's path is distinct from ours." "Indeed, you make a valid point." Meru's rolled her beautiful eyes at him before darting away. Soon, the room was left with only Goku and Shaya engaged in conversation. As time passed, lunch approached. Xiling, Bulma, and Meru's prepared a plethora of dishes, and when all the delectable food was laid out, the dining area was infused with tantalizing aromas that whetted the appetite. Engaging in an insatiable feast, it was as if they were ravenous spirits returned to life, and soon, towering piles of food were devoured. "Haha, I'm stuffed," Goku exclaimed, leaning back in his chair, having consumed enough to satisfy at least 20 people. If not for abundant resources and a salary from the martial arts capital, such gluttony would bankrupt even the wealthiest. Earth's cuisine is indeed superior, Shaya concurred, noting that while the culinary techniques of Red Mountain Star had fully embraced Earth's artistry, the ingredients still lacked in quality. At that moment, Sun Goten and Sun Bra were also relishing their meals, giggling as they floated around like bees, flying in a figure-8 pattern. However, an unexpected incident occurred. With a sudden crash, the two little ones collided, their faces scrunching up as they began to wail. Bulma rushed over, cradling the children to comfort them. "They're there. Don't cry." After a brief moment of soothing, Goten and Bra erupted into laughter once more. "HM? That aura felt slightly different just now." Shaya's keen eyes narrowed as he glanced at Meru's and the others, noticing their expressions of surprise. He then called out to Bulma, "Bulma, bring the children over for me to examine." "What is the matter?" Bulma asked, puzzled, yet she complied and handed the children over. "It's Bra," Shaya said solemnly. "Bulma, when Bra experiences intense emotional fluctuations, does she become particularly ferocious, even losing her rationality?" Chapter 584. Krillin's wedding. Bulma pondered momentarily before nodding her head in agreement. "Indeed, we believed it to be a normal characteristic of Saiyans after all. Goku mentioned that he was quite ferocious as a child before his amnesia. Is there a problem?" At this juncture, Bulma felt a twinge of anxiety. Shaya remained silent, instead turning to Shieling and her companions, inquiring, "What are your thoughts?" It bears a resemblance to Maifia's childhood, though not as intense. If her emotional fluctuations are the sole cause, then it shouldn't pose an issue. Slightly nodding, Shaya addressed Bulma and Goku, stating, "If our assessment is accurate, Sun Bra possesses a nature akin to a legendary Super Saiyan, yet distinct from it. It appears to be a latent awakening. As long as she gradually learns to control her emotions and strengthen her willpower, she should avoid losing control." Sun Bra's situation mirrors Maifia's childhood, yet differs. Maifia was inherently a legendary Super Saiyan from birth, while Sun Bra is evidently weaker, not truly a Super Saiyan. It is only during intense emotional upheavals that she unleashes a fraction of her formidable power, recalling Sun Bra's moments of irrationality. Shaya remembered having encountered something similar in a fan comic. "Is it truly all right?" Goku inquired earnestly. Previously, he assumed that Bra's loss of control stemmed from her youthful inability to manage her physical strength, but now it seemed the reality was more complex than he had envisioned. "Rest assured, Sun Bra's condition is akin to Maifia's childhood. If she can master her inner strength, she may surpass even you in the future. Transforming into a Super Saiyan should pose no challenge. This state may indeed be an opportunity for her." With that, Goku felt reassured. However, until Sun Bra learns to harness her powers, any loss of control remains a significant threat. Perhaps we should wait until Bra matures further and allow her to live with Maifia for some time. Maifia's inherent legendary Super Saiyan energy might aid in her development. "You mentioned the legendary Super Saiyan. Is that the form Maifia assumed during the Cell Games?" Goku reflected on Maifia's transformation from 2 years prior, recalling her grass-green hair and the overwhelming energy that surpassed even a Super Saiyan. Indeed, the legendary Super Saiyan possesses a more domineering power than the Super Saiyan, making it harder to control. "It seems so. Maifia's Super Saiyan 1 form was comparable to my Super Saiyan 2 state. It truly is an impressive transformation." With the knowledge that his daughter was in no grave danger, Goku lightened the mood with a jest. Unexpectedly, it was Krillin who was the second to marry. With Goku and Krillin both wed, only I, the handsome rogue, remain. Lepin, dressed in formal attire, gazed enviously at the rosy-cheeked Krillin. "Lepin, as long as you refrain from being so fickle, you too could find a partner," Purin remarked earnestly from the sidelines. "How can you say that? I find no joy in it at all." Lepin felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Observing Goku and Krillin's wives, one the daughter of the world's wealthiest man, the epitome of a privileged beauty, and the other, once the world's greatest thief, now a gentle and stunning woman, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of inadequacy. Krillin had indeed become a winner in life. A Kairob, with his head down, ravenously devoured a large pig's trotter, his face glistening with grease. Suddenly struck by inspiration, a Kairob turned to Lepin and suggested, "You might consider pursuing one of those two." Following a Kairob's gaze, Lepin spotted Lanchi and Chi-Chi, instantly extinguishing his enthusiasm. "Their martial prowess far exceeds mine. I dare not approach them. I shall seek a more ordinary earthling instead." As if they were not earthlings at all, a Kairob muttered under his breath. Lepin wallowed in self-pity. "Hayaseki, who would have thought you would marry this little bald man? Krillin, if you dare to mistreat Hayaseki, I shall put an end to you." Lanchi, in her golden-haired state, bellowed, brandishing a spear at Krillin's head. Sweat beaded on Krillin's forehead. I would never. Humph. Lanchi sheathed her spear, satisfied. Nearby, Android 18 cast a glance in their direction while playfully interacting with Bulma and the children, Son Goten and Son Bra. Lanchi remained as brash as ever. Yet there was a gentler side to her as well. Bulma chuckled lightly, recognizing that after living with Lanchi for so long, 18 must have adapted to her dual nature. It was worth noting that 18 had once received care from Lanchi during her childhood. Following a simple ceremony, Klin and Hayaseki officially became husband and wife. The Turtle Sage, with a beaming smile, announced the commencement of the wedding feast. Consequently, everyone swiftly picked up their chopsticks, and the clattering of bowls and the clinking of plates resonated throughout the atmosphere. The newlyweds, Klin and Hayaseki, raised their glasses, toasting to each guest, filling their cups. This gathering was a modest celebration, as everyone usually resides scattered across the globe. They expressed gratitude for attending their wedding. The guests lifted their glasses in a toast, offering their heartfelt blessings. As twilight descended, candlelight flickered on the beach, the warm orange and white glow resembling circles of magnified fireflies, illuminating the entire sandy shore. Chapter 585. We arrived too early. Leisurely days slipped through our fingers like delicate grains of sand, unnoticed and ephemeral. A few days later, aboard a private yacht, the towering vessel sliced through the tranquil sea, its multiple decks rising like a colossus against the backdrop of the azure expanse. While tiny waves danced and shimmered in the sunlight, accompanied by the gentle cries of seagulls. Shaya, it's time for us to prepare the patera earrings, remarked number 18. Shaya, removing her sunglasses, glanced over at her. Clad in a black and white striped swimsuit, she exuded an elegance that was only accentuated by her flowing golden hair and flawless skin glowing like jade under the sun. For the past 20 days, Shaya had been enjoying a carefree life with Ling and others on Earth, sunbathing and snacking to their heart's content. Yet, number 18's mind remained preoccupied with the matter of the patera earrings. Turning slightly, Shaya took a sip of her juice, noticing number 18's anxious demeanor. She understood that unless she fulfilled this wish promptly, her companion would remain restless. It is indeed nearly time. If the flow of time remains unchanged over there, the artificial human incident should be about to unfold. Then let us hurry. Number 18's delicate brows were etched with a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. All right. Let us inform Ling and the others, and then we shall depart, Shaya responded, setting aside her playful teasing. Elated, number 18 rushed off to convey their plans to Ling and the others. Such haste. Shaya chuckled softly, her gaze drifting to the distant horizon as her mind began to ponder. The alternate universe had diverged from the Trunks world, and all historical events would adhere to its trajectory. This meant that artificial humans were destined to emerge. If left unchecked, their capricious nature could lead to chaos, thus perpetuating the cycle of events that mirrored the Trunks world. Subsequently, Trunks would traverse dimensions, resulting in a world where Sun Wukong never met his demise, however. With number 18 by her side, they would inevitably steer the world in a different direction. Would number 17 still harbor such malevolence in her absence? Sighing, Shaya dismissed these concerns, pondering instead if Sun Wukong had succumbed to viral heart disease in that world. Just then, number 18 returned, brimming with excitement. Did you speak with them? Yes, Ling and the others have chosen to remain on Earth for leisure, Shaya noted, recognizing their decision not to join in the dimensional journey. Respecting their choice, she replied, let them be. We shall return soon. Let us go create the patera earrings. Number 18 grasped Shaya's arm eagerly. A refreshing fragrance enveloped them as Shaya activated her instantaneous movement, first transporting them to Red Mountain Star to retrieve the crystal Dragon Balls, before shifting to a more remote galaxy, placing the 7 colossal Dragon Balls upon the ground. They radiated like priceless crystals, emitting a resonant hum. Summon the dragon. This time, it might be rather large, Shaya instructed, stepping aside with her arms crossed, watching intently. Number 18 nodded, her expression serene as she faced the Dragon Balls, and recited the incantation aloud. Instantly, the depths of the cosmos echoed with a cacophony of thunder. Startling her, golden clouds drifted from nowhere, dyeing the sky and the vast expanse of stars in shimmering gold. As the golden aura expanded, it enveloped several nearby planets. A resounding roar echoed as the magnificent golden flame dragon emerged, rapidly growing in size as it circled the planets. Upon reaching the size of a star, it opened its colossal jaws and devoured the very planet they stood upon, akin to a cosmic explosion. The golden flame dragon continued to swell, its form expanding exponentially with each passing moment. Before long, the dragon's massive body coiled around the entire galaxy, its fiery essence illuminating the vast stretch of stars. What in the world is this creature? The 4 kings of the East, South, West, and North were taken aback, awestruck by the divine majesty of the golden flame dragon. On New Namek, Elder Muley gazed upward, his heart racing with a resonance in his blood as he prostrated himself in reverence, exclaiming, the great dragon god has manifested. Such a magnificent dragon exists in this world. Meanwhile, on Earth, Ling and Meyer felt the weight of the celestial pressure. Meyer gasped, what a colossal dragon. Shaya's crystal Dragon Balls have become increasingly formidable, Ling observed, her gaze unwavering as she regarded the sky. Within the golden flame dragon, countless planets floated amidst a dreamlike spectacle, and the golden dragon's ethereal form emerged, reminiscent of the super dragon summoned previously. Shaya, now quite accustomed to the process, regained her composure after a moment of surprise, while number 18 swallowed hard, her voice trembling. Are we inside the dragon? Having seen Earth's dragon, she found this one incomparable. Indeed, the dragon has appeared. Make your wish quickly, Shaya urged. Nodding, number 18 promptly wished. Please create for me a pair of patera earrings with abilities at their utmost limit. After expressing her wish, she awaited the outcome in silence. At that moment, a divine aura converged, and the golden flame dragon's resounding voice reverberated from all directions. This wish is exceedingly simple. Then, a brilliant flash descended from above, landing before number 18. Catching the glimmer, she opened her palm to reveal a pair of crystal-colored earrings, resembling the patera earrings of the Kaioshin, though transparent rather than golden. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell, declared the golden flame dragon, And with that, the golden light vanished entirely, restoring the galaxy to its former state. The 7 Dragon Balls, having granted their wishes, spiraled briefly before scattering throughout the cosmos. Shaya furrowed her brow. That was remarkably swift. Previously, when making a wish on a planet, he could prevent the Dragon Balls from dispersing, but now, in the vastness of space, they had already flown away by the time he emerged from the dragon's interior. Moreover, they had spread across the 7th universe, a far greater distance than before. The Dragon Balls have all dispersed, number 18 remarked, clutching the Patera earrings beside Shaya. Not to worry, we shall retrieve them later, Shaya replied with a gentle smile. For others, the search for the Dragon Balls might prove arduous, but for him, it would be a matter of ease. Let us proceed to another world, he said, wrapping an arm around number 18 as he focused, channeling the temporal powers within him. Traversing through worlds is not a trivial endeavor. One may inadvertently become ensnared within the crevices of time and space, particularly when accompanied by another, necessitating heightened caution. Prior to the 18th, she had received warnings, thus when Shaya embraced her, she maintained an air of composure. After a fleeting moment of distraction, it felt as though the stars and moon had been turned upside down, the celestial bodies displaced, as if transitioning from one bubble to another. A myriad of peculiar sensations surged within her. At that moment, her body seemed to lose its weight, and just as she intended to savor the experience, the sensation swiftly dissipated. Upon reopening her eyes, the world before her had transformed entirely, akin to the changing tides of time. The 18th opened her clear eyes and cast a glance at Shaya, her voice cool and decisive. Yes, we have arrived at our destination. Shaya closed his eyes once more, transporting them to Earth. Suddenly, he gasped in surprise and furrowed his brow. The sensation he had felt was indeed accurate, yet this Earth appeared markedly different from his expectations. What is it? The 18th inquired calmly. Shaya shook his head, his expression somewhat peculiar, although there is energy from Vegeta and Piccolo present on Earth. It is not as potent as during the era of the androids. Have we arrived too early? The 18th raised an eyebrow. It seems so. It is not yet the time for the androids to emerge. Chapter 586. The time is still early according to Shaya's previous estimation. The span of over 20 days in the real world was equivalent to 3 to 4 years in the original world. However, upon bringing Android 18 into this realm, he discovered that the timelines had become misaligned. Unbeknownst to him, the flow of time in both worlds had subtly shifted, resulting in their arrival being earlier than anticipated. The timeline had not yet progressed to the point where the androids would make their appearance. The exact discrepancy in time would require further confirmation. Yet, judging by the faint energy emanating from Vegeta and the others, it seemed they had arrived not a year or two too soon, but perhaps much earlier. Shaya made a rough assessment. Besides the likelihood of arriving prematurely, another reason for Vegeta and the others' relatively weak powers could be attributed to the absence of Trunks' warnings. The Dragon Ball warriors in this world remained oblivious to the impending crisis and thus had not seized the opportunity to train diligently. However, this reasoning did not apply to Vegeta, whose character dictated that upon learning of the Super Saiyan transformation, he would have no reason not to train fervently. First, we need to ascertain how many years remain until the other me awakens, Android 18 said earnestly. Shaya nodded in agreement. Their immediate plan was to head towards the temple to determine how much time had elapsed since the Namek incident. With that, the two transformed into streaks of light and soared towards the temple, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. As they flew, mountains and rivers blurred past them, the biting cold wind whipping around them as Shaya and Android 18 flew side by side. Razili, when did you first awaken? How many years were there between that and Dr. Jiro's death? Shaya inquired mid-flight. Android 18 furrowed her brow in thought and replied uncertainly, perhaps 1 or 2 years. I'm not entirely sure of the exact duration as I was in a deep slumber. With a gentle nod, Shaya refrained from further questioning and focused his gaze ahead. They were not far from the Korin sanctuary. Through the distant mountain outlines, a slender black line stood against the blue sky, resembling a fine rope connecting earth and heaven. There's Korin Tower ahead. We shall ascend to the temple directly. Upon saying this, they altered their course as they approached the Korin Tower, flying upward at a right angle along its side, like a whirlwind sweeping past, leaving behind a trail of ethereal light that rippled outward. They sped past the top of Korin Tower and continued toward the temple. Atop Korin Tower, the cat sage gazed outside in confusion, having thought he saw something fly by. Rubbing his eyes, he found nothing there. Was that merely an illusion? He pondered, returning to the tower's interior with a suspicious demeanor. In the vast emptiness above, a crimson-hued hemispherical temple floated in the high expanse of space. The old Kai and Bu stood at the temple's edge, looking down with perplexed expressions. At that moment, a man and a woman appeared before them. Who are you two, and what brings you to Earth? The old Kai asked, astonishment evident on his face. His surprise was warranted, for he could not discern either of their identities. The man's aura was profoundly enigmatic, while the woman bore no detectable energy whatsoever. In all his years, the old Kai had never encountered a being devoid of any life response. Shaya regarded the old Kai's aged visage and calmly asked, I would like to inquire how much time has passed since Kakarot traveled to Namek. No, tell me directly how long it has been since Namek's destruction. The old Kai's pupils constricted slightly, uncertain of the visitors' identities, yet he answered honestly, "It has been a year and a half since Namek's destruction." "Only a year and a half?" Shaya muttered, calculating the time discrepancy between the two worlds. In his own realm, he had waited over 20 days. Yet here only a year and a half had elapsed, a stark contrast to the previous correlation of 9 days to 1 year, indicating a significant reduction in the flow of time. It appeared that Zeno and the Grand Priest had altered the overall temporal dynamics of the universe. Shaya lifted his head, his dark eyes shimmering with a luminous glow. What extraordinary eyes! The old Kai thought, taken aback as he met Shaya's gaze. Feeling as if he were peering into an infinite cosmos, an innate power radiated from the young man, rendering the old Kai momentarily immobile. This black-haired youth was undoubtedly a being of superior divinity, and not just any divine entity. Shaya paid no heed to the old Kai's reaction and turned his attention to Android 18, sighing, "Razili, it seems we must wait on Earth for a considerable time." In the original narrative, the interval between Namek's destruction and Trunks' arrival was approximately 1 year and 260 days, less than 2 years. With a year and a half having passed since Namek's demise, it meant Goku was still wandering the cosmos. Whether he had learned instant transmission on Yardrat remained uncertain, as Goku and Trunks' world did not possess that ability. Even if Goku returned to Earth, it would only signify the impending emergence of the androids, with the actual timeline still requiring several more years. "That's fine. The time difference between the two realms affords me an opportunity to bolster my strength," Android 18 remarked nonchalantly. "All right, let us first find a place to settle in the lower realm." Noting Android 18's lack of complaints, Shaya made a decisive choice. Casting a sidelong glance at the perspiring old Kai, who seemed to sense the dimensionality of his divine realm. After a brief invocation, the two departed from the temple. They then pierced through the clouds, flying towards a city in the lower realm. How terrifying, even in the presence of King Enma. I have never felt such pressure. He is undoubtedly a being of immense nobility, surpassing even King Enma, the old Kai thought, his complexion pale. Who are they? And is it safe for them to remain on Earth? Yu asked, his round eyes wide with concern. The old Kai steadied himself, his wrinkled brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing. It is fine. They are likely unknown deities, and not just any gods. They possess a benevolent heart. There is no need to fear they will cause harm to Earth. Gods are often exalted and filled with compassion. All life in the mortal realm is their kin. Yet the old Kai was unaware that within the cosmos existed another type of god known as a destroyer. In their eyes, all life was as insignificant as an unconscious pebble, easily obliterated at will. From the perspective of the grand cosmos, maintaining the universe's normalcy was of utmost importance. Any life obstructing the universe's existence could be met with equal destruction. Had the old Kai known this, he would have been understandably apprehensive. Sometimes, ignorance is indeed a blessing. Yu stood quietly aside, voicing no objections to the old Kai's words, for as a servant of the gods, he acted solely on the divine will. Meanwhile, as Shaya and Android 18 departed from the temple, they journeyed northward, quickly approaching the Arctic Circle, where Dr. Jero's research facility was likely situated. The northern winds were fierce, and heavy snow began to fall. In the frigid northern hill ranges, a blanket of white snow covered the mountains, transforming the landscape into a scene of purest white. They descended in a place called Misruta. "I quite enjoy the ambience here," Android 18 remarked as she landed on a rock, leaning against the stone wall to gaze at the distant, illuminated area where a small village lay nestled. "Let us take a moment to settle here," Shaya casually suggested. At this juncture, they were not pressed for time, nor did they possess a designated place to rest, since Subject 18 had expressed a profound appreciation for the scenery. It seemed prudent to pause their journey. "Very well," replied Subject 18 with a cool voice, as she descended from the rocky terrain. And together they ambled towards the quaint mountain village. "Oh dear, you two are dressed so lightly in this heavy snowfall, you might catch a cold," exclaimed a woman in her mid-20s, with striking red hair, emerging from the coniferous forest while brandishing a hunting rifle. Upon noticing Shaya and Subject 18's scant attire, she hurriedly retrieved 2 thick cotton jackets from her backpack. "Thank you, but we are not cold," Shaya replied. "In such a snowstorm, how could you possibly not be cold?" "Oh, I see. You must be martial artists. I understand that martial artists are impervious to both extreme heat and bitter cold." The self-assured woman clapped her hands, convinced she had arrived at the right conclusion. Chapter 587. Greetings to Frieza. I once beheld the prowess of martial artists on television, and I never imagined that you would be so formidable at such a young age. In the past, when this region was under the dominion of the Red Ribbon Army, it was a remarkably brave youth who liberated us. The red-haired woman spoke incessantly, revealing a rather loquacious disposition. At this moment, Shaya scrutinized the young lady before him. She appeared to be around 25 or 26 years of age, of petite stature, clad in a light blue fleece coat, and adorned with a tall, fluffy hat. Her vibrant red hair cascaded down to her chest. Soon, they arrived at the village entrance, where the red-haired woman gestured towards the direction of the village. "My name is Suno. I reside on the other side of the village. If you need anything, feel free to seek me out. By the way, should you encounter a Ba, do not be alarmed by his appearance. He is quite gentle, the guardian spirit of our village." With a wave of her arm, the woman named Suno departed, her hunting rifle slung across her back. Number 18 maintained a constant smile as she observed her, then remarked, "What a cheerful girl. I quite like her. Though she does talk rather a lot. That's likely due to your own reserved nature, Shaya replied, noticing 18's indifference. He shrugged and proceeded with her into the village. As he beheld the snow-laden village, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. Masruda, the Red Ribbon Army. The icy expanse, the girl with red hair, these keywords coalesced, and Shaya discerned their location. This was indeed the Masruda area where Sun Wukong had once pursued the Red Ribbon Army. Thus, the woman named Suno was the very girl who had rescued Sun Wukong back in those days, and Aba must be Android 8. Moreover, Dr. Gero's laboratory was situated near the Arctic Circle. Was this merely a coincidence? Shaya pondered, yet he did not dwell on it. His purpose for coming was to assist 18 in becoming Super 18. All other matters could wait. Subsequently, Shaya and 18 took up residence in Suno's village, where they stayed for several months. During this time, 18 encountered Android 8, a gentle giant with a love for peace, whose fierce appearance belied a tender spirit. It was rather ironic that Dr. Gero's androids were such failures in his quest to eliminate Sun Wukong. Each android, rather than being a harbinger of destruction, cherished tranquility and nature. Androids 8, 16, 17, and 18 embodied this ethos, with the exception of the 17 and 18 from Trunks' world. Months passed swiftly until the time came for Trunks to make his appearance. In the manga, the first world of Dragon Ball is, in fact, Trunks' world, from which Trunks' time travel initiated the Android Saga and the subsequent Majin Buu arc. In the world akin to the original narrative where Shaya currently resided, Trunks had not traversed time. One day, far beyond the solar system, a disc-shaped spaceship approached Earth. A menacing, bloodthirsty aura emanated from the ship, chilling to the bone, as though a demon had just emerged from the depths of hell, instilling terror in those who sensed it. At that moment, the Dragon Ball warriors across the globe felt the ominous presence. At Baozi Mountain, Son Gohan awoke suddenly, the sound of urgent phone rings piercing the silence. Gohan. Do you feel that? It's Krillin calling. Yes, I sense it. That energy is exceedingly malevolent. It's Frieza. He is not dead and is approaching Earth. This is intolerable. Wasn't Frieza defeated by Goku? Without further ado, Son Gohan rummaged through his cupboard, retrieving an old battle suit. Ignoring Chi-Chi's protests, he soared towards the location where Frieza's ship was set to land. Simultaneously, warriors from around the world sprang into action. Tien Shinhan and Chaozu in the snowy plains, Krillin at the Turtle Hermit's house, Piccolo in the highlands, and the residents of West City, Leping and Vegeta, all prepared for confrontation. Damn Kakarot. Was he not supposed to eliminate that scoundrel Frieza? Did he show him mercy in the end? Vegeta's visage was dark, veins bulging from his forehead, a tempestuous aura swirling around him, exuding an intimidating presence. Aside from Frieza, I sense another powerful energy. Leping's expression was grave. One Frieza was already beyond what Earthlings could contend with, and now, the emergence of another formidable force filled him with dread. This time, I shall personally vanquish Frieza. Vegeta declared coldly, breaking through the air with determination. Avoidance was never an option for Vegeta. Even in death, he would choose to fall on the battlefield. In the temple, the old Supreme Kai gazed solemnly into the void of space, his hand clutching the staff trembling slightly. This was indeed a dire calamity for Earth. The enemy was overwhelmingly powerful. Could we possibly withstand this threat? Never had the old Supreme Kai felt such unrest. Suddenly, he recalled the two enigmatic beings residing on Earth. Perhaps they could assist us. No, Frieza is far too powerful, even if they are divine. Their strength may still fall short. As the old Supreme Kai wrestled with his thoughts, nearby the village of Masruda, Shaya emerged from the snow-covered forest and lifted his gaze to the vast sky, a smile gracing his lips. Frieza has arrived as anticipated. Let us pay him a visit. Though I hope we are not too intimidated. Lazuli, let us step outside. Number 18, hands tucked in her pockets, donned her usual scan attire. Is it Frieza? I have yet to see him in person. Her alabaster face radiated curiosity. Within the disc-shaped spaceship, Frieza remarked, My son, we shall soon arrive at Earth. That azure planet is truly exquisite. Though it is merely a lowly world of little value, it seems a waste to allow those primitive apes to inhabit it. It would be exceedingly simple to obliterate it all at once. The imposing King Cold reclined in his chair, his chin resting in his hand, while Frieza stood before him, barely reaching his knees. Haha, father, that is insufficient. According to the radar's readings, that Super Saiyan is also en route here. And I intend to annihilate Earth before his very eyes. Frieza's expression twisted with malice, his body stitched together with metal plates radiating a cold aura. His current form was a result of that accursed Super Saiyan. He would destroy everything dear to that Super Saiyan to assuage his burning hatred. Near the equator, exposed rock formations welcomed Krillin, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and other warriors as they converged. What are you weaklings doing here? Do not interfere with my battle. Vegeta descended from the sky, his tone laced with derision. Piccolo and the others frowned, but the formidable threat at hand demanded unity, and they merely grunted in response. At that moment, Bulma arrived in her aircraft, joining their ranks. Bulma, what are you doing here? Krillin exclaimed, his face pale with shock. I'm here to see Frieza. I never got the chance when I was on Namek. This is a rare opportunity. Who knows if there will be another? With Goku absent, we might all perish today. Our survival is uncertain, Bulma remarked nonchalantly. Krillin found himself at a loss for words. realizing the validity of Bulma's reasoning and thus refrained from further opposition. Suddenly, a colossal shadow swept across the sky, casting its gloom over a highland as a disc-shaped spacecraft, nearly 100 meters in diameter, descended. The ground trembled incessantly, and as several claw-like metallic appendages penetrated the earth, the ship's hatch swung open. A throng of extraterrestrial beings, armed with energy cannons, emerged to level the uneven terrain outside. Shortly thereafter, two figures, one large and one small, stepped forth from the vessel. Instantly, a suffocating chill enveloped the atmosphere, causing the air to momentarily solidify. Klin and his companions were left aghast, as if an immense boulder weighed heavily upon their chests, making each breath a struggle. This was the aura of Frieza. Yet there was an even more frigid presence, one that seemed to surpass Frieza in power, a strength beyond description. Was this a jest? Piccolo and his allies fought to maintain their composure, their eyes betraying disbelief. How could the gap in their abilities be so vast? The harsh truth was that the enemies might exceeded their wildest imaginations. The individual beside Frieza was King Cold. Vegeta's voice trembled, his complexion paling further. Ha ha ha, father, look at these feeble ants, they seem quite frightened. Frieza narrowed his crimson eyes, licking his lips, a cruel smile forming on his face. These earthlings are insignificant. That Super Saiyan is our true target. The Super Saiyan must be eradicated, or they will pose a threat to our dominion. King Cold, draped in a voluminous cloak, crossed his robust arms over his chest. Indeed, as long as we join forces, eliminating that Super Saiyan will be a trivial task. Moreover, my strength has surged significantly, perhaps I alone will suffice. How dare they underestimate us? Piccolo gritted his teeth, yet his body remained immobile. Damn it. I am the prince of the Saiyans, Frieza, I will surely defeat you. Vegeta's expression was grim, his teeth grinding audibly. To be revived only to perish again. Leping remarked with a bitter smile. King Cold's indifferent gaze swept the surroundings before he raised his head and issued commands to his subordinates. Hasten to eliminate these ants. Do not allow them to interfere with our battle against the Super Saiyan. Yes, shouted several oddly shaped extraterrestrials. Their faces contorted with malice as they advanced toward Piccolo and the others. Instantly, Piccolo and his companions tensed, preparing for combat. At that moment, two youthful figures suddenly appeared before everyone, materializing as if from thin air. Shaya, with a broad smile, withdrew his hand from Android 18's shoulder. Taking a few steps forward to place himself between Frieza and Piccolo's group, looking at Frieza with a radiant grin. Hello, Frieza. Are you seeking a fight? Perhaps I could be your opponent? Chapter 588, a single strike to death it is him. Upon catching sight of Shaya, memories flooded into Piccolo's mind from several years prior, during the invasion of Earth by Raditz, Goku's brother. After Goku's demise, this enigmatic figure had made an appearance. At that time, Piccolo had sensed the terrifying strength of his opponent, yet now it seemed to surpass even his expectations. Hey, when did this Earthling appear? Is he the Super Saiyan you mentioned? King Cold exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Frieza. No, father, the Super Saiyan is named Goku, not this brat, Frieza replied. Shaking his head, his expression then shifted, an icy aura emanating from him. Who are you to know my name? I never imagined there would be someone like you on Earth. Regrettably, you will pay a heavy price for your foolish actions today. Kill him. Frieza commanded his minions. Without hesitation, the aliens lunged at Shaya, but all that could be heard were the sounds of strikes. In mere moments, dozens of figures lay scattered, unconscious, as if struck by a tempest, while Shaya remained steadfast, seemingly unmoved. Impressive, King Cold remarked, waving his hand for his subordinates to deploy their energy detectors. What data have you gathered? Reporting to King Cold, we couldn't gather any data, the alien stammered. There's no need to measure, father. The Earthling possesses a method to conceal his power level. The detectors are ineffective against them. Frieza explained. Oh, how intriguing, King Cold mused, stroking his chin. His expression still arrogant, devoid of any concern. This confidence stemmed from his belief in his invincible strength. In his mind, Earthlings were never worthy of his regard. Even the Super Saiyan that Frieza mentioned was merely a fleeting curiosity. Piccolo, that person just repelled Frieza's subordinates. Did you see how he did it? Krillin whispered to Piccolo. Piccolo's gaze remained fixed ahead as he shook his head. No, I couldn't discern his movements. Not even you. Krillin exclaimed, astonished, his eyes nearly bulging. Knowing that Piccolo could contend with Frieza's second form, the implication was that this mysterious figure's power was far greater than Piccolo's. A mix of surprise and anticipation surged within Krillin, along with a burning question. When had such a master appeared on Earth? He was utterly unaware. This guy is definitely not from Earth. His aura is entirely different from that of Earthlings. Vegeta declared, his focus unwavering on Shaya after his appearance. Perhaps due to their shared Saiyan heritage, Vegeta could sense a trace of kinship. Meanwhile, Android 18, having witnessed Shaya's confrontation, casually tossed her hair and settled onto a protruding rock, propping her chin as if watching a performance. The gentle breeze tousled her hair as she coolly remarked, Hey, I've seen enough of Frieza's antics. Hurry up and deal with them. Certainly, Shaya replied, turning back to Frieza and leisurely approaching him, moving without any semblance of caution. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, but with Kakarot's return still some time away, allowing Frieza and his cohorts to wreak havoc on Earth would jeopardize his objectives. It was better for them to perish. Frieza's eyes narrowed at Shaya's words, as if he had heard the grandest of jokes. He stood shorter than Shaya, gazing upward as he coldly proclaimed, "Ho ho ho, you are truly arrogant. Those who dare speak to me in such a manner are already in the afterlife. After all, you are merely a life form on this tiny, lowly planet, unacquainted with the grandeur of the universe." Frieza shook his head, a smirk playing on his lips as he boasted, "To be frank, if I wished to kill you, a mere finger would suffice." "Oh, is that so?" Shaya's smile faded, his brow arching as his pitch-black eyes filled Frieza with trepidation. Frieza, seething with anger, would not admit that he had felt a chill of fear. In the next moment, his expression turned grim, the air around him crackling ominously as an overwhelming, malevolent aura radiated from his being, causing the ground to tremble. All present, save for Shaya, Android 18, and King Cold, felt the oppressive force, succumbing to dizziness and breaking out in cold sweat. Such terrifying power. It was then that those who had never witnessed Frieza's might finally grasp his true terror, their eyes widening as beads of sweat cascaded down their faces. Goku had been battling such a monster all along. After so many years of training, they found themselves unable to withstand Frieza's pressure. The atmosphere darkened as Vegeta's expression soured, a sense of despair washing over him. How infuriating. Frieza was even more formidable than during the Namek saga. Could he truly defeat such an adversary? The Frieza of Namek had already rendered him powerless, and now this Frieza was even more fearsome. Despite having significantly increased his strength over the years, it still fell woefully short. Vegeta was shaken to his core, overwhelmed by frustration. His gaze shifted to Shaya, and he was taken aback. Amidst Frieza's monumental aura, the mysterious youth wore a faint smile. Frieza's pressure appeared utterly ineffective against him. Had Shaya's power reached a level capable of withstanding Frieza? Vegeta could hardly believe it. It is truly regrettable that Kakarot did not eliminate you on Namek. However, fate decreed that you were not meant to perish then. Now, by chance, you have found yourself on Earth, crossing paths with me. It seems you cannot refuse fate's kindness twice. Allow me to send you to the afterlife, Shaya said, squinting his eyes before suddenly launching an attack. Frieza's face froze, his pupils constricting in horror as he realized he had lost sight of his opponent. With a thunderous crack, a tremendous force erupted from his chest, causing Frieza to roll his eyes back in pain, nearly losing consciousness. "Damn you!" Frieza roared, blood dripping from his mouth as his expression twisted in fury, veins bulging in his eyes. Yet Shaya had no intention of letting him off the hook. He reappeared beside Frieza, a colossal fist dominating Frieza's field of vision. What extraordinary speed! A flicker of regret crossed Frieza's mind. Before he could react, a fist as hard as steel collided with his head, unleashing a burst of force that shattered his fragile skull, sending white and purple liquid splattering across the ground. In a single blow, Frieza was slain by Shaya's devastating strike. The scene suddenly descended into silence, as everyone stood in disbelief, witnessing the extraordinary event unfolding before their eyes. The arrogant and ruthless cosmic emperor, Frieza, had been felled by a mere punch? This was not a street brawl, where iron rods and bottles were wielded as weapons. This was a genuine confrontation. Their incredulity stemmed from their inability to comprehend the magnitude of what they were witnessing. Yet, this moment profoundly shook their very souls. A master, without a doubt. An unprecedented master. After a brief state of bewilderment, they regained their composure, gazing at the pool of murky blood and the decapitated body, its limbs quivering in reflexive movements. Frieza had been struck down? Krillin murmured to himself, suddenly feeling a dryness in his throat. His pupils constricted sharply, a chill creeping into his heart, accompanied by an exhilarating sense of thrill. Yes, Frieza was dead. The Cosmic Emperor, vanquished by a single blow. What terrifying power this must entail. Leaping's face turned pale, his entire being steeped in acute tension. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his trembling arms betraying the inner turmoil he faced. The facade of unwavering strength he had maintained shattered in the presence of such absolute power, revealing a lingering fear and reverence for the unknown warrior. If only I could possess such strength. Chapter 589. The astonished Dragon Ball warriors at that moment. Applause erupted as King Cold, without even casting a glance at the deceased Frieza, strode before Shaya. Impressive, far beyond my expectations. You have effortlessly slain Frieza. Would you consider replacing him in the strongest clan? I can grant you dominion over all the planets he ruled. The Frost Demon race is indeed cold-blooded. I have slain your son. Do you not feel any sorrow? Shaya inquired with a hint of amusement. Sorrow? I find such trivial emotions unnecessary. King Cold's mature visage betrayed a flicker of disdain, as if such feelings were the province of lesser beings. The Frost Demons, often branded as demons themselves, undoubtedly possessed a heart as frigid as their reputation suggested. Even if Frieza were alive, their relationship as father and son could be severed without hesitation when confronted with sufficient incentive. King Cold had always harbored suspicion toward his two sons. Have you given it some thought? Regrettably, I hold no interest in joining your ranks. Such a pity, King Cold chuckled lightly, a glimmer of malice flashing in his blood-red eyes. In an instant, his jovial demeanor shifted to one of ferocity as he launched an unprovoked assault on Shaya. Die. King Cold extended his lethal claws toward Shaya, who merely scoffed in disdain. Just as he prepared to retaliate, a slender crimson beam shot forth from the distance, piercing through King Cold's head. Upon witnessing the attack, Shaya abandoned his intent to engage. King Cold's expression froze, disbelief overtaking him as the light in his once vibrant eyes dimmed. Despite the Frost Demon's tenacity, a pierced head or heart would spell death. Shaya turned toward the source of the beam, discovering Android 18. One hand resting on her chin while the other pointed toward him, the energy ray having emanated from her fingertip. Why did you intervene, Lazuli? Android 18's pale brow furrowed slightly. Her voice as frigid as ever. Do not waste time. Such a feeble individual does not merit lengthy discourse. Indeed, Shaya conceded, at a loss for further words. King Cold's full power was comparable to that of Kavira, and indeed far superior to Frieza. Yet, in Android 18's eyes, it was merely weak, known for her decisive approach. 18 never wasted words when action was required. Her twin brother, Android 17, shared this trait. No unnecessary chatter, just action, if it can be resolved with strength. Do not rely on words. In contrast to Shaya's banter with 18, Piccolo and Vegeta stood in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend what had transpired. After a prolonged moment, realization dawned upon them. The Frieza father-son duo had fallen. So easily? They rubbed their eyes, an absurd feeling rising within them. If even the tyrannical Frieza and his progeny could be dispatched so effortlessly, what did that imply for those who had long suffered under Frieza's reign? Gazing at the lifeless forms, a chill coursed through Piccolo. Meanwhile, the aliens who had accompanied King Cold and Frieza to Earth recoiled in terror upon witnessing their king's demise. Shaya cast a disdainful glance at the aliens retreating toward their saucer-like spacecraft. Such wretched beings serve only to disrupt the order of other planets. Do you not intend to eliminate Frieza's minions? The last remark was directed toward Piccolo and the others. Yes, we cannot allow Frieza's subordinates to escape Earth. In a heartbeat, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha sprang into action. Run for your lives. The aliens, having lost their spirit following the deaths of Frieza and King Cold, scattered in a panic at the sight of the Dragon Ball warriors. Their combat abilities were not formidable, and soon, all the aliens that had come to Earth met their demise alongside their masters, their spacecraft exploding in a fiery spectacle. Who are these two? In the celestial realm, the Elder Kai looked on in astonishment, realizing the extent of their power. Divine beings who could so easily dismiss Frieza. Equally astonished was the North Kai, who had been monitoring Frieza's movements. Who are you? Gohan mustered the courage to step forward. Gohan? The one with black hair? Android 18's beautiful eyes rested on Gohan, her brow furrowing slightly as she noted the differences between this world and her own. Yes, who are you? Gohan, momentarily taken aback, continued to inquire. He sensed a familiar essence emanating from Shaya, which quelled his fear unlike the others. Shaya approached Android 18, casting a glance at Piccolo and the others. Our identities are of little consequence. I believe you are more concerned about Kakarot's whereabouts, are you not? Kakarot? Do you know where he is? Vegeta hastened to close the distance, suddenly realizing that Shaya had referred to Goku as Kakarot. Could it be that you are also a Saiyan? I am indeed a Saiyan. But Lazuli is a pure earthling, Shaya replied, gesturing toward the radiant Android 18 with a gentle shake of his head. You jest. An earthling cannot possess such power. Krillin exclaimed, astonished. Just moments ago, this striking woman had effortlessly dispatched Frieza's father with but a finger. Such prowess could hardly be attributed to an ordinary earthling. Krillin's assumption was not far from the truth. Android 18 was indeed an android, yet she had originated from earthlings. Are there other Saiyans in the universe? Vegeta's brow furrowed, recalling that he and Kakarot were the only pure-blooded Saiyans he knew. If this individual could so easily vanquish Frieza, he must be a super Saiyan. There are, but not in this world. The mysteries of the universe far exceed your imagination. Realizing that further questioning would yield no answers, Vegeta refrained from pressing. The knowledge that other Saiyans still existed in the cosmos was enough. At that moment, Gohan exclaimed with excitement, Do you know where my father is? Kakarot will soon arrive on Earth. Just a few more hours of waiting will suffice. Shaya was uncertain whether this reality was a pure reflection of the original Trunks world or a distorted narrative of the original storyline. Logically, this world had diverged from Trunks' reality several years ago, with a high possibility of evolving into the original storyline featuring the androids. Having replaced Trunks in defeating Frieza and King Cold, the trajectory seemed to align with the android saga. However, to ascertain the precise nature of this world's path, an encounter with Goku was essential. According to the details known to Shaya, in the world of Trunks, Son Goku has been wandering the cosmos since the destruction of Namek. Without ever visiting Yardrat to learn instant transmission, he only returned to Earth in a moment of dire urgency when Frieza posed a grave threat. Thus, when Trunks learns that Goku has mastered instant transmission, his astonishment is entirely justified. Conversely, in the Android saga, Goku appears far more at ease, leisurely returning to Earth aboard a spaceship after acquiring the ability to teleport. It is only upon sensing Frieza's energy dissipate as he nears Earth that he refrains from using instant transmission directly. Therefore, the contrasting trajectories of the two worlds, particularly the development of the seventh universe, can be discerned simply by observing whether Goku employs instant transmission. Wonderful. Goku is coming back, Shaya exclaimed. Thanks to your assistance, Earth was spared from grave danger. Yet, with a knowing smile, Shaya added, the peril is far from over. there are greater challenges awaiting you in the future. But let's save those discussions for when we meet Kakarot. Noting that the others seemed disinclined to press further, Piccolo and the rest refrained from inquiry. At that moment, Shaya produced a universal capsule from his pocket, conjuring a hemispherical dwelling upon the ground before stepping inside. After all, he estimated that it would take at least 2 or 3 hours for Goku to reach Earth, and he had no intention of idly waiting outside. After lying quietly in the small abode for several hours, a powerful presence approached Earth. Shaya opened his eyes, turned over, and rose from his bed. He opened the door and called out to Android 18, Kakarot is nearing Earth. After we meet him, we shall search for Dr. Gero's whereabouts. Understood, 18 replied. Chapter 590. Revealing the future. Shaya and Android 18 emerged from the small dwelling, restoring it back into the universal capsule. They then turned their gaze towards Vegeta and the others, who were seated upon the rocky outcrop, not far away. Kakarot is approaching Earth. You should be able to sense his energy now. Has that fool finally arrived? Vegeta replied, relaxing his palms that rested on his knees, focusing intently. He swiftly detected the fluctuating energy of Goku. Indeed, it is Kakarot's energy, he stated with a hint of indifference. Piccolo also sensed Goku's energy. A look of surprise illuminating his features. His gaze towards Shaya brimmed with newfound reverence. Goku was still several 100,000 kilometers away, and it was only through Shaya's alert that he was able to perceive it. Shaya's prowess was undeniably far superior to his own. Dad is back. Let's hurry. Gohan exclaimed excitedly. Yes, let us wait at the location where Goku will land. Krillin and Liu Ping exchanged glances, both brimming with enthusiasm. After deducing Goku's landing point, they took to the skies, soaring towards where Goku was destined to touch down. Soon, the capable flyers departed one by one. Seeing them leave, Bulma stomped her foot in impatience and swiftly piloted her craft to follow suit. Before long, only Shaya and Android 18 remained on the high plateau. We should also take a look. Shaya smiled at 18, eager to witness whether Goku had indeed mastered instant transmission. 18 nodded, leisurely ascending into the air, soon disappearing alongside Shaya into the soft, billowing clouds. In the vicinity of the Arctic Circle, Dr. Gero's lair. Dr. Gero stared in disbelief at the images transmitted by the insectoid robot, his wrinkled face displaying sheer astonishment, the lines on his forehead furrowing deeply. The footage revealed Shaya and Android 18 in the act of vanquishing Frieza and King Cold. This woman, who bears an uncanny resemblance to Android 18. Who on earth is she? Is it possible for someone to look exactly alike? Moreover, her power exceeds that of the Android 18 I created. At this moment, Dr. Gero had not yet undergone his transformation into an android. The new generation of androids had only just been completed and had yet to be activated. He glanced at the dormant Android 18 in the central chamber, then back at the footage of her effortlessly dispatching King Cold. The similarities in demeanor, hairstyle, and eye color were striking. However, the Android 18 he had created was merely a shadow of the one he had witnessed. Whoever it may be, no one will thwart my resolve to destroy Goku, Dr. Gero snarled through clenched teeth. Since the downfall of the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero had dedicated himself to research, gathering external data with the aspiration of creating an even more powerful android. His motivations were not rooted in loyalty to the Red Ribbon Army but stemmed from his own ambition. His interest in Goku was merely to find a worthy opponent for his newly crafted androids. Undoubtedly, no one on Earth was more suitable than Goku. The woman who resembled Android 18 possessed greater strength than his creation, if he could use her as a template. No, her power is too formidable. Capturing her would be improbable. It appears I must continue to augment the capabilities of Androids 17 and 18. Additionally, those extraterrestrial invaders, while seemingly weaker, could still serve as valuable resources. If I could integrate their genes into the next generation of androids. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated Dr. Gero became, eagerly anticipating his latest research endeavors. On the far side of the planet, in a desolate land strewn with jagged rocks and sparse vegetation, the landscape was dotted with cracked stone formations resembling miniature hills. The barren earth was only grazed by a few blades of grass swaying in the cold wind. The chill winds howled, tumbling tumbleweeds across the ground. Kakarot will likely land here, Shaya remarked with a smile upon touching down. Sure enough, soon after, a thunderous roar pierced the air, as a crimson sphere streaked across the sky, trailing a long tail of fire, akin to a fiery serpent raging through the heavens. With a resounding crash, the sphere struck the ground, creating a massive impact crater measuring 30 to 40 meters in diameter, sending clouds of dust and debris spiraling into the atmosphere. After a moment, the hatch of the vessel at the center of the crater opened, and Goku emerged. Ah! Everyone is here, Goku exclaimed joyfully, floating down to join Piccolo and the others. It truly is Goku. You finally returned. Just moments ago, Frieza and his minions arrived on Earth, and I was nearly convinced my time had come again, Krillin said, his excitement mingled with lingering fear as he patted Goku's chest. Dad! Gohan cried, launching himself into Goku's embrace. As Goku comforted Gohan, he turned to Krillin and the others, his expression becoming serious. I always knew Frieza was still alive. But he discovered my ship and anticipated my return to Earth. He arrived ahead of me. Then who eliminated Frieza? Piccolo inquired, gesturing towards Shaya and 18. They dispatched Frieza and his father with a single blow. Incredible. Goku was taken aback. He claims to be a Saiyan. He must also be a Super Saiyan. Vegeta approached, his tone flat. The level of Super Saiyan was one he believed he should have achieved first. While it was one thing to have Kakarot, now a mysterious figure emerged. Yet, despite Vegeta's reluctance, he had to admit that he still had considerable distance to cover before reaching the Super Saiyan level. Goku's expression turned serious as he approached Shaya. You two are a Super Saiyan? Indeed, Kakarot. I am aware of who you are. Is that so? Yet I do not know you. Would you mind demonstrating your Super Saiyan form in a spar? Goku's blood surged with excitement at the prospect of another Super Saiyan. Shaya shook his head. I believe that is unnecessary. The gap between us is too vast. Even if your power were to multiply several times, it would not withstand a mere flick of my finger. While the god of destruction, Beerus, could send Super Saiyan 3 Goku flying with a single finger, Shaya was not on Beerus level, yet Goku was not the same as he once was. I see. Although somewhat disappointed, Goku recognized that this man spoke the truth. He indeed possessed such strength. If the disparity was merely one of strength, Goku would have insisted on a challenge. However, Shaya had stated that no matter how much he enhanced his abilities, he could not withstand even a single finger. Thus, the challenge became unnecessary. Vegeta's expression darkened upon hearing this. Damn it, the gap between Goku and myself is so vast. Does that mean this prince stands no chance against him either? The heavy reality weighed upon Vegeta's heart, casting a shadow over his countenance. At that moment, Shaya took note of Goku's attire. Kakarot. Your clothing suggests you are donning the attire of the Urdratians, yes? A smile played on Shaya's lips. Goku was indeed wearing the garb of the Urdratians, indicating that he had mastered instant transmission. It appeared that this world was not entirely distinct from Trunks' timeline, but was instead progressing along the original narrative path. If Earth were to remain untroubled in the coming years, Babidi and Dodoria would undoubtedly awaken Majin Buu once more. Indeed. I have ventured to the planet Adralat and acquired a skill known as instantaneous teleportation. Without further ado, I am well aware of the concept of teleportation. Shaya interrupted Goku's speech, addressing everyone present. You are all quite curious about my origins, aren't you? In truth, I hail from a parallel dimension alongside Razali, where the timeline is advanced by several years compared to yours. In 3 years' time, a formidable android will emerge, and according to history, all of you shall perish at the hands of this android. However, due to our arrival, you need not concern yourselves with the android's impending threat. Shaya's words were startling, leaving Goku and Piccolo momentarily speechless. He found it amusing that he would assume the role of an explanatory figure akin to Trunks. Bulma, what is the likelihood of parallel dimensions? Krillin inquired discreetly, leaning closer to her. Bulma replied, according to scientific theories, there is no definitive denial of the existence of parallel worlds. This implies that what you say may indeed hold some truth. Krillin clicked his tongue, realizing that there seemed to be no necessity for the other party to deceive them. You claim that this android is extraordinarily powerful? Even Goku would be no match for it? Piccolo furrowed his brow, contemplating whether the assertions made were factual or not. According to Shaya's account, they were all destined to meet their demise at the hands of this so-called android. Indeed, I too shall be killed? Goku queried. No. You will soon succumb to a heart disease, and thus will not encounter the android. Shaya's words left Goku utterly astounded. How could this be? Therefore, you should hasten to gather the Dragon Balls and wish for a healthy body. Goku's expression turned somber, realizing that this was his only option. It appears you are indeed from another dimension. As for the android you mentioned, is it truly that formidable? Kakarot succumbs to illness and has never faced the android. Perhaps it is not even a match for a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, now serious, contemplated the matter, for in his mind, the Super Saiyan held an irreplaceable and sacred status. Almost elevated to the realm of belief, no one could vanquish a Super Saiyan. Chapter 591. Where is the Research Institute? No. Even if Sun Wukong were to transform into a Super Saiyan, he would undoubtedly stand no chance against the androids. A clear and melodious voice resonated, drawing all attention to Android 18, who stood beside Shaya. Why do you say that? Vegeta exclaimed, his face a mask of indignation, not out of sympathy for Sun Wukong, but rather in disbelief that anyone could underestimate a Super Saiyan. With a dismissive glance at Vegeta, Android 18 continued, I am one of those androids. However, in another realm, there once existed an android capable of defeating me in a single blow. That was true terror. Presently, 18's strength was perhaps slightly superior to that of the mature Cell, yet still fell short compared to Cell's perfect form. You are also an android. The revelation from 18 shocked everyone into expressions of disbelief, which quickly morphed into acceptance. No wonder she effortlessly dispatched Frieza's father. She was indeed the android they spoke of. A chill ran down their spines, realizing that even someone of her caliber could be bested by other androids, indicating the formidable nature of their power. With a cold snort, 18 proudly raised her chin. You should consider yourselves fortunate. Now that we have arrived in this world, you need not worry about the androids here. Lazuli was correct. There was no need for concern regarding androids, but rather vigilance for the even greater foes that would emerge in 10 years. Is there someone stronger than the androids? Krillin's expression was one of despair. The very mention of the androids had already instilled dread within him. and now he learned there were even more fearsome enemies to come. The others, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Tien, wore grim visages, while only Sun Wukong appeared eagerly anticipatory, prompting Bulma to suppress the urge to punch him. Who was that stronger being? Sun Wukong scratched his head nonchalantly. Majin Buu, a nearly indestructible creature. Even if reduced to a cellular state, he can instantly regenerate. He wields terrifying dark magic and can devour you in an instant. It is said that in ancient times, he nearly annihilated the entire universe. That is indeed terrifying. Sun Wukong's previously carefree demeanor faded, replaced by a more serious expression. The strangeness of Majin Buu even caught 18's attention. Having spent considerable time with Shaya and the others, she had heard tales of Majin Buu and understood from the descriptions that he was a troublesome adversary. I shall demonstrate the transformation state of a Super Saiyan, allowing you to make a comparison. With a smile, Shaya transformed into a typical Super Saiyan, suppressing his power to match that of a standard Super Saiyan like Sun Wukong. Golden flames enveloped his form, his eyes turned a vibrant green, and his hair stood on end, mirroring Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan state. This is Super Saiyan 1. Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly, transforming into a Super Saiyan himself as he faced Shaya. The two unleashed a torrent of overwhelming energy, causing the ground to tremble beneath them, evoking a sensation of near suffocation among those present. This is Super Saiyan. It looks quite imposing. Their expressions shifted. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Shaya and Sun Wukong, they began to believe much of what Shaya had claimed. However, the prospect of such a terrifying future filled them with dread. Kakarot, this is merely the ordinary state of Super Saiyan 1. You can still ascend further. Shaya spoke calmly, his energy steadily rising beyond that of an ordinary Super Saiyan, surpassing the Super Saiyan level, and then achieving full power Super Saiyan. The pressure radiating from him intensified, and Piccolo and Vegeta struggled to maintain their composure, sweat beading on their foreheads. Suddenly, crackling silver arcs of electricity flickered as Shaya elevated his power to Super Saiyan 2, the silver arcs weaving around him like serpents. In an instant, the pressure on everyone spiked, as if a massive boulder pressed upon their chests. Noticing their discomfort, Shaya smirked slightly, causing the pressure on Krillin and the others to dissipate. This is Super Saiyan 2, a level beyond Super Saiyan 1. In another world, the strongest android once achieved such power. How frightening. So this is the strength of the androids. Sun Wukong's expression turned grave, the immense pressure leaving him nearly speechless. With a light chuckle, Shaya continued to amplify his power, reaching Super Saiyan 3, altering his hairstyle and demeanor. His expression grew colder, and his power surged severfold. This is Super Saiyan 3. At this stage, you could barely contend with Majin Buu. After a brief transformation, Shaya reverted to his normal state, given Earth's fragility. Maintaining Super Saiyan 3 for extended periods could disrupt the planet's atmosphere, causing undue harm. Super Saiyan 3 can only barely fight? Indeed, to defeat Majin Buu, one must cultivate Super Saiyan 3 to a significant degree. In its initial state, victory is improbable. It could be said that a novice Super Saiyan 3 could withstand Majin Buu, but Buu's most terrifying attributes lie in his bizarre magic and exceptional learning capabilities. To combat him, one must possess energy capable of thoroughly suppressing him. This is troublesome. Did you just say there are only 10 years until Majin Buu appears? Even with Sun Wukong's optimistic nature, he could sense the looming challenges ahead. The power Shaya displayed made him feel as though he were facing a perilous peak. With no means to ascend, you have 10 years. Use this time wisely to train. I believe you can attain the strength to defeat Majin Buu. Shaya spoke these words after discerning the trajectory of this world. After all, once he and 18 took their leave, along with the absence of Trunks and Cell from another world, Sun Wukong and the others would face significantly fewer trials on their path to mastery. Should they confront Majin Buu then, their chances of survival would be grim. Indeed, we must train diligently, Sun Wukong murmured, and in the next moment, a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. Shaya paused briefly, then broke into a smile. This was the Sun Wukong he recognized. Moreover, Vegeta and Piccolo began to ponder. Although the impending android crisis in 3 years would be averted by the two before them, the even greater catastrophe 10 years hence would rest solely on their shoulders. How terrifying a future awaited them. Krillin lamented, a wave of despondency washing over him. Nothing was more frightening than knowing an insurmountable foe was on the horizon. The only consolation was the knowledge of when they would arrive. Was that all your strength? Sun Wukong inquired quietly. Sensing that Shaya had not shown his full potential, Shaya glanced at him. No. There are 2 more transformations beyond Super Saiyan 3. Those are the highest levels I have currently attained. The mystical state and Super Saiyan God are transformations distinct from Super Saiyan 3. He believed in his capacity to grow even stronger. Ah. There are 2 transformations beyond Super Saiyan 3? You are truly remarkable. Sun Wukong seldom admires anyone, but at this moment, he genuinely holds a deep respect for Shaya. Despite appearing equally youthful, he remains in the ordinary state of Super Saiyan 1, while the latter has already unlocked 5 transformations of Super Saiyan. Soaring amidst the ethereal, delicate clouds, Shaya and Android 18 hastened towards the Arctic Circle, having bid farewell to Sun Wukong and the others some time ago. Shaya, why did you divulge so much information to them? Our world has yet to encounter Majin Buu. How can you be so certain of its emergence? I cannot simply reveal that I have perused the original work, Shaya replied evasively. These insights stem from my observations in the realm of dragons. The trajectories are unlikely to be erroneous. Moreover, I possess an intuition that the future of this world may intertwine with that of ours in ways that are difficult to articulate. The future of this world, you say? Android 18 murmured softly, shaking her head to dismiss such unverifiable conjectures. Her beautiful eyes turned to the horizon, where they were nearing the location of Dr. Gero's research facility. Having traversed the undulating mountains, the snow-laden hills undulated like waves, and with the reference of another parallel world, they swiftly located Dr. Gero's research institute nestled in the northern glacial region. They quietly landed on a steep incline, and Android 18 arched her elegant brow. This should be the site of Dr. Gero's research facility, yet it is conspicuously absent, she exclaimed, her displeasure evident as she touched down. Perhaps it is too early. Dr. Gero may not have relocated his facility yet, Xiaoyu conjectured. Android 18's mood soured. Is that so? What shall we do now? Should we search the vicinity more thoroughly? I believe Dr. Gero's other facilities must be nearby. Transporting and constructing a research facility is an immense undertaking, particularly in this frigid, icy expanse where the permafrost complicates the execution of such a project. Dr. Gero, a frail old man who appears to be on the brink of death, would find it exceedingly challenging to single-handedly establish a facility, even with the aid of universal capsules. Therefore, it is likely that Dr. Gero's current research facility is not far from this location. Chapter 592. The alarmed Dr. Gallo. Shaya concurred with the notion that Dr. Gallo's laboratory, even if not situated in their immediate vicinity, should not be far away. He nodded in agreement with number 18's assertion, stating, let us search separately. Once we locate it, we shall immediately communicate with each other. As he spoke, Shaya produced a compact communicator designed by the Fidarian species. This device was as diminutive as a pin, offering remarkable convenience in its use. Securing the communicator to his collar, number 18 expressed her satisfaction. Taking flight and addressing Shaya, I shall search towards the east. You are tasked with the west. Very well, Shaya replied nonchalantly, nodding as he soared westward. After parting ways with number 18, Shaya traversed a series of undulating mountain peaks before abruptly halting his flight. A blanket of white snow enveloped the coniferous trees below, with icicles resembling candied fruit hanging from the melting snow. On the opposite side of the mountain, the snow was noticeably sparser, revealing a lush canopy of green foliage. Hovering in midair, Shaya closed his eyes momentarily, and as though released like ripples upon a surface, he unleashed his temporal powers, extending them several meters into the ground below. Akin to a vast scanning device sweeping across the terrain, Dr. Gallo's laboratory, even if subterranean, could not be too deep. If nearby, it would soon be uncovered. With this in mind, Shaya continued to project his temporal energy, rapidly mapping the landscape within a radius of several dozen kilometers in his mind. He meticulously analyzed the terrain, striving to ascertain Dr. Gallo's position. Minutes slipped by, and Shaya had scoured a significant portion of the area without any sign of the laboratory. Suddenly, a low beep emanated from the communicator, an alert from number 18. Lazuli, have you discovered something? Shaya inquired, pressing the device. Indeed, I have found something. Hurry over to my location. Number 18 relayed her coordinates. Understood. Shaya promptly severed the connection and made his way toward her position. Upon arriving, he found number 18 seated at the base of a massive fir tree, now reduced to a mere stump. What have you discovered? Shaya asked. Number 18 raised her hand, showcasing a minuscule insect, a mere millimeter in size, easily overlooked to the untrained eye. Shaya raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. Dr. Gallo's insect robots. This indicates we are quite close to his laboratory. Indeed, these microbots are likely tasked either with surveillance or perimeter security, number 18 stated calmly. Shaya pondered momentarily, then smirked and snapped his fingers. An ethereal energy shield expanded outward like a balloon, soon enveloping an area of several hundred kilometers. I have established a protective perimeter. As long as Dr. Gallo remains within this range, he shall not escape. Quick, let us search diligently, lest he becomes desperate. With number 18 capturing one of the insect robots, it was certain that Dr. Gallo was now aware of their presence. Their primary objective was to secure number 18 from this world, a matter of utmost importance that must not be compromised. Understood. Number 18 nodded vigorously, her impatience evident. Thus, they hastened their search of the surrounding area, knowing that with the region now delineated, discovering Dr. Gallo's laboratory was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, beneath a glacier, Dr. Gallo, in a fit of rage, shattered a glass vessel, the shards scattering like crystalline fragments. His countenance darkened as he bellowed. What is happening? How could that woman, resembling number 18, uncover those insect robots? A wave of unease washed over him, and he struggled to maintain his composure, feeling as though he were being specifically targeted. This is absurd. Ever since the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army, I have secluded myself within this laboratory, dedicating my efforts to the creation of formidable androids. My observations have solely been conducted through microbots, never crossing paths with Son Goku and his companions. I should not have been exposed. At this juncture, Dr. Gallo had not displayed animosity towards Son Goku and his allies. Thus it was unfathomable that anyone would seek him out. Yet, the two individuals wandering outside were evidently intent upon him, leaving Dr. Gallo perplexed. I cannot allow this to continue. They will inevitably uncover my location, and my research will be compromised. His expression darkened as he cast a furtive glance towards several dormant android capsules at the center of the laboratory. Should I activate them? Yet their development has only just concluded, and they have not undergone testing. If they behave as number 16 did, it would be disastrous. Torn. Dr. Gallo contemplated his latest creations, androids number 17 and 18, which might preserve his life, but if they went rogue, they could swiftly turn into his demise. Furthermore, he was uncertain whether these androids could contend with the two outside. Curse it. If only I had time to perfect number 17 and 18. Those two would pose no threat. Alas, time is not on my side. He paced restlessly within the confines of his laboratory. What if I combined the forces of numbers 16, 17, and 18? Would they suffice? Dr. Gallo shook his head, dismissing this impractical notion. Just then, the laboratory trembled violently as Shaya and number 18 approached the glacier housing the facility. After a moment's hesitation, Dr. Gallo made a decisive choice. He abandoned the laboratory above, opting instead to open a concealed passage leading underground. Save the ship to preserve the captain, he thought, hoping to create the illusion of his absence. Shortly after Dr. Gallo slipped into the passage, a steel door collapsed, and Shaya and number 18 forcefully entered. Upon entering the dimly lit interior of the laboratory, the flickering lights cast eerie shadows, yet Dr. Gallo was nowhere to be found. Is he gone? Has he fled? Number 18's demeanor grew colder as she surveyed her surroundings. However, upon spotting the dormant android capsules at the center, her expression softened considerably. These hefty capsules bore the numbers 16, 17, and 18, and within lay 3 frigid androids, one of which bore an uncanny resemblance to her. No, merely a deceptive ruse, Shaya remarked with a smirk. The commotion they had caused was substantial, and the meticulous Dr. Gallo would undoubtedly react. What he failed to realize was that within the confines of his temporal energy, nothing could elude detection. His feeble attempts at deception were nothing more than the fantasies of a deluded mind. Approaching a wall within the laboratory, Shaya struck the uneven surface with a fist, causing the brown stones to crumble and reveal a rusted steel door. Dr. Gallo must be hiding below, number 18 realized. True to the saying, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, Dr. Gallo had indeed constructed a hidden underground level for emergencies. Descending through the corridor behind the steel door, Shaya and number 18 discovered Dr. Gallo, his hair white as snow, in the subterranean second level. At that moment, he had yet to consider transforming himself into an android, his hunched form appearing frail and on the brink of demise. Dr. Gallo, at last, we have found you, number 18 declared with a cold smile as she approached him. Dr. Gallo's face reflected sheer terror as he coldly inquired, "Who are you, and why have you come to seek me?" Chapter 593, Another No. 18 I inquired of Dr. Gero, "Are you truly unable to distinguish your own creation?" Number 18's lips curved into a subtle smile, brimming with amusement as she regarded Dr. Gero. The doctor, momentarily taken aback, swiftly experienced a tumult of emotions, exclaiming in disbelief, "You are number 18. It cannot be. You were still in the incubation chamber, and how could there possibly be 2 number 18s in this world?" At this juncture, Dr. Gero's voice faltered, his countenance reflecting sheer incredulity. The demeanor of a top-tier scientist soon led him to the truth. Although he had not been conducting research in the realm of time and space, he possessed a foundational understanding of such matters. He pondered, "Are you the No. 18 from another world? It is impossible. Has such extraordinary technology emerged in the future?" Gently clapping her hands, number 18's fair visage illuminated with a smile. "Indeed. I am the number 18 from another world, so you shall meet your demise." With an expression devoid of any emotion, number 18 extended a hand towards Dr. Gero's chest, a radiant beam of light igniting at her fingertips. In an instant, a flash of brilliance pierced through, and blood erupted as Dr. Gero's chest was impaled. "You ungrateful wretch. Had I known, I would never have created you. But do you think this is the end? No, await your fate. I have already devised it. None of you shall stand a chance against it." Dr. Gero's words dripped with blood, his gaze dimming. "Are you referring to Cell? I regret to inform you. He is no match for me." The icy glimmer in her azure eyes intensified as number 18 crouched before Dr. Gero, her delicate fingers pressing against his wrinkled forehead. Unable to absorb the powers of androids 17 and 18, Cell would forever remain in his primitive state. Number 18 felt no fear, particularly as she was on the verge of transforming into Super 18. Cough. "How could you know?" "Ah, I see. You've come from another world." Dr. Gero's eyes became vacant, the last vestiges of hope extinguished. "Farewell." The cold pronouncement was followed by a series of sharp energy rays flickering briefly before penetrating Dr. Gero's brain. Number 18 felt an immediate lightness envelop her, as if she had reached a conclusion regarding everything. Shaya placed his hand on her shoulder. "Dr. Gero is dead. It is time for you to merge with this world's number 18. Indeed. Number 18 nodded softly, a decisive individual by nature. After a fleeting moment of melancholy, she quickly reined in her emotions. Furrowing her brow, she surveyed the surroundings, finding no trace of Cell, as Dr. Gero's laboratory likely extended beyond this singular location. If he had indeed commenced his research on Cell, it must be occurring elsewhere. No matter, Cell is of no concern. In the original narrative, Dr. Gero had merely completed the design and initial cultivation of Cell. The remainder was the product of a supercomputer's self-optimization. Nevertheless, this world's Dr. Gero was remarkable, capable of gathering Frieza's cells and conceptualizing Cell's design in mere hours. His genius was evident. Of course, this was also related to the fact that this notion had long been in Dr. Gero's mind. However, Shaya was not preoccupied with Cell at this moment. Even if this world's Cell survived, how many years would it take before he could walk freely? In Trunks' world, Cell sees the time machine at Trunks' age of 23. And as Trunks had yet to be born in this timeline, it would be at least 26 years before Cell made his appearance. A significant temporal gap. To be frank, by the time Goku of 26 years hence encounters a mere initial form of Cell, whose combat power is akin to that of an ordinary Super Saiyan, would he truly be fearful? If Cell were to manifest, it would surely culminate in tragedy. Imagining Cell emerging jubilantly, only to find himself surrounded by a plethora of Super Saiyan 2s, Super Saiyan 3s, and even stronger beings. The scene was so picturesque that Shaya felt a twinge of sympathy for Cell. Having shared his thoughts with number 18, she responded with a radiant smile. Upon returning to the first-floor laboratory and encountering 3 imposing incubation chambers, Shaya's gaze sharpened as the temporal energies roughly lifted Android 17 and 18's chambers, along with that of Android 16. After a cursory inspection of the chamber's integrity, he nodded to number 18. Boom, boom, boom. A surge of overwhelming energy erupted, obliterating Dr. Gero's laboratory in an instant, reducing all records to ashes. The glaciers, which had stood for millennia, collapsed in that moment, transforming everything into ruins, concealed beneath ice and snow. Carrying the 3 incubation chambers, they soared for several minutes before breaking free from the frigid embrace of the Arctic Circle, descending into a mountainous region. At that moment, the sky darkened ominously, as if night had suddenly fallen. From a distant planet, a mysterious pressure began to emanate. The sky has turned black. Has Goku collected all 7 Dragon Balls? Number 18 exclaimed in astonishment. Shaya smiled slightly, his lips curving upward. Kakarot is quite swift in his endeavors. I had only just reminded him to gather the Dragon Balls to wish for a healthy body, and it seems he has promptly set that into motion. Never mind. Let us not concern ourselves with them. The dragon will arrive quickly and depart just as swiftly. Moments later, the sky returned to a brilliant azure. Razzle, will you directly merge with number 18, or? I shall awaken her first, number 18 declared decisively. Shaya was taken aback but did not oppose her. If she was unwilling to merge, complications could arise. Yet, he was not worried that the other number 18 would act out of line, given their respective power levels. No, 18's fair visage radiated a charming smile. That will not happen. She is also me. Our thoughts are aligned, and the trajectory of this world closely resembles our own. Her disposition will not mirror that of the malevolent androids from Trunks' world. Very well, then proceed swiftly. Nodding with a gentle smile, Shaya respected number 18's wishes. Gingerly pressing the controls of the android's incubation chamber, the door opened, revealing android 18, who blinked in confusion, astonished to behold another version of herself. Just as she questioned whether she was seeing things, number 18 spoke. Greetings, my counterpart from another world. Who are you? Why do you look exactly like me? What is happening? Android 18 inquired, bewildered. Number 18 assisted her counterpart from the incubation chamber, and while Shaya was intrigued by their dialogue, he, as a man of decorum, stepped back to grant them space. Chatter ensued. The 2 number 18s exchanged words, and Shaya noticed the other number 18 casting curious glances in his direction. Her expression a mix of confusion and intrigue. For Android 18, the concept of another world and the formidable man referenced by her counterpart were entirely unfamiliar. This is the Patera earring. Once dawned, we shall merge. Number 18 produced a pair of crystalline, translucent earrings. Once we merge, we shall be inseparable? Android 18 asked. Receiving the earrings. These have been specially crafted by the dragon, enhancing their abilities. We are fundamentally the same individual. Once we merge, separation will be impossible. No. 18 affirmed earnestly, her azure gaze fixed intently upon her other self. Chapter 594. Super Android 18 after a moment of hesitation. Android 18 suddenly revealed a smile, instantly dimming the surrounding scene. Gently removing a pair of golden earrings from her ears, she adorned her left ear with a Patera earring. With a smile, she understood Android 18's choice and took off her own earrings, handing the crescent pendant necklace around her neck to Shaya. Then let us fuse, she declared, placing the other Patera earring on her right ear. After a few tranquil seconds, a tremendous force of attraction suddenly emerged, drawing 18 and Android 18 together, resulting in a collision. A dazzling light burst forth, momentarily blinding, and as the brilliance faded, a more refined young woman appeared. Although the appearance of the 2 fused 18s remained unchanged, their aura had transformed completely, exuding an ethereal, celestial presence, standing proudly apart from the mundane. Shaya observed from afar, a glimmer of admiration for beauty in his eyes. Though this 18 felt unfamiliar, no one could despise something so lovely. With a crisp sound, the patera earrings on her earlobes began to crack, disintegrating into shimmering powder that merged into the newly formed body. From that moment, the two 18s became one, their thoughts intertwining seamlessly. How much has your power increased? Shaya inquired, stepping forward to place the necklace back around 18's neck. Remarkably strong. I feel nearly invincible. I am Super 18, she exclaimed, exhilarated by the immense energy coursing through her, realizing how vastly she had grown in strength compared to before. Is that so? Use your greatest strength to strike me. Shaya nodded, transforming into the Super Saiyan God state. All right, 18 replied, excitement lighting her face. A wild energy surged within her, but then her expression turned serious. Fully concentrating, she tightened her slender fingers into a fist and launched a fierce attack at Shaya. The wind howled, and the air was violently torn apart. Shaya's expression shifted as he extended his palm to meet 18's punch, halting the assault. Yet the howling winds roared like a furious dragon. Waves of energy erupted from Shaya's sides, creating a thunderous blast that shattered the sky, revealing a vast expanse of azure as clouds were torn to shreds. The surrounding mountains were instantly eroded by the searing force, vanishing into nothingness. How was that? That was all my power, Shaya remarked, a look of excitement on his face. Impressive, Shaya praised, analyzing, though it pales in comparison to the Super 17 from another world. This is an unfathomably terrifying power. No ordinary Super Saiyan 3 could rival you. If we consider it carefully, you are close to the mysterious realm of Shilling and her companions. Super 17 could defeat the formidable Super Saiyan 4. And while Razali's Super 18 state could not compare to Super 17, her power stood atop the universe, slightly surpassing that of Majin Buu. Considering Razali's tireless and eternal energy, her overall combat capability was not inferior to that of Shilling and her peers. Have I truly improved so much? 18 did not feel disheartened by the comparison to Shilling. Rather, her spirit became lively. Perhaps due to the fusion of the two 18's personalities, she seemed transformed, no longer the youthful android lacking vitality. By the way, is your body feeling all right? Did Dr. Gero impose any restrictions on you? 18 pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No, the doctor. Gero of this world had just completed the creation of androids and was killed by me before he even activated them. Thus, there are no implanted commands or limiting devices within my body. That's good to hear. Shall we awaken 17 and 16 as well? Although 17 was 18's brother, Shaya knew he could not bring them to his own world. I'll do it, 18 replied softly, pressing the buttons of the other two dormant pods. Soon, 17 and 16 awoke from their slumber. Razali, how do we end up here? I remember an old man trying to capture us. 17's memories lingered on the moment Dr. Gero captured them, recalling a dashing young man with a red scarf. Yes, it was like this. 18 briefly explained the events that transpired, noticing the astonished expressions of her twin brother. Now you possess boundless energy within you. Aside from 16, no one on Earth can rival you. However, I hope you can control your temperament and not lose yourself in power. Don't worry, how could I possibly lose myself? 17 responded proudly, glancing at Shaya and whispering, Razali, are you going to follow this man to another world? Yes, 18 nodded softly, preferring the otherworldly red mountain star over Earth. Then rest assured, I will live on Earth with 16. Nature is beautiful and deserves to be protected by all. Dr. Gero's ideology is flawed, 16 stated, his expression blank as he gazed at the birds fluttering in the sky. 16's affinity for nature starkly contrasted with Dr. Gero's views, explaining why he was deemed a failure by the doctor. Nodding slightly to 16, 18 turned serious as she addressed 17. This universe is vast. Do not assume that just because you possess strength now, you can act with impunity. Many powerful beings could easily defeat you with a mere finger. If you have the chance, seek out Son Goku. He is the only Super Saiyan on Earth, and his strength will soon surpass yours. Learn martial arts from them to secure your future. Is it really that serious, Razali? 17 dismissed her concerns, feeling invulnerable with his current strength, thinking his sister worried too much. You should take this seriously. 18's expression grew stern. Suddenly, she launched an attack at 17. He was caught off guard and quickly found his arm pinned behind his back, unable to move. Your power is astonishing. 17 gasped, realizing that if 18 truly wanted to contend with him, she wouldn't even need a finger. A chill ran down his spine, prompting him to set aside his arrogance. All right. I will seek out Son Goku to learn combat techniques. Take care of yourself. 18 gently released her grip on 17's arm, speaking softly for a change. She then turned her gaze to 16, nodded lightly, and walked over to Shaya. The crises you will face in the future are significant. Dedicate yourselves to training and enhancing your strength. Shaya reminded them, indifferent to whether they absorbed his words. Hey, take good care of Razali. 17 shouted. Shaya paused for a moment before responding with a smile. Rest assured, she will fare well. Then, amidst the gazes of 17 and 16, he vanished in an instant. leaving only the two androids standing amidst the ruins of the crumbling mountains. Hey, 16, don't they seem extraordinarily powerful? After a moment of shock, 17 nudged 16 with his elbow. Indeed, they are terrifyingly strong, 16 replied succinctly. My sister has left. So where do we go from here? On the 17th. I glanced around the surroundings, a slight frown creasing my brow, when suddenly a brilliant idea struck me. I exclaimed with enthusiasm, what do you think about purchasing a farm? A farm? Absolutely, came the reply. Ha ha ha, then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten our steps. Chapter 595, Taoist scheme. The completion of Android 18's evolution into a super being signified the successful accomplishment of their mission, with the world's operations remaining undisturbed. Shaya snapped his fingers, and together with Android 18, they traversed through the illusory barriers of time and space. Once again, enchanting and surreal phenomena unfolded before their eyes. The distorted light within the time tunnel stretched and pulled at them, rendering visibility nearly impossible. As the cosmos shifted, time lost its meaning in this tunnel. In the blink of an eye, Shaya and Android 18 found themselves amidst the starry expanse of the seventh universe, pinpointing Earth's location before instantaneously teleporting to its surface. Upon reuniting with Shilling and the others, Shaya realized that precisely 3 days had elapsed since their departure, with the flow of time in both worlds subtly altered once more. Perhaps, after a while longer, synchronization between the two realms would occur, Shaya mused. He proceeded to explain the events that would unfold in the alternate world, causing Shilling's beautiful eyes to widen in astonishment as she gazed at Android 18. So, does this mean Lazuli's power is now on par with ours? While her energy intensity may not surpass yours, the greatest advantage of an android is their tireless physique. Thus, her overall strength is not significantly inferior to yours. Android 18 responded calmly, her words laced with confidence. That's splendid. We now have another practice partner. Previously, our training sessions were somewhat predictable, as we had grown accustomed to each other's moves. With Lazuli joining, our growth will surely accelerate, Mel's exclaimed, casually draping an arm over Android 18's shoulder, half embracing her. Shilling nodded in agreement, smiling coyly. Perhaps a three-way battle could prove to be an interesting tactic. At that moment, Mel's shook her head in disappointment. It's a pity that my counterpart in the alternate world is already deceased. Otherwise, merging with Lazuli would yield far superior results than mere training. Shaya flicked Mel's forehead, eliciting a glare of displeasure from her. With a chuckle, he chided, such shortcuts should not be relied upon too heavily. Lazuli is an android and does not need to focus on the later stages of her development, but you are different. The Patera earrings might impact your ascension to the divine realm. Mel sighed. I was merely contemplating. Shaya shot her a disapproving look, bemused by her immaturity despite her age. However, he did not regard this as a flaw. After all, those who tread the path of divinity have lengthy lifespans ahead of them. And maintaining a youthful heart is not detrimental. Yet, in the presence of juniors like my Fidia, one should exhibit a semblance of authority. You have relaxed sufficiently on Earth. Do not neglect your training. If you wish to indulge, wait until you have reached the divine realm. At that time, you will have ample opportunity. The divine realm is so named because it is a domain accessible only to deities, referring to high-level gods above the Grand Supreme Kai, rather than the localized gods of Earth or the underworld. While they may not rival the true gods of destruction and power, they have transcended the limitations of mortal lifespan, attaining mere immortality. Among the 12 universes, few possess the strength to reach the divine realm. Yet there are indeed several individuals whose power rivals the first or second levels of divinity. Some ancient beings from powerful universes may even possess terrifying strength comparable to that of a god of destruction. However, the number of those who have genuinely attained the divine realm through their own strength is quite limited, aside from a select few being trained as potential gods of destruction, like Shilling and her companions who have the privilege to cultivate in the realm of destruction. The number of individuals who comprehend the divine realm through personal might is exceedingly rare. Shilling and Mels, having benefited from Shaya's influence, are granted special access to train in the realm of destruction. Thus, in a sense, they can be regarded as candidates for gods of destruction. Should the god of destruction, Beerus, perish and they attain the divine realm, they would be qualified to assume that role. Shilling and Mels could sense Shaya's concern for them, and they nodded solemnly, committing his words to memory. Satisfied that they understood, a smile graced Shaya's face as he turned to Android 18. From now on, you should train alongside Shilling and the others. Although your functions differ and you cannot perceive ki, it is worth noting that even gods of destruction from other universes have had pure mechanical beings in their ranks. Thus, the path to the divine realm may not solely hinge upon the comprehension of levels. All roads lead to Rome. The journey to transcendence is not confined to a singular path. Achieving the divine realm through comprehension is a reliable and well-trodden route, validated by numerous predecessors. However, this does not imply that alternative methods are ineffective. Within the expansive framework of Dragon Ball, the GT world beneath the Dragon Realm has demonstrated a unique approach, utilizing brute strength to break through barriers. This illustrates that the path to power is multifaceted. Although challenges abound under the constraints imposed by universal laws, hope is not extinguished. Android 18, now a super being, cannot accurately be described as a complete non-human. She is still an entity, albeit endowed with numerous nanomaterials that sustain her eternal energy. If even mechanical life forms can ascend to become gods of destruction, why should Android 18 not harbor hopes for breakthroughs? I understand. Even if I cannot sense ki, I can still grow stronger through training, Android 18 declared, her porcelain-like face serious, her eyes radiating unwavering determination. Shaya laughed heartily at this. Meanwhile, in a profoundly secretive location, Tawa, clad in red, leaned upon her slender magic staff, her bat-like skirt cascading behind her. Her form-fitting attire accentuated her alluring silhouette, and her lavender eyes fixed upon a luminous scene. Mira is once again acting on his own. It appears that the failure in the alternate world of Fyro has greatly impacted him, driving him to hastily seek the resurrection of Demigra for refuge. Tawa chuckled softly, her purple eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Then, a thought struck her, and her brow furrowed slightly. However, if he manages to successfully resurrect Demigra, that would pose quite a dilemma. Merely reviving Demigra would only result in the loss of a fragment of time and space. It would hardly harm the essence of Demigra himself. She smiled enigmatically, her eyes narrowing as if basking in a spring breeze. Should I give him a little push? As planned, to facilitate the fusion of all Demigra across different timelines, thereby inflicting a severe blow to the source? No, it is not the right time yet. However, I must prepare to abandon everything. Tawa's purple eyes shimmered with resolve, as if she had made a momentous decision. While others believe that Tawa's every action is motivated solely by her desire to resurrect Demigra, even the Kaioshin of time shares this sentiment, who truly knows the depths of her inner thoughts. Chapter 596. The music box at the auction. Demigula, you have placed Mira by my side through your machinations, believing I would assist in your complete awakening. Do you truly think I am oblivious to your intentions? Although Mira was created by Tova, she harbors no affection for him, as Mira is loyal to Demigula, while Tova remains merely a tool used for ulterior motives. Understanding the enigmatic nature of temporal power, she realizes that even if Demigula were to be vanquished in one realm, a mere alteration of the timeline would lead to his resurgence. Undoubtedly, Mira possesses the capability to enact such changes, and with the Dark Angels stirring, bolstered by their support, altering the timeline has become increasingly feasible. This forms an insurmountable loop, beyond her control. Thus, Tova has long been devising a plan to render Demigula an entity impervious to the influences of time. The risks are substantial. A single misstep could lead to mutual destruction. Yet, Tova finds herself compelled to embrace this peril, for wielding the dominion over time and space is no trivial endeavor. She must maintain a faade of compliance for a while longer. Cursed Dark Angels, they always emerge at the most inconvenient times. Tova sighed melancholically. Across the vast cosmos, countless civilizations have emerged within the cradle of spiral galaxies. In the northeastern expanse of the southern galaxy, near the eastern galaxy, a boundless sea of stars congregates, resembling a myriad of resplendent pearls adorning the inky void of the night sky. Suddenly, a beam of light streaks by, and a colossal spacecraft emerges, its silver-gray structure marked by robust lines, with sturdy appendages clinging to its surface, akin to a fierce beast poised to pounce upon its prey. Inside the vessel, aside from the cockpit and power chamber, gravity is set to an extreme level, particularly in the training room, where intense gravitational forces warp the very fabric of the space. The atmosphere within the training chamber is stifling, with gravity amplified to 20 times the norm. Within, several children of tender years struggle to train, their movements unsteady. In stark contrast, a lively and adorable girl sits in a corner, surrounded by an array of snacks, continuously feeding herself. As she pops a roasted bean into her mouth, Silica mumbles, "Everyone should train diligently. 20 times gravity isn't that daunting. It's quite surmountable." "How can you say that? We're nearly exhausted." A young boy, Vichy, grumbles in discontent. Silica raises an elegant eyebrow and sternly retorts, "Vichy, utter another word, and I will assign you a separate room for your training." All right. Vichy quickly apologizes, well aware of his cousin's formidable temperament. Having learned through experience that it is wiser to avoid conflict. Vichy is the son of Elshi and Lalit, and Silica's younger cousin. Logically speaking, it is already miraculous for a Saiyan of Vichy's age to withstand 20 times gravity. In previous times, such a feat would have been unthinkable. Yet the new generation of Saiyans from Red Mountain Star can generally endure it. This illustrates the profound evolution of Red Mountain Star's heritage. Presently, these younglings are trained according to a tiered system. Silica, having not yet achieved the transformation to Super Saiyan 2 like her brother, Shacking, ventures with her juniors, hoping that their journeys will catalyze her breakthrough. How far is the nearest planet? Silica suddenly inquires of the ship's computer. Beep. The nearest planet, Theos, requires 3 planetary days. 3 days? I've heard there will be a grand auction there. If we hurry, we might catch it. Silica says as she connects to the network to gather information about Theos, located in the northern part of the southern galaxy. Theos is akin to Bakuf Star in the eastern galaxy, both being vibrant commercial hubs. Unfortunately, Bakuf Star's fortunes were short-lived, having been annihilated by the metallic Quira of the Big Owl Star people. In recent years, as Red Mountain Star has grown in strength, few factions in the galaxy dare to harbor hostility towards it. Coupled with the enduring advocacy of the Galactic Patrol Organization, Saiyans have rightfully earned their reputation as a formidable warrior race. Even commercial alliances refrain from overtly antagonizing Saiyans from Red Mountain Star. After all, Saiyans are primarily passionate about seeking exhilarating combat. While they do engage in some commercial activities, their overall scale is minimal and does not significantly impact the galaxy's commercial landscape. Thus, most choose to avoid confrontation, except for the most ruthless individuals, as few dare to challenge the Saiyans. With a clap of her hands, Silica instructs the Saiyans in the training room to take a break. Once alone, she resolutely increases the gravity settings, subjecting herself to a staggering 400 times gravity. Furrowing her brow slightly, she defiantly pouts, "I refuse to believe I cannot achieve Super Saiyan 2. 3 days later, at the auction on Theos. As this major event unfolds on the commercial planet, numerous renowned cosmic merchants from both the southern and eastern galaxies attend. This auction is legitimate. All transactions are lawful. Without the presence of sentient planet sales or slave trading, Silica, along with 7 Saiyans, including Vichy, secures a private room on the second level of the auction venue, replete with an abundance of fruits and snacks, albeit at a steep price. The young Saiyans, unaccustomed to such grand occasions, chatter excitedly among themselves. "Let us buy whatever catches our eye. We have plenty of money," Silica exclaims grandly, waving her hand, brandishing several cards filled with substantial funds. Sister Silica is amazing. The little Saiyans cheer, their eyes gleaming at the exquisite items on display. As the auction progresses, various splendid items are purchased by dignitaries, and Silica finds herself equally entertained, acquiring a few trinkets. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item hails from the northern part of the southern galaxy, specifically from the colossal planet, Dakara. This planet is characterized by its immense gravity and, despite still being in a primitive state, historical investigations suggest it once boasted a magnificent civilization in ancient times. The auctioneer meticulously details the provenance of the item, attempting to captivate the audience and elevate the bidding price. This item was painstakingly retrieved from an ancient temple on Dakara. Thanks to the sacrifice of hundreds of elite warriors from the Krite Trading Company, it possesses an aura of mysterious power. As the auctioneer's fervent description reaches a crescendo, the item is finally unveiled, a beautifully crafted music box. It is astonishing to witness such exquisite craftsmanship emerging from a planet still mired in its primitive era. Perhaps the auctioneer's claim holds merit. Dakara indeed once thrived with a glorious civilization. Should Shaya be present, he would undoubtedly be astonished. Dakara was one of the 4 evacuation planets offered to him by the Fidians, and he had personally surveyed it before ultimately deciding to forego Dakara in favor of Red Mountain Star as the sanctuary for the Saiyans. Chapter 597. The people inside the music box. Many occurrences are mere coincidences, prompting a deep admiration for the intricate designs of fate. At the auction, when the auctioneer unveiled the music box, Selica's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "I shall have that music box." She promptly joined the throng of bidders. Although the auctioneer spoke fervently, one must not be deceived by his eloquence. Believing him could lead to significant losses. Thus, as the bidding commenced, it became apparent that only a handful were genuinely interested in the music box. After a not overly fierce competition, Selica successfully acquired the coveted item. Receiving the music box from the staff, she held it in her hands, admiring its craftsmanship for a moment before passing it around for others to see. Vichy examined the music box from various angles, weighing it thoughtfully. They say this music box was discovered in the temple on Dokara. How could such an advanced artifact exist on an ancient planet? Sister, you're not being deceived, are you? The music box displayed exquisite craftsmanship, its smooth lines unmarred by the passage of time, hence Vichy's skepticism. Selica huffed in response, asserting, "The auction on Teos is reputable. They would not deceive bidders for a mere trifle. The auction house's survival hinges upon its credibility. If counterfeit goods were sold, it would lose its standing, particularly at a large-scale auction such as that on Teos, which would never risk its reputation for insignificant gains." After mumbling a few words while holding the music box, Vichy, finding it uninteresting, returned it to Selica. The auction on Teos was set to continue for several more days, and the group was not in haste to depart. So they decided to explore the planet. Despite their small stature and youthful appearance, their distinctive combat attire from Red Mountain and Saiyan tales drew curious glances from many passers-by, who wisely refrained from approaching. As the moonlight shone amidst sparse stars, after several days on Teos, Selica and her companions prepared to depart in their spaceship. Their next destination was the nearby Mando planet, known for its multitude of powerful beasts, which Selica had earmarked as a training ground. The spaceship traversed the starry expanse, gradually nearing Mando. Days later, they found themselves within proximity of Mando when suddenly, a violent explosion erupted, triggering a series of urgent alarms within the ship. "Warning! The ship is under attack! Warning! The ship is under attack! What is happening?" Selica shouted, her face flushed with anger. "Sister, we are under attack. How dare they assault my ship? The ship is critically damaged. It cannot be repaired." The ship's mainframe blared, revealing that their assailants were intent on obliterating them. A cold glimmer ignited in Celica's eyes, her aura surging ominously. Everyone, exit the ship and into space. I wish to see who dares to attack us. Understood. The 7 Saiyans responded promptly. They opened the ship's hatch and ventured into the vacuum of space, each having mastered the vacuum technique from Metamorph, allowing them to endure brief periods in such an environment. As Celica watched her ship burn and plummet, an imposing aura radiated from her. And she turned to confront their attackers, dozens of extraterrestrials clad in black combat suits, their faces adorned with bristles and scales. Narrowing her eyes, Celica coldly inquired, "Are you members of the Cosmic Merchant Alliance? Hand over the music box you possess." The aliens, exhibiting arrogance, dismissed the young Saiyans. With a scoff, Celica ignored them and directed her companions. "You all head to Mando. I'll handle this." "Sister, be careful," Vichy urged, understanding their capabilities. They nodded vigorously, casting fierce glares at the aliens before darting toward Mando. Once Vichy and the others distanced themselves, a mocking smile graced Celica's lips. With a powerful shout, her energy illuminated the vast expanse of space. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, her eyes glinted with lethal intent as she surged toward the aliens. "Mr. Panadon, something feels amiss." "Their energy has suddenly escalated," one of the aliens reported nervously. Panadon's expression shifted, and he demanded, "What is her battle power?" If it remained below 50,000, he believed he could manage it. After all, such power could dominate the universe, and even Panadon and his allies could only boast similar strength. The alien, with a distraught expression, lamented, "We can't determine it. All the scanners have been destroyed." Panadon's face paled, cursing, "Damn it. I should never have accepted this mission." What he thought would be a straightforward task had taken a perilous turn, and now it seemed they might lose their lives. "Young lady, this is all a misunderstanding. We acknowledge our error." Panadon hastily apologized after assessing the situation, intending to report back to his superiors to handle it. Celica coldly retorted, "Will an apology suffice? You have wrecked my ship. Little girl, don't push your luck. We are members of the Cosmic Merchant Alliance. While the Saiyans are formidable, they pale in comparison to our vast network across the universe. We concede this time. What compensation do you seek?" Panadon's tone was dark, confident that the Alliance's reputation would ensure their safety under normal circumstances. Celica smirked, her demeanor icy. "I desire nothing less than your lives." With that declaration, she launched her assault against the aliens, unleashing a barrage of colossal fireballs within the confined space. Each fireball erupted, spiraling into a tempest of violent energy, and several unprepared aliens were instantly consumed, leaving no trace behind. The remaining aliens, witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat, cursing the department that had assigned them this task. "Damn it," Panadon bellowed, fear creeping into his heart. Ignoring all caution, he attempted to escape, but his speed could not rival Celica's. In mere moments, the blurred figure of Celica left dozens of aliens in ruins. "Humph, such trash dares to provoke me. They have cost me a spaceship." Maintaining her Super Saiyan form, Celica inspected her wrist, appearing unsatisfied before she too soared toward Mando. Mando, situated in the northern part of the southern galaxy, is a high-level planet teeming with formidable beasts. Passing through the dense atmosphere, Celica landed upon the planet's surface and synchronized with Vichy and the others based on their energy signatures. "Sister, have those ruffians been eliminated?" Vichy inquired. "Of course," Celica replied, proudly lifting her chin. If she couldn't defeat such insignificant pests, could she truly claim the title of Super Saiyan? "It seems their objective was your music box, sister. What is so special about it?" asked a shorter female Saiyan. "Why you ask? It's nothing of consequence." Celica nonchalantly responded, producing the music box from her pocket. To her surprise, she noticed a crack had formed in the box. Had it been damaged during the battle? Curiously, she examined the music box, gently shaking it in her hands. Suddenly, the fissures widened, and a dense plume of white smoke billowed forth, gradually suspending in midair before coalescing into a discernible form. Within moments, it transformed into a humanoid figure. What transpired here? Celica gasped in astonishment, her curiosity piqued. Before long, a red-haired youth, bearing a sword and playing a flute, emerged, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that swept across the entire planet. Celica gazed intently, her eyes wide with intrigue, as she scrutinized the figure that had materialized from the music box. Alas, has it truly been thousands of years? Is this no longer the planet of Konaz? The red-haired youth, with his pointed ears, sighed deeply. He turned to Celica and her companions, inquiring, "Did you release me? This is a grave error that could bring calamity upon the universe. Who are you?" Celica inquired, her demeanor devoid of fear, replaced instead by genuine curiosity. Chapter 598. Hildragon. I am Tapian, a swordsman from the planet Konaz thousands of years ago. Does the planet Konaz still exist? Tapian's emerald eyes gazed at Celica, concealing countless tales of sorrow and despair. Konaz? I have never heard of it. The auction house personnel claimed that this music box was discovered within the temple on the planet Dodoria. It seems that the civilization of Konaz has perished, Tapian mournfully remarked. Why were you sealed within the music box? Tapian lifted his head, his crimson hair, reminiscent of the Kaishin, fluttering in the gentle breeze. He began recounting his origins to Celica and the others. Originally, Tapian was a practitioner on the planet Kones. One fateful day, certain sorcerers on Kones suddenly wielded a terrifying dark magic, and in their quest to conquer the universe, they summoned the legendary monster, Hildragon. After a fierce battle, Hildragon was ultimately cleaved in two by a priest wielding a sword. Its upper half was sealed within Tapian's body, while its lower half was imprisoned within his brother Minosha. Subsequently, the two brothers entered the music box and were sent to opposite ends of the universe. Ah, how tragic! Silica gazed at Tapian with sympathy. If Shaya were here, he would recognize that both Tapian and Hildragon are characters from the Dragon Ball movie Dragon Fist Explosion. Thousands of years after Tapian was sealed within the music box, a peculiar dark sorcerer obtained it and traveled to Earth, using the Dragon Balls to wish for Tapian's release, ultimately reuniting Hildragon's upper and lower halves. Initially, even Super Saiyan 3 could not contend with Hildragon. But it was only after Goku unleashed his full power as Super Saiyan 3 that he was able to vanquish Hildragon completely. This is the essence of Tapian and Hildragon's tale. Tapian, expressionless, surveyed his surroundings and soon realized they were on a desolate planet, which brought him a measure of solace. I must return to the music box. Otherwise, if Hildragon's body escapes, a storm will surge across the universe. It's all right. My parents are incredibly powerful. They can surely eliminate this so-called Hildragon, Silica declared confidently, patting her chest. Tapian silently observed, thinking it a child's boast. Shaking his head, you do not comprehend the terror of Hildragon. No one in this world can utterly eliminate him. As he spoke, a look of anguish suddenly crossed Tapian's face, sweat trickling down his cheeks. He hastily raised his flute and began to play, managing to suppress Hildragon's restless upper half. At that moment, an unexpected event transpired. A cacophony of beastly roars erupted from the vast forest, and all the creatures went mad, as if they had encountered an archenemy. Some flying beasts took to the skies in panic. What is happening to this planet? Vishy inquired, bewildered. Look over there. Following the indicated direction, they beheld a colossal body with only a lower half rampaging through the forest, steadily approaching them. Tapian's pupils constricted in terror as he shouted, that is Hildragon's lower half. How could it appear here? Has the music box sealing Minosha also been found? Countless star systems away, everything seemed orchestrated as they converged on the planet Mando simultaneously. At this moment, Silica also sensed something amiss, her delicate face creasing in concern. Could the purpose of the Cosmic Trade Alliance be to resurrect Hildragon? What benefit could that hold for them? The Cosmic Trade Alliance? Tapian was taken aback, but now was not the time for such thoughts. He needed to distance himself from Hildragon's lower half quickly, lest he fail to contain the restless energy within him. Roar. A strange wave of energy emanated from Hildragon's lower half, causing Tapian's face to pale as he could no longer restrain the energy within him. Boom. Endless energy erupted forth, and Tapian, weary, knelt on the ground as a massive figure gradually emerged from his body, soon merging with Hildragon's lower half. Haha. I have finally returned. A boisterous roar resounded as the monster Hildragon re-emerged. Hildragon's immense form loomed in the air, roaring and unleashing scorching flames that consumed the vast forest of the planet Mando. Tapian's expression darkened as he observed Hildragon. Gritting his teeth, Hildragon has been revived. This is intolerable. Striking the ground with force, Tapian took out his flute and began to play, attempting to quell Hildragon's frenzy. Yet, all efforts were in vain. The resurrected Hildragon was utterly unaffected by the flute's melody. Realizing this, Tapian shouted to Silica and the others, you must leave this place at once. Hildragon has gone berserk. I will find a way to delay him. Silica paused for a moment, then quickly retrieved a universal capsule and tossed it to Vishy and the others. Inside was a small, reserved spacecraft. The speedy ship of the Fidians would allow them to evade this area temporarily, while she intended to stay behind and fight. Little girl, why aren't you leaving? Tapian asked, somewhat dazed. I am not one to flee. A formidable monster has appeared, and I cannot miss this opportunity. Pouting slightly, Silica transformed into her Super Saiyan state. Observing Silica enveloped in golden flames, Tapian felt a sense of calm wash over him, a smile gracing his lips. Be careful. Hildragon is not easy to deal with. He has obliterated countless civilizations. Hehe, then I can test my strength. Silica assumed an attacking stance. Turning to remind Vishy and the others, quickly board the spacecraft and leave. I will find you shortly. Understood. Without hesitation, Vishy and the others retreated. As they saw Vishy and the others depart, Silica's verdant eyes fixated on the giant Hildragon. I must subdue Hildragon swiftly, having been sealed for thousands of years. He's at his weakest now. If he receives a boost of life energy, we will have no chance. Tapian, having fought Hildragon before, understood the depths of his terror. Lightning energy slash. With a sharp cry, a burst of crackling electricity erupted from the pale golden mist. Silica advanced, directing her energy towards Hildragon's chest. The surging energy generated a powerful cyclone, dispersing the energy fog before Hildragon's chest. In that moment, the electric blade gleamed with a cold light. As it struck Hildragon's chest, bursts of brilliance flared, causing Hildragon to stagger, seemingly suffering a grievous blow. Chapter 599. Are you bullying my daughter? No. Hildragon's physical resilience is far too formidable. My strikes cannot penetrate. Silica cried out, for Hildragon's body was as unyielding as iron, repelling energy attacks as if they were mere whispers against a steel wall. Tarpian immediately sounded a flute note, aiming to diminish Hildragon's energy. Suddenly, Hildragon's robust arms struck forth, cleaving the ground into several segments. Silica and Tarpian fled in disarray, when, from within Hildragon's form, countless orange-red chains emerged, slithering like venomous serpents towards the beasts of Mando planet. In a swift motion, the chains ensnared even the mightiest creatures, drawing them into Hildragon's maw. The beasts of Mando harbored potent vitality, rapidly replenishing Hildragon's depleted energy. With each surge of energy, Hildragon gradually ascended to his peak form, his massive physique transformed, sprouting two colossal horns atop his head and violet armor from his shoulders, enhancing both speed and attack range. In this complete state, Hildragon was no longer an adversary we could confront. Retreat was imperative. Tarpian's expression turned grave as he grasped Silica's hand, preparing to flee. No one is leaving. Restored to his zenith, Hildragon possessed power rivaling that of a Super Saiyan 3. Even Mage Imbu would falter against him. His strikes were devastating, effortlessly obliterating entire mountains. Ah! Silica screamed in agony, blood spilling from her lips as she was hurled backward. The disparity in levels between Silica and Hildragon was insurmountable. Damn it! Witnessing Silica being flung away, Tarpian's countenance darkened as he, in a fit of rage, brandished the great sword from his back to launch a fierce assault on Hildragon. Yet, Hildragon's might eclipsed his own. Even with all his strength, Tarpian was swiftly incapacitated. Ah, there are a few tiny ants over there. Hildragon's broad gaze caught sight of Vichy and his companions, a sly smile curving his lips as he sensed their vibrant life force, which displeased him greatly. Silica's expression shifted in alarm, furiously exclaiming, "These fools, why aren't they staying further away?" She attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Hildragon leapt before Vichy and the others, a sinister expression crossing his face as he licked his lips. At that moment, Vichy and his companions appeared petrified by Hildragon's immense form, frozen in place, their immature minds unable to process the situation. How infuriating! Silica felt a surge of tension. Devouring flames. Countless energy waves surged toward Vichy and his group, engulfing them in a colossal fireball in an instant. Bastard! An enraged voice rang out as Silica gritted her teeth and began to levitate, a formidable aura rising around her. Her face was etched with grief and fury as she gazed at the spot where Vichy had vanished, her entire being shimmering with electric brilliance. In the throes of extreme rage, Silica shattered her limits, transforming into a Super Saiyan 2. Ha ha, how delightful that energy has surged. This makes the feast all the more exquisite, Hildragon chuckled with glee. This little girl, but even with her newfound strength, she remains no match for Hildragon. Tarpian's expression was grim. Though he was astonished by the girl's newfound power, the chasm between her and the fearsome Hildragon was insurmountable. Silica's eyes narrowed coldly as she advanced, her hair standing on end. I will avenge Vichy and the others. TSK, TSK, what a pity you are not my equal. The tender little girl would surely make for a delicious meal. Silica faltered, tears streaming down her face as she produced a communicator and pressed a button, declaring, "My parents will defeat you." Ha ha ha. The little girl is merely a child. When faced with defeat, she seeks out her parents. Alas, there is no one in this world who can challenge me. Hildragon's colossal form trembled with laughter, his boisterous voice echoing ominously. Silica regarded him coldly, filled with regret. Had she called for her parents from the outset, perhaps Vichy and the others would not have perished. On Red Mountain Star, upon the vast expanse of ocean, Saiyan, Melis, and number 18 engaged in sparring. Their powers were relatively equal, and when they clashed, a tempest ensued, causing the core of Red Mountain Star to whirl with fervor. Golden energy radiating from the depths to maintain planetary stability. The three ethereal figures entwined in combat, each pair facing off, sometimes fending off one opponent while countering the sudden strikes of another, making for a rare and exhilarating melee, particularly as their strengths were evenly matched. Showcasing the fruits of their training, number 18's cerulean eyes scanned Saiyan beside her, while also keeping watch on Melis's movements. Suddenly, the winds howled across the surface of the sea, and colossal waves surged nearly 100 meters high. Breaking through the waves, number 18 and Saiyan engaged in fierce battle, with Melis expertly interjecting, skillfully launching attacks at both. Boom, boom, boom. The three became a whirlwind of motion, none able to gain the upper hand. Logically, number 18's energy was slightly less than that of Saiyan and Melis. Yet the infinite energy and stamina of the android allowed her to quickly close the gap after an initial disadvantage. The vast ocean bore witness to the spectacle of blurred figures, fists, and palms, each participant gaining invaluable experience. That will be all for today. Number 18 adjusted her tattered clothing and tidied her hair, the pale blue fabric torn in several places, revealing her fair skin beneath. Even the latest technological advancements from the Federation could hardly withstand such powerful energy impacts. All right, let us continue next time, Saiyan replied with a smile, her hair similarly disheveled. The trio flew to a distant island to change into fresh garments, where they encountered Shaya, who floated in midair, deep in thought. Beep, beep, beep. The communicators on Saiyan's wrist sounded in succession, soon followed by the alerts from Melis and Shaya's devices. Saiyan's expression darkened as she declared, "It's an emergency signal from Silica. They are in danger. Let us hurry." Shaya opened his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing in his dark gaze. The fact that Silica had sent a distress signal indicated they faced an insurmountable predicament, with her full-powered Super Saiyan strength and proud demeanor. She would not seek help unless utterly cornered. The severity of the situation was undeniable. I shall join as well, Number 18 stated calmly. Shaya regarded her intently, nodded, and then enveloped the four in a temporal force, closing his eyes to locate Silica's energy. In an instant, they transported directly to her side. From the moment the distress signal was received to their arrival, merely 3 seconds had passed. Ha ha ha, the little girl is merely a child. When faced with defeat, she seeks out her parents. Unfortunately, there is no one in this world who can challenge me. This taunting voice reached Shaya in the others' ears. Shaya's brow furrowed in displeasure, while Xieying, concerned for her daughter's safety, positioned herself firmly between Silica and Hildergan. Her expression was one of indifference, and her icy visage betrayed a palpable aura of lethal intent. What brings you to seek out the parents? Is it because you, this grotesque creature, are tormenting my daughter? Chapter 600. Hildergan's fear at this moment, Xieying was filled with fury, for her daughter had been bullied outside, and the assailants had the audacity to mock her for calling her parents. What was wrong with seeking parental assistance? In her eyes, it was not mere child's play. Her protective instincts surged forth. Who are you? Hildergan expressed slight surprise upon noticing the sudden appearance of Xieying and her companions. To him, the towering Saiyans resembled ants in their stature. With a frosty demeanor, Xieying declared, I'm this child's mother. Mom. Vichy and the others were killed by this monster. Silica, finding a sympathetic ear, could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears, with tears streaming down her cheeks. What? Vichy is dead? Hearing this news, Shaya, Xieying, and Mel's were momentarily taken aback before their expressions darkened. An overwhelming chill of murderous intent enveloped the atmosphere, reminiscent of the Ice Age. The temperature plummeted to freezing, and Planet Mando was instantly shaken, firmly ensnared by waves of immense energy. Hildergan, at the center of it all, felt the lethal aura emanating from Shaya and the others, his eyes widening in realization that the situation had escalated beyond his expectations. It appeared that this little girl's parents were no ordinary individuals. A twinge of anxiety gripped Hildergan as he recognized the drastic changes in the world since his awakening. The strength of these formidable beings was on par with his own, a notion unfathomable in his era. Xieying's expression was icy, her face shrouded in frost, as her cold gaze pierced through Hildergan like a blade. Vichy was the son of Elxi and Laluta was Xieying's own brother. Thus, Vichy was her nephew. The thought that Vichy had been slain by this creature ignited a fierce anger within her. Very well, it seems you shall not escape easily today. I will ensure you regret ever existing. You are the child's parents? Be cautious, Hildergan's power is formidable. Though unaware of how the child's parents had traversed from another planet to this one, Tapian offered a warning out of goodwill. Rest assured, no matter how strong he may be, he shall pay the price today, Xieying coldly replied, handing Silica to Shaya. Do not interfere, let me deal with him. Teach him a lesson. Mel's clenched his fists, his voice filled with determination. Hildergan's strength surpasses that of an average Super Saiyan 3, exercise caution. With that, Shaya retreated with Silica, having deduced the unfolding events. Clearly, Silica and the others had encountered Tapian, leading to Hildergan's emergence from confinement. The casualties had arisen from their inability to withstand Hildergan's release. Yet, no matter how powerful Hildergan was, he was still merely a Super Saiyan 3 and could not rival the mysterious state of Xieying. Shaya was well aware of his wife's strength, which was second only to that of divine beings, rendering Hildergan unworthy of comparison. Hence, he did not oppose Xieying's intent to confront Hildergan alone. At that moment, however, Tapian grew anxious. He understood Hildergan's might far too well to stand idly by while others risked their lives. Drawing his great sword, he placed it before Xieying. Do not underestimate Hildergan. We must all act together to have any hope of victory. Xieying furrowed her brow. Step aside, perhaps Hildergan appears terrifying in your eyes, but to us, he is merely a larger target. No, you do not comprehend Hildergan's true terror. He is not something you can challenge alone. As Tapian obstinately refused to yield, Xieying remained unperturbed. She placed her finger against the blade of Tapian's great sword, and, to his astonishment, she bent her finger slightly. With a resounding clang, a tremendous recoil propelled Tapian uncontrollably away. Xieying scoffed, having shown mercy to one who seemed to be assisting her. Meanwhile, Tapian was taken aback by the immense force he had just encountered. This woman possessed astonishing power. He had been effortlessly cast aside, with a detached gaze fixed on Hildergan. A whirlwind erupted beneath Xieying, lifting her into the air. As she reached Hildergan's head, she unleashed a powerful punch that struck his forehead. A tremendous force exploded outward, creating a vacuum in the air, and in an instant, Hildergan's colossal form was launched like a cannonball, skidding along the ground for thousands of meters, leaving deep furrows in the earth. Shaking his head, Hildergan let out a deafening roar, unleashing massive fireballs from his mouth. Xieying's face glimmered with cold light as her palm sliced through the air, deflecting all the fireballs to other locations. Energy blade. Countless glimmering energy waves converged into the form of razor-thin blades, filling the sky with their ethereal beauty. Centered around Shieling, these energy blades cascaded down like raindrops, directly targeting Hildergan. What in the world is this? Hildergan gazed at the dazzling display in bewilderment, only for a sense of danger to surge within him. He had to evade. The warning bells of peril rang in his mind. The air crackled as hundreds of energy blades carved through space, threatening to shatter reality itself. Blood splattered forth, accompanied by agonizing cries as crimson droplets fell from Hildergan's body. The larger the target, the easier it became to hit. Hildergan howled in agony, feeling as though his body were being shredded into countless pieces. What was happening? Hildergan was utterly at a loss. He was no match for her. As he witnessed Hildergan's continuous cries of pain at Shieling's hands, Tapian felt as though he were dreaming, staring blankly at the distant Hildergan, who writhed in agony. Was this the Hildergan he once knew? When had such a powerful adversary emerged in the universe? Hildergan was now merely a victim of torment. She had truly injured Hildergan. A spark ignited in Tapian's eyes, and he thought excitedly, perhaps my fate can be rewritten today. He glanced at Shaya, Mels, and the 18th, who stood silently observing. Their expressions revealed no hint of surprise, leading him to ponder if they too were exceptional warriors. Could there be 3 more like the one who had just so easily bested Hildergan? An absurd thought crossed Tapian's mind, and he chuckled bitterly. Surely, I am overthinking this. To find one stronger than Hildergan is already a stroke of luck. How could there possibly be 3 more? What is happening? Hildergan roared, his cries filled with anguish and fury. At this moment, his enormous physique had become a liability, limiting his ability to retaliate against the bizarre attacks. Shieling's swift movements surpassed Hildergan's capacity to react. Before he could comprehend her assault, he was already wounded. The sensation of being unilaterally attacked was unbearable. Mom, hit him harder. Avenge Vichy. Salika shouted through gritted teeth, her voice filled with righteous fury. The formidable giant possesses but a fraction of strength. However, he shall not be so easily dismissed. Males narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk gracing his lips, before gliding effortlessly to Shiling's side. Let us thoroughly ravage him and avenge Vichy, he proclaimed. Indeed, Shiling replied icily, stepping forward. From the ethereal shadow, she conjured another form, one illusion and one reality, both imbued with the capacity to strike. Together with Males, they formed a triangular formation, effectively ensnaring Hildgen. With a swift motion, Males advanced, a blurred line tracing his path, and in the next instant, he was before Hildgen, his body slightly descending. With a resounding thud, he executed a powerful kick aimed at Hildgen's chin. Males' attacks were characterized by their brute force, starkly contrasting with Shiling's pursuit of aesthetic finesse in combat. His strikes were direct, raw, and violently barbaric. The sound of cracking bone echoed as Hildgen's jaw appeared to shatter, eliciting a furious, anguished roar from him. Hildgen's countenance shifted to one of panic as the immense impact propelled his body. In another direction, Shiling awaited, unleashing a barrage of blows upon Hildgen, who was treated like a mere punching bag. The relentless thuds of the assault reverberated as Hildgen was tossed between the 3 assailants. Let me have a turn. Number 18, who had been observing intently, felt an itch to join in, appearing beside Males to deliver a punch of her own. Hildgen scarcely had the chance to regain his senses before he was struck again, his vision blurring and his mind descending into chaos. A thunderous crack followed as number 18 laughed maniacally, both fists crashing down upon Hildgen's skull. The sound of splintering echoed as Hildgen's bloodshot eyes bulged outward. His fearsome horns lay broken, and the armor-like hide that covered his body was rendered in tatters, marked by an array of fine cracks, blood seeping from the wounds, leaving no part of him unscathed. The wretchedness! Hildgen appeared utterly disheveled, his engorged eyes gleaming with malice, as he gazed at Shiling, Males, and number 18. A profound fear filled his gaze. Since his inception, he had seldom suffered such grievous injuries, and now he found himself gripped by trepidation. Chapter 601. Mira finally appears in the vast expanse of the universe. There exists no eternal power. For even those who may seem invincible for a fleeting moment cannot maintain their dominance through the endless flow of time. This is perhaps the essence of the notion that no protagonist can endure forever. For Hildgarn, in his era and at his level, he may have been considered invincible. Perhaps even the true mightiest, as deities such as Beerus the Destroyer would disdain to appear before him. Yet, time has passed, and the present circumstances are incomparable to the past. It is almost unbelievable that Hildgarn is not a match for them. Who are they, after all? Tapian murmured, the massive sword in his hand now resting on the ground. At this moment, he felt entirely reassured. There was no doubt that Hildgarn was destined to fall. He then turned his thoughts towards the identities of Shiling and her companions, each of whom surpassed Hildgarn. Shaking his head, he reflected on how much had changed during his millennia-long slumber. Shaya observed him with a smile, recognizing that Shiling, Mels, and Lazili were among the pinnacle of cosmic powers. No matter how formidable Hildgarn may be, encountering them could only be deemed unfortunate. While Hildgarn might seem terrifying in one's mind, to the true elite of the universe, he was merely average. Tapian paused, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. In the past, I was but a frog in a well, underestimating the world. A flicker of fervor ignited within him. Today might very well mark the end of Hildgarn. At that moment, a glint of malice flashed in Hildgarn's eyes, his expression fluctuating between despair and determination. Suddenly, he laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Master, I beseech you, allow me to undergo extreme metamorphosis. I yearn to regain the powers of ancient times." Hildgarn's master? Hearing him speak to himself, Shaya furrowed his brow in confusion, questioning Tapian. "After your prolonged entanglement with Hildgarn, have you any knowledge of his master?" Tapian stood frozen. "I do not know. Hildgarn is a legendary being summoned by certain sorcerers of Konaz through dark powers, the Phantom Demon. I have no understanding of his true identity." Tapian was completely unaware of Hildgarn's origins prior to his summoning or the reason for his existence, but it appeared that a mysterious force loomed behind him. After a moment, a cold, almost indifferent voice resonated through the void. "As you wish." A purple lightning bolt pierced the void, accompanied by a crimson crystal that soared towards Hildgarn, both merging into his being. With the infusion of these two enigmatic energies, Hildgarn erupted into a frenzied laughter as his colossal form began to undergo transformation, shrinking as if a caterpillar had emerged from its cocoon. All the matter within his vast body transmuted into pure dark energy, and in the blink of an eye, Hildgarn's once mighty physique began to wither, shriveling down to a mere husk, resembling a desiccated shell, with his skeletal structure charred. From where his heart once beat, a robust man broke free. He was a figure of pure malevolence, with blood-red hair framing a fierce visage. His eyes bulged, and on his forehead, an emblem of extreme metamorphosis, a symbol akin to an X, was inscribed. "Ha ha ha, what delightful power. Since my inception, I have not felt such a surge of strength." Transformed by his extreme metamorphosis, Hildgarn exuded overwhelming energy, as if everything had returned to his command. With a mere gesture, dark and domineering waves of energy radiated outward. Is this Hildgarn's new form? Tapian's complexion paled. The aura emanating from Hildgarn surpassed that of the priest who had once cleaved him in 2000s of years prior. Now, he could only hope that the parents of the young girl before him possessed the strength to vanquish Hildgarn. In contrast to Tapian's anxiety, Zilliqa and Shaya remained remarkably composed. With their formidable powers at their disposal, they could remain unflustered in the face of any sudden change. In the entire 7th universe, aside from Beerus the Destroyer and Whis, what could possibly instill fear in them? Zilliqa had unwavering faith in her parents' abilities, having long heard tales of their unrivaled strength throughout the cosmos. Hildgarn's power surged dramatically, nearly eclipsing Shiling's own. Moreover, there were unseen allies behind him. Shaya's mind raced as he contemplated the situation before them. Ultimately, the extreme metamorphosis of Hildgarn was not inherently terrifying. Should Shiling and her companions unite, they could easily eliminate him. However, the true source of Shaya's concern lay in the unknown forces lurking behind Hildgarn. The origins of Hildgarn remained a mystery, even to Tapian. Adding a layer of complexity to the situation, Shaya's eyes darted, glints of determination flickering within them as he quietly dispersed the powers of time and space. Suddenly, he called out, "Found it." With that, he unleashed a surge of temporal energy into the void, causing the calm space to ripple and shatter like glass. Behind the cascading fragments of space, a tumultuous crimson vortex emerged. Shaya concentrated the temporal energy into a claw-like form and lunged into the chaos, stirring a tempest of ethereal waves within the crimson maelstrom. A red figure materialized before them. "Indeed, it is you, Mira. You have orchestrated all of this from the shadows." Shaya recognized Mira immediately from the images he had seen at the hands of the Kaishin of Time, Kain. This marked the first encounter between them. Mira stood with his hands in his pockets, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Shaya and the others. "Shaya, who is he? Shiling, Mel's?" And Android 18 had now gathered beside Shaya, feeling an undeniable pressure emanating from the figure that had emerged from the rift. "He is one of the two masters of temporal power from the demon realm, Mira. I suspect that many of the bizarre occurrences we encountered were orchestrated by him from behind the scenes." Shaya's gaze remained calm as he assessed Mira. He had already noted that Mira's strength was formidable, yet it merely matched the pinnacle of his own mysterious state, falling short of the divine realm. Shiling and the others were taken aback. They had heard of the circumstances in the demon realm recounted by Shaya, and were astonished to discover that the figure before them, clad in red with a pale blue visage, was one of its two masters. "Master." The extreme metamorphosis of Hildgarn bowed respectfully to Mira, with a slight nod. Mira continued to observe everyone with an icy gaze, his demeanor indifferent. Shaya felt a spark of curiosity. Did Mira possess any hidden cards? Mira finally spoke. "Saiyan Shaya, your growth has truly exceeded my expectations. Were it not for the angels of the 7th universe protecting you, I would never have allowed you to reach this point. Yet today, even if it provokes the angels of this universe, I shall not permit you to continue unrestrained. However, with your current power, you are no match for me." "Huh? Do you truly believe I would go to such lengths to resurrect Hildgarn and facilitate his extreme metamorphosis for no reason at all?" Mira remarked, his demeanor cool and unyielding, suggesting he had no intention of engaging directly. "With his strength?" Shaya scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. Even in his metamorphosed state, Hildgarn posed no threat. Shiling and her companions could easily eliminate him without his intervention. Simultaneously, a sense of vigilance arose within For the ruler of the demon realm ought not to engage in such reckless acts devoid of strategy. Perhaps there lies a deeper scheme at play. Hildgang, though formidable, was certainly no match for you. But what of Demigula? Mira suddenly interjected as she approached Hildgang. This revelation left not only Shaya astonished, but even the malevolent Hildgang was taken aback, trembling as he uttered, "Master, what are you implying?" Mira fixed her icy gaze upon Hildgang and declared, "What do you think is the purpose of the illusionist? In ancient times, why did I create you? Because you are the vessel for Demigula's resurrection." With that, Mira placed a hand upon the head of the corrupted Hildgang, and a wave of mysterious energy emanated forth. Under the influence of these vibrations, the corrupted Hildgang groaned in agony, as the X mark upon his forehead glowed with a purple luminescence. Chapter 602. The Demon God Demigula Master. "You cannot do this. Please spare me." The pitiful and frantic cries escaped from Hildgarn's lips in intermittent gasps. Under the impetus of Mira's power, Hildgarn found himself incapable of resistance, gradually losing the consciousness of his individual persona. With a cold smirk, Mira cast Hildgarn aside, observing the latter's futile struggles from a distance. The X mark upon Hildgarn's forehead radiated a faint purple light as he emitted anguished howls, resembling a deathly symbol that gradually erased the existence of Hildgarn as a distinct individual. Mira's actions stunned all witnesses, and his intricate machinations concerning the phantom demon Hildgarn filled everyone with dread. To resurrect Demigula, he had commenced laying the groundwork since ancient times. Shaya gazed at Mira, his pupils gleaming with a chilling light. Demigula must not be allowed to return, otherwise it would lead to irreparable calamity. He immediately shouted to Shieling and the others, urging them to intervene and disrupt Demigula's resurrection process. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Shieling, Mels, and the others nodded vigorously, springing into action alongside Shaya to launch a fierce assault on the transforming Hildgarn. In an instant, countless attacks powerful enough to obliterate a planet rained down upon Hildgarn. Such devastation could annihilate an entire star system, yet it was momentarily thwarted by a layer of faint purple radiance. Mira licked his lips, laughing heartily as he sensed the escalating aura of Demigula around him, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. While he was no match for Shaya and the other Saiyans, he could resurrect Demigula. Ever since his counterpart from another dimension witnessed the Saiyan named Shaya personally slay the super-life form he had created, Mira understood that his individual strength was insufficient to contend with his adversary. Should his hiding place be discovered, his life would inevitably be forfeit. In a bid for self-preservation, he devised a plan to merge the two halves of Hildgarn's body. Soon Demigula shall rise again, and all you detestable Saiyans will perish at his hands, your flesh and blood serving as offerings for his awakening. A swirling black mist enveloped Mira, emanating a chilling aura. After several fruitless attacks, Shaya's heart sank, sensing the malignant energy intensifying around him. With a sigh, it became evident that Demigula's resurrection was indeed irreversible. Hildgarn's form rapidly distorted, his limbs swelling like a water-filled balloon, on the verge of explosion. No. Hildgarn emitted a final wail as his consciousness was completely obliterated by Demigula's power, created solely to resurrect Demigula. The phantom demon Hildgarn had been doomed from the outset, destined to serve as a mere tool for Demigula's return, regardless of his inflated self-importance. As Hildgarn's consciousness faded, the process of Demigula's resurrection accelerated. Within mere seconds, his form had nearly fully materialized. A robust body floated in midair, adorned with flowing crimson hair. A golden circlet upon his forehead, draped in deep blue garments, and wielding a scepter embedded with a red gem. His profound gaze exuded a contemptuous essence toward all beings. The demon god Demigula had resurrected. Shaya inhaled sharply. The overwhelming aura of Demigula instilled a sense of unease within him. Steeling himself, he positioned Shieling and the others behind him for protection. Ha ha ha. After 75 million years, I have endured enough of the dreary void of the space-time rift. At last, I have returned to this world. With a triumphant shout, Demigula turned his attention to Mira, nodding slightly. Why are you alone? Where is Tova? She did not come. My plan to resurrect you was my own, Mira replied eagerly, stepping forward to express his regret. I regret not being fully prepared. Otherwise, I could have merged more of your counterparts from different timelines to make you even more powerful. Briefly summarizing the situation, Mira conveyed his helplessness in choosing to resurrect Demigula. Oh, I see. So it is these Saiyans who have forced your hand. His blood-red eyes fixed upon Shaya. A gaze filled with disdain descended upon them, amplifying their pressure. Indeed, one among them is a candidate for the Time Order. That bastard, the Kaioshin of Time, imprisoned me in the dark void of the space-time rift for 75 million years. I did not expect to see a candidate for the Time Order upon my awakening. It seems even fate has conspired to provide me with an opportunity for revenge. Perhaps fate intends to use my hand to eliminate you. Shaya calmly addressed the demon god Demigula, though his muscles tensed in readiness. Demigula's power rivaled that of Beerus, the god of destruction, potentially surpassing it. Shaya's expression hardened as he assessed his situation. At his current peak within the first tier of Divine Realm, his strength was equivalent to 60 of Beerus's, still falling short of Demigula's might. Well then, we shall see if you possess the capability, Demigula replied with a sinister smile. raising his scepter slightly. The red crystal blazed with blinding light, and an eerie aura enveloped the entirety of Mandar Planet, sealing its spatial dimensions. Not a single avenue for escape remained. Demigula intended to eradicate them entirely in this place. However, the outcome of this confrontation remained uncertain. In a low voice, Shaya instructed the others, Shieling, Mels, and Razali. You three will confront Mira, while I will handle Demigula. Keep your distance. As for Silica and Tapian, stay far away to avoid being harmed by our battle energies. In the ensuing high-stakes conflict, even Silica, who had reached the level of Super Saiyan 2, would only become a liability. After ensuring their safety, Shaya fixed his gaze upon Demigula. He trusted the trio to manage Mira. Three formidable beings of comparable strength to the divine realm would have a significant advantage. Since you've made your arrangements, let us commence. Demigula proclaimed with an air of confidence, as if victory were already assured. With a swift motion, the sounds of shifting muscles emanated from Demigula's form. As he twisted his neck, a series of cracking sounds echoed, and his aura surged to its zenith. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds began to gather, a foreboding atmosphere pervading the air, resonating like war drums. In the blink of an eye, a catastrophic energy capable of obliterating entire star systems was unleashed, casting a chilling and dreadful aura over the planet. The sky darkened, thick clouds loomed above, and bolts of lightning pierced the heavens, roaring like a furious dragon. Boom. With a resounding boom, the entire planet of Mando appeared to be engulfed in a countdown to its doom amidst the somber hues of its atmosphere. The ferocious beasts dwelling upon the planet became frenzied, emitting unsettling roars into the sky. Observing Demigula's surge in power, Shaya regarded him with a solemn expression, his thoughts racing. Engaging in battle with Demigula allowed no room for complacency. Suddenly, he let out a fierce shout, and his entire being ignited in crimson flames, his hair and pupils transforming into a vivid scarlet. At this moment, only by ascending to the form of a Super Saiyan god could he hope to secure victory. Chapter 603, The Battle of Gods and Demons. Demigula gazed in astonishment at Shaya, who had transformed into the state of a Super Saiyan god. The peculiar divine aura emanating from him was unsettling. With a cold snort, Demigula grasped his staff and slowly approached Shaya, only to abruptly accelerate, vanishing from Shaya's side in an instant. Shaya's eyes darted swiftly, his expression serene yet serious. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch in a specific direction. You guessed wrong. A voice that seemed to mock him echoed as Demigula reappeared beside Shaya, deflecting his punch before raising his hand to strike. Yet, Demigula too found himself thwarted. The one truly mistaken was you. Shaya's figure materialized unexpectedly, a cold smile gracing his lips. His iron-hard fist collided with Demigula, sending him hurtling away with a resounding thud. Shaya pursued him, dashing along the ground, relentlessly attacking like a shadow. Demigula's face contorted with disbelief, yet in battles among masters, a slight miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. Once the rhythm of combat was seized by an opponent, regaining footing could take an eternity. Could it be that having just awakened, his body had yet to adapt? Demigula murmured to himself, but as he caught sight of the cold smirk on Shaya's face, realization dawned. No, this is the power of time and space. This fellow has distorted the surrounding continuum, placing us in two realms with differing temporal flows. Understanding this, Demigula's expression darkened. Damn the Time Orderer. The power of time and space is the hardest to guard against. Dark flash. With a thunderous shout, Demigula raised his staff, a radiant glow illuminating the air. Layers of black mist spread forth, akin to ink spilling across the sky. Simultaneously, Demigula's form began to shift, seemingly evaporating like vapor. Bang! Demigula reappeared, forcefully thrusting his palm forward, causing Shaya's expression to tighten as he was uncontrollably propelled backward. Obliteration energy bombs. Red jewels flickered, summoning a multitude of immense energy orbs that were terrifyingly destructive, each capable of obliterating a star. Although they would not be fatal upon impact, the pain would be excruciating. Under Demigula's command, the energy orbs surged towards Shaya. Upon witnessing the oncoming assault, Shaya's countenance grew cold. He extended his palm toward the energy orbs, exclaiming in fury, "Obliteration." As the words left his lips, a transparent sphere of water materialized, its ripples distorting momentarily, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the surface of water, barely causing a stir. The obliteration sphere devoured thousands of these terrifying energy orbs, and as Shaya clenched his fist, all of the attacks dissipated into nothingness. A commendable technique, alas. You are no match for me, Demigula declared coldly, appearing before Shaya once more, his knee rising as the hardest part of the human body became a weapon. Striking Shaya in the abdomen. Cough. Blood spewed forth, and Shaya's spirit momentarily waned, prompting him to snap his fingers and swiftly retreat from the fray. As it stood, Demigula's strength was formidable, and Shaya realized he must seek an opening to contend with him. Meanwhile, Shieling and Meyer, along with their companions, had engaged in battle against Mira. Though their clash lacked the ferocity of Shaya and Demigula's, it was nonetheless fiercely contested. Shieling and her allies exchanged blows, coordinating seamlessly to encircle Mira. Thanks to their experiences in chaotic skirmishes, they had developed a certain synergy, allowing them to gain the upper hand. Shieling's battle appeared promising. I must hold Demigula at bay. ensuring he cannot interfere with the situation over there. Wiping the blood from his lips, Shaya steeled himself, flames flickering gently across his body. Moments later, his wounds began to heal spontaneously. The Super Saiyan God represents a divine state, aside from the distinctive red hair and eyes. The flames enveloping him burned away the shadows of the world, including the negative aspect of his injuries, endowing him with remarkable regenerative abilities. With his body restored, Shaya narrowed his eyes, contemplating his next course of action. Steeling himself after a brief exchange of tests with Demigula, Shaya charged forward once more, transforming into a streak of light as he engaged Demigula in a fierce struggle. In a distant corner, Silica and Tapian sensed the tension of the battle unfolding far away, yet they dared not approach. Silica felt the clash between Shieling and Mira, and though she could not discern the specifics, she sensed her mother's advantage, which somewhat eased her anxiety. However, the situation between Shaya and Demigula eluded her perception entirely. As the disparity in their levels was too great, a Super Saiyan 2 could not even sense them, for the battles of gods emanated no detectable aura. I wonder how my father's battle is faring? Silica clenched her fists nervously, her lips pressed tightly together. The confrontation between Shaya and Demigula was crucial to the outcome. Should Shaya emerge victorious, the tide would turn in their favor, and the opposite would hold true as well. Such a powerful being exists in this world. Observing the distant battle, Tapian felt cold sweat trickling down his brow, struggling to breathe. He had always believed Hildragon to be the most terrifying monster in the universe. But witnessing Shaya and Shieling on this wild planet, he finally understood what it meant to be a true powerhouse. Compared to them, Hildragon, whom he had regarded as a nightmare, paled in comparison. Silica's mother was engaged in combat with Mira, each of them far more formidable than Hildragon. As for the enigmatic Shaya and Demigula, they transcended his comprehension entirely. May all of this conclude favorably. Tapian prayed, taking out an instrument to play a soothing melody. As he played, Silica's expression gradually softened. At the edge of time and space, in the temporal library, the Kaioshin of time was engrossed in writing amidst countless tomes when suddenly, her elfin ears perked up, revealing a hint of confusion on her cherubic face. Upon closer inspection, the Kaioshin of time, Kane, was struck with alarm, her complexion paling as she leapt to her feet. Ah, how did that rascal Demigula revive? I had sealed him within the rift of time and space. No, the Demigula who has appeared now is merely awakened through external means. His true self remains sealed within the rift. Realizing this, the Kaioshin quickly consulted the Book of Time. Indeed, his body remained imprisoned. It appears this was Myra's doing. I hope Shaya can triumph over them. As the guardian of temporal order, the Kaioshin possessed limited combat prowess, rendering her incapable of providing concrete assistance in the battle on Mandar. Thus, she directly reached out to the angel of the seventh universe. Hello, Mr. Whis. The calm and composed voice of Whis resonated from the other end of the communication. Mr. Whis, please take a moment to observe the planet Mando in the southern galaxy of your universe, where the formidable demon Demigra has awakened, and Shaya and his companions are currently engaged in battle against him. The Kaioshin of time, Kane, relayed the situation. In the realm of destruction, by the lakeside, Whis concluded his communication with the Kaioshin of time, his expression remaining serene, as calm as a gentle spring breeze. He squinted as he leaned closer to the crystal orb atop his staff, which displayed the unfolding confrontation between Shaya and Demigra. Ah, indeed, it is Demigra. This has escalated into a matter of grave consequence for the entire universe. It is imperative that a god of destruction intervenes. Alas, Lord Beerus remains in slumber. It appears Shaya may be capable of handling Demigra, yet I shall pay a visit myself. P.S. I kindly urge everyone to support the official release. It seems that the number of viewers engaging with the original content has diminished recently. Furthermore, if anyone possesses bonus coins, I would appreciate it if you could conserve them, as we cannot bear the burden. During these 2 summer months, the website has been inundated with various recharge activities, and the influx of bonus coins has reached an excessive level, impacting nearly 20 to 30% of the author's remuneration. If any chapter contains a single bonus coin subscription, the author receives no payment for the entire chapter. Chapter 604, The Death Point. Whis was acutely aware of Demigra's existence, and he likely grasped some of the clandestine activities undertaken by Mira and Tawa. However, as long as no real threat to the safety of the seventh universe manifested, Whis adopted a somewhat indifferent stance, turning a blind eye. Even if malevolent and powerful entities, such as the ancient Menace Mage and Bu, emerged, they were merely events intrinsic to the seventh universe, aligning with its natural progression. He resembled a lofty adjudicator, wielding authority, truly detached, observing the cosmos from a different perspective. Even the god of destruction, Beerus, could not rival Whis's transcendence. After all, even if the seventh universe were to be obliterated, it would not affect him. Furthermore, what was a mere demon like Demigra? Unless it involved a fusion of Demigra from multiple timelines that could jeopardize the entire cosmos, Whis typically refrained from intervening. However, at that moment, the Kaioshin of time, Kane, had dispatched a message to him. Even as a neutral member of the angelic race, Whis felt compelled to take action. With a gentle tap of his staff, a resplendent radiance surged skyward, transporting Whis toward the lower realms. On planet Mando, The sky bore a suffocating dark brown hue, with tumultuous storm clouds swirling ominously. Observing from outer space, 3 colossal vortices loomed near the equator, generating a global climatic upheaval as immense energy storms distorted atmospheric currents, resembling a ravenous beast with an insatiable appetite for the planet's essence. Clang, clang. 2 figures darted through the sky and earth. Their speeds were astonishing, and each collision resulted in explosive bursts, akin to the creation of the world. Boom. Shaya's agile form wove through the clouds, delivering punches towards Demigra, tearing the sky into fragments and creating vacuums in his wake. Defiance. Demigra chuckled elegantly, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. He deftly wielded his staff, deflecting Shaya's assaults against a reflective barrier. Saiyan, what does your formidable regenerative ability matter? The power of this demon surpasses yours. Your energy depletion cannot be replenished in a short span. Demigra grinned, unleashing a massive plume of dark mist toward Shaya. Without hesitation, Shaya adeptly evaded Demigra's onslaught, then surged forward, transcending the void, penetrating the dense mist, and forcefully swung his arm forward. Dragon Fist Explosion. Golden energy manifested as a divine dragon, slicing through the air with a hissing resonance. The chaotic scene intensified with fury. The explosive force of the Dragon Fist, a raw confrontation technique, transformed the golden energy into a roaring dragon that seemingly pierced through space, charging toward Demigra with unstoppable momentum, splitting the heavens and disturbing the winds with a mighty aura. Intriguing. Demigra silently marveled, his gaze shifting as he confronted the approaching Dragon Fist. As it neared, he was astonished to realize the destructive potential contained within the golden energy was extraordinary, far exceeding his expectations. This cannot be dismissed as a mere ordinary attack. Cold sweat trickled down Demigra's brow as he hurriedly rotated his staff, positioning it before his chest. Boom. The sky darkened, and a radiant explosion erupted from Demigra's location, violently shaking the air. Even from thousands of kilometers away, one could feel the cataclysmic force of the impact, reminiscent of an apocalypse. After an extended moment, the might of the collision gradually subsided, the destructive aftermath dissipating. The air remained somber, yet the ground bore the scars of concentric impact zones, centered around Shaya and Demigra. The earth displayed a 1,000-meter-wide depression, a terrifying abyss extending outward, with a radius of several dozen kilometers marred by a web of cracks. As if the planet itself had fractured from this epicenter. Demigra frowned, his arms tingling, as fine cracks appeared on the surface of his ornate staff. Had he not reacted in time, had he maintained a dismissive attitude toward his opponent, that last strike could have severely wounded him. That was close. This demon sensed the chilling breath of death, unforgivable. His icy gaze radiated an unmistakable murderous intent, his voice echoing like whispers from the depths of hell, dripping with malice. Demigra narrowed his eyes slightly, and in the next instant, he stomped down, leaving several afterimages in his wake, instantly arriving before Shaya. Boom. A heavy punch landed, causing blood to spill from Shaya's lips, his arms numb as he was propelled like a cannonball, skimming the ground at high speed. Demigra, having gained the upper hand, refused to relent, pursuing Shaya's trajectory. With legs raised, he delivered a powerful kick to Shaya, resulting in a deafening roar as the ground fractured once more. Boulders the size of hills exploding outward, sending Shaya plummeting several kilometers underground. Humph! You insolent wretch! Demigra glared at the dark abyss below, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. But just then, Kamehameha, an enraged voice erupted from the depths, and a surging wave of energy shot upward, a brilliant white pillar piercing the heavens, engulfing Demigra in its resplendent light. Below, panting heavily, Shaya gradually floated up from the black void, his energy diminished compared to before, fatigue evident in his features. After all, Demigra was stronger than him. The temporary advantage he had gained stemmed from the formidable regenerative abilities of the Super Saiyan God. Prolonged confrontation would inevitably lead to his downfall. Confronting Demigra could not be a mere brute force. To withstand without strategy would only result in mutual destruction, with him being the first to succumb. With this sobering realization, Shaya sighed. The previous encounter had been fortuitous, as Demigra had just awakened and was unable to unleash his full strength, allowing them to fight evenly. However, should the battle continue, his situation would grow increasingly dire, compounded by energy depletion and worsening injuries. If he could break through now or wholly absorb the essence of the Super Saiyan God, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Yet, such thoughts seemed overly optimistic. Shaking his head, Shaya dismissed the notion as fanciful. With renewed focus, Shaya summoned a gust of wind beneath his feet, propelling himself swiftly to catch up with Demigra. Seizing the moment while Demigra was reeling from the Kamehameha to unleash a series of attacks. You vile fiend. Demigra seethed, his body and limbs marred by numerous explosive wounds. Gone was his previous composure, only a raging inferno of fury remained in his eyes. Now is the time to intensify the assault. Shaya smirked as he unleashed a barrage of Kamehameha waves. Swish, swish, swish. Countless fierce and potent attacks converged upon Demigra, crashing down upon him with ferocity. In the sky, colossal suns arose, resembling falling stars, their blinding radiance illuminating the heavens. The winds howled violently as Demigra extricated himself from the defensive stance, engaging Shaya once more in a furious melee. Annihilation. The temporal water sphere re-emerged, its target directly fixed upon Demigula. What is this? At this moment, Demigula finally comprehended the formidable nature of this technique. Even the god of destruction, Shampa, had nearly suffered a grave defeat when caught off guard by it. Naturally, Demigula's power paled in comparison to Shampa's. Thus, a tragic fate awaited him. An endless torrent of brutal temporal annihilation erupted in an instant, the ferocious force devouring his very being. Demigula's complexion turned pale, his spirit suddenly taut with tension, and amidst his cries of despair, he ultimately unleashed the magic from his staff, sacrificing an arm to extricate himself from the clutches of annihilation. That despicable foe. This technique, while seemingly resplendent on the surface, harbors such terrifying destructive power. Demigula's spirit jolted, his demeanor growing increasingly ferocious, as a flicker of trepidation finally appeared in his gaze directed at Shaya. Previously, when Shaya had thwarted his annihilation energy blast with this very move, Demigula had regarded it as merely commendable. Now, having truly tasted the horror of this technique, he realized its true menace. Shaya's eyes darted, as if he had uncovered Demigula's Achilles heel. It turned out Demigula feared the force of temporal annihilation. Shaya mused, preparing to employ annihilation once more for a probing strike. With this thought, another silver-gray water sphere materialized in his palm. Chapter 605. The panicked dark demon outside the Mando planet. An eerie dark brown hue enveloped the entire sphere, akin to a sealing layer that utterly isolated the world within from the outside. While the external environment remained tranquil, chaos reigned within, as if the primordial universe had just emerged from its slumber. In the void of space, a flash of multicolored light darted by, revealing a red-black silhouette not far from the Mando planet. Mando planet, with a light flick of his staff, was effortlessly penetrated the barrier before him. Oh dear. Shaya has managed to hold his own against Demigula for quite some time. His power has evidently grown significantly. Wiss hovered in the sky, observing the fierce battle between Shaya and Demigula from a distance, before shifting his gaze towards Silica, where the situation appeared slightly more favorable. Silica, Melis, and number 18 were jointly besieging Mira, significantly restraining her power. Although all three bore wounds, Mira appeared to be in a far worse state. Silica and Melis were panting, while number 18, aside from her severely damaged attire, seemed almost unaffected. The android truly embodied a peculiar form of life, showing no signs of fatigue. Even Wiss marveled at number 18's stamina. After all, even a god of destruction could not claim to be perpetually tireless. After a brief glance at the two ongoing battles, Wiss discerned the dynamics at play. He ascended slightly before appearing before Silica and Tapian. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the red-black figure, Silica's eyes widened in recognition, and she rushed towards Wiss. Wiss, please, you must help my father. The enemy over there is formidable. Wiss had frequently visited Red Mountain Star in search of sustenance, allowing Silica to become familiar with him. Initially, she had perceived him as merely a gluttonous figure from another planet. However, she later learned from her mother that their powers had stemmed from Wiss's teachings, thus grasping his true identity. Consequently, upon his arrival, Silica immediately implored him for assistance. Rest assured, I shall assess the situation momentarily. Demigula may prove to be an excellent sparring partner, Wiss replied calmly, casting a reassuring glance at Silica. His words alleviated some of her anxiety, yet her concern for the battle persisted. After comforting Silica, Wiss turned his attention to Tapian. Somewhat surprised by his resemblance to the Supreme Kai. You must be Tapian, given your appearance. Might I inquire if you would be interested in assuming the role of Supreme Kai in the future? Wiss asked in a serene tone. Tapian looked at Wiss in confusion. I'm sorry, but I know not what a Supreme Kai is. Right now, my only concern is ensuring that those two demons are vanquished from the universe. Not knowing is of no consequence. Remember my words today, the universe requires warriors like you. Wiss gently smiled, nodding at Silica before vanishing, instantly reappearing beside Shaya. Who is he? What is his identity? Tapian inquired. Silica blinked her beautiful eyes. I too am unsure of Wiss's identity. However, he is undoubtedly a significant figure. My parents have always received his guidance. Your parents are such formidable beings yet still seek his counsel? Tapian's pupils constricted as he involuntarily shivered. The revelations he had encountered today were shattering his worldview. He had initially thought Hildurg was already powerful enough, only to discover Mira, the creator of Hildurg. And now the even more outrageous demon, Demigula. The notion that individuals of such strength as Silica's parents still relied on the guidance of the person clad in red and black was staggering. Did that imply that Wiss was more formidable than anyone present? The repeated shocks were nearly numbing. Yet, a wave of elation surged within him. How splendid it would be to have such a masterful ally. Surely, those wicked foes could be eradicated. As for Wiss's earlier mention of the Supreme Kai, Tapian paid it no heed, for he was utterly oblivious to its significance. Meanwhile, the battle between Shaya and Demigula raged on. Perhaps having identified Demigula's fear of annihilation, Shaya had temporarily gained the upper hand. Frustrated by multiple failed assaults, Demigula's irritation began to surface. With a swift teleportation, Shaya distanced himself further, then unleashed his annihilation technique. Damn it, not this accursed move again. Demigula grimaced, his body swaying as he deftly avoided the onslaught, but but the continuous defensive maneuvers were testing his patience. At that moment, Demigra cast aside his staff and lunged forward, a bolt of lightning cleaving through the air. In an instant, a fist imbued with savage energy struck towards Shaya, a maelstrom of violent force swirling around. Just as the brilliance faded, countless sharp blades ruthlessly converged upon Shaya. Shaya's expression hardened as he prepared to evade. Suddenly, a long staff materialized before him, and all of Demigra's attacks dissipated like fleeting illusions, the thunderous energy dispersing into the ether. "Whis, what brings you here?" Shaya exclaimed in delight upon seeing his arrival. "You've made remarkable progress. It seems you may soon ascend to the second tier of the divine realm," Whis stated calmly. In truth, Shaya's current status in the divine realm had already reached or even surpassed that of most early-stage practitioners of the second tier, hinting at the formidable power he would possess upon achieving it. With Whis' appearance, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Demigra regarded Whis with a prolonged gaze, and his expression morphed into one of dread. "Ah, you are the angel of the seventh universe. Was it not said that angels remain neutral and do not interfere in the affairs of the universes?" Demigra stammered, a sense of foreboding washing over him at the sight of the guardian angel. Whis' gaze remained tranquil. "Indeed, I do not intervene. But this time it is at the request of the Kaioshin of time that I have come. That detestable woman." Demigra seethed, his teeth gritting. Had it not been for her, he would not have been sealed within the rift of time and space for a staggering 75 million years, and even now, he was not fully resurrected. "Demigra, has 75 million years dulled your memory of the initial terror? If you continue down this path, when Lord Beerus awakens, you shall be the first to be obliterated," Whis remarked with a smile, his gray-blue eyes fixed on Demigra. The latter, recalling the dread of the god of destruction, felt a chill run down his spine. Despite his self-proclaimed status as a demon god, he now found himself in a state of unease. "Cursed be it. The timing of my revival is amiss. If I could resurrect in my complete form or fuse with my multiversal selves, I would have no need to fear any god of destruction or angel." Yet reality was harsh. Demigra lacked the strength to confront Whis. "By the rules, your kind of angels are not permitted to intervene. That duty belongs to the gods of destruction, as long as they do not act. Even if the universe approaches its end, as long as it has not been utterly destroyed, you may not intervene." Noticing the prolonged absence of Beerus, Demigra grew bolder, aware of the angel's regulations, and proceeded to test the waters. Fortunately for him, Whis indeed had no intention of personally engaging in battle. "Shaya, I entrust Demigra to you. I shall offer you guidance from the sidelines. Remember, the Dark Demon serves as an excellent training partner. A life-and-death struggle may yield significant breakthroughs." Whis shrugged, a smile gracing his lips as he stood by, leaning on his divine staff. "All right, leave it to me," Shaya declared, thumping his chest with newfound confidence ignited by Whis' presence. Meanwhile, Demigra seethed with rage. How dare these two regard him as mere practice partners? He was the formidable demon god, Demigra. His expression darkened further, blood-red eyes glinting with a chilling light, as if he longed to devour Shaya and his companion whole. "Very well, you two," Demigra bellowed in fury. The temporary lull in battle finally caught the attention of Shilling and her companions. Upon recognizing Whis from a distance, expressions of joy spread across their faces, while Myra's countenance darkened, teeth clenched in frustration. "The angel Whis has truly intervened," she seethed. He had resurrected Demigra and intended to use him to eradicate those Saiyans, banking on the assumption that Whis would remain uninvolved. However, the appearance of the angel from Universe 7 had caught Myra completely off guard. Despite not directly intervening, Whis' concern for Shaya exerted immense pressure on both Demigra and Myra. Chapter 606. Madness on the other side of the battlefield. Demigra glared ominously at Shaya, and the seemingly indifferent was floating beside him, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. After a moment of silence, he exhaled sharply, letting out a chilling howl that radiated an aura of malevolence. "I will settle this score with you eventually," Demigra bellowed, his voice low and filled with fury, swiftly retreating and choosing not to engage with Shaya any longer. The situation was not in his favor. Although he did not fear the Saiyan before him, Whis' presence kept him on high alert. Recognizing that victory was out of reach, he pondered the futility of entangling himself further with them. As Whis had suggested, becoming a mere sparring partner for that individual would tarnish his image as a demon god. However, Shaya was determined not to let him escape, pursuing him relentlessly. In a swift motion, he executed a large-scale teleportation to obstruct Demigra's path, to prevent his opponent from distancing himself too far, thereby nullifying the effect of his annihilation. Shaya harnessed a portion of his temporal power, surrounding Demigra with a myriad of twisted time-space traps. Clang! Demigra collided with the traps, the folded space collapsing around him, entangling him like countless moist threads, drastically reducing his speed. "Damn it!" he cursed as he faced repeated disruptions from the traps. His expression darkened as he realized his opponent had prepared well. They clearly sought a direct confrontation. Did he truly fear him? Demigra was well aware that his energy surpassed that of Shaya. Had it not been for the concern that Shaya's close-quarter combat techniques could inflict significant harm, he would have already confronted him head-on with sheer force. Yet, with the Angel of Universe 7 present, any misstep could lead to his utter defeat, rendering Demigra cautious and hesitant. In contrast, Shaya felt no such restraint. In fact, it was Whis' presence that allowed him to fight more liberally. Without hesitation, he vanished and began to move at incredible speed. Time-space shattering fist. A wave of crystalline energy surged from below, resembling a colossal phoenix unfurling its wings, accompanied by a whirlwind that swiftly lifted Shaya's form. Although the time-space shattering fist had grown considerably stronger since its initial development, it was no longer Shaya's most formidable technique. It served perfectly to bewilder his adversary. As the resplendent energy roared forth like a ravenous wolf, Demigra exhaled fiercely, summoning a tremendous gale that rushed toward the site of the energy explosion. Dark flowing light. With a thunderous boom, the destructive eruption compressed the space into a vacuum, scattering radiant beams along the horizontal plane. Demigra squinted, extending his fingers to unleash a barrage into the void. Just then, Shaya reappeared, his crimson gaze locking onto Demigra, igniting flames of orange-red. Space energy cannon. In an instant, a scarlet beam coalesced into a net, firmly sealing a radius of 100 meters into a colossal sphere. Puff. With muffled thuds, the fabric of space tore apart as if chaos itself had been unleashed, reverberating through the vacuum and completely subduing Demigra within. Gasp. Demigra felt a tightness in his chest, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Seizing the moment, Shaya's solid fist struck Demigra, bending his arm and propelling him away with tremendous force. Demigra winced in pain, his expression contorting as he retaliated against Shaya. The two exchanged blows, both sustaining injuries as they were flung in opposite directions. Yet, in the blink of an eye, two streaks of light surged through the void. Upon landing, they propelled themselves back into battle, leaving a wide swath of destruction in their wake. Damn it. You will pay for this. Demigra roared, his dark energy coalescing into a massive hand reaching out. Wiping the blood from his lips, he shouted with malevolent fury. Annihilation energy bomb. Black energy orbs formed in the void, speeding toward Shaya. Sensing the formidable energy within, Shaya braced himself, unleashing a powerful retreat. His fingers slicing through the air to create a blood-red rift that devoured Demigra's assault. Seeing his potent attack consumed, Demigra's eyes widened, his fury intensifying. However, there was no time for contemplation. Dragon fist explosion. With a resounding cry, a golden dragon ascended into the sky. The immense shadow struck Demigra squarely, causing him to stagger. Seizing the opportunity, Shaya teleported backward, then lunged forward, piercing the void with a swift kick. The tremendous force surged from his leg, catching Demigra off guard and sending him crashing into the planet's interior. Boom. Like a nuclear explosion, the battered surface of the planet erupted into thick clouds of smoke, while the force rippled through the core, fracturing tectonic plates with a cacophony of cracks, causing the massive segments to interlock chaotically, heralding the planet's impending disintegration. Curse you. I will tear you to shreds. Demigra roared as he emerged from the depths, his rage boiling over. Since his defeat at the hands of another god of time and subsequent imprisonment in a time rift for 75 million years, he had never felt such fury. With a primal scream, Demigra's form rapidly expanded, soon towering over 50 meters, his hands transforming into beastly claws and sharp horns sprouting from his shoulders. Even his injured arm had healed. In his beastly state, Demigra unleashed a frenzied roar, rampaging wildly. The earth-shattering roar reverberated through the atmosphere, the terrifying power manifesting as dazzling light rising on the horizon. Amidst the oppressive hues, countless energy bursts of varying sizes scattered like fireworks from the center, tracing arcs as they fell. Observing quietly, Whis raised his staff and waved it, conjuring a translucent barrier that shielded against the destructive energy. Turning to Shaya, he remarked, "This is Demigra's berserk form. At this moment, he can unleash 100% of his power." Demon god Demigra and others like Mira possess the ability to completely demonize others, ultimately leading to their utter corruption. Now, Demigra has invoked this ability upon himself, allowing his enlarged form to strengthen his previously wounded body. Chapter 607. Unity with the Divine. Upon hearing those words, Shaya's expression hardened, and he immediately revitalized his spirit, unleashing the raging energy of the Super Saiyan god with a thunderous roar as he charged forward to engage in fierce combat with the beastly Demigra. An intense and exhilarating battle erupted, the unparalleled ferocity of their clash blending seamlessly, rendering it impossible to discern who held the upper hand at that moment. Amidst the excruciating pain inflicted by his adversary and the exhilarating thrill of successfully executing his techniques, Shaya found himself growing bolder, completely immersed in the primal chaos of battle. This confrontation was unlike any he had encountered before. This time, he experienced a profound struggle and an exhilarating release, pushing his physical limits in pursuit of victory. Yet, despite this fervor, a weight lingered heavily in his heart. Each strike felt as though he were colliding with an immovable mountain. Perhaps it was due to nearing a bottleneck. But during the fierce combat, Shaya sensed a slight loosening in his realm, as the power of the Super Saiyan god gradually infused into his being. How reckless indeed. Showing no restraint whatsoever, Whis observed with a smile, his demeanor suggesting that everything was under his control, the corners of his grayish-blue lips curling slightly. Yes, just let the realm enter your body. During battle, do not overthink. Allow your body to make its own judgments. letting body and mind synchronize. However, letting the body decide does not mean neglecting mental acuity, lest one becomes a simpleton with brawn but no brains. You must allow every cell in your body to function as a brain, absorbing and generating energy autonomously. Demigra has already descended into madness. Now is the time for you to crystallize your mental state. Whis spoke softly, a smile gracing his lips. From a distance, Shaya, locked in combat with Demigra, perked up his ears, attentively listening. The simplicity of Wiss's words resonated within him, illuminating his mind. Of course, Shaya had known these truths before, but truly embodying them was an arduous task. Yet at this moment, the battle against Demigra had pushed his body to its limits, and contemplating this issue now, understanding and practicing this principle, felt like an epiphany, revealing the path forward, or rather, a comprehension of how to proceed. The fierce, crimson flames enveloping Shaya intensified, and at last, he seemed to merge with nature itself. His movements gradually synchronized, each action aligning with the laws of nature. With a soft whoosh, all energy within 3 feet of Shaya dissipated into nothingness, a delicate breeze rising, and a faint smile graced his lips. Feeling a surge of insight, he closed his eyes. And when he opened them again, aside from the ruby-like hue of his irises, there was no longer any peculiarity about him. The most apparent transformation was the thin, mist-like layer of flame that had encircled him vanishing, and with the complete absorption of the Super Saiyan God's realm. He appeared merely as an ordinary individual with red hair, devoid of any extraordinary luminescence. However, it was at this moment that Shaya became the most formidable. Having fully absorbed the power of the divine realm, was this the full potential of a Super Saiyan God? No, it was even more wondrous. As he attuned himself to the energy flowing through his being, Shaya could not suppress the urge to unleash a triumphant roar. He was acutely aware that this state was distinct from full power. It was the mysterious state of the Super Saiyan God's tier. While the increase in strength may not have been monumental, he was now fundamentally different, and Demigra no longer seemed a threat. Having thoroughly absorbed the divine energy. With a bit of cultivation from this foundation, I could soon reach the second tier of the divine realm. Wiss's eyes sparkled with delight as he nodded in satisfaction. Shaya's rate of progress had surpassed his expectations, and once he stepped into the second tier of the divine realm, he would soon possess power rivaling that of Beerus, the god of destruction. Such a day was not far off. Perhaps by the time Lord Beerus awakens next, Shaya might already possess strength surpassing his own. And having a worthy rival would surely excite Lord Beerus. At that moment, Whis remained unaware that Shaya had already crossed paths with Beerus on Vegeta's planet. When they met again, the god of destruction would undoubtedly be astonished. Whis, I am sincerely grateful. Shaya beamed, expressing his thanks. This is the result of your own training. If you wish to express gratitude, prepare me a feast next time, Whis replied nonchalantly, as if it were merely an inconsequential matter. Nodding at Whis, Shaya turned his gaze back to the beastly Demigra. Perhaps sensing a hint of coldness in Shaya's eyes, Demigra felt a chill run down his spine, his emotions flaring into a furious roar. Ding! Shaya curled his finger, gently plucking the threads of space, and an enchanting melody seemed to resonate, causing the fabric of space to ripple. With a crack, the energy barrier surrounding the surface of Mando Planet shattered, like crystalline pain slipping into the void, gradually vanishing from sight. Demigra's body trembled suddenly, his muscles twisting in a subtle distortion, a wave of agony surging through him, and a backlash of spiritual energy left him dizzy. Blood involuntarily spewed forth from his mouth. What is happening? Why has he become so powerful? Demigra's mind raced with disbelief. Shaya's strength had surpassed that of the time deity who had once defeated him. It's over. My body has reached its limit. I do not wish to return to that lightless temporal rift. The bloodied cry echoed, as Demigra's psyche teetered on the brink of collapse. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced violently, and his sharp claws pounded against his chest, a grim smile appearing on his face. Suddenly, Demigra left behind a blurred silhouette, vanishing from his location. In an instant, it was as if space itself had ceased to exist, and when he reappeared, he was at Shaya's side, his massive claws enclosing around him. Die! Demigra's eyes blazed with ferocity, evidently desperate, resolved to drag someone down with him if he were to perish. Otherwise, upon his next resurrection, he would still face this formidable foe. Chapter 608. The power of the super god resistance is destined for a grim fate. The cold voice bore no excess emotion, as Shaya propped himself up on his arm, feeling Demigula's grip. You possess remarkable strength, yet it is insufficient. With a thunderous crash, Shaya crossed his arms and forcefully extended them outward, tracing 2 intersecting arcs in the void, as an overwhelming surge of energy erupted forth. In the stillness, it carried an unstoppable and terrifying destructive force, akin to stars exploding in his grasp. Demigula's blood-red pupils suddenly contracted, acute pain causing his heartbeat to falter. Then, a horrendous scream erupted as both of Demigula's arms vanished below the elbows. A fleeting silence enveloped the scene, and Demigula's heart began to race in panic, his lips twitching involuntarily, incredulously regarding the diminutive figure before him, radiating an aura of impending defeat. Alas, this demon god is not fully resurrected. Had I been the multiverse's version of myself, even the god of destruction would be no match for me. Indeed, you are formidable, but do not grow complacent. One day, I shall end your life. Demigula abruptly fell silent, ceasing his resistance as he grasped the chasm between them, surrendering his corporeal form entirely. With a crack, Shaya crushed Demigula's jaw. A wave of intense agony surged through Demigula, forcing him to squint, his fierce gaze seemingly etching Shaya into his memory. Your words are superfluous. A loser ought to embody the essence of defeat. Extending his palm toward Demigula's form, silver-gray energy coalesced into a miniature galaxy, swirling incessantly. He intoned coldly, annihilate. The water sphere expanded and contracted, ultimately enveloping Demigula entirely, followed by a terrifying energy explosion reminiscent of the cosmos's obliteration. Chaos erupted, stars extinguished, and all existence lost its hue in the face of this power. After a prolonged moment, the annihilation sphere dissipated into a flicker of light, marking the complete disintegration of Demigula's existence. After vanquishing Demigula, was gracefully approached Shaya, a smile gracing his features. Congratulations on your remarkable advancement, with further cultivation. You may soon enter the second realm of divine existence. Shaya had now fully transformed the Super Saiyan God state into a norm, akin to the previously mysterious realm, where every movement exuded immense power. It seems that true masters, such as Whis, Beerus, and Bardos, possess no so-called transformation states. Rather, it is in returning all power to its essence and merging with the divine that true mastery is achieved. The transformations of Super Saiyan, including Super Red and Super Blue, are merely superficial embodiments, lacking a profound internalization of strength. Indeed, I am finally stepping into this realm, Shaya mused with delight. The path to the second realm of divine existence had become effortless for him. With a period of secluded cultivation, he would naturally attain it. At this moment, Shaya found himself rather unhurried. With that thought, Shaya cast a cold gaze toward Mira, the architect of the current turmoil, who deserved punishment. As Demigula vanished, Mira sensed the shift from afar, a chill gripping his heart as cold sweat broke out. Damn it, how could this happen? Demigula has lost to that Saiyan. In that instant, he grasped the irrevocability of his situation. Mira's countenance darkened, adorned with wounds. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck him, causing him to bend over in agony as Android 18 approached, her expression icy. What are you doing? Lost in thought at a time like this. Though Shilling and Mel's appeared pale, having expended considerable energy, they flanked Mira, securing him firmly. Under the combined assault from the three, Mira's body bore no intact surface. Cold sweat dripped from his face as his expression contorted. Do you believe you can kill me here? Dream on. Do not forget. I am also a master of temporal power. Should I wish to escape, none of you can stop me. Venting his frustrations, Mira gritted his teeth and tore open a crimson space rift before him. Upon its emergence, the rift resembled a black hole, exuding a potent gravitational pull. Shilling and the other two were momentarily stunned, hastily retreating. Just then, Mira coughed up blood, which was consumed by the rift, leaving only a few crimson droplets behind. Shortly after Mira's disappearance, Shaya appeared in a flash beside Shilling and the others, frowning. Did Mira escape into the space rift? It was our oversight, Shilling admitted, a hint of shame in her voice. Never mind, do not dwell on it. Producing two senza beans, Shaya calmly reassured them. Mira chose this path out of desperation. The environment within is hardly hospitable. Reflecting on his own harrowing experience from many years ago, having inadvertently entered a space rift, Shaya felt a lingering ache in his body. Space rifts differed from time-space rifts. While time-space rifts adhered to some semblance of temporal laws, space rifts were born purely from violent energy, rife with chaotic spatial currents and devoid of light. Shilling and Mel's nodded, consuming the senza beans, their faces regaining color under the influence of the potent natural energy. Just then, Silica soared toward them, excitement radiating from her. Wonderful. Father avenged Vichy, but alas, the architect of this chaos still lives. Silica bit her lip, a trace of sorrow crossing her features. Shaya consoled her. Do not fret. We can use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Vichy and the others. Silica nodded gently, her expression brightening slightly. However, upon surveying the tempestuous surroundings, she remarked, this planet is on the brink of destruction, isn't it? Not at all. Whis chuckled, tapping the ground with his staff. Mysterious waves of divine power radiated outward, instantly calming the agitated energies in the atmosphere. Turning to Tapian, Whis inquired, what are your plans moving forward? I am uncertain. Perhaps I shall wander and explore the wonders of this era, Tapian replied, having released the burdens he carried after Hilder's demise. I see. If you are willing to let go, would you care to join me on a journey? Whis regarded Tapian earnestly, specifically noting his hairstyle reminiscent of the Kais. Chapter 609. The 10th universe. Where do you want me to go? Tapian asked, perplexed, as he bore the weight of a great sword on his back. He was unaware of Whis' true identity, though he sensed that it was far from ordinary. Shaya, equally astonished, cast a glance at Whis before shifting his focus to Tapian, his resemblance to the Supreme Kai becoming increasingly apparent. A thought flickered in Shaya's mind. Could it be that Whis intended to cultivate him into a Supreme Kai? I maintain that anyone who captures Whis' attention cannot be mundane. Shaya mused. He reflected on his own awakening of temporal powers that had drawn Whis' interest. It was evident that Whis would hardly spare a glance unless it pertained to matters of cosmic significance. Tapian's appearance was strikingly akin to that of the Supreme Kai. Particularly the tuft of hair atop his head and his pointed ears, one could hardly dismiss any connection to the Supreme Kai race. Had Shaya not known Tapian's true identity as a swordsman from the planet Konaz thousands of years ago, he might have easily mistaken him for a divine being. If Weiss sought to mold Tapian into a Supreme Kai, it was indeed a fitting endeavor, with Tapian's unwavering dedication to safeguarding the universe. Exemplified by his self-imposed seal within a music box, few could lay claim to greater qualifications for divinity. Yet, the leap from mortal to Supreme Kai, bypassing the realms of lesser deities, raised questions of propriety. However, since Weiss was at the helm, such concerns were not Tapian's to bear. Specifics will be disclosed shortly, for they pertain to certain great secrets of the universe. Nevertheless, for you, it represents a remarkable opportunity. Weiss succinctly articulated before explaining the matters concerning the divine to Tapian. One could only imagine the shock that coursed through Tapian upon learning of these cosmic truths. It was his first revelation that many deities existed within the universe. Shortly thereafter, Shaya and his companions departed from Mando Planet, utilizing instant transmission, while Weiss continued imparting his revelations to Tapian. Upon returning to Red Mountain Star, Shaya commenced preparations to resurrect Vichy and the others using the Dragon Balls. Typically, the death of an ordinary Saiyan would preclude revival unless under extraordinary circumstances. However, given Vichy's lineage as the nephew of Xiling and the son of Urshi and Laluda, special provisions were warranted. Since the crystal Dragon Balls of Red Mountain Star had recently granted a wish and were in the process of recalibrating, reviving Vichy necessitated the power of the Earth's Dragon Balls. This presented no challenge for Shaya and his group. They merely needed to send Silica and her team to assist. With the Earth Dragon Balls gathered, Vichy and several Saiyans were successfully revived. A few days later, within the 10th universe, the dim and profound cosmic expanse was tinged with a dusky red hue. Aside from the faint, distant twinkling of stars, little else was discernible in the vastness of space. On a grand cosmic scale, the universe appeared both profound and desolate. One could traverse dozens of light years without encountering a solid planet, let alone one capable of sustaining life. Suddenly, a vibrant and resplendent radiance pierced the void, akin to a dragonfly skimming across the water's surface, coming to rest gracefully in the vast emptiness of the cosmos. Within this luminescence stood three figures side by side. Weiss, contemplating the prospect of training Tapian as an apprentice Supreme Kai, pondered why such a venture would take place in the 10th universe rather than the 7th. A relatively slender red-haired man moved his lips, his voice transmitted through a special medium to the ears of the others. Weiss replied calmly, this was unavoidable. Our Supreme Kai in the 7th universe has only recently assumed his role and still exhibits a degree of naivety. Moreover, the East Supreme Kai possesses insufficient knowledge of the 7th universe's secrets to adequately guide an apprentice. His fear of Majin Buu further undermined his authority, making it difficult to instill confidence in him. Until he overcomes this mental barrier, the East Supreme Kai cannot be regarded as a true master of the 7th universe. Previously, 4 apprentice Supreme Kais trained under the Grand Supreme Kai, later becoming the Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, and Northwest Supreme Kais. However, this era of prosperity was abruptly halted by the emergence of Majin Buu. Currently, the East Supreme Kai remains too inexperienced, and his cowardice has diminished the stature of the Supreme Kai. It is likely that even the god of destruction, Beerus, has been exasperated by his timidity. Thus, until the East Supreme Kai matures, even Weiss is reluctant to appear before him. In contrast, the Supreme Kai of the 10th universe, Gavas, is a seasoned deity. Rumor has it that he recently selected an apprentice from the lower realms, providing an excellent opportunity for Tapian to learn under him. Weiss chuckled softly, his staff of authority gracefully sweeping through the void, a few wisps of light shimmering as they journeyed towards the Supreme Kai realm of the 10th universe. The Supreme Kai is tasked with the role of creation. Whenever life-bearing planets diminish in number, the Supreme Kai residing in their realm intervenes to create anew. Furthermore, the Supreme Kai bears the responsibility of surveying the universe, overseeing its functioning. In comparison to the lethargy of the god of destruction, the Supreme Kai's duties are far more intricate. Perhaps due to their differing responsibilities, the Supreme Kai does not wield the terrifying power characteristic of the god of destruction. Though both exist within the third tier of divine entities, the Supreme Kai's lack of commensurate strength renders their status somewhat hollow. Moreover, the relationship between the Supreme Kai and the god of destruction is symbiotic. The demise of one results in the other's end. Throughout countless ages, there have been instances where the death of a Supreme Kai has led to the extinction of a god of destruction. Thus, upon perceiving Tapian's resemblance, Weiss felt a compelling urge to groom him as a Supreme Kai, though such a course of action may defy protocol. The notion of providing the universe with an additional safeguard necessitated the cultivation of a prospective Supreme Kai. In the 10th universe, the Supreme Kai realm is marked by a towering character, standing prominently on the Supreme Kai planet. Beneath this character lies a path leading directly to the residence of Supreme Kai Gavas. In a picturesque garden, Shaya and his companions encountered Supreme Kai Gavas, who was seated in a pavilion, savoring tea, while a green-skinned attendant stood beside him, holding a teapot. Supreme Kai Gavas, with his golden-hued skin and age-lined visage, exuded the aura of a venerable deity. Beside him stood the recently appointed apprentice Supreme Kai, Zamasu, a refined individual with green skin. Zamasu, your mind remains unsettled. Only through tranquility can one brew exquisite tea, Supreme Kai Gavas remarked as he sipped his beverage. Yes, master. Zamasu responded respectfully, preparing another cup for his mentor. Supreme Kai Gavas smiled as he continued to relish his tea, each sip bringing forth a look of bliss. His expression akin to one savoring a fine vintage rather than mere tea. Chapter 610, the trembling Zamasu lived a life of comfort, reveling in the joys of existence. Upon seeing Whis and his companions approach, he promptly stood up, adopting a formal demeanor as he inquired, Mr. Whis, what brings you to the 10th universe? Has Lord Beerus not accompanied you? And who might these individuals be? Whis cast a curious glance at Shaya and Tapian, who followed Whis. Lord Beerus remains in slumber. I have come with a request, Whis indicated Tapian, saying, this is my chosen candidate for the next Supreme Kai. Though he is merely a mortal at present, he possesses a heart as pure as that of a child. He once willingly sealed himself away for the sake of preserving the universe's peace. Whis shared the tale of Tapian, causing Whis to regard him with a softened gaze, nodding appreciatively. Supreme Kai. Tapian bowed, his large sword resting on his back. Indeed, you are a kind soul. You bear a striking resemblance to the Supreme Kai. Perhaps you are a lost member of the Kai race. Whis expressed his satisfaction with Tapian, who exuded a mature and masculine presence that conveyed decisiveness. The term Kai race refers to the lineage of the Supreme Kais, predominantly consisting of Kai beings. Akin to the angelic lineage, both extraordinary races that emerged with the universe's creation. A select few Supreme Kais can also originate from the Kai race. For instance, Whis' recent disciple, Zamasu, had just ascended from being the North Kai of a galaxy. And this gentleman? Whis inquired, his attention drawn to Shaya, captivated by the unique divine aura surrounding him. Shaya, the Order Keeper of Time. Oh, so you are the god of time. Your power vastly exceeds my own, Whis replied with a genteel demeanor, reminiscent of a scholarly figure. His words reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Master, may I ask about the identities of these esteemed individuals? Zamasu, freshly promoted from his position as a junior Supreme Kai, had yet to grasp the vast structure of the greater universe, thus remaining unaware of Whis and the other significance. Ah, this is my new disciple, Zamasu. Zamasu. These are the angel Whis from the 7th universe, the god of time Shaya, and Tapian. Whis introduced everyone. Ah, esteemed individuals, I beg your pardon. Zamasu said warmly, bowing slightly in apology to Whis and the others. Shaya regarded Zamasu for a considerable moment before nodding. The green-skinned Zamasu was indeed a junior Supreme Kai. However, compared to Tapian's mature appearance, he seemed overly effeminate, lacking the robust and resolute essence of Tapian, which left him with a rather gloomy demeanor, causing Shaya to harbor a disinclination towards him. Had Shaya been more familiar with the subsequent tales of Dragon Ball, he would recognize that this seemingly virtuous Zamasu, who regarded safeguarding the universe as his sacred duty, concealed a malevolent nature, harboring a distorted worldview. When this malevolence conflicted with the established cosmic order, it would swell uncontrollably, ultimately leading him to wreak havoc upon the cosmos. Such individuals are often described as self-centered, appearing selfless and fearless, yet they are, in truth, selfish and self-serving. Subsequently, Whis began the initial training for Tapian, awakening the abilities befitting a Supreme Kai student. Whis, meanwhile, strolled through the garden with his staff, gazing intently at the crystal ball above, seemingly in communication with someone. Shaya wandered about, observing Whis as he trained Tapian from a distance. The training of a Supreme Kai diverges significantly from that of a destroyer god. After watching for a while, Shaya found himself at a loss, prompting him to walk away. Perhaps it was his nature or the latent mark within the Saiyan bloodline, but Shaya preferred direct, straightforward combat, brutal and uncomplicated, making the Supreme Kai's more delicate methods ill-suited for him, aligning him more closely with the destroyer god. The training methods of the Supreme Kai differ from those of the destroyer gods. The latter wield the power of destruction, necessitating immense strength, which gives rise to the trials of creation gods and the guidance of angels. Conversely, the Supreme Kai embodies the divine spirit of creation and love, requiring an understanding of benevolence. Each Supreme Kai student possesses a unique ability. Some can heal, others restore energy, and some can even revive the deceased. For instance, Jebet from the 7th universe possesses the ability to restore energy, making him a servant yet also a student of the Supreme Kai. Only upon completing their training can these students ascend to the ranks of candidate Supreme Kai or Junior Supreme Kai. While Shaya wandered alone in the garden, Junior Supreme Kai Zamasu approached him. Greetings. Zamasu extended his hand towards Shaya. Shaya raised an eyebrow but reciprocated the gesture, shaking Zamasu's hand. May I inquire about the nature of the god of time? How does it compare to the fabled destroyer god? Zamasu endeavored to maintain his composure. Though standing before the pinnacle of the universe's hierarchy, the destroyer god invoked a sense of awe in him. Roughly speaking, each possesses their own abilities. The destroyer god governs an entire universe, while the god of time oversees various parallel dimensions. Truth be told, Shaya himself did not fully comprehend the responsibilities of the Order Keeper of Time. Zamasu's expression stiffened for a moment, forcing a smile as he remarked, "That is truly remarkable. To possess strength akin to that of the great destroyer god, would it be possible for me to spar with you? To gauge the gap between myself and the pinnacle of combat prowess?" Zamasu lowered his head, obscuring his expression. "You wish to spar with me?" Shaya frowned slightly. "Indeed. You are destined to become a Supreme Kai. There is no need for you to master such power. The Supreme Kai is tasked solely with creation, while the balance of cosmic power is maintained by the destroyer gods. Nay, the world is rife with malevolent beings, and we cannot burden the destroyer god with every matter. As a deity, it is my duty to eradicate the sins of the universe for the sake of justice," Zamasu declared with utmost seriousness, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Shaya furrowed his brow slightly. Those who incessantly champion justice were seldom virtuous. He nodded. "Then unleash all your power. Please, instruct me," Zamasu shouted confidently. Assuming a combat stance with both hands raised, instantly, a formidable aura surged forth, causing a whirlwind to erupt around him. At full power, Zamasu embodied the essence of a Super Saiyan. Shaya nodded slightly. This power was comparable to that of the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe. However, such meager strength failed to ignite Shaya's desire for combat. "Let us begin," Zamasu shouted, stepping forward before suddenly accelerating, his figure vanishing in an instant. A flurry of movements filled the small courtyard, resembling a tempest. Zamasu's speed was impressive, yet to Shaya, it was merely adequate, as the power of a Super Saiyan at full capacity paled in comparison to his current strength. The disparity between Super Saiyan forms Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, and Super Saiyan God could be quantified as a gap of 3 realms, including the elusive state of mystery and nearing the divine realm's 2nd layer. It amounted to 5 levels of difference. Shaya chuckled softly, shaking his head, then formed a sword with his fingers, flicking it in a specific direction. Boom. A streak of light shot forth, and Zamasu's body was struck by an immense force, propelling him like a cannonball and creating a deep crater in the ground. Zamasu struggled, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his face pale from trembling as he endeavored to rise from the ground. Yet, it felt as though every bone in his body had shattered, rendering him utterly powerless. "How could you be so strong?" Zamasu inquired, his expression a mixture of confusion and distress. "Strong?" Shaya chuckled softly, shaking his head. "I don't believe so. At least, not yet strong enough to rival a destroyer. There are many in the vast universe who could defeat me." He had never considered himself to have reached a level where he could confidently call himself a strong being, particularly not in the presence of Whis, where he could scarcely last a few exchanges. It was this humble attitude that allowed him to sustain his rapid growth. Upon hearing this, Zamasu's expression darkened further. With so many powerful beings in the universe, how could he ever uphold the justice that resided in his heart? Chapter 611. The Divine Realm of Silver Eyes. "What are you doing, Zamasu?" Seeing his disciple engage in combat with the god of time, the usually gentle Gervis furrowed his brow and admonished Zamasu loudly. He then bowed to Shaya, apologizing profusely. "I sincerely apologize. It was my disciple's rudeness." "Zamasu, you should apologize to Mr. Shaya." Lying motionless on the ground, Zamasu appeared lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to rise with Gervis's assistance. Lowering his head and humbly stating, "I was impudent to make such an outrageous request earlier. There's no need for such formality. This is merely a friendly spar." Shaya waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, Shaya was unconcerned. Aside from the fact that one was in the 10th universe and the other in the 7th, they were not even part of the same administrative system. Given Shaya's current accomplishments, the disparity between them was vast. There was no need to quibble with an apprentice god of destruction. "Zamasu, return to your training and calm your mind." Gervis nodded gently at Shaya before addressing Zamasu. "Yes." Zamasu bent slightly, supporting himself on his arm, and then walked away with hesitant steps. "Your disciple seems to harbor unusual thoughts," Shaya remarked lightly, observing Zamasu's retreating figure. Gervis also sighed in relief while watching Zamasu leave. Perhaps he failed to grasp the implication of Shaya's words, but it was evident that Gervis was quite pleased with Zamasu and defended him at every turn. Zamasu was indeed a promising talent, exhibiting both exceptional aptitude and courteous demeanor. He possessed a strong sense of conviction. During his tenure as the North Kai, he managed the universes beneath him admirably. Gervis hoped he would one day become a capable god of destruction. As for his convictions, Shaya smiled. Sometimes, an excessive pursuit of absolute justice could lead one astray. In any case, Shaya held a rather skeptical view of Zamasu, questioning whether someone so idealistic and absolute could truly become a competent god of destruction. Time would tell. Of course, these matters belonged to the 10th universe, and as an outsider, Shaya had no intention of getting involved. Gervis continued to impart knowledge of the god of destruction to Tapian, while Shaya teleported away from the god of destruction's planet, choosing instead to linger in the starry expanse of the god realm. The god realm resides at the highest dimension of the universe, opposing the god of destruction's realm like the dualities of Tai Chi, perfectly maintaining the universe's operation. The space within the god realm is vast. Besides the celestial bodies where the gods reside, numerous other celestial spheres of varying sizes float within the pale blue void. They move at varying speeds along fixed orbits, rarely colliding, and the entire realm resembles a miniature universe. At the convergence of several celestial spheres, a rich and sacred rhythm emanates. This must be the heart of the God realm, gathering the most magnificent essence of energy. Shaya surveyed his surroundings before teleporting to a more densely sacred area of void. This will do, he thought. I have trained in the God of Destruction's realm for many years, yet I have seldom visited the God realm. Sitting cross-legged, his crimson hair slightly lifted and shimmering with a radiant glow, Shaya closed his eyes in meditation. As he focused inward, waves of profound and natural divine energy radiated from him, dispersing the chaotic void matter around him and creating a space of serene emptiness. While it could not be deemed true void, as absolute emptiness is impossible, even in the absence of visible matter, other entities still existed. At the twisting intersections of space, strands of imperceptible, magnificent energy began to coalesce. Shaya's purpose for entering the heart of the God realm was to seek a breakthrough to the second layer of the divine realm. Some days prior, after fully absorbing the Super Saiyan God form and converting it into a permanent state, all obstacles to his advancement had been cleared. What remained was merely a complete understanding. Thus, when he learned that Whis would take Tapia into the 10th universe's God realm, Shaya promptly chose to seclude himself there for his breakthrough. As he closed his eyes in contemplation, ignoring the swirling magnificent energy surrounding him, Shaya sought to quiet his mind, meticulously organizing and summarizing all he had learned. He delved into a state of conscious cultivation, continuously deconstructing, reconstructing, and then integrating his knowledge. Through this gradual process, he unraveled many past mistakes and began to refine his understanding. As his realm continued to elevate, a smile gradually appeared on Shaya's lips, akin to savoring a long-coveted vintage. A sense of fulfillment surged within him, and he remained in this blissful state for a considerable duration. Suddenly, a tremor of spiritual awakening coursed through him. Shaya's entire being shuddered, his brow furrowing slightly as beads of crystalline sweat emerged on his cheeks, quickly soaking his entire body. Am I on the verge of a breakthrough? He murmured with a soft chuckle. Simultaneously, a mysterious and potent force surged from his heart, silver-gray temporal energy, which had accompanied him for decades, began to stir as Shaya approached a breakthrough to the second layer of the divine realm. Alongside this temporal energy, two other energies emerged, the Dragon God energy and the divine energy of the Super Saiyan God. Together, these three distinct sources of energy flowed through his meridians, enhancing Shaya's physical strength without interference. At that moment, every cell in Shaya's body received abundant nourishment, elevating him beyond the realm of mortals. If one were to liken the body to a vessel, it naturally sought to contain more. Previously, even after absorbing the Super Saiyan God's essence, the growth in Shaya's physical strength was limited. He could still feel the constraints of his body, capable of housing only a few times his strength and energy. Beyond that threshold, he risked catastrophic failure, suggesting a relationship between physical strength and energy capacity. In the GT world, the ascension from Super Saiyan 3 to Super Saiyan 4 did not require the comprehension of any realm. It was achieved through sheer force, breaking the boundaries of life to enhance the body's energy capacity. While Shaya's earlier form as a Super Saiyan God did not exhibit this limitation, as he approached the second layer of the divine realm, the relationship between body, spirit, and energy became increasingly significant. Fortunately, the temporal energy, Dragon God energy, and divine energy within him all worked harmoniously to augment his physical strength. As Shaya's physical strength increased, his spirit began to drift within the ocean of realms, gradually becoming entranced. Meanwhile, strands of magnificent and mysterious energy flowed into his body, replenishing his energy reserves. As time flowed softly, one day, Shaya let out a joyous exclamation. I've finally broken through to the second layer of the divine realm. His voice brimmed with delight as he opened his eyes, revealing that the unique crimson eyes of the Super Saiyan God had transformed into a brilliant silver. Aside from his hair, which remained crimson, his aura had transcended the level of the Super Saiyan God entirely. With crimson hair and silver eyes, this is a new visage that emerges after the transcendence into the realm of the divine, distinct from the Super Saiyan blue state achieved by Sun Wukong after forsaking the Super Saiyan God form. A veil of mist envelopes him, reflecting Shaya's visage like a mirror. As Shaya strokes his chin, his expression exudes a certain flamboyance. The silver eyes possess a striking allure, leaving one to ponder the extent of his newfound strength. He lightly thrusts a fist into the void. The resounding crack and subsequent tumultuous roar mimic the cataclysmic rending of the heavens, as a ferocious storm materializes from the abyss, its savage force sweeping across vast expanses of emptiness, rising in tumultuous waves akin to cascading surf. The distant divine planets, influenced by this upheaval, begin to veer off their courses, exhibiting a significant enhancement from before. However, this disruption also affects the celestial bodies. Rubbing his head in mild frustration, Shaya casts a glance at the increasingly erratic divine planets and can only muster a wry smile. He swiftly teleports before the celestial bodies and extends his hands to guide them back onto their original trajectories. Though this entire process is intricate, it is swiftly accomplished under the aegis of temporal and spatial powers. Chapter 6:12. The elephant and the lowly after Shaya ascended to the second level of the divine realm. Not only did the color of his pupils change, but his power also significantly increased, allowing him to wield the forces of time and space with greater ease. If it could be said that Shaya, at the first level of the divine realm, possessed 60% of the strength of the god of destruction, Beerus, then his promotion to the second level drastically narrowed that gap. Previously, Whis had assessed that upon completion of his ascension, Shaya would possess about 90% of Beerus's power. However, Shaya felt that his strength had improved by more than just that margin. Perhaps he was now on par with Beerus himself, feeling the warm power within him. Shaya smiled, embodying a sense of achievement in the sweetness of his arduous journey. At long last, he stood among the pinnacle of elite beings. Upon returning to the Supreme Kai's planet, only a month had passed since Shaya entered the void for his training. On the planet, the Supreme Kai, Gawaz, was still instructing Tapian, while the apprentice Supreme Kai, Zamasu, observed quietly from the side, his calm eyes shimmering with a profound light, exuding an air of refinement and humility. Upon seeing Shaya's return, Gawaz concluded his guidance and approached him. "Where's Whis?" Shaya inquired. "Mr. Whis has departed the Supreme Kai realm to seek Lord Ramses in the God of Destruction realm," Gawaz replied. Ramses was the god of destruction of the 10th universe, resembling an elephant, a fact Shaya had heard from Whis. In truth, Shaya's understanding of the Dragon Ball world concluded after the martial arts tournament between the 6th and 7th universes, leaving him unaware of subsequent events. It was only after he began his training in the God of Destruction realm that he learned more about the universe from Whis and the Supreme Kai of Time, Kaian. Shaya paused for a moment before saying, "The God of Destruction of the 10th universe, is it? By the way, isn't your angel called Kuss, a rather lively little character?" "Yes, Miss Kuss is the angel of the 10th universe. Do you know her, Mr. Shaya?" Gawaz responded, unlike the Supreme Kai of the Eastern realm of the 7th universe, who was utterly ignorant of his own universe. As a seasoned Supreme Kai, Gawaz had contemporaneously served alongside the old Supreme Kai of the 7th universe, boasting considerable experience. "I met her before in the 6th universe. I wonder if that lowly angel still harbors an unusual obsession with muscles?" Shaya mused, recalling Kuss's regretful expression when she lamented her lack of muscles. He found it quite amusing. However, given the angel's indifferent attitude toward time, 8 or 9 years would be but the blink of an eye, and there likely hadn't been much change. At that moment, a beam of radiant light pierced through the fabric of space. Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Both Whis and the lowly angel Kuss arrived, accompanied by the 10th universe's god of destruction, Ramses, who resembled an elephant. Ramses led the way, with Kuss following closely behind. What an amusing combination of an elephant and a lowly. Kuss held her divine staff, her silvery gray hair braided to the side, standing at just under 1.20 meters. A blue halo floated above her neck, and her charming little face retained the same youthful, rosy glow as several years prior. "Lord Ramses. Lord Ramses." Gawaz and Zamasu bowed respectfully, acknowledging that despite the Supreme Kai and God of Destruction being of the same rank, the reality of power dynamics instilled a sense of reverence for the strong. In the presence of a God of Destruction, even a Supreme Kai must maintain a certain level of piety. Indeed, Ramses nodded. Upon noticing Shaya, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he circled around Shaya with his trunk swaying. "Ha ha ha, so you are the time god that was spoke of? You look rather frail, devoid of any overwhelming power," Ramses remarked with a hint of disappointment. For one who revered muscular physiques over intellect, the absence of robust muscles signified weakness. It dawned on Shaya that Kuss's pursuit of muscles stemmed entirely from this elephant's misguided influence. Internally, he scoffed while maintaining a facade of respect. "You jest, Lord Ramses. I am still in the midst of my training, naturally lacking in strength." Ramses nodded, delivering a hearty slap on Shaya's shoulder, causing him to wince. "You must train diligently. How can the time god be without sturdy muscles? Remember to regularly supplement with protein powder to grow stronger." Shaya was at a loss for words. Did the elephant not discern his compliance? Perhaps Ramses's intellect had been compromised, or he simply lacked any semblance of it. Turning to the lowly angel beside him, Shaya smiled. "Miss Kuss, it is a pleasure to see you again. You are that Saiyan I met in the 6th universe. Wow, you look significantly stronger. How come your hair color has changed again? I remember it used to turn golden." Kuss tilted her head, pondering for a moment. "Indeed. I owe much to Miss Kuss's guidance in the past, which spared me from many missteps," Shaya acknowledged, and Kuss beamed at the compliment. At that moment, Whis approached, gazing with astonishment at Shaya's silvery white eyes. "Ah, after only a few days, I see you have broken through to the second level of the divine realm. Your eyes have transformed into a silvery hue. Is this a new state? I previously believed you would possess about 90% of Lord Beerus's strength after reaching the second level, but it appears you have surpassed that," Whis expressed, his lips curling into a subtle smile. Shaya's ability to now contend with Beerus, even without the god of destruction's energy, was surprising. This was merely the beginning of his journey in the second level, with ample room for further growth. If he were to accept the legacy of the Supreme Kai of Time now, would he not become as formidable as the complete god of destruction, Beerus, in an instant? Shaya's rapid advancement truly astonished Whis. Oh, this lad rivals Beerus? Ramses inquired, his surprise evident. He understood how formidable Beerus was. While he may not be the strongest among the gods of destruction, the emergence of a potential rival in the seventh universe was unexpected. Even if it was only in comparison to Beerus devoid of his destructive power, it's remarkable that a god of destruction-level expert has appeared in the seventh universe so swiftly. In contrast, the 10th universe seemed somewhat lacking. Ramses finally began to think critically. Cuss, with her sparkling eyes, gently swayed her staff, narrowing her gaze as she scrutinized Shaya through a crystal ball, nodding in agreement. He is indeed impressive, Lord Ramses. If you do not use your god of destruction powers, you would likely measure up to him. Humph, how could someone without muscles be my opponent? Ramses retorted, raising his trunk and puffing out his chest. Seemingly displeased with Cuss's assessment, Cuss playfully stuck out her tongue and skipped a few steps. Ramses snorted in response and turned to Gallus, stating, Supreme Kai, I have come to inform you that it is time to increase the number of life planets in the lower universes, allowing some promising races to develop swiftly. Our 10th universe has far too few experts. Yes, Lord Ramses, I will arrange that promptly. I can have Zamasu and Tapian accompany me to carry out this task. Gallus replied with a smile. Increasing the number of life planets was part of his responsibilities, and it would also serve to train Zamasu and Tapian, facilitating their growth. Chapter 613, each in their own role. Do not overstep. Ramsay gazed at the Supreme Kai, gasped, and nodded, his peripheral vision sweeping over the cultured Zamasu and the vigorous Tapian beside him. Noticing the destroyer's gaze, both men bowed respectfully. Ahaha. We must cultivate them into Supreme Kais as soon as possible. Universe 10 requires more Supreme Kais. The destroyer Ramsay's eyes suddenly sharpened, an intangible pressure sending chills through the hearts of those present, as he warned. But they must be qualified Supreme Kais, capable of bearing the immense responsibilities of the universe. Indeed, the Supreme Kai Gas nodded. Lord Ramsay, I shall certainly remember your words and spread the light of justice throughout the cosmos. Zamasu earnestly expressed his aspirations. Justice? Ramsay furrowed his brow at Zamasu, snorting dismissively and shaking his head. To the lofty destroyer, earthly notions of justice were but trivial ethical values, defined narrowly by the interests of a race. Such a limited perspective was beneath a destroyer's consideration. A destroyer may be ruthless, while a Supreme Kai may be compassionate. However, from the grand perspective of the universe, one must not be shackled by the narrow confines of mortal justice. It is akin to a steak enthusiast deeming those who consume insects as crude and unrefined, a fundamentally flawed perception. True justice lies in ensuring the universe continues to function normally and perpetually. If one fails to grasp this, they are unworthy of becoming either a destroyer or a Supreme Kai. From the mortal's viewpoint, a destroyer is merciless and terrifying, readily obliterating planets and extinguishing lives, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Yet, this is the nature of a destroyer's work, to eradicate civilizations that disrupt the cosmic order for the sake of a better continuation of the universe's function. The destroyer governs destruction, annihilating planets that interfere with the cosmos. The Supreme Kai oversees creation, establishing habitable worlds. The two roles complement each other, together maintaining the universe's order. As for punishing evil and promoting good, I regret to inform you, that is neither the destroyer's duty nor the Supreme Kai's. It falls upon mortals in the lower realms. Thus, when Ramsay heard Zamasu speak of upholding so-called justice, his eyes filled with disdain. Zamasu, do not be disrespectful, Gas reprimanded. Speaking of justice in the presence of a destroyer is rather ridiculous, is it not? However, Zamasu seemed oblivious to Gas's admonition, gazing intently at Ramsay. A flicker of malice flashed in Ramsay's eyes before quickly vanishing, as if it had never existed. Laughing heartily, he turned to depart. Young one, your thoughts are quite unique. Do not let your mindset obstruct your future. Ramsay left these chilling words before exiting the Supreme Kai's residence. Meanwhile, the lowly angel Kiers, who had been playfully fidgeting beside Shaya, curtsied to everyone and skipped after Ramsay, tapping her divine staff, transforming into a vibrant streak of light before vanishing. Once Ramsay and Kiers left, Gas sighed deeply, dispelling the tension and warning Zamasu, be mindful when speaking to Lord Ramsay in the future. It is a matter of basic respect. Should Lord Ramsay become angered, the entire universe would be thrown into chaos. Zamasu inquired, puzzled. Master, is the destroyer truly that terrifying? Shouldn't God spread the light of justice among mortals? Standing nearby, Wish shook his head. It depends on what is meant by justice. Narrow interpretations of justice will not be accepted. The role of a destroyer is solely accountable to the universe at large. His slate gray eyes shimmering with insight. Wish turned to Tapian. What are your thoughts, Tapian? Justice is inherent in the hearts of people. I cannot say whose justice is correct. However, I believe in viewing matters distinctly. Each in their position must manage their duties and responsibilities. Everyone should first address their own affairs before considering others. Tapian spoke earnestly. He possessed a heart of immense compassion, willing to be sealed within a music box for millennia to restrain Hildag, in the face of right and wrong. Tapian knew how to weigh significance. Gas nodded approvingly. Tapian makes a valid point. Zamasu, when you become a Supreme Kai, your primary duty will be to fulfill the responsibilities of that role. This is paramount for the stability of the entire universe. Once you have managed this, you may contemplate your personal ambitions. After all, your responsibilities will differ now. Do not carry over your notions from your time as a trainee Supreme Kai. I understand, Master. Zamasu bowed deeply, responding earnestly. At that moment, Wish chuckled lightly, bidding farewell to Gas, Zamasu, and Tapian, advising Tapian to diligently follow Gas's teachings to become a qualified Supreme Kai as soon as possible. I shall heed your guidance, Tapian replied solemnly. Farewell, everyone. A burst of colorful light sparkled like fireworks, enveloping Whis and Shaya as they departed the Supreme Kai realm. On their journey back, the deep spatial corridor was adorned with vibrant colors, surreal and dreamlike, resembling a wormhole from a science fiction novel. Whis turned to Shaya, inquiring, "What are your thoughts on that trainee Supreme Kai?" Shaya paused, shaking his head. Zamasu is rather naive, still unclear about his position. In contrast, Tapian is much more mature. Indeed, perhaps Tapian might become a qualified Supreme Kai sooner. In that case, Universe 7 would have 2 Supreme Kais, which would surely bring some ease to Lord Beerus. Whis remarked with a light laugh, falling silent thereafter. In truth, there would be 3 Supreme Kais if one counted the old Supreme Kai sealed within the Supreme Kai sword. Shaya pondered, not knowing whether it was intentional or inadvertent, but Whis always seemed to forget the old Supreme Kai, who had been imprisoned by the destroyer Beerus himself. In a starry expanse painted in dark red hues, a sudden, urgent flash pierced through the void. Shaya, I must return to the realm of the destroyer. When you have a moment, invite Shieling and the others for training. Also, that peculiar android, her power is quite impressive. Have her join as well. Whis was in high spirits, as this meant that both the prospective destroyer and Supreme Kai of Universe 7 were now accounted for. I shall convey your message, Shaya replied with a smile, somewhat surprised by Whis' suggestion to include Lazuli in the training. However, considering Lazuli's power was not inferior to Shieling's, he felt somewhat reassured. Do put in the effort yourself. The realm of the divine with silver eyes should be considered a new form. I believe there are still many avenues to explore. After giving Shaya a few more instructions, Whis elegantly vanished into the starry sky. With a gentle smile, Shaya watched the direction Whis had departed, invigorated. With a thought, he activated his instant transmission, swiftly transferring from one end of the cosmic expanse to the distant Red Mountain Star. At this moment, Red Mountain Star remained unchanged. Vichy and others had already been revived through the power of the Dragon Balls. Upon Shaya's return, Adri, Rebecca, Bardock, Elshi, and Laludo were discussing how to avenge Vichy, who had always been the treasured darling of the group. Those in high positions on Red Mountain Star would not hesitate to retaliate if even a single hair on him were harmed. Indeed, the strongest individuals of Red Mountain Star had gathered together. Although the principal perpetrator of Vichy's demise, Hildergan, has been dealt with, and Mira has fled severely injured, there remain hidden forces yet to be dismantled, such as those affiliated with the Merchant Alliance. It is time to settle the scores. Chapter 614. Settling scores. The Cosmic Merchant Alliance has confronted Hashan Star more than once, and this time, they must not be allowed to escape unscathed. I propose we take the lead and completely dismantle this malignant entity, declared Attili vehemently at the gathering. The entanglement between Hashan Star and the Alliance dates back many years, a time when Hashan Star was still fledgling and had to endure many grievances. However, the recent audacity of the Alliance, reaching out to his grandson and causing the death of Vichy, was an affront too great for Attili to bear. Bardock, appearing equally grim, seemed to concur with Attili's plan. After all, Vichy was his grandson, and his stance towards the Alliance was one of annihilation, eliminating them until they ceased to exist. Yet, the members of the Cosmic Merchant Alliance were shrouded in secrecy, and their true affiliations remained unknown, making it impossible to rely solely on the Galactic Patrol for investigation. Rebecca raised a practical concern. The Alliance was widespread throughout the 7th universe, composed of numerous enigmatic, large factions. They were unaware of the extent of their formidable members and where they were located. How could they eradicate such an entity? It was suggested that the Cosmic Merchant Alliance might be associated with the Demon Realm, perhaps even a component of it. For the time being, the complete eradication of the Alliance was beyond their reach. They should focus on dismantling the Alliance's influence within the galaxy. Lisa, a member of Attili's original team, voiced this perspective. Considering the realities, the Saiyans were primarily active in the galaxy. Venturing further afield seemed impractical. Thus, it sufficed to dismantle the Alliance's power within the Milky Way. With the current might of Hashan Star's Super Saiyans and the heritage of the Saiyan god, this could be accomplished swiftly. It was agreed that several special operations teams would be formed to engage in the 4 major galactic regions, coordinating with the Galactic Patrol. After solidifying their plans, the discussions shifted to other topics. At that moment, Shaya appeared before them. Everyone gathered around, momentarily taken aback by the silver hue of his eyes, a stark contrast to his previous fiery red hair and crimson irises. What happened to your eyes, Shaya? After achieving a breakthrough to the 2nd layer of the God Realm, my pupils changed color. I think this appearance is rather appealing, Shaya explained. It is indeed striking, though the silver hue is somewhat unsettling, Attili remarked. scrutinizing Shaya's eyes with a mix of awe and concern. Shaya's power had grown increasingly formidable. Now, when he unleashed his energy, it enveloped them in a chilling sensation akin to being amidst a frozen wasteland. Were you discussing the Merchant Alliance? Yes. Attendant paused, recapping the situation. If we are to act, we must eradicate them entirely. Otherwise, the repercussions could be endless. We cannot afford to remain vigilant against them indefinitely. A fierce glint sparkled in Shaya's eyes, emanating a domineering aura that stirred a whirlwind in the once quiet living room. Rebecca interjected, "We share your sentiment. But we are hampered by a lack of understanding regarding the internal dynamics and territorial divisions of the Alliance. If we could gain clarity, we would certainly prefer a decisive resolution." "Leave that to me. I will devise a way to uncover their secrets," Shaya responded confidently. In this universe, few could thwart his ambitions. Unlike other powerful universes, the seventh universe lacked another being of destruction comparable to him. As for dismantling the Cosmic Merchant Alliance, a conversation with Whis might yield some valuable intelligence. With Shaya personally intervening, everything was set in motion. Upon my return, I will rally the troops. Apart from those assigned to routine tasks, all warriors will join the campaign against the Alliance. They needed to make strategic selections regarding combat strength, ensuring only those with power surpassing that of super warriors participated. Super warriors required a battle power of at least 100,000, a figure that many on Hongshan Star could easily surpass, enabling the formation of several formidable squads. Attendant and Bardock deliberated earnestly, aware that as the leaders of Hongshan Star, they could not afford to inflict severe damage on the Saiyan race due to a miscalculation in their decisions. Shaya smiled, exchanged greetings with Rebecca, Lisa, and others, then sought out Shilling and her companions. In the void not far from Hongshan Star, Shaya found them engaged in combat amidst the vast cosmos, their unleashed energies creating layers of storms that vibrated surrounding planets. A gentle wave of his hand quelled the tumultuous energy of their battle. With a smile, Shaya approached and wrapped his arm around Shilling's waist, harnessing the power of time and space to transport them back to the villa on Hongshan Star. "Shaya, you're incredible. We could barely muster any resistance just now." "Oh, your eyes." Mel's babbled excitedly, while Shilling and Android 18 stood quietly by, their attention drawn to the change in Shaya's eye color. With a soft touch, Shaya pressed at the corners of his eyes, the silver glow flickering before reverting to the striking crimson of the Super Saiyan God. "Is this the new form of the Super Saiyan God?" Shilling inquired. "That seems to be the case," Shaya contemplated. After Goku and Vegeta transcended the Super Saiyan God, they achieved the Super Blue form, which resulted from their impatience leading them to abandon the complete transformation of the Super Saiyan God state. If we define the Super Saiyan God as the first layer of the God realm, then the Super Blue transformation could be categorized as a pseudo-second layer of the God realm. Although there are flaws in both realm and power, in terms of transformation, it should indeed be regarded as a second layer of the God realm, albeit with a pseudo-prefix. In terms of strength, however, the Super Blue state cannot compare to the silver-eyed form I currently embody. At that moment, Shaya recalled Whis' instruction to invite them to train in the God of Destruction realm. He relayed this to Shilling and her companions, encouraging them to consider the opportunity. Shilling, twirling a strand of her dark hair, shook her head, expressing her preference to accumulate strength further before attempting another breakthrough. "I wish to gather more experience and then make a decisive leap. Your perspective is valid. It is essential to build a strong foundation, after all. You have only recently ascended to this mysterious state. It is unrealistic to expect a swift breakthrough to the God realm." Shaya agreed with their approach. Whis also suggested that Lazili join them for training. "What are your thoughts on that?" Looking at Android 18, she nodded and replied coolly. "I've heard that Creation God Star is quite effective in unlocking one's physical potential. While I do not seek enlightenment of the realm, I wish to observe its effects." "Very well, I shall take Lazili there and inquire with Whis regarding the Cosmic Merchant Alliance." Shaya smiled as he made arrangements. The following day, Shaya brought Android 18 to the God of Destruction realm. After introducing her to Whis, Shaya inquired about the Cosmic Merchant Alliance. "Whis, could you elaborate on the situation regarding the Cosmic Merchant Alliance?" "The Cosmic Merchant Alliance is a dark coalition driven by profit. Lord Beerus has harbored disdain for them for quite some time. However, he considers their existence inconsequential to the larger picture. Thus, he has allowed them to persist. Since you wish to eradicate them, I shall share their stronghold locations with you," Whis replied casually, as if the alliance were merely a trifling concern in his eyes. Indeed, the reality aligns with this notion. In the eternal gaze of Whis, the cosmos has never lacked for ambitious souls. The annihilation of one trade alliance swiftly paves the way for the emergence of another akin organization. As long as the fundamental operations of the universe remain unperturbed, he finds little reason to intervene in such trifling matters. Shaya, caught in a blend of amusement and exasperation, observed Whis. The renowned Cosmic Trade Alliance seemed utterly insignificant in his presence. This revelation stirred a profound realization within him. Perhaps this reflects the mindset of deities of destruction and beings like Whis. The more transcendent their position, the more detached their perspective becomes. Otherwise, one would be overwhelmed by the incessant concerns of mundane affairs. Chapter 615. Tova's secret arrangements in the western region of the southern galaxy, on the planet Kudos, within a control center shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Pinkari led his subordinates in reviewing data transmitted from various locations. As the head of the Cosmic Merchant Alliance stationed in this part of the galaxy, he was a significant figure, akin to a local sovereign, basking in a life of luxury and opulence, bolstered by his formidable combat strength of 173,000. With a gentle swirl of his wine glass, Pinkari's chest swelled with boundless pride. However, amidst his jovial mood, the atmosphere shifted abruptly as 7 figures clad in uniform appeared. Their dark red and black battle suits exuding an air of authority and competence. Their brazen entrance, devoid of any concealed aura, prompted an instinctual reaction from Pinkari. As he raised his head to discern their identities, he stood up abruptly, demanding, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Pinkari, a formidable figure with a combat strength of 173,000, was not to be trifled with. Yet, the leader of the 7 individuals paid no heed to his inquiry, glancing at an electronic image in his hand before coldly remarking, "What does a mere 170,000 combat strength signify?" Another towering figure sneered, twisting his wrist derisively. "Indeed. It pales in comparison, though it is considered decent in this star region," the leader admonished. "Rida, refrain from unnecessary chatter. Completing our mission is paramount." With a glare, Rida quickly fell silent, his icy gaze fixated on Pinkari, akin to a predator eyeing its prey, his dark eyes gleaming ominously. For the first time, Pinkari found himself face to face with such a blatant affront, his expression darkening as he furrowed his brows. "You are courting death. Knowing this is the Merchant Alliance's stronghold. You dare to act so brazenly. I advise you to withdraw at once, or do not blame me for being unmerciful." Fury coursed through him, yet his rationality prevailed. As the regional commander, Pinkari was not without his wits. He recognized the extraordinary threat posed by these 7 individuals and knew he had to tread carefully. "And what form will your unmerciful actions take?" Rida retorted. "Enough of this banter. We're here to find the Merchant Alliance, so you may kindly prepare to meet your end." Without warning, the 7 strangers sprang into action simultaneously, their phantom-like figures flooding Pinkari's vision. In that moment, everything seemed to freeze before him. Before he could react, a tremendous force surged into his body, overwhelming him like a mountain crashing down. He was propelled uncontrollably through the air. With a splatter of blood, Pinkari collapsed amidst the ruins. Coughing violently, he gazed at them with a dazed expression. "I have never seen you. Why do you attack me?" He had been dealt a devastating blow, unable to muster even a semblance of resistance. Panic gripped his heart as he felt his strength drain away, realizing he was no match for the individuals before him. Yet he was a master with a combat strength of 173,000, a rarity throughout the galaxy. More importantly, he had always acted with caution, never offending these individuals. "We are the Saiyans from Red Mountain Star. Blame your Merchant Alliance for repeatedly provoking our leader. Anyone associated with them shall be eradicated," came the cold proclamation. As Pinkari absorbed their words, despair washed over him. A bitter expression crept onto his face as his consciousness began to blur. Was it because he belonged to the Merchant Alliance? Memories of past grandeur flooded his mind. Despite his many misdeeds, he had never anticipated such an end. His pallid visage froze, his eyes gradually losing their spark of life. Mission accomplished. Pinkari has been eliminated. Destroy this outpost and proceed to the next target. The leader, Shakta, gazed impassively at Pinkari's lifeless body, conjuring a brilliant energy sphere that he hurled towards the planet. A deafening explosion resonated across the world, reducing the Merchant Alliance's stronghold to a heap of rubble. "Adishia, what is our next destination?" inquired a slender woman with slightly curled hair, consulting her communication device. "The southwestern part of the southern galaxy, on the planet Qatar." Nodding in agreement, the 7 boarded a silver-gray spacecraft, setting their course for Qatar. Across the galaxy, battles of varying scales erupted, as the Merchant Alliance controlled numerous planets. Given the distribution of personnel, a special operations team was tasked with managing conflicts across several star regions. This relentless endeavor was exhausting, yet the Saiyans, being battle-hungry fanatics, relished such tasks. The only lament was that their opponents were woefully weak. Figures like Pinkari represented the pinnacle of strength among the Merchant Alliance's leaders, most of whom had combat powers hovering around 100,000, offering little enjoyment in combat. Far away, in a distant star region, Adriel observed the scene from the observation deck of a spacecraft. Thousands of warships unleashed their firepower, blue and white energy blasts piercing the cosmos, with ships occasionally erupting in explosions. Once this squad is eliminated, all Merchant Alliance forces in the galaxy will be obliterated. The galaxy is not rich in true powerhouses. The military might held by the Merchant Alliance is no match for Red Mountain Star. In just over 10 days, leveraging the advanced technologies of the Fidians, the Saiyans of Red Mountain Star have swept through the Merchant Alliance's forces like a swarm of locusts. Several major strongholds, however, were guarded by formidable individuals boasting combat strengths exceeding 1 million, compelling Adriel and his comrades to engage personally. Our next move lies beyond the galaxy, an environment we are unfamiliar with, and the distances between star systems are vast. We will need to rely on the instantaneous movement abilities of Shieling and her companions. Though this will significantly reduce our efficiency, observed Rebecca, clad in high-end battle attire, as she gazed into the distant, profound starry sky. The Supreme King has mentioned that many terrifying beings exist beyond the galaxy, some of whom are as fearsome as the Frozen Clan. I am eager to confront them swiftly, stated Parody, reclining in his seat, hands clasped behind his head, exuding a carefree demeanor. In truth, many seasoned powerhouses existed within the galaxy. Yet after Shaya led the rise of Red Mountain Star, those old-timers and their factions crumbled, resulting in a severe depletion of strength available to the Merchant Alliance. Come now. Parody, your Saiyan god power pales in comparison to Bardock's Super Saiyan. Do not embarrass yourself, chided Alice, stifling a laugh. These days, the upper echelon of Red Mountain Star could temporarily achieve the Saiyan god state through clever methods, granting them strength rivaling that of ordinary Super Saiyans, a profound legacy for their race. In contrast to the fervent activities outside, in the depths of the demon realm, Tova's time corridor lay within a vast, desolate palace. Since Mira had been wounded by Shieling and her companions and retreated into a spatial rift, the once grand palace had grown increasingly empty. Leaning against his throne, Tova rested his chin on one hand, observing the scenes unfolding in the void with a bemused expression. After a moment, he abruptly rose from his throne and meandered down the winding, spiraling corridor into the depths of the palace, the sound of his footsteps gradually fading away. These labyrinthine corridors, akin to a maze, soon obscured the path he had taken, or perhaps, under the influence of the peculiar magic, they unwittingly erased the memory of the route he had traversed. Before an imposing gate of white jade, Tova paused, and upon pushing it open and stepping inside, the door resoundingly closed behind her. The room exuded a modern ambience, adorned entirely in a futuristic silver hue. Various experimental apparatus filled the space, while tables bore sheets teeming with data from her research. The hum of engines resonated faintly, almost imperceptibly, like the whisper of a mosquito. Tova stood before a pale purple incubation chamber, where a thumb-sized, crimson and azure embryo floated in a violet solution, its form hinting at the early stages of a human shape. A gentle warmth graced Tova's expression as she tenderly caressed the glass wall of the chamber. Mira, that fool, had long believed my exploration of life forms was aimed at creating some extraordinary entity, naively concocting the so-called Philu. How utterly deluded. The laws of the universe cannot accommodate such unnatural life forms. Only the purest individuals embody the essence of life. Grow well. I truly hope I never have to utilize you, though it appears I may have no choice. I trust that my other selves across different realms will ensure the plan progresses smoothly. Humph. That fool Mira resurrected Demigula without consent, but thankfully he was swiftly eradicated. Now, I wonder where he is hidden away. As thoughts of Demigula crossed her mind, Tova's mood dampened slightly. Speaking of which, Myra's ancient intention in creating Hildergan was to serve as a vessel for Demigula's resurrected consciousness, when he should have been. Suddenly struck by an idea. Tova's lips curled into a mischievous smile. She mused internally. This place is hardly secure. I must relocate swiftly. This embryonic life form represents the culmination of my life's work, pivotal to the success of my endeavors. To avoid drawing attention from others in the external world, including the Time Lords, I conducted this experiment solely within the current timeline, while my other selves in alternate dimensions played distracting roles. Recognizing that the temporal courtyard was not a safe haven, Tova twirled her slender wand, conjuring a whirlwind at her feet. A piercing azure light momentarily blinded her, and when her vision returned, everything within the room had been displaced. Securing the white jade gate, Tova exited the palace with a cold smirk. Chapter 616. The winds of change. Outside the temporal corridor lies the realm of the demon world, separated by the powers of time and space wielded by Tawa. Without her consent, other beings from the demon world cannot enter the temporal corridor, not even Depura, the demon king and Tawa's nominal elder brother. As Tawa traverses the desolate land of the demon realm, a dark crimson blood moon hangs ominously in the sky, and the haunting cries of beasts echo, creating an atmosphere of dread. Suddenly, a fearsome creature with sharp fangs leaps forth from the skeletal pathway, glaring menacingly at Tawa while letting out a guttural roar. With a derisive smile, Tawa prepares to engage, but a glimmer of cold light flashes through the air, followed by a spray of hot blood, as an elongated, alien-like head kneels before her. Lady Tawa, King Depura requests your presence. Oh? What does my elder brother want from me? I hope it's not yet another scheme concocted by that fool Babidi, she muses, her violet eyes flashing with disdain. For one who possesses the power to traverse different realms, the affairs of parallel timelines hold little mystery. Depura, as the king of the demon world, has been ineffectively mingling with Babidi, orchestrating plans to resurrect the so-called Majin Buu. Yet, even if Majin Buu were to return, what difference would it make? His strength would merely equate to that of the Super Saiyan Broly she once dispatched to Red Mountain Star. Such power hardly qualifies one to conquer the universe. Having been exposed to higher realms of power, Tawa is accustomed to dealing with formidable foes, and her words reflect her scorn. King Depura and Lord Babidi are waiting for you, my lady. Perhaps you could. I shall not go. Let them refrain from provoking me, Tao replies sternly, unleashing a wave of temporal energy that dismisses the messenger as if discarding refuse. That arrogant Babidi truly believes my title of sorceress is unearned? With a soft sigh, she acknowledges the crucial phase of her plans. Now is not the time to engage with them. Time swiftly passes, and half a year elapses. The fierce campaign against the Cosmic Alliance gradually approaches its conclusion, with battle smoke enveloping numerous planets in the process. The upper echelons of the Cosmic Alliance include many formidable warriors surpassing the level of Kvila, allowing the elite Saiyans to relish the thrill of combat. Naturally, casualties are inevitable. Yet the Saiyans do not mourn their fallen comrades. The final confrontation unfolds at the Cosmic Alliance's headquarters, led by a warrior of lightning-level prowess. However, with the intervention of Silica, Mephia, and others, several planets, alongside the headquarters, are consigned to the annals of the Seventh Universe's history. After witnessing the intense battles that obliterated entire worlds, the Saiyans are left yearning for the next opportunity for such exhilarating encounters. With the collapse of the Cosmic Alliance, the Seventh Universe enters a rare period of relative peace. The name of the Red Mountain Saiyans transcends the Milky Way, known across much of the universe as a powerful race. In the depths of Beta Via, a chilling abyss shrouded in darkness, the feeble light is filtered through heavy clouds, revealing only glimmers of brightness. Myra's cold visage is filled with ruthlessness, and his blood-red eyes radiate a brutal glimmer. Surrounding him are countless blood-red temporal crystals, each housing the souls and grievances of fallen planets. Gather, he commands, and a brilliant light illuminates the abyss as thousands of resplendent crystals, akin to rubies, whirl rapidly, emanating a vivid red glow. They cluster together in groups of 3 or 5, ultimately merging into 112 massive crystals. A sinister light flashes in Mira's eyes as he bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha. 112 blood crystals, each fused with the life force and resentment of at least 10 planets, sufficient to summon powerful demonic warriors. Red Mountain Star, Saiyans, deities. The pain you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid 100-fold. Soon, the entire Seventh Universe shall plunge into an era of bloodshed. With a snap of his fingers, terrifying and fierce temporal rifts emerge around the 112 blood crystals, releasing an evil aura that sends shivers through the abyss. Shortly thereafter, the crystals absorb enough malevolent energy, beginning to soften and morph, swiftly transforming into 112 humanoid monsters, each adorned with a symbol on their foreheads, signifying their extreme malevolence. Awaken, ancient demons. The long-awaited battle is about to commence, Mira proclaims, heralding the return of the sealed malefactors of yore. He pauses, pointing at the 10 aliens with black horns in the front row. Zilder, lead your kin toward the eastern galaxy. There lies your ancestral foe, the Saiyans. Saiyans. At the mention of this sensitive term, the malevolent Zilder emits a low growl akin to that of a beast. Zilder is, in fact, a descendant of the ice race slain by Bardock in ancient times, flanked by several of the most nefarious members of the Ice Clan throughout history. Although the current Bardock has not traversed time, history has replicated this battle from its initial timeline. Degusians, your target is the Yggdrasians of the Northern Galaxy. Mage and Aura, your target is the denizens of the Underworld. Beasts of the Demon Realm, your targets are in the Demon World. Mira assigns tasks one by one. Understood. They roar. The 112 malevolent demons summoned by Mira are notorious villains of history, and upon learning of their targets, they all glimmer with blood-red eyes, revealing maniacal grins. As the 112 demonic phantoms vanish, Mira chuckles wickedly. At this moment, a shadowy figure appears beside him, garbed in priestly attire. Adorned with a black halo, a figure long feared by Whis and others, the Dark Angel. Mira, you should know that these beings alone cannot disrupt the Seventh Universe. The Dark Angel states dismissively. Mira scoffs, of course I am aware, but I require more darkness. This is an essential step toward resurrecting Demigra. Besides, do you not harbor similar intentions, Dark Angels? No. We are not the same. For now, we merely cooperate for a shared objective. You must understand. Even the Demigra of the multiverse is no match for our leader. The Dark Angel chuckles lightly before dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Humph. When he refers to his leader, does he mean Lankius of original sin? Mira muses, his head bowed in contemplation, pondering the extent of Demigra's prowess in the multiverse. A query he cannot answer as it has never been encountered before. Chapter 617, A Grand Invasion Beyond the Stellar System. Several faint lights appeared in the void of space, advancing towards Red Mountain Star at speeds surpassing light itself. As the spatial dimensions expanded, it became evident that several ancient vessels were trailing luminous streaks behind them. Their disc-shaped exteriors bore bulging cockpits, appearing flat and devoid of the sleek designs characteristic of modern technology. Ancestor, we shall soon arrive at Red Mountain Star, declared a member of the Frozen Clan, his eyes flickering with a crimson glow as he pointed towards the flight path of the ships. This assault on Red Mountain Star, following Myra's orders, included not only a dozen individuals resurrected by Mira, but also some clan members who had been wandering in other star systems and were summoned through special means by Zilder. Indeed, Zilder replied coldly, resting his hands on the armrests of his seat, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. The surrounding members of the Frozen clan wore expressions of indifference, their entire beings radiating an aura of malevolence. By the time we encounter the Saiyans, we shall attack them without hesitation, granting them no opportunity to respond. As long as they do not transform into golden-haired Super Saiyans, they are not to be feared. Zielder interjected suddenly. As he spoke, Zielder cast a blood-red glance at his kin and continued, according to the information relayed by Lord Mira. The most powerful lineages of the Frozen clan, Kurd and David, were annihilated by the Super Saiyans. Have I not left behind a legacy that we must not spare any Saiyan? Why, then, has this calamity befallen us? Ancestor, this is entirely due to Frieza of the Kurd lineage acting on his own accord. The North Galaxy, where the Saiyans reside, is the territory of the Kurd lineage, and we had no means to intervene. A member of the Frozen clan from beyond the galaxy promptly responded, recounting the events that led to their current predicament. He had been marginalized from the galaxy and held no significant power within his clan. In the past, the Kurd and David lineages represented the rightful authority of the Frozen clan, and those like him had long been cast out. Fools, Zielder coldly chastised, his dissatisfaction with their arrogance palpable. They were aware that Super Saiyans posed a threat to the Frozen clan's dominion, yet still foolishly allowed them to remain. The destruction of the Kurd lineage was self-inflicted. As these thoughts consumed him, Zielder's fury intensified, unleashing an oppressive aura that reverberated within the vessel, triggering alarms of various sizes to blare. It was as though they were in a hellish realm. The overwhelming sense of malevolence sending shivers down the spine of the Frozen clan, who could not help but tremble in fear, their gazes toward Zielder filled with trepidation. This is the power of the ancestor. Even the deceased King Kurd may not possess such might. Is this the ultimate transformation bestowed by Lord Mira? The Frozen clan member mused internally, refraining from harboring any rebellious thoughts. In a flash, like lightning streaking across the sky, the outline of the cyan-hued planet, Red Mountain Star, soon emerged before Zielder and his kin. Haha, we have arrived at our destination. Zielder exclaimed suddenly, rising from his seat, his towering frame exuding an unmatched aura of dominance. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, prepare yourselves. Everyone, disperse and unleash your vengeance upon the Saiyans. Yes, ancestor. The row of Frozen clan members responded in unison. Let the slaughter commence. Zielder declared, arms wide, his presence radiating malevolence. Kill. It is time for vengeance, shouted a group of over a dozen Frozen clan warriors, their dark, brutal energy spreading like shadows cast by an eclipse as several ships penetrated the outer defenses of Red Mountain Star, projecting ominous black shapes across the landscape. Simultaneously, alarms blared throughout Red Mountain Star. Sensing the malignant energy emanating from space, the Saiyans paused their activities, lifting their heads and understanding that enemies were once again invading their homeland. How dare anyone invade Red Mountain Star at this time? The Saiyans collectively found it hard to believe, especially after recently showcasing their formidable prowess to the universe. The very core of the Saiyan race, Red Mountain Star, was now under threat from external forces. It felt akin to a highly developed nation proclaiming its unification of the world, only to be swiftly besieged by primitive tribes, a startling turn of events indeed. Bang! In the office of the Guard Investigation Center, Shakta slammed his fist onto the wooden desk, causing it to tremble violently. This is outrageous. Who dares invade Red Mountain Star? Turning to his assistant, Shakta commanded coldly, immediately notify the guard units and the special forces stationed on Red Mountain Star. It is time for battle once more. Also, alert the younger Saiyans to take refuge. A series of orders were dispatched methodically from the command hall, and soon, over 1,000 powerful warriors erupted with a terrifying aura that could shake the heavens, soaring swiftly towards the location of the impending threat. Ha ha ha, someone is coming. Now we can truly have some fun. A young girl, around 11 or 12 years old, exclaimed joyfully, her body emanating a violent emerald glow. Mephia, focus. This is a matter of utmost importance. Her elder sister, Silica, scolded her, incredulous that anyone could be so elated amidst an attack on their home planet. Turning to a nearby boy, she added, Vish, you've already died once. Do not participate in this battle. I understand. The young boy nodded dutifully. Silica's icy gaze drifted to the distance, where several powerful presences far surpassed the norm of the universe. She murmured, who are they? Their strength seems to exceed even that of ordinary Super Saiyans. Shaking her head, Silica grasped Mephia's hand, ascending into the air, while Edri and the others prepared to join the fray, all the powerful warriors of Red Mountain Star converging towards Zielder's position. In a region characterized by densely packed hills and rugged mountains, the terrain was complex and ever-changing. The Frozen clan? Edri was the first to arrive on the scene, and upon seeing Zielder and his cohort, his eyes widened in astonishment, and a chilling, killing intent surged forth, causing the entire cyan-hued planet to tremble. What is happening? The Frozen clan from the galaxy should have been eradicated. How could so many suddenly reappear? Bardock, bearing a scar across his face, furrowed his brow, and entered Super Saiyan form immediately. Zielder and the other members of the Frozen clan had not anticipated the Saiyans' rapid arrival. They had barely touched down when the Saiyans appeared, and their immediate transformation into Super Saiyans caught them off guard. The initial strategy of taking the initiative was no longer viable. Realizing the blunder of the Kurd lineage, who had unwittingly made themselves too recognizable, Zielder's expression darkened. Ancestor, it seems these Saiyans possess a skill known as Ki that allows them to sense the presence of their adversaries. I believe they discerned our approach through this ability, reported a member of the Frozen clan from outside the galaxy. Is that so? An impressive skill indeed. Zielder's face darkened further. Upon witnessing the high-ranking Saiyans, he and the other members of the Frozen clan unleashed a bitter aura of darkness. Suddenly, Zielder spotted Bardock among the opposing ranks, and a look of shock crossed his face, swiftly followed by an overwhelming bloodthirst. He could recognize that golden-haired, blue-eyed figure even in ashes. It's you. How are you still alive? Zielder exclaimed, his complexion shifting dramatically as he pointed at Bardock, his voice echoing with disbelief. He would never forget the golden hair and emerald eyes of the Super Saiyan. For the figure before him was the very one who had mercilessly ravaged him in ancient times. If it were merely a matter of resemblance, then why did the scar on the face appear identical as well? At that moment, as Zield gazed upon Bardock, he was consumed by madness, lost in incomprehensible thoughts. Bardock's gaze was icy and resolute. He had no understanding of what was being said. A fierce killing intent emanated from him, equally brutal, yet devoid of the darkness that characterized Zield. He had never encountered this individual before, but as long as they belonged to the Frozen clan, his course of action was clear, to slay without hesitation. With a flurry of activity, the Saiyans and the Frozen clan soon became embroiled in battle. There were over a dozen members of the Frozen clan that had descended upon Red Mountain Star, the majority being those who had undergone extreme enhancements under Myra's malevolent influence. Simultaneously, there were numerous Super Saiyan-level warriors present on Red Mountain Star. While true Super Saiyans were few in number, there were dozens of Saiyan gods whose combat prowess rivaled that of Super Saiyans. The battle raged fiercely, shrouding the skies in chaos, and as various extraterrestrial beings fell, the core of Red Mountain Star began to activate, its golden light mitigating the damage to the planet's surface. Ha ha ha, kill, kill, kill. Mephia's verdant figure darted among the extraterrestrials, and in a flash, lifeless bodies littered the ground. Although Zield and his subordinates were numerous, they could not withstand the whims of Mephia. Nearby, Silica, in her Super Saiyan 2 form, watched as Mephia rampaged like an out-of-control vehicle, exclaiming in exasperation as she covered her face. With a sweep of her arm, a colossal storm erupted, swirling like a tornado and creating a tempest of chaos. High above Red Mountain Star, Shaya, Sailing, and Mel stood vigilantly, observing the fray below with calm demeanor. Sailing scoffed, they dared to provoke us with such feeble strength? The heads of those frozen demons bore the mark of extreme mutation. It was likely that Mira had dispatched them. Shaya furrowed his brow, contemplating the purpose behind Myra's actions. Was it merely to disrupt the situation on Red Mountain Star and assert his presence? It seemed entirely unnecessary. Another one of those individuals? Where did he acquire such a multitude of frozen demons? Mel's tone was chilling, harboring a determination to eliminate the adversary at the first opportunity. Chapter 618. The God of Destruction, Beerus. These frozen demons do not belong to this era. With a glance at Zield, who was engaged in battle with Bardock, Shaya's heart became as clear as a mirror. He recalled the events from over a decade ago when the Super Saiyan Broly invaded Red Mountain Star. The circumstances then mirrored the present situation. This demon named Zield should have perished at Bardock's hands in ancient times, yet here he was again, clearly summoned by Myra's manipulation of temporal forces. Myers, upon hearing this, paused for a moment, grasping the implication of Shaya's words. He remarked, the power of time and space is indeed troublesome. It seems there is no end to this. As far as I know, summoning these beings with temporal power is no simple feat. It requires the creation of a fractured world of time and space, along with a significant sacrifice of life. Just how many crimes has Mira committed? Shaya shook his head, focusing on the battle nearing its conclusion below. At that moment, the purple temporal ring on his hand began to glow, signaling a message from the Supreme Kai of Time. Shaya, we have a problem. Thousands of small fractured worlds have suddenly appeared around the 7th universe, and these realms are extremely unstable. Many of them are collapsing, creating energy storms that continuously affect the surrounding fragmented worlds. The Supreme Kai of Time, Kain, spoke in an agitated tone, her youthful voice piercing. So this is Myra's plan. He aims to disrupt the entire universe. Shaya suddenly understood Myra's objective. Zield was merely a decoy to draw his attention, while the real threat lay in the fractured worlds controlled by Mira. The 7th universe, one of the 12 universes, is typically guarded by gods of destruction and angels, making a cosmic catastrophe unlikely. However, the simultaneous eruption of fractured worlds could undoubtedly impact the universe, potentially disrupting its internal order. A chain reaction could trigger catastrophic disasters akin to a domino effect. Clearly, Mira harbored this intention, seeking to resurrect the complete demigra of the multiverse. Unbeknownst to Shaya, Mira had dispatched numerous forces throughout the 7th universe, attacking its overall stability from various dimensions: the underworld, the mortal realm, and the demon world. Kain, provide me with Myra's location. Shaya sent a message to the Supreme Kai of Time, then turned to Shieling and Myers, instructing, you two stay here and monitor Red Mountain Star. Ensure our people do not suffer significant casualties. Understood, Shilling replied earnestly. At that moment, the Supreme Kai of Time sent Myra's location. Shaya glanced at it, closed his eyes, and summoned the star map of the seventh universe in his mind. He found it. With a soft murmur, a radiant light flickered, and Shaya swiftly vanished from his position. On Bedavia's star, Shaya materialized amidst the dim starry expanse. Upon his arrival, a malevolent aura assaulted him, causing Shaya to furrow his brow in distaste. Kain, lock onto Myra's position. This time you shall not escape. Previously, Mira had evaded capture by exploiting a spatial rift after being overpowered by Shilling and Myers. This time, Shaya, having learned from that encounter, directed the Supreme Kai of Time to seal the surrounding space, ensuring Mira had no means of escape. Kain promptly responded from the temporal library, sealing the entire space of Bedavia's star. The surrounding space has been locked down, she confirmed. Nodding gravely, Shaya transformed into a flash of lightning, following Myra's energy signature to a chasm adorned with ancient murals. Be cautious, the area is laden with traps set by Mira, Kain's youthful voice cautioned. Shaya scrutinized the murals, and indeed, a profound mental assault surged towards him. With a gentle stomp, silvery energy flickered momentarily, and Shaya's crimson eyes transformed into a gleaming silver. With a slight curl of his fingers and a cold smirk, he dispelled the incoming mental attack entirely. Does that fool Mira still believe I am the same as I was when battling Demigra? Shaya scoffed, realizing that 6 months prior, he had ascended to the second tier of divine realms. Such rudimentary mental assaults were ineffective against him. In swift succession, Shaya navigated through and neutralized the traps set by Mira, as if traversing an unoccupied space. Shaya, when did you become this formidable? The Supreme Kai of Time expressed her astonishment. I have transcended to the second tier of divine realms. Oh, does that mean you are now eligible to become an official Time Orderer? Her voice was filled with excitement and surprise. She had not anticipated Shaya's rapid ascent from a mortal to the second tier of divine realms within a few decades. Then, once this battle concludes, I shall initiate your formal transition into an official Time Orderer. You will be the first Time Orderer on my side, the Supreme Kai of Time stated with utmost seriousness. Shaya nodded, pausing to communicate telepathically with Kain. Could you refrain from making proclamations at this moment? Kain, perplexed, inquired, what do you mean? By the way, can you inform me of the total number of Time Orderers to date? Kain's voice lowered slightly as she replied, many, but there are none on my side. Oh, so you are merely a minor deity. Shaya jested, eliciting a huff from Kain. That is due to the absence of a temporal power controller in my domain. However, I will soon have a Time Orderer, one even more formidable than the others, and I will no longer need to seek assistance from others. While Kain spoke casually, Shaya gleaned much from her words. He pondered, it appears there are many like Kain, and she seemed akin to a child just beginning to grow. This world is indeed extraordinary. Shaya mused aloud as he continued onward. Upon entering a vast canyon, he encountered Mira seated upon the ground, surrounded by sinister spatial rifts writhing like venomous serpents, gradually coalescing into a blood-red temporal crystal. Ah, you have arrived, but alas, it is too late. I have acquired a substantial amount of dark energy from the seventh universe. The multiversal Demigra will soon be resurrected. Myra's cold visage bore an evil grin. Yet in the next moment, he froze, his pupils narrowing. With a resounding thud, Shaya's fist struck Mira, causing his smile to falter. Blood erupted, and Myra's body, akin to a tethered kite, was sent careening backward, leaving a deep imprint in the rocky wall hundreds of meters away. You scoundrel! Myra's eyes bulged with fury as he struggled to extricate himself from the wall. At that moment, Shaya's hand enveloped Myra's head, his voice devoid of emotion. Mira, you shall not witness Demigra's resurrection. I will end your life here and now. Heh, you cannot kill me. I am merely a replica now. Even if you slay me, the multiversal Demigra will still be revived. Upon hearing this, Shaya furrowed his brow, a glimmer of light flashing in his silver eyes as he thought, if that is truly the case, this could become troublesome. At that moment, a detached voice suddenly echoed behind Shaya. Boy, you may entrust him to me. I possess ample means to extract the whereabouts of Demigra. Who are you? Shaya inquired, turning around to behold a figure cloaked in purple. He stood there, momentarily stunned. Before him was a creature with elongated purple ears, gaunt features, and a body that seemed merely a thin layer of skin draped over bones. Its sunken eyes protruded slightly, and it donned an eccentric attire reminiscent of an Egyptian pharaoh. The god of destruction, Beerus. The being before him was none other than the god of destruction, Beerus, who should have been in slumber. With hands clasped behind his back, Beerus glided to Shaya's eye level, his golden eyes coldly fixed upon Mira, exuding an air of utter indifference towards life itself. Chapter 619. The Dark Angel Shaya was taken aback by the unexpected appearance of the god of destruction, Beerus, at this moment. It marked their second encounter. Perhaps the indelible impression from their first meeting lingered too strongly in his mind, for the sudden sight of Beerus sent shivers down Shaya's spine, causing a tumult of emotions within him. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that he was no longer inferior to Beerus. Why should he harbor any trepidation? In truth, Even when facing a formidable being like Shampa, Shaya remained unperturbed. Yet, the presence of Beerus still triggered an exaggerated response within him, a remnant of the profound impact from their first encounter. With a self-deprecating smile, Shaya nodded towards Beerus and said, "Thank you for your presence, Lord Beerus." Upon noticing Shaya's acknowledgement, Beerus's golden eyes shifted towards him before turning to Mira, who was ensnared within the rock wall. His voice, frigid as ice, pierced the air. "It is because of you, foolish creature, that my pleasant slumber has been disrupted. Know this, the wrath of a god of destruction is not something you can withstand." The sight of Beerus filled Mira with dread, his face paled, and his lips moved, though words eluded him. The palpable, oppressive aura emanating from Beerus made it difficult for Mira to breathe. Tremors coursed through his being as he struggled against the overwhelming pressure. But his strength felt childish in the presence of a being as formidable as Beerus. Beerus extended his palm, gathering a sphere of purple energy, a manifestation of the god of destruction's power. The orb struck Mira, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as his body arched in agony. The moment he bore the brunt of Beerus's energy, he was consumed by a haze of smoke, the acrid scent of charred flesh filling the air. "Reveal your plans to resurrect Demigra," Beerus inquired flatly. "Humph." Mira retorted defiantly, refusing to speak. "Foolish resistance." Beerus's expression darkened, his golden eyes flickering with annoyance. "You would do well to disclose Demigra's whereabouts, or I shall ensure you have no chance of reincarnation." With a pallid face, Mira declared, "I cannot divulge Demigra's location. I am but a mere copy. Even if you were to slay me, it would inflict no harm upon my essence." "Seeking death, are we?" Beerus's voice oozed coldness as his demeanor turned grim. An invisible pressure radiated outward, enveloping the surroundings. Mira's obstinacy had ignited Beerus's ire. The god of destruction was known for his capricious nature. Once provoked, he would not hesitate to obliterate the universe itself. In that moment, Beerus felt akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. "Your arrogance is commendable, but you have committed an unforgivable offense. I no longer wish to know Demigra's whereabouts. Prepare to meet your demise." Beerus glared at Mira with cold indifference, extending his hand as a flickering point of light coalesced in his palm, forming a small purple energy sphere. "This is the destruction of the god of destruction." Realizing Beerus's intent to annihilate Mira, Shaya instinctively opened his mouth to interject but ultimately held his tongue. With an icy gaze, Beerus pronounced, "Destruction." In an instant, the purple energy sphere erupted with a devastating force, akin to a miniature star, unleashing an obliterating wave of energy. Mira's anguished screams echoed as he was rendered powerless, his body disintegrating into purple powder, swept away by the wind. This is the purest form of annihilation, the god of destruction's signature technique. "Even if you kill me, it matters not. My true form and Demigra will ultimately bring your demise." Mira's voice persisted, though it grew faint. "Silence." Beerus sneered, intensifying the destructive force, leaving Mira with naught but a solitary head. Suddenly, an unexpected event transpired. A dark bolt of lightning pierced through the void, shattering the temporal barrier laid by the Kaishin of time surrounding the planet Batavia. The dark lightning surged into Mira's head, inexplicably stalling the spread of destructive energy. "Ah!" Beerus was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of surprise crossing his features. With a sound reminiscent of rippling water, the space around them began to disintegrate like scattered fireworks, revealing a figure clad in dark robes emerging from the fractured void. "Alas, the temporal barrier has been breached," a panicked voice echoed, belonging to the Kaishin of time. "I see." Shaya retorted irritably, thinking that the Kaishin's presence was nothing but a nuisance. He severed his connection with the Kaishin, focusing intently on the newly emerged figure, whose appearance startled him, a being with silver-gray hair, loose robes, and a black halo about their neck, resembling a shadowy version of an angel. A dark angel. Shaya's heart raced with shock. Suddenly, an overwhelming force bore down upon him. Before he could react, he was sent flying, the sheer velocity of the attack taking him by surprise. What swiftness! The thought flashed through his mind as he regained his senses, only to find that Beerus had also been hurled away, his expression grim. Shaya and Beerus both hesitated in midair. "You are the dark angel Vaya that was spoke of. Are you complicit in the turmoil plaguing the seventh universe?" Beerus's eyes sparkled with intensity as he regarded the shadowy angel. "I am Vaya, the dark angel." The figure floated gracefully, snapping their fingers to dispel the destructive energy entwined around Mira's head. "This Mira still serves a significant purpose for us, and thus, we cannot allow you to kill him. If you wish to rescue him, it depends on my approval. In fact, I am quite eager to experience the might of a dark angel." Beerus bellowed with a laugh, his golden eyes fixated on the newly appeared entity, then abruptly accelerated, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as he charged at Vaya. Seeing Beerus approach, a mocking smile graced Vaya's lips as they clenched their fist and struck towards the god of destruction. With a thunderous impact, Beerus's purple form was sent reeling, the fabric of space around him fracturing into chaos. Witnessing the spectacle filled Shaya with trepidation, he acutely felt the terror of the dark angel's power. To perish, Beerus realized he was no match for Vaya. Recalling the original tale, where Beerus fell victim to Whiss's hand, the situation bore an uncanny resemblance. the sole difference being that Whis would show mercy, while the Dark Angel was evidently intent on extermination. Curse you. After suffering defeat, Beerus seethed with rage. Yet, aware of the Dark Angel's formidable strength, he refrained from recklessly charging in. Instead, he turned, gritting his teeth as he shouted into the void. Whis. I know you are here. Do not dawdle. Show yourself. As soon as the words fell, the crimson and ebony silhouette of Whis indeed materialized. Whis had arrived. Shaya let out a sigh of relief, although he had never engaged directly with the Dark Angel. Observing Beerus's condition was enough to ascertain that the Dark Angel's strength far exceeded theirs, at least comparable to Whis, residing in the 4th tier of Divine Realm. He and the God of Destruction were no match for such power. Chapter 620. A brief encounter. Lord Beerus. I have long warned you that you are not their match at present. Should you encounter them, you must contact me immediately and avoid any direct confrontation. As Whis appeared, he jested at Beerus before his expression turned serious as he gazed at the Dark Angel standing nearby. You lot should have been suppressed by the Omni King. So how is it that you have resurfaced? It seems my suspicions from a few years ago were not unfounded. Do not always seek to stir up chaos. The Dark Angel, upon seeing Whis, scoffed, saying, How absurd. Why is it that you angelic priests can stand proudly at the pinnacle of the universe while we cannot? Is it merely because our power stems from dark energy? No, you are not dark. You embody original sin, Whis replied earnestly, his slate-gray eyes glinting with cold light. Arrogant. The Dark Angel sneered, casting a brief glance at Whis before falling silent. Suddenly, he swung his wand forward, a flicker of electricity illuminating the air as he directed it toward Shaya and Lord Beerus. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted, conjuring tumultuous waves as the surrounding space twisted in a bizarre manner. In truth, the speed of the Dark Angel's attack was not particularly swift. Shaya perceived every detail. Yet, for reasons unknown, he found himself utterly immobilized, as if the entire world were bearing down upon him. There is no escape. A tempest of emotion surged within Shaya, his expression turning icy. Since entering the Divine Realm, he had seldom felt such pressure. Lord Beerus, too, wore a grim visage, exerting all his strength to resist. With a resounding crash, Whis interposed his staff between the two, deflecting the assault. A fierce whirlwind spiraled around them as Whis narrowed his eyes, declaring, You have crossed the line. Are you seeking war? Wait. My master has instructed that now is not the time for battle. However, when we are fully prepared and truly descend, you shall experience genuine despair. That Navi fellow, the Omni King, knows nothing. He should not govern this world. Prepare yourselves for suppression. Is that so? Whis gently shook his head, his expression grave as he replied, It is uncertain who shall be suppressed in the end. Speaking of such matters now is futile. The laws of the universe cannot remain immutable forever. Your days of prosperity as angelic priests have lingered far too long. It is time for a change. Having uttered these sinister words, the Dark Angel cast a dispassionate glance at Shaya and Beerus before vanishing into the chaotic rift of space. Whis, how could you allow him to escape? Upon witnessing the retreat of the Dark Angel, Beerus erupted in fury, bellowing in outrage. He felt utterly humiliated. His grand entrance had culminated in such a dismal outcome, leaving him in a foul mood. My lord, I could not stop him, Whis replied solemnly. As the other party indicated, it truly was not the time for war. Our understanding of the Dark Angels is woefully inadequate. We have no idea how many have fled from suppression. Thus, this matter is best left for the Grand Priest and the Omni King to ponder. Beerus's expression softened slightly at this, and he inquired, Why did you take so long to arrive? Had you come sooner, I would have slain that Mira. You cannot blame me. The turmoil in the underworld and the demon realm was incredibly troublesome. I attended to those matters and rushed here immediately. Yet, Lord Beerus, had you not acted so slowly, Mira would not have been rescued by the Dark Angel. Enough of this. Beerus, filled with indignation, turned to Shaya, asking with curiosity, Who is this person? His power seems quite formidable. When did such a figure emerge from the 7th universe? Shaya is a rising talent who has flourished during your slumber over the past few years. His growth has far outpaced that of Lord Beerus. And not only is he skilled, but he is also an apprentice-time orderer with power at the 2nd tier of the Divine Realm. If Lord Beerus does not utilize his destruction energy, he may not be able to best him. Whis chuckled as he introduced Shaya to Beerus. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Beerus's eyes brightened, his long ears twitching with interest. A time orderer? That places him on par with a destroyer. So, we have a new deity in the 7th universe? Excellent. However, I feel I've heard the name Shaya before. Beerus stroked his chin, circling around Shaya, growing increasingly convinced that he recognized him, yet he could not recall where. Shaya smiled, saying, Lord Beerus, we met previously on Planet Vegeta. Though I was quite young back then. After so many years, it is no wonder you have forgotten. Planet Vegeta? The Saiyan homeworld? Suddenly, a realization struck Beerus. He recalled sending someone named Frieza to obliterate Planet Vegeta. Ah, how unexpected. A time orderer emerged among those wild Saiyans. Truly unforeseen. Wait, from Planet Vegeta? A sudden pang of apprehension seized Beerus, and his expression stiffened as he asked, That planet was destroyed, correct? Do you happen to know someone named Frieza? Of course. I know him. He was the one who destroyed Vegeta, but I have already killed him. Ah, ha ha ha, splendid. Excellent. Beerus laughed awkwardly, suddenly fixing his gaze on Shaya, inspiration striking him as he exclaimed, "Yes, I remember now. I met you when you were merely 11 or 12 years old, and you were accompanied by an innocent little girl." Beerus leaned closer, sniffing Shaya. "Do you still have any delectable treats?" "I can still recall the taste from back then. Indeed, I have many delightful dishes here." Shaya smiled lightly, having overcome his initial unease. He now felt he was worthy of conversing as an equal with Lord Beerus. Indeed, Beerus, like Kappa, was a glutton. Albeit Beerus had tasted the finest delicacies while Kampa was limited to simpler fare. "Quickly, bring forth the food. Here you go." Noticing Beerus's eagerness, Shaya chuckled and retrieved some of his treasured delicacies from the dimensional space. Unlike what he had offered Kampa, these were truly exquisite. The steaming dishes wafted delightful aromas, and Beerus eagerly devoured them, each bite igniting a symphony of flavors that delighted his palate, prompting him to exclaim with joy. Gulp. Whis swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Shaya, so you and Lord Beerus have known each other for quite some time." "Indeed, we shared a brief encounter." Beerus laughed heartily. "This lad treated me to a few plates of delicious food back then. I remember it vividly." "Oh, I see. By the way, Shaya's power is not inferior to yours. Lord Beerus, you two should have a good exchange. I still need to report the situation here to the Grand Priest, so I must excuse myself for now," Whis concluded, preparing to head to the realm where the Omni King resided. Given the magnitude of the events in the 7th universe regarding the Dark Angels, he needed to report personally. Go on, go on." Beerus waved dismissively, addressing Shaya. "Come with me to the realm of destruction. I wish to see just how much you have improved over the years." Shaya pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. "Please wait a moment. I will inform my wife so she may join us in the realm of destruction." "As you wish. But do make haste." Beerus appeared indifferent, for he had heard from Whis that 3 women frequently trained in the realm of destruction. Aside from the blonde woman still present, the other 2 must be this lad's wives. TSK, quite the extraordinary couple they are. Subsequently, a few clusters of brilliant flashes illuminated the surroundings as Shaya and the god of destruction, Beerus, departed from the planet Vegeta and entered the realm of destruction. By the side of a verdant pool, the android 18, clad in her fitted attire, was engaged in her exercises. Upon noticing Shaya's arrival, she composed her breath and approached him. "How is it that you returned with him?" Android 18 inquired, casting a glance at Beerus, her eyes reflecting a hint of perplexity. "Humph, mind your words. You should refer to me as Lord Beerus." Beerus mumbled, holding a box of ice cream. As he clumsily extracted a spoonful with a wooden stick and brought it to his lips, the sweet flavor causing him to squint in delight. Shaya shrugged nonchalantly. "Lord Beerus intends to spar with me, hence his presence." He continued, "By the way, I have already informed Shieling and Myers through the communicator. They will be arriving shortly." As soon as he spoke, a melodious voice resonated beside him. "Shaya, what brings us to the realm of the god of destruction?" "Oh, you are that peculiar cat from before." Lord Beerus. Upon encountering the god of destruction once again, Myers' complexion oscillated between crimson and pale, as memories flooded back of the time when she had offended Beerus and found herself subjected to Shaya's playful reprimand, a most mortifying experience indeed. Chapter 621. Sparring with Beerus. "Ah, you are that little fellow from back then? I never expected you to have grown so much. This time, I shall overlook your insolence for the sake of Shaya's culinary delights. However, if I hear any disrespectful words from you again, beware, for I shall obliterate you." Beerus, with a skewer in his mouth, cast a sidelong glance at Mavis, his golden eyes brimming with malevolence. Mavis felt a chill envelop her and nodded hurriedly. "Shaya, is he really the god of destruction, Beerus?" Shieling leaned against Shaya, surprised to discover that the god of destruction looked like this. "Yes, he is indeed the god of destruction, and he possesses a temperament that is capricious. You must exercise caution." Shaya nodded, then informed them of her intention to spar with Beerus. She motioned for Shieling, Mavis, and Android 18 to stand together as she took a few steps forward to stand before Beerus. "Are you prepared to begin?" Beerus swallowed the ice cream in one gulp, savoring it with half-closed eyes, before turning his golden gaze upon Shaya. An overwhelming, pure energy storm cascaded towards her like a colossal wave. "Young one, I have finished my meal, and now it is time to test your prowess. It has been many years since I last engaged in combat, and my bones are nearly stiff." With that, Beerus stretched his body, the joints cracking audibly, and then floated leisurely with his hands clasped behind his back. "Lord Beerus, please enlighten me." Shaya responded earnestly, although she internally scoffed at Beerus's claim of inactivity after just having battled the Dark Angel. She realized that he had indeed not had the opportunity to showcase his full capabilities during that encounter. "Do not disappoint me. I wish to ascertain if you, deemed a genius by Whis, truly live up to that title." Beerus's expression hardened, the aura of the god of destruction expanding, causing a palpable drop in temperature throughout the realm. "I shall not let you down." Shaya smiled calmly, rising to match Beerus's height. The two hovered in the air, locking eyes, their formidable pressures colliding, producing a series of hissing sounds as the air began to churn violently, splitting the sky in two. Below, Shieling was awestruck by the sheer force of their combined auras, exclaiming, "Just the clash of their energies has altered the very heavens of the god of destruction realm." If this were on the lower realms, entire planets would likely explode. Indeed, they are extraordinary. Mavis nodded in agreement, her gaze toward Beerus filled with reverence. She reflected on her own audacity in previously calling the god of destruction a peculiar being. Her survival was indeed thanks to Shaya. At the same time, she felt a surge of pride, realizing that her husband was powerful enough to contend with such a pinnacle of might. Her discerning eye had proven itself worthy. Android 18 remained silent, yet the flickering light in her azure eyes revealed a myriad of thoughts within her heart. Lord Beerus, here it comes, Shaya shouted excitedly, her body launching backward like an arrow before suddenly diving forward with great force. Boom! The air exploded beneath her feet, creating a vacuum as she accelerated, appearing before Beerus in an instant. Beerus's eyes sparkled with excitement. His golden pupils gleamed as he calmly extended his palm and thrust it forward. Bang! Their hands collided, the seemingly mundane exchange causing the air to lag for a moment, followed by the sound of cracking reverberations. In battles between gods, many actions return to simplicity and clarity, devoid of unnecessary flamboyance. Both Shaya and Beerus, having undergone Wis's training, understood this principle well. As their realms had elevated, they saw through many complexities. Thus, their movements were straightforward, a pure contest of strength and speed that left Shieling and Mavis unable to keep up, yet utterly enthralled. Bang! 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 The fierce battle unfolded with alternating strikes between Shaya and Beerus, both exerting their full strength. Without brilliant flashes or elaborate techniques, they maintained a tacit understanding. Their combat remarkably pure. Each exchange was met with counterattacks, neither party gaining a definitive advantage, both reveling in the thrill of the fight. Beerus, receive my blow, Shaya shouted, her form alternating between solid and elusive as she appeared before Beerus once more. Beerus grinned broadly, his long tail arcing gracefully through the air, evading Shaya's attack. He then pivoted, using the momentum to counterattack. Bang! Shaya crossed his arms to block Beerus's punch. The violent impact sent a jolt of pain through his arms. Yet he retaliated with a swift kick aimed at Beerus. Not bad, young one, Beerus exclaimed, retreating a few dozen meters, exhilaration evident in his eyes. Since becoming the god of destruction, such excitement had been a rare occurrence for him. They soon engaged again, weaving through the vast expanse of the god of destruction realm, their battle resonating throughout. Delightful. Shaya, you have earned the right to call me by my name. Let us continue our duel. It is an honor. Shaya's eyes sparkled with determination as he responded with a hearty laugh. The clash with Beerus provided him with an invaluable experience. Dueling with a master often reveals unforeseen insights and accelerates one's growth. Beerus savored the exchange, and Shaya was equally enraptured. Every strike and defense honed his skills for elevated combat. Shaya moved like a swift bolt of lightning, traversing the expansive god of destruction realm, then suddenly surged forward, unleashing a flurry of powerful combination attacks. Their movements had become so rapid that Shieling could scarcely discern them. Beads of sweat formed on her brow as her eyes darted, struggling to catch glimpses of the action. They must be evenly matched, Mavis speculated, relying on intuition alone. Since gods do not emit any aura, when their movements became indistinguishable, they could only guess. Android 18 bit her lip, attentively observing the surroundings. But all she could perceive were the numerous circular impact craters appearing. Beyond that, nothing else was visible. It seemed their training was insufficient to keep pace with them. One would need to reach at least the first tier of divine mastery. After a fierce battle lasting half the day, the chaotic energies in the air began to settle, and both Shaya and Beerus collapsed into the massive craters, utterly exhausted. Surrounding them lay countless craters of various sizes. The once verdant grasslands were now marred with countless scars. That was exhilarating. You, young man, are quite formidable, managing to match me, Beerus gasped, lying sprawled on the ground, arms outstretched. It is precisely because you did not employ your full powers as a god of destruction, Shaya replied. This battle had significantly bridged the gap between them, altering their forms of address to one of equality. And equality, indeed, is established upon the foundation of strength. This is quite impressive. Once you truly become the god of time, you will find yourself on equal footing with me. Beerus waved his hand dismissively. Given that they could engage in such a manner in his usual state, he anticipated an even greater enhancement of power upon inheriting the divine position. Thus, in Beerus's eyes, Shaya was already worthy of conversing with him as an equal. Chapter 622. Is it time for a promotion? It is essential to understand that the roles of the god of destruction and the god of time are equal. There is no hierarchy between them. If one were to evaluate, the god of time, who embodies the authority of both the god of destruction and the angel, arguably possesses greater significance. Beerus's personality is such that, apart from his gluttonous and lazy tendencies, one would find him quite amiable once familiarized. Unlike Shampa, who displays a lack of intellect, Beerus's mind remains sharp, and despite his irritable nature, he is relatively easy to engage with. However, it must be noted that no god of destruction is without their temper. Perhaps it is a matter of nature or an inherent requirement of their position. Before achieving a level of equal dialogue, the god of destruction appears as a lofty arbiter, surveying the vicissitudes of the world, indifferent to whether one is virtuous or vile, male or female. All are perceived as equal and subject to annihilation. After a brief respite, Shaya and Beerus regained their strength. Observing the utterly ravaged realm of destruction, Beerus stretched lazily, shaking off the dust from his form as he emerged from the crater. "Let us handle the repairs. It is his duty," Beerus remarked. Patting his belly, he added, "Shaya, do provide me with some delectable food after our skirmish. I find myself quite famished." Shaya rolled his eyes, retrieving a large bowl from the dimensional space. The bowl, half a meter in diameter, was filled with steaming ramen topped with beef tripe and eggs, exuding a delightful aroma. As the enticing scent wafted through the air, Beerus's throat moved in anticipation, his eyes sparkling with eagerness as he snatched the bowl from Shaya's hands and leapt onto a sizable tree stump to indulge. "Delicious. So hot," Beerus exclaimed. Burying his face in the bowl, his chopsticks moving rapidly, Shaya watched in bemusement, and an image of Zampa incessantly licking a boiled egg surfaced in his mind. It was clear that these two were indeed brothers. Yet, in contrast, Shaya felt a pang of pity for Zampa, who likely had never enjoyed a proper meal. With the few he had being meager offerings he brought himself. Despite both being gods of destruction, the disparity between them was striking. Bardos's disciplinary prowess was indeed commendable. Lost in thought, Shaya shook his head and turned to Shieling, Melis, and Android 18, encouraging them. "You three have been on the cusp of greatness for a considerable time. You may be considered half-divine. I hope that in the coming years, you can transcend the mundane and attain the divine realm." "Yes, we will strive to do so," Shieling, Melis, and Android 18 affirmed earnestly. Shaya smiled and continued. "Shieling and Melis can follow the path I have traversed. Reaching the divine realm requires diligence. However, Lazuli must navigate her own journey. Rest assured, I will reach the divine realm, regardless," Android 18 declared with a serious tone. "Indeed," Beerus interjected, gesturing towards her with a piece of lean meat on his chopsticks. "This woman does not belong entirely to the realm of humans, does she? Lazuli is an android, possessing nanomaterials that sustain her bodily functions," Beerus explained, chewing thoughtfully. "Theoretically, any form of life can attain the divine realm, provided they persist. Rewards will come in due course. The path to divinity is fraught with obstacles, and few beings ever reach the culmination. Fortunately, the laws of the universe apply equally to all, regardless of being human or mechanical. You should know that in the third universe, the god of destruction is even a mechanical being. If this woman beside you aspires to reach the divine realm, she need only exert herself. They are already very close, and I believe they have a promising chance." Beerus raised the bowl to his lips, savoring the broth before wiping his mouth with satisfaction. If the seventh universe could produce more beings of divine caliber besides himself and Shaya, their ranking among the 12 universes could improve, thus enhancing his prestige among the gods of destruction. Overall, Beerus held a favorable view of the women around Shaya. At that moment, a burst of multicolored light flickered like fireworks, and Whis' figure materialized before them. Observing the pockmarked and damaged realm of destruction, Whis frowned and remarked, "Lord Beerus, while I understand your lack of concern for the environment, the extent of devastation here presents quite a challenge for me to repair." "That's your concern, Whis," Beerus replied nonchalantly, hopping down from the stump. "How has the situation been handled? What was the reaction from the higher-ups?" The Grand Minister stated that he would expedite the investigation across the universe. As for Lord Zeno, Whis shrugged, expressing his lack of words regarding the childlike intellect of Zeno. Zeno's divine power is unfathomably immense, yet without the Grand Minister overseeing matters, the entire universe could be obliterated without warning, a prospect that the Dark Angels eagerly anticipated. Beerus, unfazed, strolled about, since it has been reported. Let the Grand Minister deal with the ensuing headaches. We are no longer involved. In truth, Beerus understood that he could not intervene in such matters. The Dark Angels each possessed power akin to Whis', and Beerus was self-aware enough to know he could manage affairs within the universe. Yet he found himself outmatched against the likes of the Dark Angels. Though he understood this, the feeling of being out of control was quite unsettling. "Whis, repair the grasslands of the divine realm. I shall take a brief nap." After satisfying his hunger, Beerus sought his favorite pastime and promptly located a flat spot to lie down, quickly drifting off to sleep. "Oh dear," Whis murmured, placing a finger to his forehead. Feeling somewhat helpless given Beerus's nature, gently waving his staff, Whis began the gradual restoration of the damaged landscape. Meanwhile, as Whis worked on the repairs, Shaya sat with Shieling and the others, elaborating on the intricacies of the divine realm, hopeful for their swift breakthrough. Suddenly, a purple time-space ring emitted an ethereal blue glow, and the ethereal figure of the Kaioshin of time, Kane, materialized. Shaya, hurry to my time library. I have urgent matters to discuss." King called out hurriedly. "What is it?" Shaya inquired, opening his eyes, puzzled by Kane's urgency. "Come quickly, I have reported your status to the time realm, and a significant figure is coming to personally bestow upon you the title of official time orderer. Is it time for a promotion?" Shaya exclaimed in astonishment. Having previously felt like a temporary worker, he wondered if this would entail some form of reward, possibly signifying an elevation to the third tier of the divine realm. Chapter 623, The Great Celestial Official Descends. Zaya understood that the first and second levels of the divine realm were primarily breakthroughs in strength in realms, whereas the third level was akin to the inheritance of divine status. It was reminiscent of the god of destruction, Beerus, whose inherent combat power surpassed that of an ordinary second-level deity. Yet, his most formidable strength lay in the destructive capabilities granted by his divine energy. Having ascended to the second level of the divine realm for some time now, it seemed only natural for him to pursue the inheritance of divine status. Then, Cain. Please transmit the coordinates of the temporal library to me, Zaya said, excitement bubbling within him. I will send it to you right away. The ethereal figure of the god of time, Cain, flickered momentarily, a shimmering light glistening briefly, as a strand of purple light infused itself into Zaya's temporal ring. The coordinates have been sent. By applying the power of time and space, you shall reach my temporal library. You must hurry. We cannot keep that esteemed individual waiting. After uttering these words, Cain's figure vanished. At that moment, Whis and Beerus approached, while Shieling and Melis gazed at the purple ring in Zaya's hand with bright, eager eyes. Cain mentioned that Zaya is about to ascend as a formal temporal orderer. Shieling's exquisite face radiated joy, her fair cheeks tinged with a hint of blush. The temporal orderer. Isn't that akin to the third level of the divine realm, just like the god of destruction? Melis exclaimed, her mouth forming a cute O. Android 18 paused, watching Zaya for a moment, lingering in silence before softly saying, congratulations. So soon to reach the third level of the divine realm? When you return, we can have a proper match. This time, it will be a battle to the fullest. The god of destruction, Beerus, approached, stroking his chin with keen interest. Lord Beerus, weren't you going to take a nap? Whis cautioned, gods of destruction and gods of time are not permitted to engage in battle at will. The gods of destruction under the Omni King and the gods of time under the King of Time are the highest-ranking deities, bound by strict rules against casual combat. Not only between the gods of destruction and gods of time, but even among the gods of destruction themselves, such conflicts are forbidden. TCH. Beerus scoffed, clearly annoyed by such incessant restrictions. Zaya chuckled lightly. I too am somewhat taken aback by my swift ascent to a formal temporal orderer. However, what intrigues me most is who this esteemed individual Cain spoke of could be. Within the Omni King's hierarchy, there existed distinctions such as high priests, angels, gods of destruction, and Kaishins. The realm of time likely had a similar structure. However, within the realm of time, the roles of angels and gods of destruction were unified, without independent separation, resulting solely in the distinction between the gods of time and the Kaishins of time. It stood to reason that anyone qualified to appoint a god of time would not be ordinary. Perhaps it could even be that esteemed individual. Regardless, Zaya, you must hurry to the Kaishin of time. Whis urged, his tone unusually serious when mentioning that esteemed individual. Indeed, I shall go at once, Zaya replied, realizing the urgency. I am off to Cain. Await my return. After exchanging a few words with Shieling and the others, Zaya nodded at Whis and Beerus. Then, following the coordinates Cain had provided, he activated the power of time and space. Before the watchful eyes of those present, Zaya's silhouette transformed into a glimmering light amidst the ethereal mist, piercing through the veil of the universe. Zaya's form emerged in the void of the sea of time and space. Gazing into the distant surreal panorama, he followed the direction indicated by the Kaishin of time, altering his trajectory as if guided along a specific path. Suddenly, a radiant and crystalline passageway manifested before him. Startled, Zaya had not anticipated such a mystical corridor within the sea of time and space. He plunged into the passage, entering a realm beyond the dimensional layers. In the distance, an exquisitely magnificent library floated, resembling a small island adrift in time and space, encapsulated within a transparent bubble. Upon penetrating the bubble, Zaya found himself in the plaza, where the Kaishin of time, Cain, awaited him eagerly. Zaya, you have arrived. Come quickly, Cain exclaimed cheerfully, grasping his hand. Where are we headed? To the inner sanctum of the temporal library that I guard. That esteemed individual is about to arrive, and we must not be negligent. As Cain led Zaya towards the library, she explained, tell me, who exactly is this esteemed individual? It is the great celestial official, who oversees all the gods of time across the continuum, the leader of all celestial officials. A look of reverence crossed Cain's face as she spoke of the great celestial official. The great celestial official? Zaya murmured, having not heard of her before. However, he often heard Whis mention the high priest. Perhaps they were similar in stature. The high priest commanded all angels, while the great celestial official led all gods of time, temporal orderers, both being remarkable figures. Traversing the narrow corridor, Zaya and Cain entered the interior of the temporal library, where hundreds of thousands of books jostled together, resembling a small mountain. Remarkably, there were no bookshelves. Instead, every book floated in midair, arranged according to a certain order. Each tome chronicles the entirety of a life planet's history. Since I govern all parallel timelines in the seventh universe, the majority of these books pertain to it, Cain elucidated, tapping her golden patera earrings, which were associated with the Kaishin of the seventh universe. Zaya nodded in understanding. Cain, the Kaishin of time, appeared to oversee all parallel timelines and fragmentary worlds within the seventh universe. Unlike the Kaishins of the universe, Cain operated on a temporal level, She did not manage the universe's specific operations but recorded all histories in time. Once he ascended to become a god of time, temporal orderer, he would stand alongside Cain as a god of time of the seventh universe. As they conversed while walking, they soon arrived at the innermost chamber of the temporal library. It was a grand hall, where all the books stood at a distance of several meters apart. Looking up, Shaya beheld a collection of golden tomes, beautifully assembled, reminiscent of a jade tower. The ceiling of the hall was adorned with exquisite, intricate patterns, visually pleasing without a hint of chaos. Remember to maintain the proper reverence when the great celestial official arrives, Cain repeatedly reminded. Of course, Shaya replied with a gentle smile, his heart fluttering with anticipation. Who could this great celestial official truly be? As Shaya pondered, a resplendent radiance illuminated the inner sanctum of the temporal library, splitting into two vibrant beams that formed a dazzling vortex passage. A verdant figure gradually materialized in the void, a tall and strikingly beautiful woman stepping forth from the passage. The great celestial official is a woman? Shaya gasped in astonishment. Clad in a green robe, her emerald hair cascading down, and eyes as clear as lake water. Each smile and frown seemed to make time itself quiver. This is the great celestial official. Shaya gazed, entranced. He had encountered many beautiful women, Shieling, Melis, Android 18. Lanchi, all possessing enchanting beauty. Yet, upon witnessing the great celestial official, Shaya felt a tremor within, as if he beheld a form of beauty that was perfect, supreme, and entirely otherworldly. Chapter 624. The celestial god of time. After the appearance of the celestial god, her gaze fell upon Shaya. In that moment, a wave of pure, ethereal energy rippled forth, cleansing his spirit, accompanied by a voice as melodious as the music of the heavens. Saiyan Shaya. Having trained for 43 years and entered the divine realm for 3, you are the fastest master of time and space I have ever encountered. According to the rules, you shall today become the celestial god of time alongside the king of time, Cain, sharing the responsibilities of overseeing all time and space in the seventh universe, with the authority to judge any who threaten the order of time and space, and if necessary, to enact complete erasure from time. The voice of the celestial god was as cool as a winter's breeze. Complete erasure from time does not merely entail the death of the present, but rather the total obliteration of past and future, ensuring that even if the timeline shifts, the erased individual shall never return. This ability to erase from time is absolute, a skill that annihilates a being's very existence on the temporal plane, akin to the destruction wrought by a god of destruction, which obliterates on the spatial plane, including the essence of their soul, matter, and energy, leaving no chance for reincarnation. At this revelation of the celestial god's powers, Shaya stood in stunned silence. The king of time, Cain, tugged at Shaya's sleeve, prompting him to react and bow alongside her before the magnificent celestial god. Esteemed celestial god, we humbly request your formal decree. Cain's voice trembled with excitement. The celestial god smiled gently, her serene expression blossoming like flowers in spring, radiating a delicate elegance. From her sleeve, she unfurled a scroll, resembling a sacred edict, which slowly unfolded. Her voice, soft yet compelling, resonated deeply. I hereby announce the decree of the king of time. The master of time and space, Shaya, possessing exceptional talent, is officially appointed as the celestial god of time in the seventh universe, as recognized by the king of time, effective from the 64,129,600,000 years, 10,081 days, and 351 points in the time calendar. You are granted the ability to adjudicate time and space, and from this day forth, you shall manage the temporal adjudication alongside the king of time, Cain. Once her proclamation was complete, a silvery gray energy surged across countless realms of time and space, enveloping Shaya. In that instant, he felt his spirit and soul quiver, as if plunging into an infinite ocean of time, the energy within him tumultuously rising, awakening every cell to greedily absorb the foreign energy. The silvery gray light coursed through his body, and Shaya squinted his eyes, overwhelmed by a refreshing, exhilarating sensation. In that fleeting moment, his consciousness transcended the physical realm, soaring through time, witnessing his past, his birth, his first unsteady steps, his gradual growth. Departing from Planet Vegeta to Planet Selma, transforming into a Super Saiyan, then into a Super Saiyan God, every experience vividly replaying in his mind. Suddenly, Shaya found himself amidst the vastness of the temporal ocean, where 4 colossal azure orbs floated. Just as confusion set in, these orbs emitted a crystalline glow, swirling to represent the essence of the seventh universe. A supreme will descended upon him, as if overseeing the past and future of countless beings from a great height. The ancient thunder of cataclysm echoed through the river of time, as tranquil energies flowed from the fragments of the seventh universe, coalescing into 4 silver dragons that spiraled toward a dimension beyond, the library of time. The 4 silver dragons, entwined with countless smaller dragon shadows, created a harmonious chorus that resonated with Shaya's spirit. At that moment, the gates to the 3rd layer of the divine realm swung open, revealing a breathtaking vista. It sparkled with brilliance, and the myriad wonders of existence appeared to be meticulously sculpted by time, only to vanish the next moment. Shaya's essence transformed profoundly, radiating a mysterious and distant aura. As waves of this newfound power engulfed him, Cain's eyes sparkled with delight. The relationship between the celestial god of time and the king of time differs from that of the god of destruction and the king of worlds. It is a partnership, a collaboration, where the strength of the celestial god brings joy to Cain. After a moment, Shaya officially inherited the divine position bestowed upon him by the king of time. As he opened his eyes, a glimmering light danced within his silver-white irises, unfurling an aura befitting a true deity. His appearance remained largely unchanged, with fiery red tips resembling flames, yet his eyes had transformed to a permanent silver hue, no longer capable of reverting to crimson. With Shaya's ascension to the celestial god of time, the ring of time upon his finger shifted from purple to a soft gold. This sensation was truly delightful. Shaya chuckled softly, clenching his fist. It was a complete mastery of power, more intuitive than before, filling him with an infinite strength that, when unleashed, could even overturn a universe. He now stood at a height comparable to that of the god of destruction, Beerus, having undergone a metamorphosis in both spirit and body. The celestial god of time, like the god of destruction, occupies a lofty position among deities. Simultaneously, a skill for harnessing the powers of time and space appeared in his mind, annihilation. This skill bore resemblance to the technique of obliteration he had previously developed. Yet annihilation was a fully realized ability, far surpassing the half-formed nature of obliteration. It could completely erase a being's existence from the temporal plane, regardless of past, present, or future. It was an astonishingly fearsome skill. Shaya felt a suffocating weight. The god of destruction's ability was the complete annihilation of the spatial realm, while the celestial god's power was the total erasure from the temporal realm. Both abilities complemented each other, equally formidable in their judgment. Celestial god Shaya, may you safeguard the seventh universe alongside the king of time, Cain, ensuring that malevolent forces do not disrupt the order of time. The celestial god's exquisite visage broke into a radiant smile, her emerald light causing the very world to shudder. I shall fulfill my duty, Shaya declared, taking a deep breath, his voice resonating powerfully. With a smile, the celestial god shifted her gaze between Shaya and Cain, suddenly addressing Shaya. Within you, I sense the energy left behind by the dragon god. You must wield this power wisely. Your potential is immense, and reaching the fourth layer of the divine realm is not beyond your grasp. I hope you attain that level soon. Having imparted her words, the celestial god said no more, retracting the decree of the king of time and allowing it to vanish into thin air. Just as she prepared to depart, Shaya called out to her, inquiring how he might break through to the fourth layer of the divine realm. Esteemed celestial god, how may I achieve the breakthrough to the fourth layer of the divine realm in the future? The fourth layer of the divine realm is the domain of angelic deities and the four-star dragon gods, surpassing both power and dimension of the third layer, with few among the multitude of gods of destruction throughout the universe capable of rivaling the angelic deities. Chapter 625, The Rugged Path to Ascension. Shaya, you must exercise decorum. Upon overhearing Shaya's audacious inquiries directed at the Grand Celestial, the King of Time, Cain, was taken aback. The Grand Celestial held a position above countless time realm kings and celestial beings, second only to the Time King. Thus, all time realm kings and celestial beings were expected to show her appropriate reverence. Not to worry, the Grand Celestial waved her hand dismissively. Her green hair flowed like silken threads, and her melodious voice resonated. There is no strict requirement for the position of celestial being to be limited to the third level of divinity. Even if one merely attains the first level, with a recommendation from a time realm king, one may still assume the role of a celestial being. However, such a celestial being would possess lesser authority and jurisdiction compared to an officially recognized one. Similarly, a celestial being may reach the fourth level of divinity. In essence, a celestial being embodies a fusion of the powers of both destroyers and angelic beings throughout the universe. Since there are no officiants within the time realm, celestial beings also execute the functions of angels. The absence of angels implies a lack of restraint, thus the selection of celestial beings is a complex matter, requiring not only considerations of temporal power but also adherence to rigorous protocols during assessment and appointment. After a brief pause, the Grand Celestial continued. To ascend to the fourth level of divinity, the conditions for a celestial being are even more stringent than those for other deities. It necessitates the integration of all parallel selves across different timelines, ensuring that only a singular entity exists in the present moment, thereby safeguarding the body, soul, and spirit from the detriments of temporal fragmentation. According to the strictures of parallel timelines, only equals, or beings in the same state of existence, can merge. Otherwise, the body may collapse due to disparities in life levels, a fate even the celestial beings cannot evade. Hence, a celestial being cannot merge with their mortal counterpart but must unify with another self of the same rank. This is relatively easier for you, but for other celestial beings, it presents considerable challenges. Shaya, having traversed dimensions, possessed a soul that existed solely within the current universe, the seventh. Fortunately, the indigenous Saiyans from other worlds had perished along with Planet Vegeta, thus eliminating any corporeal concerns. Moreover, Shaya's soul was inherently distinct. Hence, factors that might complicate his situation were non-existent, a distinction the Grand Celestial recognized. While somewhat surprised by Shaya's unique circumstances, the Grand Celestial remained unperturbed by such minutiae. Conversely, other celestial beings faced greater obstacles. As the universe fragmented and alternate worlds emerged, many had been replicated early on, even if an alternate self perished. The diversity of souls had already been established. Therefore, for a third-level celestial being to ascend to the fourth level, it was imperative that their counterparts in other timelines were equally qualified, making the process exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, my existence is singular. Shaya felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing the Grand Celestial's elucidation. Thus far, there had been no other Shaya across the myriad timelines. The prerequisites for the fourth level of divinity demanded a flawless soul amidst parallel existences and a unique corporeal form. Consequently, Shaya felt grateful for his earlier decision to send Trunks back. He resolved to remain vigilant, ensuring that no new worlds emerged modeled after the current one, and to expedite his ascension to the pinnacle of the third level of divinity, reflecting on the universes that emerged from the current world. The realm of the Golden Flame Warriors certainly counted among them, while Trunks' world and others resembling the original narrative did not. Fortunately, the divergence within the Golden Flame Warriors realm occurred in ancient times, thus not impeding Shaya's journey. The indigenous Saiyans there were distinct in soul, and their physical forms had long since perished. However, should the world split again after Shaya's arrival, it would inevitably give rise to another Shaya. Although the paths of these two Shayas might diverge significantly, they remained fundamentally one being in essence. This shattered the notion of singularity, complicating ascension further, even if the corporeal form of the duplicate had been destroyed. The existence of its soul still impacted the notion of uniqueness. Currently, the most unstable factors resided in the seventh universe, specifically Mira and Tawa, alongside those dark angels. Regrettably, Shaya lacked the power to thwart those dark angels at present. What of the fifth level of divinity? Shaya inquired cautiously, casting a sidelong glance at the Grand Celestial. With a slight furrow of her brow, the Grand Celestial appeared to ponder something, heightening Shaya's anxiety, just as he feared she might remain silent. Her porcelain-like visage broke into a smile as she gazed gently at him, exhaling a sigh. Very well. I shall divulge the means to ascend to the fifth level of divinity. One must ensure that both past and future selves are entirely erased from the timeline, permitting only the present to exist. In essence, one must completely transcend the temporal axis. However, those capable of achieving this among celestial beings are exceedingly rare. Should you succeed, you would be akin to the Grand Celestial. The Grand Celestial's dulcet voice stirred a tempest within Shaya's heart. To merge past and future and entirely leap beyond the temporal axis meant that a celestial being aspiring to the fifth level must unify their existence along the timeline, becoming a being impervious to the vicissitudes of causality. This was a feat more arduous than that of mortals ascending to divinity. Indeed, the path beyond the second level of divinity grew increasingly treacherous, especially for deities associated with time, whose journeys were fraught with insurmountable challenges. A time controller at the second level seeking to become a truly divine grand officer required official recognition from the time realm, a relatively straightforward task. However, to ascend to the fourth level necessitated achieving independent existence across parallel timelines, and for the fifth level, one must transcend the timeline, becoming unaltered by causality. Each condition imposed was exceedingly severe, and Shaya felt as if walking on thin ice, teetering on the brink of an abyss. He was uncertain whether the great officers throughout the universe had attained such feats, but given the presence of high-ranking officers and the Grand King across 4 universes, it seemed unlikely. Perhaps this highlighted the differences between time-oriented deities and those governing space. Upon reflection, it made sense. The Grand Celestial of the Time Realm must possess unparalleled mastery over temporal abilities. The Dragon Realm, similarly transcendent of the temporal axis, appeared to have maintained such a state since the inception of the Dragon God Salama's might. Now that I have shared all necessary insights, Shaya, you need not dwell on these complexities. Focus first on safeguarding the space-time of the 7th universe alongside the Time Realm King, Kane. As long as the space-time of the 7th universe remains stable, your path will naturally become much more secure. I am enlightened, Shaya replied, his expression turning solemn as he bowed respectfully. The Grand Celestial nodded gently, casting a glance towards Kane before her green silhouette vanished into the resplendent vortex. With the departure of the Grand Celestial, the pressure that had weighed upon Shaya and Kane dissipated, and both released a breath of relief. Before the lofty figure of the Grand Celestial, they had both been on edge. Kane placed her hands on her hips and shot Shaya a disapproving glare. Shaya, you were out of line just now. The Grand Celestial is sacred and exalted, yet also profoundly transcendent. What if your impetuous inquiries had provoked her ire? Shaya sheepishly acknowledged his recklessness. This time, I acted impulsively. However, my heart remains restless until I fully comprehend the path of ascension behind the realm of the gods. You see, even the grand heavenly official did not spare me from reproach. He has indeed spoken of the future journey ahead. Consider yourself fortunate. The King of Time, Kaino, pursed his lips, and soon his mood transformed like a child's whimsy, joyfully exclaiming, "You are now a deity of time. Allow me to show you the history of the 7th universe." With that, the King of Time took Shaya's hand and hastily led him towards a nearby mountain of books. Shaya rolled his eyes but followed Kainu without hesitation. Chapter 626. A hidden chapter of history within the grand repository of the time-space library, numerous tomes abound, each chronicling the life cycle of a celestial body from inception to conclusion, detailing the evolution of its indigenous species. Some of these volumes were naturally generated at the establishment of the library, while others were meticulously penned by Cain himself over the course of considerable time. As one meanders through the mountainous stacks of books, the air is imbued with the ancient aroma of paper and the rich scent of ink. The god of time, Cain, frolics ahead, enthusiastically introducing the distribution of texts housed within the library. Shaya casually selects a volume and flips through its pages, which are organized into chapters based on various species. Some races, having departed their home planets, are accompanied by annotations regarding related celestial bodies. A gentle tap activates a linkage, seamlessly transitioning the text. After traversing several corridors, Shaya inquires of Cain, "Is there a specific text that documents the races of the seventh universe?" "Indeed," Cain affirms, leading Shaya into another magnificent chamber, where the volumes are slightly fewer, primarily cataloged by species name. Shaya nods, recognizing that the content in both libraries is largely similar, one organized by the names of planets, the other by the names of races. However, races like humans, who have yet to venture beyond their home world, can only be found within the volume titled After Earth, lacking the stature to stand alone. This distinction perhaps illustrates the disparity in essence between cosmic races and planetary natives. As Shaya wanders the towering stacks, he feels himself lightly lifted, ultimately discovering a book chronicling the Saiyans. The Saiyans, originating from the planet Salad, are endowed with an innate combat instinct. Following the destruction of Salad, they migrated to Planet Plant, later renamed Vegeta, with their race largely perishing alongside the demise of Planet Plant. This succinct preface encapsulates the history of the Saiyan lineage. The subsequent chapters delineate various segments, categorized by the diverse developments across the universe and fragmented worlds, with some referring to Planet Plant as Zuffer. Shaya notices a chapter dedicated to events transpiring during his own timeline, which recounts the relocation of a portion of the Saiyan race to Red Mountain Star during the cataclysm of Planet Plant. Except for this particular account, all others detailing the Saiyans' fate reveal their complete annihilation, with only a handful of survivors clinging to existence. Closing the tome, Shaya reflects on the connection between these texts and the survival of their respective races. When a race completely vanishes, their records become static, the ink and paper dulled and lifeless. If a race or planet is perished, what purpose do these chronicles serve? Is there a possibility for revival? But the existence of the Dragon Balls in this world offers a glimmer of hope, suggesting that even in destruction, there remains a chance for restoration. Returning the volume on the Saiyans, Shaya seeks out another book regarding the Ydratans. The Ydratans, originating from Biodota, initially known as Biodotans, possess advanced mystical skills. Skimming through the history prior to their arrival on Yadrit, Shaya notes the absence of details regarding their migration from Biodota. Cain, why is there a missing segment in the history of the Ydratans? Shaya queries the god of time. Where? Cain asks, puzzled. Here, look. A considerable section seems to have been erased. Shaya points to a conspicuous blank space. Indeed. Cain's expression shifts to concern. This is impossible. My library is supposed to document all history without omission. The god of time takes the Ydratan volume from Shaya, settling onto the ground to investigate. Her delicate fingers glide over the blank area, attempting to restore the text. At that moment, a faint golden phantom spirals forth, accompanied by a low, resonant dragon's roar. A profound and majestic pressure enveloping the space. Cain, she gasps, her complexion paling. No, this portion of history has been enshrined by a supreme being. I lack the power to manifest it from the annals of time. What do you mean? Shaya inquires, bewildered. Cain articulates carefully, this segment of history, for reasons unknown, has been firmly locked within a specific timeline. No temporal fracturing can penetrate this segment. Only the Great Time King and the High Celestial can accomplish such a feat. Cain deems it prudent to refrain from delving too deeply into matters involving these two great entities. The Time King and the High Celestial? Shaya muses thoughtfully, pondering whether they are indeed responsible for sealing this fragment of history. Why would they do so? He recalls a low dragon's roar he had previously heard, leading him to wonder if the denizens of the dragon realm were also involved. Suddenly, a flash of insight strikes him, reminiscent of the golden dragon he had seen in the murals on Yadrit, igniting a cascade of questions in his mind. It is perhaps best to remain uninvolved with the affairs of these exalted deities. Shaya chuckles self-deprecatingly, realizing he has overthought the matter, and resolves to abandon such concerns, as they pertain to a bygone era. Subsequently, Shaya lingers in Cain's time-space library for a month, during which he solidifies his powers at the third tier of divine realms. Utilizing the library's transcendental properties, he diligently re-evaluates the path he has traversed, beyond the ethereal realms of time and space, where the flow of time bears no consequence. An enchanting kaleidoscope of colors swirls amidst clouds and rays, merging into a breathtaking spectacle that inspires a yearning within the soul. A cerulean planet floats amid the radiant glow, Upon its surface stands an ancient, resplendent palace, adorned with azure tiles and white walls, intricately carved beams and painted rafters, surrounded by quaint bridges and flowing waters, exuding an aura of tranquility and timeless beauty. A massive plaque hangs above the entrance, inscribed with a single character. This is the Palace of the Time King, situated beyond infinite realms of time. Surrounding the palace are 124 diminutive water spheres, each no larger than a palm, representing vast expanses of time and space. With a light footfall, the High Celestial, clad in green, traverses the corridors of the palace. Time King. The god of time from the 7th universe has ascended to the throne, she reports softly as she enters the grand hall. Thank you for your efforts, replies a golden-haired woman reclined languidly upon a divine throne, her eyelids half closed, cascading locks of gold framing her serene visage. The Time King, an exquisite woman of unparalleled beauty, radiates an ethereal grace. The dark angels below are once again up to mischief, particularly that Lantius of original sin. If you continue to overlook them, the parallel timelines will only proliferate, and should this era collapse, the High Celestial hesitates, her emerald eyes reflecting a crystalline clarity. There is no need to concern ourselves with them. They are merely remnants of a bygone era. Such trifle shall be entrusted to the All-King. Upon hearing the Time King's words, the Grand Celestial official offered a bittersweet smile, acknowledging that indeed, these matters were beyond her purview. With a sigh, she chose to remain silent. The Dark Angel, in the presence of the eternally ancient Time King, truly resembled a mere ant. Speaking of which, my dear girl, you have matured, learning to contemplate the bigger picture. When shall you come to inherit my position? The Time King rose from his divine throne, his gem-like azure gaze fixed upon the Grand Celestial official, his tone laced with playful mockery. I too, once bore the title of sage, he remarked. The Grand Celestial official shot him a glance, a smirk dancing at the corners of her lips. Do not entertain thoughts of abandoning your position as Time King. I know you too well, and refrain from calling me little girl, for I am no longer the small child I once was. As she spoke, the Grand Celestial official furrowed her delicate brow in dissatisfaction. Indeed, yet this does not alter the fact that I raised you. How I long for the days when I would hold you upon my lap. In the hallowed halls of the palace, the air was suddenly filled with melodious laughter. Chapter 627. When Beerus dies, who will become the god of destruction? In another unknown realm, the stronghold of the Dark Angels, 18 diamond-like planets revolved around the earth, with gentle streams flowing from the fractured edges of the land, only to reverse course and enter the lakes scattered across the earth. Mila, your plan can commence, the Dark Angel Via said coldly to Mila, who was gradually regaining her physical form. Mila opened her crimson eyes and replied with a stern expression, Indeed, the plan cannot be delayed any longer. I have contacted my counterparts from other timelines, and they all agree with this plan. However, I require your assistance. Speak, the Dark Angel replied impassively. Tower's stance has always been ambiguous. I cannot ascertain her true thoughts. Thus, she must be excluded from the plan from the outset. I need you to cover for me and ensure she remains oblivious to everything. Additionally, the demigra of the evolving multiverse requires a significant number of sacrifices, which will likely attract the attention of the god of destruction and the angels. When that time comes, I need you to shield me from them. No problem, all of this falls within the scope of our collaboration. Truthfully, the best course of action would be to eliminate all the Supreme Kai from the 12 universes. However, such an act would have far-reaching consequences and could easily draw the attention of the Grand Minister or the Omni King, potentially leading to backlash. Mila was conflicted. If possible, he would undoubtedly prefer to eliminate all the Supreme Kai at once, thereby eradicating the influence of all gods of destruction and angels. Yet, he was uncertain of the response from the Grand Minister and the Omni King, making it a gamble he was unwilling to take. It was wiser to adhere to the plan. Preparations would take some time. Once the demigra of the multiverse was resurrected, then there would be nothing to fear. Neither the gods of destruction nor the angels could impede my path. A sinister expression crossed Mila's face, his eyes glimmering with malice, as he cast a sidelong glance at the Dark Angel and suddenly broke into a cold smile. Time passed swiftly, and several months went by. In the stormy realm of the gods of destruction, nearly 100 isolated planets stood quietly, orbiting in a systematic pattern that formed a perfect system. At the core, on a rhomboid celestial body, ancient trees rooted themselves as if they were magnificent bonsai. The vast branches of the trees extended into the colorful fog, while ancient temples reflected a crystalline and elegant sheen under the sun's rays. On the ground, a purple, long-eared creature drowsily leaned against a fishing pole, oblivious to the fish that had already bitten the line. Suddenly, the sky distorted as Shaya stepped through a temporal portal. Upon seeing the dozing god of destruction, Beerus, Shaya nudged him. Ah, Shaya, you have returned, Beerus said, rubbing his eyes in a daze, yawning as he reeled in a small fish into his plastic bucket. Whis, please prepare this fish for me. Yes, my lord, I shall come right away. Whis's voice floated in from afar. Oh, Shaya has returned. Congratulations on becoming the time deity of the 7th universe. I look forward to your guidance, Whis remarked, his calm demeanor breaking into a smile upon seeing Shaya. After Shaya became the time deity of the 7th universe, at least in their timeline, the Omni King would not casually erase the 7th universe. Of course. Have Shilling and the others gone to train on the Creation Star? Yes, they have been gone for some time. I hope they will gain something from it. Shaya smiled lightly, suddenly noticing a small glass cup floating beside Whis, from which a peculiar blue creature emerged, the prophecy fish. The name of the creature flickered in Shaya's mind. My lord Beerus, could we perhaps avoid eating fish and try something else? The prophecy fish peered out. Beerus made a dismissive sound, glanced at the prophecy fish, and poured the captured fish back into the lake. Prophecy fish, please provide me with a prophecy. The prophecy fish replied. Whis, standing nearby, explained to Shaya. This prophecy fish is a close friend of Lord Beerus. It can foresee many future events, but its reliability is questionable. Shaya cast a knowing look at Whis, aware of how Whis often conspired with the prophecy fish to sneak off with Beerus for delightful meals. Lord Beerus, 7 years from now, you will encounter a formidable opponent whose name is Super. The prophecy fish stuttered, unable to continue. My formidable opponent? What is his name? Beerus's eyes sharpened, glinting ominously. Super. Something, I forget, the prophecy fish said, submerging its head back into the glass, then peeking out again, its tiny green eyes turning to Whis. Whis, shall we go prepare something delicious? Hey, you must finish your prophecy first. Beerus's forehead was beaded with veins as he crushed the fishing rod in his grip. I forgot. Shaya watched the amusing exchange between the god of destruction, Beerus, and the prophecy fish with interest, while contemplating the prophecy fish's earlier words. The formidable opponent it mentioned must refer to the Super Saiyan god transformed by Son Goku, right? 7 years later, for years post-Majin Buu saga, he would be 51 by then. The timeline aligned perfectly with the original narrative, where Beerus had slumbered for 39 years, coinciding with the destruction of Planet Vegeta at that time. However, from Shaya's perspective, the Super Saiyan god could never truly rival Beerus. At best, they would serve as a mere distraction. Ignoring the antics of Beerus and the prophecy fish, Whis prepared the cooking utensils. Shaya, allow me to showcase the culinary skills I've honed over the years. The cuisine of Red Mountain Star is truly profound. With that, Whis set aside his staff and conjured a plethora of ingredients, humming a tune as he began to cook. Soon, delightful aromas wafted through the air, prompting Beerus to abandon the prophecy fish and eagerly await the feast. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, Beerus contentedly patted his belly and yawned, saying, I shall return to sleep now. Regardless of what occurs, do not awaken me. My lord Beerus, once again seeking laziness, do not forget your duties. How tiresome. Beerus roared. Before soaring toward the temple atop the ancient tree, his place of slumber, he would not awaken easily unless there was cosmic chaos. My lord Beerus, all you do is eat and sleep. How utterly lazy. Look at Kampa. He never sleeps. Reflecting on the god of destruction Kampa, who was strictly managed by Beerus's attendant, Vados was suddenly felt his own guidance was rather inadequate. Kampa did not wish to avoid sleep. He simply dared not. Shaya mentally scoffed, aware of Vados's far stricter methods. Say, would you be interested in having Shilling and the others succeed as the new gods of destruction after Lord Beerus's demise? I believe they would be exceptionally qualified. I don't even know how to respond. Whis replied, Lord Beerus is not dead yet, and you are already plotting for the next god of destruction? Is that truly wise? With such an attendant, would Beerus not be cursed to death? Whis chuckled lightly, isn't it only a matter of time? I must plan ahead. Whis's demeanor had always been carefree, yet he fulfilled his responsibilities as an angel diligently. Indeed, without such a diligent angel as Whis, the 7th universe would have descended into chaos long ago, given the incompetence of both Beerus and the East Supreme Kai. Chapter 628, the 27th Martial Arts Tournament. As the sun rises, the horizon is tinged with a delicate hue, blending shades of pink and white, reflecting the vibrant essence of life. It has been over 6 months since Shaya ascended to the status of the god of time. In the countryside of the western capital, a girl of around 13 or 14 toils diligently in her training room, beads of sweat glistening as they drip down. Determined to achieve a commendable result in this martial arts tournament, she fervently swings her arms, diving and dashing, rigorously practicing her fundamentals. With a creak, Satan swings open the door to the training room. Upon seeing him, the girl halts her movements and rushes to embrace his arm. Father, I want to participate in this tournament too. Satan places his hand affectionately atop her head. Yes, we shall compete together and strive for excellence. I am for a consecutive championship as well. Indeed. The girl, Bidalai, nods vigorously, lifting her gaze. But there are so many participants this time. I heard there will be preliminary selections before the competition. Fear not, for you are trained by your father. Remember, I have challenged the Kalan Holy Land and received guidance from the Kalan Immortal. Aside from those legendary grandmasters, only a few, like UPA and Gabri, could possibly match me. Father, you are so impressive. Bidalai declares, her eyes filled with admiration. Of course. Ha ha ha. Satan laughs heartily, standing tall with pride. In his youth, he bravely ventured alone to the Kalan Holy Land. Had he not encountered a Kairobe and ascended the Kalan Tower, his life's trajectory might have been entirely different. Now, in this flourishing era, One must be vigilant not to be swept away by the tides of time. Father, you are the champion of the 26th martial arts tournament. You must win again this time. Indeed. Satan, brimming with confidence, reflects on his past participation in the Cell Games. Although he had never fought on a formal stage, he believes that as long as the legendary Grandmasters do not enter the tournament, the title of champion is assured. Father, you've met Mr. Sun Wukong and Mr. Krillin before. Since this tournament is held in a Kairobe city, could you take me to meet them? Well, of course. I share a good rapport with the Kairobe. Satan boasts, unwilling to lose his authority in front of his daughter. Bidali's face lights up with admiration upon hearing this. As days pass, the 27th martial arts tournament unfolds in a Kairobe city, transforming the already bustling locale into a vibrant spectacle. The streets are teeming with people, competitors from around the globe, and spectators who have traveled from far and wide to witness the grand event. A Kairobe city, one of the 9 sacred places alongside the Kalen Holy Land, boasts a significant number of local martial artists. With the tournament date approaching, all martial arts schools are making final preparations. Amidst the throng, a figure with striking red hair stands out, surrounded by several exceptionally beautiful women. Lazili, why participate in such a tedious contest? Why not join me in exploring the market instead? A golden-haired woman remarks, brandishing a weapon that appears quite perilous. Because I heard that the champion of the tournament receives a substantial prize, replies number 18, who is wearing brown sunglasses, a light blue sleeveless shirt, and conservatively cut long pants, her pale arms exposed, appearing far from a martial artist. Having missed the last tournament while attending Krillin's wedding, she has long set her sights on the prize money this time. Is that really the reason? Golden-haired Lanchi exclaims, nudging number 18. If it's money you're after, let's go rob a bank together. I assure you, it would yield far more than the tournament's prize. Shaya, overhearing, smirks and gently taps Lanchi on the head, chiding. Do not speak of your mischief so proudly. Lazili would never join you in such endeavors. Lanchi chuckles, realizing the absurdity of her suggestion, and steps aside to whistle. The group continues onward through the bustling crowd until they arrive at the tournament venue. Situated to the west of a Kairobe city, near the sprawling mountain range, lies a vast, artificially leveled area designated for the tournament, spanning approximately 500,000 square feet, with grand viewing platforms carved into the sloping terrain. At this moment, tournament staff are calling out through megaphones, participants of this year's martial arts tournament, please come forward to register. Go ahead, we will wait for you here. One of her companions encourages. All right. Number 18 replies, her steps light as she approaches the registration area, joining the long line. When her turn arrives, the registrar glances at her with surprise, noting her resemblance to a wealthy young lady. Name? Lazili, she replies coolly. The staff member registers her name and hands her a number. This is your participant number. Please proceed to the corresponding preliminary arena based on this number for initial selections. Only those who meet the requirements will advance to compete in the martial arts hall. Understood, number 18 replies, taking the number and pinning it to her chest before turning to leave. Wait. During the competition, please refrain from wearing decorative glasses, the staff member reminds her. Very well. She responds. The staff member shakes his head, bemused. It seems that now even wealthy young ladies are trying their hand at martial arts tournaments. They have encountered many such participants who likely won't even pass the preliminary rounds. Traditionally, the preliminary process for the martial arts tournament was straightforward, typically involving only a couple of hundred participants. However, as the popularity of martial arts has surged, the number of competitors has increased dramatically in recent tournaments, prompting adjustments to the previous systems. Thus, a preliminary selection phase was introduced before the main competition in the martial arts hall. Have you registered? A girl named Shilling waves at number 18 from under a pavilion. Number 3158. It seems there are many participants this time. The preliminaries are likely to last several days. Shaya glances at number 18's number, feeling a sense of nostalgia. The disparity between Earth now and that in the original narrative continues to widen. With the widespread propagation of martial arts, numerous young prodigies in ancient styles have emerged, creating a vibrant tapestry of competition. However, with number 18 competing, the hopes of many for victory are all but extinguished. As Shaya chats with number 18 and the others, a golden-haired host approaches excitedly. Ah, it's really you. Are you all participating in the tournament this time? It will surely add much flair to this event. The enthusiastic host recalls the Cell Games from 4 years prior, where he witnessed the pinnacle of combat, world-shattering feats that seemed inconceivable to many. Moreover, the deities of Earth are their good friends. Chapter 629. The devil is slightly anxious since the 24th and 25th World Martial Arts Tournaments, where Krillin achieved consecutive victories. The subsequent uproar caused by the Cell Games led to Goku, Tien, and others abstaining from such competitions. This has been a source of regret for the organizers who have longed to host high-level tournaments. Thus, when the hosts encountered Shaya and her companions, the blonde host eagerly expressed his hope for their participation. We will not be competing this time. Only Lazuli is registered, Shaya politely declined. The blonde host paused momentarily before realizing, it would indeed be an honor for Miss to participate. He then leaned in slightly and whispered, however, I kindly request that Miss Lazuli exercises restraint and moderates her pace during the competition. It seems I shall need to prepare high-speed cameras. Observing the host's incessant chatter, the blonde Lanchi grew visibly irritated. Hey, have you finished yet? Miss Lanchi, while I can understand Shaya and Mr. Shaya's decision not to compete, why aren't you participating? After all, you are the champion of the 22nd tournament. Not interested, Lanchi retorted, pouting. She had claimed her title by virtue of her skills surpassing those of Goku and his friends, and with number 18 participating, it would be futile for her to enter the fray now. Lanchi was always astute about her circumstances and would not subject herself to unnecessary hardship. What a pity. Since you all have come to Earth, allow me to show you around the tournament venue. The blonde host proposed enthusiastically. Shaya graciously accepted the host's invitation. And under his guidance, they toured the newly expanded combat arena, martial arts temple, and the grand stage of the competition. With the insider's assistance, they saved a considerable amount of time entering the venue, and when the host departed, he arranged a private viewing room for Shaya and her companions. These exclusive rooms were situated in the prime viewing area of the martial arts arena, typically reserved for distinguished guests. That host is quite diligent, Melis remarked after the host had left. His passion for the tournament is commendable. He is one of the few who stands firm in his role. If only his skills were better, I would consider bringing him to Red Mountain Star to host our competitions. Shaya nodded in agreement, acknowledging the host's steadfast commitment. If there were anyone who left a profound impression on him throughout the Dragon Ball saga, it was this blonde host. He had remained steadfast in his duties. Even during the 23rd tournament when all spectators and staff fled in panic due to the battle between Goku and Piccolo, only this host remained until the results were announced. He had accompanied Goku and his friends through their journey of growth and was one of the few who truly understood the reality of their world. It was difficult for Shaya not to harbor positive feelings for such a dedicated individual. After reflecting for a moment, Shaya checked the time and led number 18, Melis, and others to the hotel to reserve several rooms. Number 18's room number was 3158, and it wouldn't be her turn for a while. The next day, the crowds in the city of West City had swelled. A loud screech of tires echoed as a stretch limousine halted at the hotel entrance. The flamboyant Satan emerged with a dark-haired girl, and reporters eagerly surrounded them, flashing their cameras. It is Mr. Satan, champion of the last martial arts tournament. He participated in the Cell Games and contributed to the survival of humanity. Does Mr. Satan feel confident about securing victory in this tournament? The reporters clamored, thrusting microphones towards Satan, who laughed heartily and confidently signaled an okay gesture. Unlike the embroidered pillow of the original story, Satan brimmed with self-assurance at this moment. Wow, Mr. Satan is truly confident. He is indeed a hero of humanity. Will you and your daughter be competing together? As the noise erupted beneath the hotel, number 18 parted the blinds and observed the scene below, her expression impassive. She had crossed paths with Satan during the Cell Games and acknowledged him as a competent fighter among Earthlings, yet she doubted his chances of winning this tournament. Satan, exuberant, led his daughter Biddy Lee into the hotel elevator. Dad, when will you take me to meet Mr. West City? Biddy Lee eagerly inquired. Satan chuckled nervously, ruffling her hair. Soon, after the martial arts tournament concludes, I promise. All right. Biddy Lee nodded, then clenched her fists excitedly to motivate herself. At that moment, they encountered number 18 and Lanchi walking toward them. As they brushed past, Satan's brows furrowed, and he rubbed his eyes. That short-haired woman looks familiar. I believe I saw her during the Cell Games, and the long-haired one seems to be the champion of the 22nd tournament. Why are they here? Could they also be participating in the tournament? Satan murmured, suddenly feeling uncertain about his champion status. Noticing her father's change in demeanor, Biddy Lee asked, Dad, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. Satan replied absent-mindedly. Biddy Lee shot him a puzzled glance, but her excitement soon overshadowed her doubts. Meanwhile, unease began to creep into Satan's heart. Even if it were indeed her, she had not showcased notable skills during the Cell Games. Surely, she wasn't a serious contender, or was she? He consoled himself. Yet anxiety lingered. Lazuli, that person seemed somewhat familiar. Do you know her? Lanchi inquired of number 18. Noting that the individual's aura was stronger than that of an average Earthling, likely around a battle power of 400. An insignificant figure, number 18 replied coldly. Lanchi nodded, not concerning herself further with Satan. The preliminary rounds of the martial arts tournament soon commenced. As competitors from all corners prepared eagerly, the sound of a gong signaled the official start. Due to it being an additional screening event, no spectators were present to witness their matches. With a resounding crash, a towering man over 2 meters tall collapsed, while his opponent was a delicate blonde woman. Announced the results. Number 18 instructed coolly. Ah, yes. The recording staff exclaimed. Momentarily stunned before shouting, contestant 3158, Lazuli, has defeated 7 opponents and successfully secured a place in the combat arena. Upon hearing the results, number 18 flicked her hair dismissively and leaped down from the stage. Meanwhile, Satan, having repelled his opponent, turned to glance at number 18, his brow furrowed. So, she is indeed a contestant. This could pose a problem. I hope I won't have to face her in the combat arena. The blonde host stood nearby, delightedly taking notes on the competitors he was particularly interested in. At that moment, A gasp arose from a distant arena, prompting the host to rush over. He found a 13 or 14-year-old black-haired girl bowing before an unconscious contestant. This little girl is impressive. She knocked out her opponent with a single strike. The opponent is a senior disciple of the Martial Arts Academy. Participant number 6751, dubbed Deely, caught the attention of the golden-haired host, who meticulously noted this in her notebook. Although not as astonishing as the young Yukong competitor of yesteryears, it was nonetheless a remarkable feat. The fervent preliminary selection continued unabated. And after 2 days, the number of contestants dwindled from over 10,000 to a mere 256. These 256 contenders will then advance to the outdoor arena of the Martial Arts Academy, where they will vie for supremacy before an audience of tens of thousands, ultimately determining the final 8 champions. Chapter 630, Biddy Lee's aspirations in the Martial Arts Pavilion. An open-air plaza unfolds before thousands of spectators, featuring 8 colossal martial arts arenas arranged in a line, resembling square blocks of tofu from a distance. The audience, seated in the grandstands built against the mountainside, is filled with eager faces, fervently shouting and cheering for their favored competitors. The fanfare surrounding martial artist rivals that of renowned celebrities. At the sound of a resounding gong, the quarterfinals commence. All participants, in accordance with their previously drawn lots, approach their respective arenas. They are set to engage in fierce competition to determine the top 8 of this martial arts tournament. The 27th Martial Arts Championship has evolved significantly in terms of both personnel and scale, having continued uninterrupted unlike its original narrative, thus presenting an unprecedented spectacle among the audience. There are instructors from various martial arts schools and esteemed masters, all with keen eyes eager to witness the unfolding events. In a reserved luxurious box within the audience, Shaya and Shieling reclined comfortably on the sofa, observing the action below through the observation deck. The matches on the expansive platforms unfold before their eyes. While savoring the fruits laid out on the table, Shieling nods in agreement, remarking on the remarkable growth of Earth's inhabitants since their first arrival. The progress of time has indeed elevated their capabilities. Lan Shi has transformed into a gentle blue-haired figure. Earthlings now find themselves above the passing mark, whereas the average across the universe hovers below 5. Shaya was astonished to learn this, realizing that Earthlings, with a combat power of merely 5, were not the weakest after all. The 7th universe is teeming with countless life-bearing planets, many of which host even weaker species, dragging the average down to a disheartening level. Although Shieling and her companions possess formidable combat powers in the hundreds of billions, even a moderately sized life planet can diminish their strength to below 5. Regrettably, such planets are plentiful. Perhaps it is a principle of avoiding the strong. Typically, races with high combat power are fewer in number. The Ice Clan, for instance, boasts extraordinary potential, yet their population is counted in single digits. The Saiyans have also grown formidable, yet their numbers barely reach several 100,000. Conversely, races with combat powers in single digits number in the hundreds of billions or even trillions. How can equilibrium be achieved? A single low-tier life planet can drastically lower the high-end combat power. The success of a universe is significantly influenced by its population size, which is reflected in the average combat power across the cosmos. Those with combat powers exceeding 10,000 can dominate territories, indicating that the universe is predominantly populated by ordinary beings. The existence of a few exceptional individuals does not elevate the overall ranking, at best. It makes the list of peak powers appear more impressive. Beyond that, it remains a universe marked by failure. Even the god of destruction, Beerus, finds himself in despair when confronted with the situation in the 7th universe. Returning to the matter at hand, the martial arts selection continues. In stark contrast to the fierce battles on the other platforms, each time number 18 steps onto the stage, the proceedings appear remarkably straightforward. Typically, as soon as the referee announces the start, her opponent either collapses unconscious or is thrown out of the ring, never lasting more than 2 seconds, leaving the referee quite helpless. That girl is incredible, a stunning beauty, yet she looks so familiar. Fool, she appeared in the Cell games. I remember seeing her on the tapes. Ah, no wonder she is so formidable. The crowd buzzes with excitement, their admiration for number 18 soaring upon learning of her participation in the Cell games, heightening their anticipation for the forthcoming matches. Such an impressive young lady. She has participated in the Cell games just like my father did 4 years ago, Biddy thought, her eyes sparkling with admiration. At that time, she was too young to grasp the significance of the Cell games, but as she matured, she began to comprehend the weight of that battle, the struggle for the survival of Earthlings. This remarkable young woman, just like her father, was qualified to partake in that historic combat. Perhaps this young lady is as powerful as my father, Biddy mused enviously. Meanwhile, the blonde host approached number 18. Miss Lazuli, could you please slow down a bit? The audience can't quite catch what is happening. The big screen can't keep up either. I'll slow down during the quarterfinals, but you must increase the prize money, number 18 replied nonchalantly. The blonde host paused for a moment, then said, the prize is negotiable. As long as you can deliver an exciting match for everyone. I can request more from the organizers. They would certainly grant you this favor, considering you are a savior of Earth, closely associated with Mr. Sun Wukong. That is settled then. Upon hearing the prize would be increased, number 18's face lit up with joy. It was unclear why she was so fixated on the prize money. The competitions continued, and by midday, the results of the quarterfinal selection were in. Number 18, Satan, and Bidily undoubtedly secured their spots among the Elite Eight, alongside 5 rising young talents from recent years. Bidily, you'll be competing in the quarterfinals this afternoon. How is your Kamehameha coming along? Satan inquired during lunch. I've mastered it, but I lack sufficient energy to unleash more than a single wave, Bidily replied earnestly. That is commendable. Mastering such a technique is a feat only true martial artists can achieve. I believe you're ready to challenge Kailinta or seek guidance from the guardians of the other 9 sacred lands. Satan was well aware of his own limitations. Despite his outward appearance, he fell short compared to the legendary martial artists. Bidily, with her exceptional potential, deserved to learn from the finest masters. Daddy, I wish to become a disciple of Mr. Sun Wukong, Bidily declared her aspiration. The legendary tales of Sun Wukong and his wife Bulma have spread throughout the world via novels and television, inspiring countless admirers. However, despite the numerous individuals wishing to become his apprentice, Sun Wukong has never formally taken on a disciple throughout the years. Aside from occasionally offering guidance at the martial arts school, Mr. Sun Wukong, Satan murmured. He had some connection with Sun Wukong, and for the sake of his daughter's future, he could swallow his pride and make a request. As the afternoon quarterfinals began, prompted by the host's promise of increased prize money, number 18 indeed slowed her pace, although still appearing somewhat blurry to the naked eye. This very blur intensified the audience's enjoyment. The rapid pace had left them bewildered, while a slower tempo lacked the impact. It was this ambiguous quality that stirred their curiosity. What is up with Lazuli? Why is her speed so reduced? Melis furrowed her brow. I heard it's to secure a higher price, the blue-haired Lan Chi replied, tilting her head. Shaya couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head in mild resignation. However, since number 18 found joy in her approach, he deemed it acceptable. For her displayed power was surely enough to astonish the audience. Chapter 631. The match. Although number 18 slowed her combat pace, her undeniable strength remained evident. After approximately 10 minutes, she believed she had fulfilled her obligation to entertain the audience with an exciting performance. So she accelerated her movements and decisively knocked her opponent off the stage. Next came the final match of the quarterfinals. After the host's familiar introduction, a monk from the martial arts temple struck a bronze gong, and Bidily, who had been motivating herself beneath the stage, leaped to the center of the arena. Facing her was a young man in his 20s, clad in a martial arts uniform emblazoned with the insignia of his dojo. Was a little girl stepping into the ring? Her opponent was Nancy, a rising martial artist from the city of Aquiro Bay, who had just won the Youth Martial Arts Championship. She was indeed quite unfortunate. Fool. That girl is no ordinary person. She is the daughter of Mr. Satan. She must have undergone rigorous training under his guidance. This promised to be an exhilarating match. The audience began to voice their opinions, and upon learning that Bidily was Mr. Satan's daughter, their previous disdain transformed into anticipation. Oh, so she is Mr. Satan's daughter. That explains why she looks familiar. At this moment, Shaya noticed Bidily's entrance and couldn't help but utter a soft exclamation, drawing the attention of Shilling and her companions. Shilling asked curiously, what makes that girl special? Shaya replied with a smile, Haven't you heard? She is the daughter of Satan. Satan? Shilling pondered for a moment, recalling the man with the explosive hair from the Cell games. Is this his daughter? She looks quite cute, and her combat capabilities seem fairly decent compared to Earthlings. Although Shilling's impression of Satan was vague, remembering only his fluffy hairstyle, she turned her gaze to Bidily, nodding slightly with a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. Bidily's combat prowess certainly could not compare to that of the Saiyans, yet for someone so young to possess such abilities was indeed exceptional. Indeed. Making it into the top 8 at such a young age is commendable, Shaya affirmed, astonished by the tumultuous waves of this era that allowed Bidily, who should have revealed her talents at 16, to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament and reach the top 8 at such a tender age. But this makes it all the more interesting, he chuckled softly, a smile curving his lips. On the stage, the match commenced. Bidily, with her delicate frame, stood before the promising martial artist Nancy, bowed respectfully, and then assumed an attacking stance. In an instant, a flash of illusory light streaked past, leaving behind a blurred afterimage. Due to her incredible speed, many spectators gasped in awe. However, Nancy, also a skilled martial artist, remained calm and composed, swiftly responding to Bidily's assault. A resounding crash sent shockwaves that rippled outward as the two figures intertwined in a relentless exchange of blows. Their speed was astonishing to ordinary observers. It became increasingly difficult to follow their movements, causing eyes to strain and blur. Yet, this only heightened the audience's excitement, igniting their enthusiasm like gasoline poured onto a bonfire. Go, Bidily. You can do it. Both sides are evenly matched. Nancy intensified her pace, and the battle became scintillating. In a private booth, Shaya narrowed his eyes, lifted a cup of tea infused with emerald leaves, and took a delicate sip, smiling faintly as he remarked, at such a young age. Bidily's combat power has reached 78 points. Her talent is quite remarkable. With proper training, reaching the level of launch would be well within her grasp. This evaluation was notably high, considering Launch's current combat power exceeded 3,000. It was indeed rare for someone like Bidalai to achieve such heights, as not everyone had the fortunate opportunities that Krillin and Tien had to continuously strengthen themselves. Of course, if Bidalai were to become Goku's daughter-in-law as in the original story, achieving Krillin's level of success would not be impossible. Can she really be as formidable as me? Launch, who had inexplicably turned back into her blonde form, appeared dissatisfied with Shaya's assessment. Mel's glanced at the blonde Launch and shook his head. With her tenacity, surpassing you is a certainty. If you had dedicated just a fraction of your energy to training, you wouldn't be at this minimal level of combat power, which we had to coax out of you. The blonde Launch felt quite disheartened, retreating to a corner in silence, stuffing grapes into her mouth. That Bidalai is going to lose, Shieling observed, assessing the situation. She is simply too young. She cannot match the control of the battle rhythm against her opponent and has quickly fallen into Nancy's tempo. As the situation slipped from her grasp, Bidalai's face began to pale, her breathing quickened, and her stamina rapidly depleted. Energy wave. A pale blue energy column erupted from her palm as Bidalai poured everything into her final act. She had lost this match, a regret rooted in her lack of experience, indecision in crucial moments, and an abundance of unnecessary movements. In the fourth match, Nancy emerged victorious, advancing to the semifinals amidst roaring cheers as the host announced the results. Bidalai, you did well. Just strive for victory next time, Mr. Satan consoled his daughter. Bidalai lifted her head, resolutely declaring, next time, I will win. In the second round, the first semifinal match featured Lazuli against Shampa. The host declared the match with a booming voice, introducing Lazuli, like last tournament champion Mr. Satan, participated in the Cell Games 4 years ago. Though she may appear youthful, as you have witnessed, she is indeed an extraordinary expert. The blonde hostess introduction was perfectly timed, igniting the atmosphere of the competition, capturing the audience's attention, even drawing the gaze of distant martial artists. The enthusiasm was palpable. Unfortunately, this was a match devoid of suspense. Shaya chuckled, stating, as number 18's opponent, it is rather unfortunate, for from the very beginning, there was little hope of victory. As Shaya had predicted, once the match began, number 18 maintained a stoic demeanor, seemingly impervious to the world around her. However, for the sake of the additional prize money, she, as before, put on a performance, engaging in a few minutes of intense combat before knocking her opponent out. The matches progressed smoothly, quickly reaching the finals, number 18 versus Satan. Bang! The gong sounded, signaling the start of the match. Satan assumed a fighting stance, the atmosphere growing tense, while number 18 casually crossed her arms, her blue eyes glancing over at her opponent. Cold sweat trickled down Satan's face as he felt an unprecedented pressure emanating from her. There is not a hint of weakness. Her aura is so restrained that I can't sense anything at all. She is a true master. A sense of panic began to rise within Satan, his countenance growing grave as he struggled to perceive even an inkling of her energy. No wonder she participated in the Cell Games. Her calmness is unmatched. This woman, Lazuli, is well acquainted with Goku and his friends. I sense danger. Chapter 632, the confrontation between number 18 and Satan upon the martial arts stage. Number 18 and Satan stood in a tense standoff, the air thick with anticipation and silence so profound that even their breaths seemed audible. The situation was precarious. How could they possibly engage? Sweat began to bead on Satan's forehead as he remained in a heightened state of alertness. Just when the spectators believed this impasse would persist, number 18 moved. She glided forward with ethereal grace, suddenly crouching low before accelerating with astonishing speed. The ground beneath her buckled under the immense force of her movement, cracking and sending pebbles flying. In an instant, number 18 leaped like an arrow, darting towards Satan with electric swiftness. Before he could react, Satan found himself confronted by her fierce kick. Caught off guard by her rapid assault, his pupils dilated, and for a brief moment, he hesitated before desperately attempting to evade. Yet, he soon realized her speed surpassed his wildest expectations. With a resounding crash, number 18's kick struck Satan, sending him reeling against the wall, his complexion paling as he lost control of his body. The impact shattered a section of the crimson wall at the edge of the martial arts arena, burying Satan in debris. Fortunately, number 18 had calibrated her strength. Had she unleashed her full power, Satan would have been reduced to mere mist upon impact, an outcome that would contradict her intention of participating for the prize money. Did that young lady just send her father flying? Biddy, standing at the entrance of the competition hall, covered her mouth in astonishment. In her mind, Satan had always been a formidable opponent, second only to the likes of Sun Wukong, commanding respect within the martial arts community of Earth. This perception was partly shaped by Satan's frequent boasts, as well as her ignorance of the vast gulf that separated him from true top-tier fighters. Having often been bested by her father, whose combat prowess exceeded 400, Biddy held an almost blind admiration for him. Thus, witnessing Satan being sent airborne by number 18 left her utterly flabbergasted. However, recalling that this young lady had also been a participant in the Cell Games, Biddy began to fathom the situation. An unusual silence followed, soon erupting into a cacophony of astonished voices. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Satan had been struck down. and the fluidity of number 18's movements had captivated their eyes. Unbelievable. That contestant, Lazili, is extraordinary. She dispatched Mr. Satan with a single move. Look at that kick. The ground crumbled beneath her. That was truly impressive. How painful. Satan emerged from the rubble, clutching his abdomen, his eyes bloodshot. This is bad. I am no match for her. Could she be a super fighter like Mr. Sun Wukong? He suddenly recalled that she had accompanied Sun Wukong during the Cell Games, raising the likelihood that their strengths were on par. Realizing this, Satan's lips quivered, a wave of despair washing over him. Yet, driven by vanity, he masked his pain, attempting to regain composure as he beckoned to number 18 with a casual gesture. In truth, Satan felt quite shaken. He had analyzed previous competitions, believing that securing the championship would be effortless, but now he faced a rival of unexpected strength. Thankfully, they were now in the finals, and even a defeat wouldn't be too disgraceful. Nevertheless, he hoped for mercy from his opponent. He wished to lose gracefully, preserving his dignity in Biddy Lee's eyes. Please, let me retain some semblance of honor, even in defeat, he mused. Seemingly reading his thoughts, number 18's eyes sparkled as she bit her lip, appearing beside him. If you agree to compensate me after the match, I can ensure you lose with some dignity, she whispered. Really? Satan's eyes lit up. This was the perfect opportunity to save face. Known for his vanity, he had entered the World Martial Arts Tournament not only to showcase his skills but also to enhance his reputation. I'll slow down and engage you for a few minutes before ultimately defeating you. You just need to pay me afterward. Number 18 smiled, her expression mischievous. In the original narrative, she had allowed Satan to win, but at this moment, she was intent on claiming both the prize money and her due reward. Agreed, Satan exclaimed, overjoyed to accept her terms. Deal. Let us commence. With the agreement made in full view of the audience, the two swiftly retreated over 20 meters, each gaining newfound confidence. Satan's demeanor shifted, becoming more flippant. Number 18 furrowed her brow, feeling a tinge of annoyance at his attitude. After a series of theatrical maneuvers, Satan believed he had showcased his prowess and became serious, letting out a fierce battle cry as he charged forward. Number 18 feigned a vigorous struggle, adjusting her strength to match Satan's, ensuring their combat appeared intense. Satan reveled in the exchange. After all, he possessed a combat power of 400, a level that commanded respect. It was worth noting that during the original story, Sun Wukong and Piccolo had displayed similar levels of strength when confronting Raditz, thus allowing Satan to easily outmaneuver ordinary martial artists, especially considering the audience comprised largely of non-combatants. Consequently, a breathtaking display unfolded before the captivated crowd, eliciting gasps of awe. Remarkable! This is a pinnacle-level battle. The audience watched in rapt attention, even skilled martial artists oblivious to the fact that they were witnessing a carefully orchestrated performance. That Lazili is really pulling her punches, exclaimed the blonde Lan Chi, catching onto the act. Perhaps she aims to earn a little extra on the side. Shaya remarked with a grin, his eyes fixed intently on the stage where number 18 and Satan clashed. In the original tale, the two had staged a similar spectacle, but it was clear that number 18 was unwilling to relinquish her claim to the championship prize this time. Shaya pondered when number 18 had become so enamored with monetary gain. After all, her life on both Red Mountain Star and Earth had been one of comfort and abundance. Or perhaps this was merely her way of enjoying herself. Regardless, he found amusement in the unfolding drama. His spirits lifted as the battle on the martial arts stage continued. The marble floor trembled beneath their feet, fissures appearing as they executed their rapid movements, transforming the arena into a chaotic battleground. Their ferocious attacks echoed like the roar of tigers and the cries of monkeys, generating powerful gusts of wind that stirred the dust, forcing the audience to shield their eyes. Energy wave. A pale blue energy wave erupted from Satan's hands, its overwhelming force creating a formidable presence that resonated with the spectators. Circular energy slash. A technique reminiscent of Krillin's signature move. The two energies collided mid-air, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that shook the very ground. The ensuing shockwave radiated outward with tremendous energy, blinding flashes of light forcing everyone to close their eyes. In an instant, a tempestuous wind, accompanied by a deafening roar, swept through the venue, engulfing it in thick smoke. The audience was utterly transfixed, each person resembling a statue in their astonishment. The attack, akin to a nuclear explosion, left them in a state of shock, their excitement lingering long after the event. I concede. Just as the crowd began to regain their composure, Satan unexpectedly raised his hand, conceding before all. At that moment, no one felt that Satan's defeat was shameful. Mr. Satan had demonstrated commendable spirit. It was merely that Miss Lazuli was formidable indeed. With the conclusion of the competition, Miss Lazuli emerged as the champion of the 27th World's Martial Arts Tournament. The golden-haired host, regaining his composure, exuberantly announced the results, which were met with roaring applause from the crowd. Don't forget to settle my fee, whispered number 18 as she passed by Satan. I'll get it to you shortly. Satan replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. Though he had incurred some financial loss, he retained his dignified presence, having avoided a humiliating defeat. This was a small consolation. Dad, you've worked hard. That Miss Lazuli is truly remarkable, Biddleye comforted Satan after the match. Indeed, Miss Lazuli is incredibly strong. Bidalai will be just as formidable in the future, Satan mused, feeling that his expenditure was indeed worth it. Yes, I will strive for that, Bidalai affirmed, then asked, when shall we meet Mr. Akalobe? Satan chuckled nervously, very soon, very soon. If only Mr. Akalobe could introduce me to Mr. Sun Wukong, Bidalai thought, filled with dreams. Meanwhile, after receiving the 10 million prize for her victory, number 18 was awarded an additional sum and was now in the company of Shaya and others. Lazuli, tell me, how much did you extort from Satan just now? Shaya inquired quietly in number 18's ear. Number 18 shot him a surprised glance. How did you know? Their exchange had been conducted in hushed tones, leaving her puzzled at how Shaya had gleaned such information. Shaya smiled enigmatically, replying, I know your character well enough. By the way, when did you become so fond of money? I won't tell you, number 18 retorted, turning her face away, her golden locks brushing against Shaya's cheek, bringing with them a refreshing fragrance. At that moment, the golden-haired Lanchi noticed Shaya and number 18 whispering together and called out, Hey, Shaya, Lazuli, what are you discussing? Nothing. Number 18 responded coolly. Later, I still need to collect that sum. Shaya shrugged with a gentle smile and, upon joining Shieling and Myers, remarked, Lazuli just extorted a sum from Satan in the arena. Upon hearing this, Shieling beamed. I wondered why she had let Satan off so easily. It turns out she was conducting business. But that does align with Lazuli's character, Myers added with a chuckle. Chapter 633, The Apprenticeship of Bidalai. Far from the urban clusters, the surrounding landscape gradually transformed into a desolate expanse of yellowed earth and rocks. In the distance, a jet motorcycle soared 40 centimeters above the ground, speeding forth while swirling clouds of yellow dust trailed behind like a long, billowing tail. Bidalai, donning protective goggles, raced along the road to Wukong City, the fierce wind whipping past her cheeks and tossing her dark hair in wild abandon. 2 days had passed since the conclusion of the world's premier martial arts tournament, and Bidalai, feeling disheartened by the absence of the anticipated meeting with Mr. Akalobe, impulsively set off towards Wukong City. My father deceived me. He never intended to take me to meet Mr. Akalobe, she lamented, setting forth on her solitary journey. After half a day of travel, she found herself in a sparsely populated area. Stopping her motorcycle by the roadside, she consulted a map, realizing she was close to entering the territory of Wukong City. Folding the map away, she reignited her jet motorcycle and continued her journey. Soon enough, the orderly outlines of the city came into view, signaling her imminent arrival in Wukong City. However, as fate would have it, a toppled truck unexpectedly obstructed the narrow path leading to Wukong City. Bidalai paused, observing her surroundings with a flicker of suspicion in her eyes. This road is merely a narrow path, typically traversed only by motorcycles. How could a truck have overturned here? She pondered, feeling perplexed, cautiously surveying the area. She soon noticed signs of ambush behind the nearby mounds of dirt. With a cold smirk, she deduced, it appears I have stumbled upon bandits. Yet, she questioned their intelligence in choosing such a location for an ambush. Everyone knows that Wukong City is one of the 9 sacred cities, renowned alongside the Holy Land of Chiron. Those who venture here are either traders or practitioners of the martial arts. Ordinary merchants would avoid these small paths in favor of main roads. The only ones brave enough to traverse here are skilled warriors. In Bidalai's eyes, the choice of this site for an ambush was ill-conceived. Or perhaps, these bandits were waiting for a hapless victim to take the bait? It was undeniable that a solitary individual was more vulnerable to their schemes, yet they also faced a greater chance of encountering a formidable opponent. And regrettably, Bidalai was no ordinary person. She possessed a modicum of skill. The harm these brigands have inflicted on countless individuals must be addressed, she thought, a surge of righteousness igniting a sense of mission within her. Determined, Bidalai leapt off her motorcycle and pressed a button, transforming it into a versatile capsule. She then scanned her surroundings with keen vigilance. Come out. I have already discovered your presence. Her voice rang out, clear and spirited, as she boldly approached the front of the truck, addressing those lurking behind the mounds. In response, a dozen bandits, their heads wrapped in scarves and armed with firearms, emerged from their hiding spots, encircling her swiftly. The dark muzzles of their weapons aimed threateningly at her, poised to unleash a torrent of bullets at any moment. Just a little girl. Hand over your valuables and save yourself the trouble, sneered the menacing leader of the bandits, spitting disdainfully and resting his weapon on his shoulder. With a gesture, one of his subordinates fired a signal flare, and soon, several armored vehicles charged through the dust-laden air. Quickly, a dozen fully armed bandits joined their ranks. Is this everyone? Bidalai mused to herself, her demeanor unflustered as she regarded the bandits with calm indifference. Boss, it seems she isn't afraid of us. One of the henchmen shouted, incredulous. The leader, enraged, struck his subordinate on the head. Then there's no need for courtesy. Kill her, and search her for that versatile capsule. Look at her attire. She must be wealthy. With the leader's command, over 30 bandits erupted in laughter, aligning their weapons toward Bidalai. With a barrage of gunfire, bullets erupted from their guns, the acrid scent of gunpowder thick in the air. For any ordinary person, such an assault would be lethal. However, Bidalai was anything but ordinary. As the bullets converged upon her, she demonstrated her superior agility, weaving gracefully between the deadly projectiles, her prowess as a martial artist shining through. "Focus, you fools." She dodged. The leader bellowed, stepping forward to take aim himself. Bang! A bullet grazed Bidalai's cheek, leaving a searing sensation in its wake. Her cerulean eyes narrowed, and she advanced, vanishing from sight in an instant. Where did that little brat go? The leader seethed, his expression darkening, scanning frantically for her. Damn it. She's a martial arts master. But no matter how fast she is, she can't escape my bullets. Really? A sweet voice chimed in his ear, causing his heart to race as he turned to find Bidalai standing directly before him, a handful of bronze bullets clasped in her palm. The sound of the bullets clattering to the ground resonated like a bell, sending shivers through the bandits, who recoiled in disbelief. She caught the bullets. I can see them. The leader growled, his face twisting in anger. In that moment, Bidalai leaned forward and vanished once more. The bandits, now tense, scanned their surroundings anxiously, only to feel a sudden, excruciating pain in their abdomens before their vision darkened, and they collapsed, unconscious, with a flourish. Bidalai clapped her hands to shake off the lingering dust, then hopped into one of the bandits' armored vehicles, retrieving a bundle of ropes to bind the ruffians. She then pulled out her phone and dialed the authorities. After making the call, she glanced at her watch, preparing to continue her journey. Just then, a fleeting shadow in the sky caught her attention. Looking up, she was astonished to see a golden cloud floating at an elevation of over 10 meters. A young boy with purple hair waved at her, leaping off the golden cloud. Bidalai had never witnessed a cloud capable of carrying a person before. Initially, she thought it to be some new technology. However, upon catching sight of the purple-haired boy, her expression morphed to one of astonishment. He appeared to be a radiant youth, seemingly around 13 or 14 years old, dressed impeccably and sporting a satchel at his waist. His light purple hair barely concealed his ears, and his blue-violet eyes shimmered with a faint glow, complemented by a few rebellious strands of hair that stood out on his forehead. Chapter 634. A record of Bidalai's apprenticeship. 2. My dear sister, your martial prowess is quite impressive. You single-handedly dispatched over 30 bandits. I was contemplating whether to lend you a hand. The azure-haired Son Gohan smiled at Bidalai. Taken aback by the sudden appearance of Son Gohan, Bidalai stood frozen, her finger trembling as she pointed at him, exclaiming, You are Son Gohan. Perhaps it was the awe of encountering a legendary figure, or perhaps it was due to their similar ages, but her voice quivered with admiration and excitement, causing her head to spin and her cheeks to flush with warmth. Indeed, I am Son Gohan. He approached her, placing his hand gently on her forehead. What are you doing? Bidalai's face turned crimson, her fair skin tinged with a hint of cherry blossom pink. You're not ill. Of course not, she replied, lowering her gaze. By the way, what brings you here alone? This path is rarely traversed due to the abundance of bandits. Son Gohan regarded her curiously while Bidalai hesitated, her voice barely above a whisper. I wish to go to Wukong City to seek your father as my master. She knew that Mr. Son Goku had never taken on disciples since his rise to fame. Despite instructing numerous talented individuals monthly, none had met his approval. Bidalai had always thought that Mr. Son Goku had high standards for his apprentices, unaware that his reluctance stemmed from a fear that teaching disciples might impede his own cultivation. You desire to learn martial arts. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan's eyes sparkled with understanding. Yes, Bidalai cautiously nodded. My father has always taught me, but I have yearned to learn under Mr. Son Goku. So I secretly ventured out on my own. Son Gohan, perceiving her as a girl who had run away from home for martial training, felt an instant affinity for her. Then allow me to escort you. Although Baozi Mountain lies at the heart of Wukong City, it is encircled by towering mountains and wild beasts. Only those with sufficient strength can enter. Really? You would take me there? Bidalai's excitement illuminated her face. Yes, Baozi Mountain is private property, and entry is generally prohibited. As he explained the situation, Son Gohan waved his hand for the flying nimbus to depart. What was that golden cloud? Bidalai had long been curious about the peculiar cloud. Oh, that is the flying nimbus, a means of transportation. Such clouds are plentiful atop Korin Tower. This one was gifted to my father by Master Roshi. Ah, it was bestowed by the martial arts god, Master Roshi? As they walked towards Wukong City, Son Gohan learned that Bidalai was the daughter of Mr. Satan. Interestingly, he had encountered Mr. Satan during the Cell Games. Brother Gohan, don't you attend school? Bidalai asked, then felt her question somewhat foolish. After all, the boy before her had participated in the Cell Games, and according to her father, both Son Goku and his son possessed extraordinary strength. Was there truly a need for someone of such caliber to attend school? Considering the current societal reverence for martial arts, wherein martial artists held a status akin to that of scientists, regularly earning substantial salaries, their formidable strength rendered them essential guardians of the earth. After several crises, the populace had come to recognize the existence of extraterrestrials, and the treatment of powerful warriors was exceptionally favorable. In response to Bidalai's inquiry, Son Gohan scratched his head and explained, I primarily train and have private tutors who come to teach me, so I haven't been to school. Private tutors? You must be quite wealthy. Bidalai paused, suddenly recalling that Son Gohan's mother was none other than Bulma, the heiress of Capsule Corporation. Hiring a private tutor was certainly within reach for them. Where were you heading just now? I just dropped my younger brother off at Aunt Ty's house in West City. Son Gohan replied candidly. As they traveled a considerable distance, the two quickly grew familiar with each other, and Bidalai began to seek Son Gohan's guidance on martial arts. It is said that fate is indeed a mysterious force. In the original tale, Son Gohan taught Bidalai to harness her ki, and now, with a stronger foundation, she gleaned a more comprehensive understanding of ki under his tutelage. Several hours later, as dusk approached, wisps of volcanic clouds began to rise on the horizon. Son Gohan floated gracefully in the air while Bidalai awkwardly maneuvered her body to follow him. Yes, concentrate your ki beneath your feet to lift your body incrementally. Bidalai, you are learning exceptionally well. Son Gohan praised her keen intellect. Thanks to you, otherwise I would have never mastered the flight technique. Bidalai shyly stuck out her tongue, her fair cheeks beaming with joy. Son Gohan quickened his pace. Keep up with all your might. We still have a distance to cover to reach Baozi Mountain. And if we don't hurry, it will be dark by the time we arrive. I'll give it my all. Bidalai nodded vigorously. And together they accelerated towards Baozi Mountain. As they traversed through the bustling cityscape, they gradually approached the heart of the Baozi Mountain range. Upon entering the mountain path, the parched vegetation was supplanted by dense forests, where the rustling sounds of small creatures echoed through the trees. The forest grew darker more swiftly than the city, and as they navigated through the lush greenery, an aura of serene tranquility enveloped them. Up ahead is the main peak of Baozi Mountain. Son Gohan pointed to the towering summit, his expression unperturbed. Bidalai gazed in anticipation, her excitement mounting as she hastened forward, eager to meet her idol, yet feeling a tinge of nervousness about whether Mr. Son Goku would accept her as his disciple. A furtive glance at Son Gohan brought her some calm. Whoosh! Two figures soared above the forest, like fleeting shadows that startled a flock of birds, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished beyond the dense woodland. The vicinity surrounding Baozi Mountain for dozens of kilometers was private territory belonging to the Sun family, a fact recognized by the Earth United Kingdom. As they followed the undulating terrain, exquisite and towering structures came into view, blending modern technology with classical aesthetics, leaving Bidalai feeling invigorated. These training facilities were constructed under the direction of Shaya during Mr. Son Goku's wedding. At Son Goku's home, Shaya was engaged in conversation with him, while a small girl, around 3 years old, with blue-purple eyes, curiously surveyed her surroundings, incessantly reaching for the teacups on the table. Buera, don't be mischievous. Bulma lifted her daughter, placing her on a stool. However, the little one clearly disapproved, her body floating once more. Bulma, unable to restrain her, shot a look at Son Goku, urging him to hold the child and prevent her from causing trouble. Has Buera's condition improved at all? Shaya inquired, taking a sip from his teacup. A flicker of concern crossed Son Goku's face as he shook his head, still the same. Her emotions are entirely uncontrollable when she gets excited. Shaya nodded slightly. Son Brawla's condition could not be classified as a Super Saiyan, although she possessed an immense power within her. This strength was largely due to the overwhelming might of the Saiyans, which surpassed her mental control, causing her to unleash terrifying power whenever her emotions surged. Shaya initially contemplated asking Myphia to assist with Son Brawla, but after some consideration, he decided against it. The primary reason was that over the past 2 years, Myphia's temperament had become increasingly erratic, displaying a whimsical nature that starkly contrasted with her sister Silica's mature and composed demeanor. He genuinely worried that entrusting Son Brawla to Myphia might result in the emergence of a rather unhinged individual. Chapter 635, The Tale of Biddy Lee's Apprenticeship 3, Bulma, burdened with concern for her daughter, expressed her worries. Shaya, do you have any means to remedy Bra's condition? What if, one day, she loses control and harms someone? Bulma's apprehensions were not without merit, after all. They were on Earth, surrounded by ordinary humans. Son Bra's energy was already formidable, yet she lacked the ability to control it. If she were to lose control, it could spell disaster. After a moment of contemplation, Shaya replied, initially, Planet Yardrat would have been suitable for Son Bra. The Yardratians possess certain esoteric techniques that enhance mental fortitude. In the past, Bardock subdued a curse from the Kanassans by mastering these techniques. However, not long ago, Yardrat faced an invasion by the Dagarians, resulting in significant losses. Thus, it might not be prudent to go there now. In a few days, Goku and I will visit Planet Metamore. Their martial arts are quite extraordinary, and perhaps they might offer a solution for Son Bra's predicament. If all else fails, we can resort to the Dragon Balls for assistance. Using the Dragon Balls is indeed a last resort. It is preferable to avoid such external forces, as they cannot compare to the self-enhancement of mental prowess and bodily control. The situation of Myphia previously warranted such measures. Of course, if we must use the Dragon Balls, it would be best to utilize a powerful one, akin to how Shaya employed the Super Dragon Balls to rectify Mephia's mental state. Son Bra's case is not as severe as Mephia's, so the Super Dragon Balls are unnecessary. However, the Earth Dragon Balls are somewhat limited in power. If we must use them, it would be preferable to use Shaya's own Crystal Dragon Balls. Yet, since the last wish made for Android 18 to create Pantera earrings, these Crystal Dragon Balls have been scattered throughout Universe 7, and Shaya has yet to collect them. Well, it is better to have a plan than none at all. Bulma sighed softly, wishing to resolve Son Bra's issues promptly. As twilight descended, the light gradually faded, The horizon transformed into a deep azure. The villa's lighting system detected the diminishing light and illuminated the space, the bright white bulbs resembling small suns, illuminating the entire house as if it were daytime. After a flurry of activity, Bulma, with the assistance of the household robots, prepared a sumptuous dinner. Goten was sent to his sister's place, but why hasn't he returned yet? She wondered aloud while feeding Sunbra from a small bowl. Goku, voraciously tearing into his food, replied, he might be staying at the Tai's house. No. I just spoke with him. He said he was already back. Bulma shook her head. At that moment, Shaya set down his utensils and glanced toward the villa's entrance. Smiling as he remarked, he has arrived. He sensed Gohan's energy approaching Bowsy Mountain, accompanied by another faint presence. Really? Bulma asked, puzzled. Sure enough, within seconds, the villa's door swung open, and Bulma's gaze fell upon Gohan and an unfamiliar girl. Upon noticing Biddy Lee, Bulma paused slightly, pondering, where did Gohan find this lovely girl? She is quite charming. I'm back. Gohan called out cheerfully. Brother. Sun Bra exclaimed, floating up with outstretched arms and a sweet voice, landing in Gohan's embrace. Holding Sun Bra, Gohan introduced Biddy Lee. This is Biddy Lee, a friend I met along the way. Hello, Mr. Goku and Ms. Bulma. Biddy Lee greeted nervously, visibly startled upon seeing Shaya, not expecting to encounter such legendary heroes at Bowsy Mountain. The figures before her were indeed the stuff of legends, and as an ordinary girl, she felt immensely anxious. How intriguing that it is Biddy Lee. Shaya mused, a smile gracing his lips as he recognized her as the participant from the recent World Martial Arts Tournament. How serendipitous that they crossed paths. Bulma, smiling brightly, scrutinized Biddy Lee and nodded in approval. Since you're Gohan's friend, you may simply call me Auntie. She winked at Gohan, her eyes gleaming with amusement. Her son was quite capable, bringing home a girl at such a young age. Was he considering a childhood betrothal? Naturally, Bulma's parenting style was rather lenient, for she herself had embarked on a quest for the Dragon Balls at the tender age of 16. Hello, Auntie. Biddy Lee whispered shyly. Where does Biddy Lee live? Bulma inquired, her curiosity piqued. Gohan rolled his eyes, while Biddy Lee's cheeks flushed crimson. Gohan, raising his voice, clarified, you all have misunderstood. Biddy Lee came here to learn martial arts from Dad, but I can only offer guidance once a month. The rest of the time, I must train alone. Goku frowned, aware that mentoring a disciple could hinder his own training progress. Moreover, he was uncertain about how to teach a female disciple. That task would be better suited for Chi-Chi. Mr. Goku, I genuinely wish to learn martial arts. Please accept me as your disciple. Biddy Lee implored earnestly. Indeed, Dad, Biddy Lee has great potential. I only taught her for a short while, and she already grasped the instant transmission technique, Gohan eagerly advocated. Goku pondered for a moment, recognizing the merit in Gohan's words. This girl named Biddy Lee indeed seemed promising, yet he was hesitant due to his limited time for teaching. Baka, you instruct others every month. Why not simply add one more student? It's the same effort, Bulma chimed in, hands on her hips, nudging Goku. After all, if this girl truly possessed the talent Gohan claimed, accepting her as a disciple would not be a loss. At that moment, Shaya chuckled and interjected. I believe this child is quite exceptional. Why not take her under your wing, leaving the actual instruction to Gohan? You can oversee her progress when you have time. I believe Gohan is capable of mentoring others. This could be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Yes, Gohan is quite skilled. He can teach Biddy Lee. Bulma fully supported Gohan and Biddy Lee's case. Goku considered this and, finding merit in the suggestion, replied, very well, if you are willing to be my student, I shall accept you. I certainly am. Biddy Lee exclaimed excitedly, her beautiful face flushed with enthusiasm. Chapter 636, Gohan and Videl Sun Wukong nodded, his expression turning serious. From this moment forth, you shall be a disciple of the Turtle School. Gohan will temporarily guide you in your training, and I will assess your progress at any time. Yes, I will certainly strive to improve. Videl responded earnestly, her heart racing with excitement, as if she were living a dream. Congratulations. From now on, I shall call you Junior Sister, Gohan remarked with a smile. Videl looked at Gohan, her enthusiasm bubbling over. Gohan. Senior brother. All right. We are all family now. Gohan, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I will fetch some more bowls and chopsticks. There are still plenty of dishes in the kitchen, Bulma said, clapping her hands and rising to head to the kitchen. Aunt, let me help you. Videl eagerly stood up to assist Bulma. Sure. Shaya observed Videl and Bulma bustling about in the kitchen, reflecting on how swiftly Gohan and Videl had become siblings in training. It was a testament to how fate intertwined lives in remarkable ways. A sumptuous dinner concluded amidst laughter and chatter, with the matter of Sun Bra still pending. Shaya decided to stay at Bowsy Mountain. That night, the stars twinkled, and the night sky seemed to hang a dazzling, silvery veil. In the small guest room, Videl, unable to sleep due to her excitement, checked the time on her phone. It was already past midnight. She pressed the keys to call Satan. After a brief silence, a worried voice came through. Videl, Daddy didn't mean to deceive you. Where are you? Come back quickly. I'm very worried about you being out alone. Daddy. I'm at Bowsy Mountain. Where? There was a moment of stunned silence on the other end. I'm at Bowsy Mountain, and I've become a disciple of Master Sun Wukong. Videl exclaimed, barely containing her joy as she sat up, clutching her pillow. Videl, don't play tricks on Daddy. Hurry back. Satan's voice grew despondent, fearing that his daughter was lying out of spite. I'm telling the truth. I really have become Master Wukong's disciple. Videl's voice rose, but realizing it might disturb others, she lowered it and recounted her day's adventures to Satan. Upon hearing how she had traveled to Wukong City and met Gohan, Satan's mood shifted to excitement. You really met Gohan and became Master Wukong's disciple? Master Wukong and Gohan. Either would be more magnificent than me, if you truly have the chance to learn from them. It is indeed a rare fortune. I'm serious, Videl replied proudly. At first, Master Wukong hesitated, but Mr. Shaya spoke a few words on my behalf, and he eventually agreed. Reflecting on how she might have missed such an opportunity without Shaya's intervention, Videl felt an immense gratitude towards him. Did you say Shaya? You met him too? Satan's voice faltered, disbelief washing over him. He had not anticipated that not only had his daughter encountered the Wukongs, but also the legendary hero. Shaya was a formidable force capable of obliterating planets. Memories of the fierce battles following the Cell games haunted Satan, filling him with deep respect for Shaya. Yes, thanks to Mr. Shaya. Videl cherished this gratitude in her heart. All right, you must strive to improve. Master Wukong is an extraordinary expert. I'll let you in on a secret. His junior sister, Ms. Chi-Chi, is a deity of this era. Now that you are a disciple of the Turtle School, if you train diligently, perhaps one day you may reach the same heights as Ms. Chi-Chi. Satan was aware of certain secrets of Earth, known to only a select few. I will work hard. Videl felt invigorated. After hanging up, she flopped onto her bed, entangling herself in the sheets, rolling about in delight. Her mind grew increasingly alert, dispelling any hint of sleepiness. Time flowed on, day turning to night. In the dark of night, a pale azure light began to emerge on the horizon. The next day, Videl and Gohan were sparring in the open space in front of the villa, with Gohan guiding Videl in her training, carefully adjusting his power to match hers, helping her grasp the skills and philosophy of the Turtle School. Videl, catch! Gohan called out as he raised his hand, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that rushed toward her like a heavy stone slab. Videl exposed a flaw in her defense and was swept away by the wind. Gohan's control was precise. He managed to send her flying without causing harm. That was close. I almost hit the wall. Videl floated mid-air, wiping the cold sweat from her brow, her light blue eyes wide with astonishment. Very good. Once you have mastered these foundational techniques and can handle unexpected situations, we can progress to the next phase of training. Gohan smiled, his lavender hair glistening in the sunlight. Videl, unlike the Saiyans, required a different approach. Gohan understood this and, therefore, trained her differently than Piccolo had trained him. Videl being a girl meant her physiological structure differed from his, so he focused on strengthening her fundamentals, ensuring she had a solid foundation. I understand, Gohan. Let us continue. Videl took a brief rest before resuming her training. Bowsy Mountain was equipped with various training apparatus, and once they completed this phase, they would enter a small gravity chamber for the next stage of their training, which would not differ significantly from Earth's gravity. Not far away, Shaya and Son Wukong observed Gohan guiding Videl. Wukong nodded in approval. This child's rate of progress is beyond my expectations. He truly possesses talent for martial arts. However, compared to your progress under Master Roshi, it still falls slightly short, Shaya remarked casually, leaning against the tree trunk. Perhaps. Wukong smiled lightly, then suddenly changed the topic. By the way, I mentioned I was researching a new transformation, what you refer to as Super Saiyan 3. Have you made any progress? Indeed, I have. But as you mentioned before, the burden of Super Saiyan 3 on the body is quite heavy. Currently, I can only endure it for 3 minutes at most. That is my limit. Wukong expressed his frustration regarding the inherent flaws of Super Saiyan 3. This transformation path sought brute force, reaching a peak at Super Saiyan 2. While Super Saiyan 3 had essentially veered into a dead end, the limitations of physical strength greatly restricted further breakthroughs. Moreover, although the power gained from transforming was formidable, it was not the true essence of a Saiyon's strength. The temporary surge of power felt ephemeral, lacking the deep roots that could withstand a storm. One gust could uproot it entirely. However, for Son Wukong, experiencing the journey firsthand and subsequently reverting from Super Saiyan 3 to his original path would yield a far deeper understanding. Shaya nodded in agreement. The fact that Son Wukong managed to master the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 3 years earlier than in the original narrative is indeed a significant advancement. Moreover, what holds greater importance is that Son Wukong has already grasped the limitations of Super Saiyan 3 and is actively seeking to amend them. Chapter 637. The infant. I believe that pursuing brute force beyond Super Saiyan 2 has led us astray. The state of life ultimately dictates that the physical form has its limits. Unless one transcends the levels of existence, the path of transformation for Super Saiyans cannot be sustained. Shaya articulated his thoughts, which he had derived through his own reflections. Though not necessarily infallible, from his vantage point, the phenomena he observed were indeed as he described. Goku furrowed his brow and inquired, I do not comprehend this concept of life levels. He recognized the limitations of Super Saiyan 3 and sensed the unsustainability of the Super Saiyan transformations. However, To leap beyond his established framework into a different kind of training was a formidable challenge for him at present. Shaya patiently explained, upon achieving Super Saiyan 3. The next step should be to elevate one's state of existence, dedicating efforts to realms beyond the physical, thereby enhancing the corporeal aspect. Otherwise, any further training would be in vain. Different forms of life possess varying thresholds. Saiyans are a mid-tier race, and undoubtedly, there exist beings in the universe with greater physical prowess. Nevertheless, having developed Super Saiyan to its third stage is, in truth, nearing the pinnacle of Saiyan physical capabilities. Training in realms? Goku scratched his head, his brow knitted in confusion. Unfortunately, I do not grasp this at all. He sighed, believing that Shaya had no reason to deceive him. Thus, the notion of training in realms might indeed be the path following Super Saiyan 3. Yet the challenge lay in the fact that realm training was entirely unfamiliar to Goku. While the Turtle School and even the Earth's deities possess teachings concerning the mind state, these are but superficial aspects of realm training. After all, the Earth deity is merely a minor god, lacking strength in the divine hierarchy. And such elevated teachings have not been passed down. Goku, a practitioner of combat, had always focused on physical training. His skills were ample. Yet his exploration of realms was scant. At higher levels, both the physical and the realm are of utmost importance. The adage a quick step leads to rapid progress holds true. Shaya had already gained an advantage in foundational aspects from an earlier age. Having established a solid physical foundation in his youth, he later embraced training in realms, making steady progress in the right direction. Few in the universe possess such fortunate opportunities. Oh, this is truly perplexing. The concept of realms is intangible and elusive, devoid of any clues. I find greater clarity in the exhilarating rawness of physical combat. The impact of a punch is far more comprehensible. Goku reflected, suddenly exhaling in resignation. He was indeed not one for cerebral pursuits. Though Goku possessed a high degree of intuition, he favored straightforward and unambiguous combat, a trait common among Saiyans, including Shaya. However, this should not serve as an excuse to abandon the quest for greater heights. In the GT universe, one might employ special methods to transcend the levels of life. But such approaches are futile across the vast cosmos, which adheres to its own immutable laws. Shaya mentally critiqued Goku's apparent difficulty in grasping the concept of realms. In the original narrative, Goku achieved the status of Super Saiyan God by harnessing the powers of 6 Saiyans. Although he later absorbed the strength of the Super Saiyan God and could effortlessly shift to Super Saiyan Red, he ultimately prioritized raw power, evolving into the Super Saiyan Blue form. The issue, however, lay in the underlying philosophy. A relentless pursuit of power, forsaking the elevation of one's realm, would only lead to an imbalance. Indeed, had the Super Saiyan Red form not shattered previous physical limits, Goku may not have even attained the Super Saiyan Blue form. By the way, you previously mentioned that the martial arts of the Metamorans might cure Bra. Is that truly the case? Goku suddenly inquired. I can only assert that the likelihood is quite high. The martial arts of the Metamorans are exceedingly remarkable, with some techniques transcending the realm of mere martial arts, veering into a magical domain. Techniques like those employed by Schilling and Myers, as well as the vacuum technique passed down from Ha Shan, were all derived from their teachings. If Bra can glean even a fragment of their essence, it would be beneficial. However, this is a lengthy endeavor. Mastery of martial arts is not an overnight affair, Shaya conveyed. Upon hearing this, Goku felt a surge of eagerness. Your words have stirred my curiosity. I long to witness those extraordinary martial arts. Goku, an absolute martial arts enthusiast, was eager to explore the uncharted techniques of the Metamorans. Do not rush. We shall arrive there shortly, Shaya remarked, smiling at Goku's impatience. After calling Goten and Chi-Chi to take a moment's respite, Goku began to consult Shaya regarding practical combat matters, while Goten and Chi-Chi looked on, occasionally expressing their astonishment. Far from Earth, in a realm of darkness, a dim red expanse of the cosmic void stretched endlessly, resembling an ancient dragon slumbering at the world's edge. Tiny, shimmering stars flickered in the serene obscurity, akin to a slowly unfurling tapestry. The blazing stars radiated heat and light, and within a radius of over 300 light-years. No other stars were present, rendering this region of space remarkably desolate. Suddenly, a shadowy figure shifted behind one of the stars, revealing a stout, diminutive silhouette, a green-hued planet enveloped by a luminous haze in its atmosphere. Within this verdant sphere, mountains cascaded endlessly. A rift formed in a continent, giving rise to a grand canyon, now lush with greenery after eons of time. Rushing waters cascaded down steep cliffs, resembling a silver ribbon unfurling from the precipice. The vibrant hues and extraordinary sights were astonishing, with emerald pines and cypress clinging to the cliffs, their roots embedded in the stone. Surrounding the area were rugged, imposing rocks, a testament to nature's breathtaking artistry. At the canyon's base, an opulent palace stood, its golden glass exterior cloaked in a shimmering azure energy shield, radiating a protective barrier. Within the grand hall, a pale purple incubation pod lay ensconced within intricate magical formations, housing a small, reddish-blue being of infantile size, approximately 8 or 9 months old, with distinct facial features and a tuft of silvery gray hair. At that moment, This infantile entity was playfully nibbling on its fingers, producing gentle bubbles as it exhaled. Chapter 638. Various timelines. Suddenly, a faint lavender glow flickered, and Tova, clad in a form-fitting crimson ensemble, materialized before the cultivation pod. Her voluptuous figure exuded an alluring charm as her delicate fingers gently caressed the glass surface of the pod, her violet eyes glimmering with a hint of mirth. Grow quickly. For our time is limited, she murmured, a sense of longing in her tone. It appeared that Mira was secretly engaging in some clandestine dealings with the Dark Angel. And she lamented, I can no longer visit you. Lost in thought for a moment, Tova soon regained her characteristic aloofness, her gaze reflecting a disdainful indifference towards humanity. After casting one last glance at the infant within the pod, she turned and departed from this remote azure planet, far removed from other star systems. Meanwhile, in another enigmatic realm, Mira was mending her bodily injuries. At that moment, a figure identical to her appeared beside her, and the two merged into one, causing Mira's aura to surge dramatically. Finally recovered, she thought, her crimson eyes harboring a profound intent for vengeance against that accursed Saiyan and the god of destruction, Beerus. After a brief silence, she addressed the Dark Angel shrouded in shadows. The plan is set in motion. Which universe will you target? Not just one universe, but all timelines. Mira declared with unwavering resolve. The Dark Angel, Vaya, regarded her with surprise. The Dark Angels of other timelines are still suppressed by the King of all. We cannot offer assistance for those universes. Unnecessary. Although my plan encompasses all timelines, the primary focus remains here, Mira replied, her expression darkening. There is one matter known only to me, a secret even Tova, whom I created, is unaware of. I am, in fact, the vessel for Demigra's resurrection. No. I should say I am a part of Demigra, only I can facilitate his complete revival. What about the Demigra from before? Vaya inquired, her eyes narrowing in curiosity. Merely a test subject. The great Demigra would not descend upon the trifling Hildergang. Only a body as formidable as mine can withstand his resurrection, Mira asserted coldly and resolutely, revealing that all prior events were part of her grand design. Haha, this becomes intriguing. I eagerly await the true Demigra's arrival. Vaya remarked with a smile before her form blurred and vanished amidst a dazzling burst of light. You shall soon witness the true Demigra, Mira proclaimed. Her crimson gaze filled with indifference and malice, her voice reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell, dripping with blood. In an alternate realm deep within the demon realm, Mira, seated in the temporal corridor, suddenly jolted with awareness as her mind received a message from another timeline, causing her expression to darken. Mira, what troubles you? A cool voice resonated beside her. Upon looking up, she saw Tova in her red attire, her eyes wide with concern. Nothing, Mira replied, burying her thoughts deep within, her tone nonchalant. Tova nodded, acknowledging the sorrow surrounding Philu's demise, expressing regret over the loss of such a mature specimen to an unknown assailant. Have you uncovered the identity of that individual? Not yet. I still do not know who they are. Oh. Tova narrowed her eyes, deep in contemplation. Mira lowered her gaze, a glint of cold light flashing within her eyes, and spoke earnestly, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I believe we can research more powerful artificial life forms. Yes, you may go, Tova waved her hand. Once Mira exited, her previously smooth and delicate visage turned cold, revealing a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Mira, have you grown impatient? Then I can no longer afford to wait. In the Trunks world. Years after Trunks had eliminated the androids and dispatched Cell, a new colossal crisis descended upon Earth. King Dodoria of the Demon Realm, accompanied by Babidi, arrived on Earth. However, Trunks' overwhelming strength caught Dodoria and his comrades off guard. Even the East Supreme Kai, who had long feared Majin Buu, bravely joined the fray, yet ultimately, Majin Buu was resurrected. Haha, the Supreme Kai's sword has been transformed into a stone blade. Your final trump card has vanished. Supreme Kai, prepare to meet your demise. Dodoria commanded the rotund pink creature, Majin Buu. Kill, kill, kill. Majin Buu's eyes morphed into crescents as steam billowed from the numerous dark orifices on his body. This world had only just reclaimed peace. How could it be shattered by your hands? In a fit of rage, Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2, but at that moment, the Supreme Kai intervened, standing before him. Supreme Kai? Trunks, you must leave at once. Majin Buu has been revived. It is too late. You are the only one with the hope of stopping him, so you must survive. But, stand down. You must continue to grow stronger and eradicate Majin Buu. Yes, as this battle, pivotal to the fate of the entire universe, commenced, Mira, traversing the cosmos, received a message from another world. She glanced at the location of the demon realm, altered her course, and flew out of the seventh universe. The plan has commenced. The complete Demigra is on the verge of resurrection. In the realm of the Golden Flame Warriors, a tremendous darkness swept across the world, causing the East Supreme Kai to tremble, her complexion paling. The four versions of Mira across the universe were all in motion. In the world of Shaya, within the 10th universe, a tremor rippled through space as Mira traversed from the 7th universe. Gazing up at the vast, profound starry sky, she let out a cold, humorless laugh, her expression turning sinister. Let this place become the stage for Demigra's resurrection. With this thought, Mira began her search for planets teeming with life. In the Western Star region, Crevia was a supergiant planet, over 100 times the diameter of Earth, with gravity significantly greater. On this planet thrived trillions of lives. And on this day, Crevia faced its darkest hour, as countless beings perished in a sudden tempest. The sky split open with terrifying rifts. Crimson temporal fissures extending from the South Pole to the north, insatiably devouring the lives on Crevia, transforming flesh and souls into radiant crimson crystals through the power of sorcery. It was a desperate struggle. After consuming Crevia, Myra's expression remained icy as she shifted her focus to the next target. This dark day persisted for 6 or 7 days until the dwindling souls finally caught the attention of the underworld. In the underworld, the king sat upon a massive throne. Poring over the ledger of souls, his broad face dripping with sweat. What is happening? This has been several consecutive days. What has transpired in the mortal realm? Why has the influx of souls into the underworld diminished so drastically? Typically, when disasters befell the mortal realm, an influx of souls would occur in the underworld. And though the king and his staff would be busier, it was a normal cycle of balance between life and death. However, the sudden decrease in souls entering the underworld was anything but ordinary. This matter must be reported. However, I am uncertain about the state of the underworld in other galaxies. If it is solely the underworld of the Western Star domain that is afflicted, then it may not be too grave. Yet, if this predicament is of a cosmic nature, it would be dire indeed. The King of Hell is merely responsible for the judgment of souls. The specific circumstances must be assessed by the higher authorities, such as the Realm King, the Grand Realm King, and even the Divine Realm King. Chapter 639. The catastrophe of the 10th universe. The actions of the King of Hell were undeniably swift. Yet by the time the news had traversed through layers of reporting and was confirmed before reaching the realm of the Supreme Kai, 2 days had already elapsed since the widespread disappearance of souls. This phenomenon was manifesting not only in the Western Star region, but throughout the vast expanse of the entire universe. Clearly, this heralded a crisis that encompassed the entirety of the 10th universe. Within the realm of the 10th universe, behind the colossal boundary passageway, the yellow-skinned Supreme Kai, Gavas, wore a grave expression as he scrutinized reports from the lower realms. Flanking him on either side were Zamas and Tapian. The 10th universe encompassed an immeasurable space, with countless subordinate star regions, yet now they simultaneously experienced a phenomenon of soul depletion, suggesting the presence of a formidable dark force behind it. Gavas let out a deep sigh, handing the report to Zamas and Tapian. Upon perusing the document, both Zamas and Tapian's expressions darkened in tandem. The balance between the total souls of the living and the dead had always been maintained. Souls from the mortal realm would transition to the afterlife, where the King of Hell would adjudicate their fates, those with high merits ascending to heaven, the wicked descending to hell, and those of mixed virtue reincarnating. Yet, the disappearance of souls had never been recorded before. Could it be that someone was employing dark sorcery that necessitated the use of souls? A flicker of disdain for dark magic crossed Zamas's gaze as he spoke politely, recalling his tenure as the North Kai, where he was aware of numerous planets inhabited by malevolent sorcerers skilled in dark arts, often employing brutally cruel methods in their rituals. Tapian concurred, recalling that during his time on the planet Konas, dark mages had utilized souls for sacrificial purposes. However, he had never heard of a sacrifice on such a grand scale. The situation likely aligns with your assumptions, but deliberating here is futile, Gavas expressed, his concern palpable. He turned to Zamas and Tapian, instructing them. You both must descend to investigate immediately and report back to me with any findings. Understood. Evil must be eradicated, they responded in unison, exchanging glances before vanishing in a flash. This ability to teleport was a skill acquired upon becoming apprentice Supreme Kais. As Gavas watched his 2 disciples depart, his furrowed brow deepened. He raised a teacup to his lips, but the once fragrant tea now tasted bland. Feeling unease, he retrieved a crystal ball to personally examine the conditions below. Countless brilliant stars flickered past within the crystal ball, some glowing with soft azure light, others with dark crimson hues, all orbiting steadily without any anomalies. After scanning thousands of life-bearing planets without discovering significant issues, Gavas shifted his gaze to Crevia, the planet where the first reports of soul disappearances had emerged. However, at that moment, the crystal ball darkened, rendering it utterly opaque. Gavas sprang up, his expression grave. The unfolding events were beyond his expectations. Even the scrutiny of a Supreme Kai could be obstructed. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Gavas. He understood that as one of the 2 highest divine positions in the universe, the Supreme Kai had always overseen its operation and the creation of life-bearing planets. Aside from a few secluded areas within the demon realm, there was virtually no corner of the universe impervious to the gaze of the Supreme Kai. Yet now, a life-bearing planet had successfully cloaked itself from his examination. Realizing the severity of the matter, Gavas composed himself and continued using the crystal ball to inspect other planets. Numerous star regions flashed before him, and he discovered an increasing number of planets shrouded in darkness, surpassing 10,000 in count. 10,000 life-bearing planets. each a colossal sphere that had nurtured countless lives. How many souls had been consumed? Such occurrences were rare in the annals of the 10th universe's history. With his head cradled in his hands, Gavas felt a deep sense of despair. The crisis had escalated beyond his individual capacity as a supreme Kai. It now threatened the entire 10th universe. He recognized the necessity to contact Lord Destruction, Rumsey, and Angel Cass. In the lower realms, a brief flash of light flickered, and the figures of Zamas and Tapian emerged into the cosmic void, the dark red backdrop of the universe coming into view. Having served as the North Kai of a star system, Zamas possessed a deeper understanding of the universe than Tapian. We shall split up and head in different directions. Should anything unusual arise, utilize the Pot-era earrings to contact me immediately. Agreed. Let us proceed with caution, Tapian replied. With their strategy established, the two dispersed, embarking towards divergent paths. Minutes passed, and Zamas entered a region engulfed in darkness, the once prominent planets now rendered invisible. Noticing the nauseating dark energy swirling through the void, resembling a massive vortex ever-changing in form, Zamas's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he plunged into the depths of the dark energy. Inside the obscured area, a thick fog enveloped his vision, rendering it increasingly murky. Cursed evil energy, how many innocent lives have been devoured? Zamas's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing. Indeed, this world still requires the purifying force of justice, he murmured, seemingly reaffirming his conviction. If I could acquire the unparalleled strength of Lord Destruction, I would eradicate all darkness threatening this world. Unbeknownst to him, a seed of rebellion had begun to take root within his subconscious, sprouting from discontent towards gods who wielded immense power, yet failed to fulfill their responsibilities. Given the right circumstances, this seed could flourish. Navigating through the oppressive darkness surrounding the planet, Zamas finally penetrated its core, but the brutal sights that greeted him sent a chilling shiver down his spine. Once thriving cities lay in ruins, corpses littered the streets, their faces contorted in agony, some gasping for breath, clutching at their throats, while others crawled in desperation, their hands outstretched in a final plea. These souls had been mercilessly stripped of their essence, enduring unimaginable torment in their final moments. Elderly, women, and children alike were all victims of this heinous act. The negative emotions of life contributed to the dark energy. The people here had not met their end peacefully. Damn it, what a cruel method. Zamas clenched his fists, trembling with rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth, yearning to annihilate all evil. Gavas was indeed mistaken. What this world requires is true justice, not mere guidance or compassion. Only by extinguishing all malevolent beings in their infancy can light prevail in this world. And I am the sole individual who comprehends this truth. As if grasping the true essence of existence, Zamas spread his arms wide, a cold gleam flashing across his stern visage as his expression gradually morphed into one of ferocity. Chapter 640. Tarpian severely injured. Meanwhile, as Zamas's thoughts underwent a transformation, Mira continued to expand his grand endeavor of refining planets. With each life extinguished before his eyes, he could feel the fervent heartbeat within him, the power belonging to Demigra awakening in his being. Mira's appearance began to change, evolving towards that of Demigra. Mira and Demigra were, in essence, one and the same. This secret was known to very few, save for Mira himself. In ancient times, a fragment of Demigra's consciousness escaped through a rift in time and space, embedding itself in the young Tawa, who unwittingly created the so-called artificial life, Mira, as a vessel for his own future resurrection. This truth was known only to Mira. To maintain the facade of being merely a puppet created by Tawa, Mira had always kept a low profile, deliberately avoiding any display of his direct connection to Demigra. He even created Hilderg as a tool for Demigra's revival, all to deceive Tawa. Ah, this is sufficient, Mira thought, his pale blue skin taut, and a frenzied glint flickering in his eyes. His motives extended beyond the mere resurrection of Demigra, for he understood that even if Demigra were to awaken completely, his power would still pale in comparison to that of the god of time, and he would not stand a chance against the god of destruction. Being merely a weakling was not Mira's ambition. He would endure longer if necessary. However, the emergence of the Dark Angels provided him with an opportunity to execute his plans. A mad thought took root in his mind. He intended to resurrect Demigra during this time and to initiate a multidimensional fusion. Once the true multiversal Demigra awakened, he believed neither the god of destruction nor the angels would be his adversaries. At that moment, the era would belong to Demigra. The Dark Angels were remnants of a bygone age, suppressed by the Omni King, their goals temporarily aligned with his own. First, he must resurrect Demigra to avoid prolonged complications. Mira eagerly anticipated this moment, yet as long as the true Demigra remained unrevived, he found no peace within himself. Through the manipulation of time and space, he contacted several versions of himself across parallel universes, coordinating plans simultaneously. Upon receiving messages from his alternate selves, a smile crept onto Mira's lips, his expression turning fervent. Yet, at that moment, a cold, sharp gleam flashed past him. Mira gasped softly, raising his gaze to see Tarpian charging at him with a massive sword. Mira, prepare to meet your end. A curious sound wave reverberated through the vacuum. Tarpian, mustering all his strength, channeled terrifying power into the sword. With a clang, Mira, his expression unchanging, extended his palm and grasped the edge of Tarpian's sword. With a cold smile, he exerted force, twisting his arm, sending both Tarpian and his sword hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby asteroid. The asteroid, unable to withstand the immense impact, cracked open, splintering into fine dust. "Oh, so you are the swordsman from the 7th universe. I never expected to encounter you here in the 10th universe. Your power has indeed grown, but alas, it still pales in comparison to me, akin to that of an ant," Mira remarked dismissively after discarding Tarpian. In truth, Tarpian's strength had surpassed that of the average Kaishan. Nearing the level of a Super Saiyan too, he was undeniably formidable within the universe, yet he faced Mira, whose power was nearly on par with the mysterious state of a Super Saiyan. The chasm between them was insurmountable. "What is your purpose in the 10th universe?" Tarpian asked. Clearing his throat, Mira shrugged nonchalantly. "Do you think I would divulge that to you? Oh, by the way, since you have appeared in the 10th universe, does that mean those Super Saiyans have come here as well?" Mira furrowed his brow slightly, wary of Shaya. This was a critical moment for the resurrection of Demigra. He could not allow that Super Saiyan to interfere with his plans. He needed to hasten his actions. Contemplating this, Mira decided to eliminate the nuisance before him. With a swift motion, a cold smile graced Mira's face as he became indistinct, vanishing from Tarpian's line of sight. Tarpian's heart tightened, and he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. However, the disparity in their powers was too vast. Mira silently appeared behind Tarpian, delivering a swift strike with a glowing hand. With a splatter, blood sprayed forth. The vacuum of space, transforming the crimson liquid into small floating spheres. A searing pain surged through Tarpian's mind as his complexion paled, and he coughed up a copious amount of blood. Glancing down, he saw Mira's hand protruding from his chest. "Heh, you shall perish here," Mira declared, withdrawing his hand and preparing to finish Tarpian with an energy wave. Just then, Tarpian, his face contorted in agony, managed to raise his arm. A blinding light erupted from his fist. Starry fist. The glaring brilliance assaulted Mira's eyes, compelling him to instinctively shield his face. When he lowered his arm, he was astonished to find Tarpian had vanished, leaving only a few drops of blood behind. Instant transmission? He actually escaped, Mira scoffed coldly. Then ruthlessly unleashed a wave of energy, obliterating the distant asteroid. A dazzling display erupted in the dark cosmos. "Humph, I shall not concern myself with such insignificant ants. I must initiate the ritual first." Though he claimed indifference, Mira felt a twinge of concern regarding this minor setback. The current plan allowed for no failure. The opportunity was singular. Should he miss it, the subsequent attempt would be exceedingly arduous. He would not only have to contend with the god of time and the god of destruction, but also arouse Taoist suspicions. Such a scenario was unacceptable. As Mira's thoughts coalesced, an immense and mysterious force of time and space surged from his palm. In an instant, like raindrops, innumerable energies from the depths of the universe began to converge, forming an intricate summoning array centered around Mira's location. This colossal formation encompassed an entire star system. At that moment, the ancient starry sky trembled, ethereal mysteries radiating outward, gradually extending beyond the 10th universe, slowly bridging the depths of time and space beyond the cosmos. With a crack, a rift was torn through time and space, unveiling a terrifying crimson vista within. The chaotic energy surged and roiled, reminiscent of the primordial chaos before creation, spilling forth from the fissure. Sensing the rift had been breached, Mira spread his arms wide and roared with excitement. At that instant, every bone in his body began to shift, his white hair igniting with a blood-red glow. The lines beneath his eyes gradually expanding and darkening. Mira's form was transforming towards that of Demigra, in the Kaishan realm. The severely injured Tarpian had instantaneously teleported back after narrowly escaping Mira's lethal grasp. Thud. Tarpian collapsed to the ground, blood staining the verdant grass. "Tarpian, what transpired? How did you sustain such injuries?" As the Kaishan, Jivas, prepared to contact the god of destruction and the angels, he rushed over upon seeing Tarpian's grievous wounds. Eager to assess his condition, he then took out the divine water used by the Supreme Kai for healing and administered it to Tapian. As the divine water entered his system, Tapian's condition gradually stabilized. "What transpired? Who inflicted such injuries upon you?" Guas inquired earnestly. For Tapian was a formidable force within the universe, who could possibly cause him such harm. After a brief respite, Tapian's complexion remained pale as he replied, "It was Mira, the creator of Hildurg. He orchestrated all the events in the lower realm." "Mira?" Guas's expression shifted. Although he had never encountered Mira personally, he could conjure an image of the terror he had heard described by Tapian. The situation had escalated beyond their capacity to manage. "We must contact Lord Beerus at once," Guas murmured, beginning to send a signal to Angel Kess through his crystal ball. Chapter 641. The Destruction God Ramsey makes his move in the lower realm of the universe. Mira wholeheartedly embraced the energy emanating from the rift in time and space. Once this energy entered Mira's being, it immediately transformed into intense fluctuations, gradually refining his soul. Each wave felt like a surge of energy, empowering his essence. The portal of time and space was on the verge of opening, and Demigula was about to be drawn forth. Mira fervently shouted within, his face contorted with excitement, appearing particularly fearsome. At that moment, His physique had grown to nearly 2 meters, resembling a fusion of Mira and Demigula. Endless torrents of energy surged forth through the rift, cascading like a mighty tide. In that instant, the stars trembled, and all celestial bodies dimmed. Just a little more, let us unite as one. Without reservation. A strange mental force pierced through the fabric of space, seemingly communicating with a mysterious figure on the other side of time and space. As if hearing a response, the surging power intensified, and Mira began to establish a connection with the true form of Demigula, sealed within the rift. Roaring, Mira lifted his head, blood-red eyes streaming with crimson tears. The power grew increasingly overwhelming, surpassing the limits of mortals. With a muted thud, Mira shattered the boundaries, ascending to the level of Demigula. Feeling the boundless power coursing through his hands, Demigula, laughed maniacally. The ancient demon god Demigula finally broke free from the dark confines of the rift and merged with Mira. At the very moment of Demigula's revival, Tawa, residing in the 7th universe, sensed the change. She smirked, her lavender lips curling into a mocking smile. So this is what Mira has been secretly pursuing behind my back? Demigula's true form has emerged from the rift. With that, the restraints upon me should vanish. Tawa snapped her fingers, a slender magic staff appearing in her grasp, her bat-like gown trailing to the ground. With a cold chuckle, she elegantly vanished into the void. Beyond countless realms of time and space, the Kaioshin of time, Kane, suddenly sensed Demigula's re-emergence, leaping from his diminutive chair. Demigula. Has he broken the seal? Kane exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock, panic flitting across his youthful face. Then, recalling Shaya, his expression shifted back to calm. In the 10th universe, Demigula gazed indifferently at the distant, dimming star system, now rendered exceedingly feeble. With a gentle motion of his wand, he pointed toward the void. Instantly, the serene emptiness seemed to have pressed a button of destruction, unleashing a frenzied force. The once smooth expanse of space began to undulate like waves, growing in amplitude until it transformed into a monumental storm. The sound of fabric tearing filled the air as the space fractured like fragile glass, weaving intricate lines. Fragments of space cascaded down, resembling exquisite crystals, glimmering like starlight as they fell into the void. At that moment, the raging energy intensified. A colossal energy vortex disrupting the boundaries of time and space, creating bizarre and surreal phenomena against the dim crimson backdrop of the universe. Boom, boom. Enormous fireballs ascended, stars swelling like fireworks into vast luminous spots, only to vanish in an instant after their glorious display. The power of the divine realm. Is this the might of time and space? Though it may not match my full strength of yore, it is more than sufficient. Mira has done exceptionally well. Demigula erupted in laughter, for although the total energy within him was not as formidable as in his prime, its nature had undergone a fundamental transformation. As part of Demigula's essence, Mira had long lurked within the demon realm, siphoning time and space energy, thus endowing the revived Demigula with mastery over temporal forces. This mastery was crucial for his goal of synthesizing a multidimensional Demigula. While Demigula contemplated his future, a ripple surged through the void. Vibrant rays of light piercing the fabric of space as 5 figures entered Demigula's line of sight. Among them were the Supreme Kai of Time, Gawas, the Apprentice Kaioshin Zamasu, the Apprentice Kaioshin Tapian, along with the Destroyer God Ramsey and the Angelic Girl Kix. The assembly was remarkably splendid, representing the mightiest and most revered deities of the 10th universe. Upon seeing the uninvited guests, Demigula narrowed his eyes, a detached smile gracing his lips, though a sense of vigilance stirred within. From afar, Tapian, the only one among the 5 to have encountered Demigula, observed his revival, and his expression shifted dramatically. He turned to Gawas and Ramsey, saying, Kaioshin teacher, Lord Ramsey, this is Demigula. He has a subordinate named Mira, who seems to have vanished. The lives of over 10,000 planets in the 10th universe were sacrificed by Demigula's minions to resurrect him. Unaware that Mira was actually Demigula, Tapian assumed he was off committing further malevolent deeds. What a heinous crime. You all deserve to face the depths of hell for your transgressions, Gawas exclaimed, pained by the revelation of Demigula and Mira's annihilation of over 10,000 life-bearing planets. The lives sacrificed through dark magic not only faced corporeal death, but their very souls vanished from the universe, leaving no room for redemption. It is an honor for these mortal lives to contribute even a fraction toward my resurrection, Demigula declared, wielding his wand with reckless abandon. At that moment, Kix, the angel from the 10th universe, suddenly jumped forward, pointing at the red-haired Demigula, exclaiming, the demon god Demigula from the 7th universe. I have heard of him. He was sealed at the end of the Rift of Time for committing unforgivable sins in ancient times, and now he has escaped. The elephantine destroyer god Ramsey snorted disdainfully. Whatever his origins, he is simply a being that must be obliterated. Leave this to me. With his hands clasped behind his back, Ramsey flicked his trunk, and in an instant, his figure vanished silently from sight. Almost before his afterimage faded, he reappeared before Demigula, with a burst. A dazzling light illuminated the void as Ramsey angled his body, casting a disdainful glance at Demigula. He aligned 2 fingers and unleashed a powerful energy beam. Roaring forth like a stampede, Demigula's pupils constricted sharply, a cold smile creeping across his face as he thrust his wand forward, blocking Ramsey's attack. However, the impact sent him hurtling backward. Stop. The wand traced an arc in midair, radiant energy emanating from it and stabilizing Demigula's form. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Demigula laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Truly worthy of the Destroyer God. Your power compels me to regard you with seriousness. Humph, just an ant. Thinking itself a significant figure, Ramsey retorted, his expression one of utter contempt. This Demigula spoke boastfully. Yet his power barely approached the second tier of divine might. Even without employing Destroyer energy, Ramsey was confident in his ability to dispatch him with ease. What gave him the audacity to be so arrogant before a Destroyer God? Demigris sneered, his expression shifting ominously. The four deities observing the battle from the cosmos watched as the god of destruction, Ramses, effortlessly repelled Demigra, each displaying a distinct reaction. Guavas and Tapian were invigorated. Elated by the presence of such a formidable ally, the angelic being, Kes, beamed with joy, her flawless visage radiating happiness as if bliss were her eternal state. Only Zama's remained pensive, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. If such formidable power could truly serve justice, the universe might finally attain genuine peace. Zama's murmured to himself, almost entranced. Yet, the more he comprehended the true nature of the god of destruction, the more he realized that the devastation wrought by these beings scarcely differed from that of the malevolent, for the countless worlds laid waste by their reckless abandon were beyond reckoning. Chapter 642, a transaction. Lord Ramsey, eliminate the opponent immediately. The god of destruction, Gas, shouted, his divine voice piercing through the void and resonating within Ramsey's mind. Understood. The god of destruction, Ramsey, nodded indifferently, extending his palm towards Demigula, a dazzling purple energy sphere hovering in the air before him. Annihilate. As Ramsey unleashed his destructive power, even the usually composed Demigula's expression shifted. He sternly called out into the void, Vaya, it's your turn to act. If you delay any longer, our plan will falter. A deep sigh echoed in response, and suddenly, a bolt of black lightning pierced the space, striking the purple energy sphere released by Ramsey. The symbolic sphere of destruction instantly transformed into scattered phantasmal light points, vanishing into nothingness. Who dares to challenge the authority of the god of destruction? Ramsey's demeanor darkened, his trunk-like nose lifting in irritation, eyes narrowing into slits. The god of destruction had always had a volatile temperament, and now, Ramsey was genuinely enraged. As Ramsey voiced his frustration, a silver-haired man clad in dark divine robes, adorned with a black halo around his neck, materialized beside Demigula. Upon recognizing the newcomer's appearance, Ramsey's expression shifted to one of alarm as he turned to the angelic figure Kriz, demanding, Kriz, who is he, and what is his connection to you angels? Kriz, taken aback by the emergence of the dark angel, stammered, I don't know. I've never seen him before. However, the figure's resemblance to the guardians of cosmic balance was unmistakable, making her denial hard to believe. The dark angel, Vaya, introduced himself with poise. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Vaya, a dark angel. You may not be familiar with my kind yet, but soon. The name of the dark angels will resonate throughout the universe, and you shall live under the shadow of our presence. Dark angel? Ramsey and Kriz murmured in unison, although they had yet to witness his prowess. The mere mention of his title and his effortless dispelling of Ramsey's destructive energy suggested that this so-called dark angel was formidable, perhaps rivaling the true angels. Currently, their adversaries were Demigula and the dark angel Vaya, while only Ramsey and Kriz had the capability to engage in battle. Ramsey could undoubtedly handle Demigula, but Kriz might struggle against Vaya. This is dire. There exists a dark angel. Gas, the god of destruction, felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. Kriz, can you contend with that dark angel? Ramsey inquired quietly. Kriz, wide-eyed and innocent, looked up at Ramsey, replying meekly, Lord Ramsey, I might not be a match for him. That spells trouble, Ramsey muttered. Fear not. I can summon help, Sister Margarita, Sister Bardos, and Whis. They can come to assist us. Kriz counted off her closest allies on her fingers. Then waste no time. Summon them at once. Ramsey urged, despite his usual belief in strength above all. He recognized the critical nature of their predicament. I will call them immediately. Kriz responded, hastily using her divine staff to contact the angels of other universes. Vaya, I need you to hold off the god of destruction and the little angel for just a few minutes, Demigula said. Approaching the dark angel with a voice as cold and deep as a demon from the abyss, Vaya stroked his chin, a smile gracing his lips. Just a few minutes. You say? I accept, but remember our agreement once the task is complete. I want to forget, Demigula nodded. With that assurance, Vaya glanced at Demigula before gracefully stepping forward, positioning himself between Ramsey and Kriz. May I request a moment of your time? Otherwise, I shall be quite troubled. Humph, no need for idle chatter. Ramsey grunted, charging at the dark angel. Observing this, Kriz raised her staff and leapt forward, joining Ramsey in their assault against Vaya. However, the disparity in strength between them and the dark angel was significant. As a god of destruction, Ramsey was never meant to contend with angels, and Kriz, being a juvenile angel, lacked the power of her mature counterparts. Thus, The battle swiftly turned against Ramsey and Chris. A torrential force surged forth, wreaking havoc across millions of kilometers as Gas and Tapian watched in cold sweat, retreating further away. The energy, akin to a flood, separated them from the conflict with its mere residual force. Gazing upon the cataclysmic scene unfolding across the star domain, Gas and his companions turned pale, feeling as though a step closer would result in annihilation by the overwhelming energy. Terrifying. Even from this distance, we must retreat another 10,000 kilometers, Gas exclaimed, pulling Tapian and Zama's along. Can even the god of destruction not halt them? Tapian's handsome visage reflected a hint of worry. Such power. If only I could wield such strength. Zama's clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Meanwhile, Demigula quietly observed the battle between the Dark Angel and the gods of destruction, his gaze drifting towards Gas and the others, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Oh, the plan is progressing splendidly. The other versions of myself from different timelines have already broken free from their seals. It is time to summon them with the power of time and space. Alas, only 4 of me. If there were more, I would surely become even stronger. But 4 will suffice. Demigula chuckled arrogantly, his fingers weaving through the void, creating shimmering circles of translucent light that rippled outward like drops in a serene lake, overlapping and intertwining until they formed a complex magical array. Inserting his staff into the center of the magical circle, Demigula began to connect with his parallel selves from other timelines. Look, what is that Demigula doing? Tapian's keen eyes caught Demigula's actions, and he yearned to intervene. But the disparity in power left him helpless. In the 7th universe, on the planet Metamor, Shaya and Goku accompanied son Beulah to meet their long-lost friend, the martial artist Rad, leading to a warm exchange of pleasantries before revealing their purpose. Rad contemplated for a moment before sharing all he knew. Indeed, there are martial arts that cultivate spiritual strength on Metamor, though I am not proficient in them. If you wish to learn, I can introduce you to my friend, the martial artist Midas, who specializes in spiritual martial arts. Please take us to him, Goku replied, his face alight with enthusiasm. Certainly, Rad smiled. At that moment, Shaya's expression shifted, her gaze fixated intently on a vacant spot on the dojo's water surface. Shaya, what's wrong? Shoo. Shaya gestured for son Wukong to remain silent, then held his breath and focused intently. Suddenly, the once tranquil surface of the water, resembling a mirror, began to undulate violently, as if stirred by colossal waves. In an instant, a brilliant beam of light flickered, and a tall woman gracefully emerged from the void. Her silvery gray hair cascaded down, framing her flawless, pale blue skin. Adorned with delicate features, her face was highlighted by enchanting lavender eyes that seemed to captivate all who gazed upon her. Strands of hair draped elegantly across her chest, while the fabric of her flowing gown, reminiscent of a cloak, cascaded from her abdomen to her back. She possessed a statuesque figure, voluptuous and alluring, ensconced in a snug, crimson ensemble that accentuated her bewitching allure. Shaya raised an eyebrow in surprise. Before him stood the enchanting sorceress Tova from the demon realm, a woman of striking beauty. They had engaged in clandestine confrontations on numerous occasions. Yet this marked their second formal encounter. I am Shaya, the god of time, she declared without preamble, and I seek to propose a transaction. Chapter 643. The depths of her thought. Shaya gazed at Tova with a furrowed brow, his skepticism regarding her proposed transaction evident. The two stood on opposing sides, one a guardian of temporal stability, the other a disruptor of temporal order, akin to the distinction between law enforcement and a thief. In such roles, what could possibly be negotiated? Are you certain you are not jesting? Shaya inquired, his expression serious. Tova responded with a charming smile, her lovely face suddenly illuminated by a radiant grin. I speak with utmost sincerity. I believe you are already aware of my identity from the god of time, the sister of King Dapura of the demon realm, Shaya continued. Tova, taken aback, shook her head. While it is true that I am Dapura's sister, I do not serve the demon realm. In fact, I am not even in service to Demigula. My purpose in seeking you is to join forces to utterly eradicate Demigula. Utterly eradicate, not merely seal him away. There lies a fundamental distinction. What do you mean? Shaya queried, perplexed. Tova had always appeared aligned with Demigula. How could she desire his destruction? Was there discord within their ranks? Or perhaps, an alternative possibility? The information possessed by the god of time, Cain, had been erroneous. And Tova was not allied with Demigula after all. It was indeed accurate that Mira was a synthetic life form created by Tova in ancient times. And she had tirelessly endeavored to resurrect Demigula, a fact Shaya had personally confirmed. If Tova was not in league with Demigula, could there be some hidden truth? Seemingly sensing Shaya's confusion, Tova elaborated. I have never genuinely wished to resurrect Demigula. I have been compelled against my will. Long ago, shortly after I awakened my temporal abilities, a fragment of Demigula's soul approached me and cast a forbidden spell upon me, binding me to his commands. Thus, Mira was created through my hands. I have long sought to free myself from Demigula's control, but to no avail, until over 40 years ago when time itself fractured. By uniting multiple timelines, I have finally devised a means to completely annihilate Demigula. As Tova gradually recounted her tale, her beautiful visage reflected excitement. I discovered that merely eliminating Demigula from one timeline would not suffice, for as long as he persisted in any timeline, any efforts I made would be in vain. Therefore, it became imperative to confront multiple incarnations of Demigula simultaneously to eradicate them all. The powers possessed by the Time Gods are the key to this endeavor. The Time Gods wield a skill known as annihilation, akin to the destructive capabilities of a destroyer, an ability that fundamentally erases existence. To obliterate Demigula from the timeline entirely is the most thorough solution, Tova declared, her conviction apparent. Why should I place my trust in you? Shaya retorted. A woman as beautiful and cunning as Tova was best approached with caution. In contrast, those like Shilling and Mers, with their simpler minds, were far more endearing. You need not trust me, simply acknowledge that we share a common enemy. Demigula has already been resurrected by Mira. And it won't be long before multiple incarnations of him emerge. Even if you do not seek him out, he will come for you, Tova stated. A playful smile gracing her lips as a glimmer flickered in her lavender eyes. Shaya's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, he had previously made a formidable enemy of Demigula. Even without seeking him, the latter would inevitably seek him out. Tova had meticulously calculated everything. This was no longer a mere transaction, a blatant manipulation. She was compelling him to act. As Shaya listened, he felt a weight settle upon his heart. For the sake of a plan. This woman before him had orchestrated schemes in the shadows for decades, and undoubtedly had engaged in other plots long before. Observing the hint of ruthlessness that crossed Tova's exquisite features, he sighed inwardly, realizing just how formidable she truly was. You mentioned that Demigula has been resurrected? Indeed. His true form has returned, situated within the 10th universe, Tova replied with a beaming smile. Shaya nodded, falling into contemplation. Should he believe this woman's words? If her assertions held any truth, then Demigula had indeed returned to the realm of the living.